August, the unbearable heat. At 10:30 in the morning, the scorching sunlight streamed through the window, directly waking Bai Yang, who was still sound asleep on the sofa. This guy had graduated from university 2 months ago and had completely entered the lazy and free mode, reversing day and night, eating and drinking irregularly, waking up naturally, and dreaming about making money. He opened his eyes groggily, drenched in sweat, muttering, "Is this weather even livable?" Complaining while wobbling into the bathroom, he messily washed his face and brushed his teeth, barely managing to pull himself out of his half-asleep state. Walking into the dining room, Bai Yang's face darkened. The table was completely empty. His mom hadn't left him any breakfast. Where's the justice in this? Sure, I'm an adult now, but you can't be this cruel, can you? Isn't it said that no matter how old you are, you're always a baby in your parents' eyes? Muttering to himself, he returned to his room, rummaged through a drawer, and pulled out a box of instant noodles. Brimming with confidence, he muttered to himself, "No breakfast for me? You're underestimating me." Hot water from the water dispenser was poured over the instant noodles. The lid was closed, and it was left on the coffee table to steep. Bai Yang slumped on the sofa in a lazy posture, randomly pressing the remote control. The TV alternated between commercials and melodramatic soap operas, making him frown. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang, and the melody of Jing Zhong Bagua echoed through the room. Smoke rises, gazing north at the mountains and rivers. Bai Yang reluctantly reached out, unwilling to move even a few centimeters. He sluggishly answered the call and saw it was his mom. "Hey, Mom, you finally remembered you have a son? You brat, are you up yet? You might as well be lazy to death. What did I do in my past life to deserve having you? Are you eating instant noodles again? I told you, when will you start taking care of yourself?" Bai Yang rolled his eyes. His mom could describe his current situation perfectly without even seeing him truly a real mom. "Get to the point," he replied flatly with 3 words. "Still talking about priorities? I think even focused education can't save you. Here's the deal, you have 2 choices now. Speak. First, find a job and start working within a month. Second, there are a few nice girls at my workplace, you pick one and bring me back a daughter-in-law. I'll cover the expenses during the matchmaking process." Bai Yang almost threw his phone away. "I choose the first. I'll go look for a job right away, and I guarantee I'll be working in a couple of days. The instant noodles are ready. Hanging up, bye." Before hanging up, he didn't even wait for his mom to say another word and decisively ended the call. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Bai Yang muttered to himself with lingering fear, "That was terrifying. I'm only 24. How could I just settle like that? Dating is fine, but blind dates and marriage? No way." Putting down his phone, he got up and walked toward the coffee table, eagerly took a bite of instant noodles, and plopped down. What the hell? The person missed the sofa and landed directly on the floor. The sofa was clearly right under him, so how did he suddenly fall through? The instant noodles tipped over, spilling soup all over him. Bai Yang let out a yelp and jumped up, but as soon as he slapped the scalded area, his whole body froze, his expression stiffening. His eyes widened in shock as he looked around. It's not the familiar living room, but a dense, primal forest. Ancient trees tower overhead, vines intertwine. The air is so fresh it feels unreal, and an unknown floral fragrance stirs the soul. And him shirtless, wearing oversized shorts and flip-flops, with a mouthful of instant noodles he hasn't swallowed, holding a fork in one hand and a half-spilled bucket of instant noodles in the other, his movements bizarrely resembling someone who just jumped out of a cartoon. What kind of crazy place is this? Bai Yang swallowed a mouthful of instant noodles, only to choke and start coughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Damn, am I hallucinating from heatstroke? Or did I just time travel? Before he could make sense of the situation, there was a rustling sound in the grass 3 meters away, and a 3-foot-long black centipede darted past and disappeared into a crevice. Holy crap! Bai Yang jumped back in fright, only to feel a sharp pain in his foot. His flip-flop had been pierced by a sharp thorn, causing his soul to ache intensely. His shoulders suddenly hurt, and with a slap smack, a mosquito the size of a baby's fist was squashed into a bloody mess. A giant centipede. A giant mosquito. Have I traveled to a world of giant insects? Terrified, he scanned his surroundings and noticed the trees around him were absurdly thick, too wide for a person to wrap their arms around, as if he were in a primeval forest. He looked up, the sun and the sky wasn't red, wasn't golden, but white? What the heck? Why is the sun white? Did I really time travel? Cold sweat poured down, and he felt a chill all over. At that moment, a gust of fierce wind came from behind, followed by a deafening tiger roar that tore through his eardrums. Poplar's neck stiffened as he slowly turned. His Hiata yellow-spotted tiger, at least 5 meters long, was baring its fangs and claws, pouncing toward him. It's over. I haven't even had the chance to flirt with girls yet. Is this the end? Just as a desperate cry emerged in his heart, his entire body vanished with a swish. The tiger missed its target, stood still, and shook its head left and right in confusion, as if thinking, where did he go? The next moment, a dark shadow flashed by, an arrow pierced through the tiger's eyes, and it fell to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming still. Moments later, 3 burly men strode over, carrying large animal hide bows on their backs, their figures towering like iron towers. Brother Zhao, what amazing archery! One arrow through both eyes, without damaging the tiger's hideout's worth a fortune. You should practice more, kid. Maybe one day you'll surpass me, Brother Zhao said with a smile, patting the young man's shoulder. Another person squatted on the ground, staring intently at a strange object. Come and look at this, it smells so good. The three of them gathered around the instant noodle cup, marveling in amazement. This bowl is so beautiful, the patterns on it look alive. Are those characters on it? But none of us can read. This bowl is definitely valuable. Maybe we can trade it for a manual later, Brother Zhao said with a serious expression. So, the three of them tossed the tiger aside and left the scene holding a bucket of instant noodle bowls. As for Bai Yang, in their eyes, he was the mysterious figure who vanished into the forest. But in the next second, he fell back onto the sofa with a thud. Drenched in sweat, his face pale as a sheet, he collapsed onto the sofa and took a full 10 minutes to recover, his mind in complete disarray. Am I back? He raised his arm to wipe his sweat, but his movements suddenly froze. In his hand, he was still tightly clutching a blade of grass. I really brought back a blade of grass? Bai Yang lowered his head to look at the lush, emerald green plant exuding a strange fragrance. His throat tightened and his gaze became vacant. Whoa, this really isn't a dream? A blade of grass, with 3 slender leaves, pitifully thin, uprooted entirely with fresh soil still clinging to its roots. It looked just like a wild weed freshly pulled from some corner. Poplar stared at it for a full half hour, motionless, as if time had frozen on him. He wasn't admiring the plant, he was questioning life. At that moment, it was as if he had suddenly been burned by fire. He sprang up abruptly and flung the blade of grass away as if tossing a venomous snake. Accompanied by a scream, he rushed into the bedroom like he was being chased by a dog, scrambling and crawling, rummaging through drawers to grab his wallet. Bare-chested and wearing big shorts, with one foot in flip-flops and the other barefoot, he didn't even lock the door before bolting out with a bang. As soon as he stepped outside, the scorching sun blazed overhead and the sweltering heat was unbearable, yet he was drenched in cold sweat, his skin covered in goosebumps. Shameless young man, morally corrupt. Wow, that guy actually has abs. Bai Yang ran wildly down the street like a mad dog, drawing looks of disdain, surprise, or curiosity from passers-by, none of which he paid any attention to. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the City People's Hospital, a group of patients suffering from heatstroke, sunburn, and dehydration were anxiously waiting in line, but Bai Yang rushed in like a whirlwind, skipping registration, and heading straight to psychiatry. In the psychiatric diagnosis room, an elderly doctor with graying hair and a vigorous demeanor was leisurely sipping tea and flipping through a newspaper. Compared to other departments, the psychiatric ward was indeed quieter. These days, there were plenty of madmen, but few were willing to actively seek treatment. The door was suddenly flung open, startling the elderly doctor, and with a ripping sound, the newspaper in his hands tore in two. Doctor, help! Something's wrong with me. I was just at home, and then I suddenly found myself in a forest. There was a tiger trying to eat me, and then, whoosh, I was back again. Do you think this means there's something wrong with my mind? Bai Yang rushed in like a madman, babbling incoherently, and threw himself onto the old doctor, gripping his arms tightly like a drowning man clutching a piece of wood. Calm down, young man, calm down. Stop shaking me, I'm getting dizzy. The old doctor struggled for a long time to calm Bai Yang down and was just about to take a sip of water to steady his nerves when he suddenly extended his hand. Young man, where's your medical record book? Bai Yang. 1 hour later, Bai Yang finally obediently took a number, filled out a form, and sat in the consultation room, describing in detail his bizarre time travel experience. The elderly doctor listened, adjusted his glasses, and spoke expressionlessly. Young man, you're not sick, you're just overheated. With the recent high temperatures, mental fatigue can easily lead to hallucinations. In your case, it's most likely a combination of heatstroke, staying up late, eating instant noodles, and irregular routines. Go back, drink some mung bean soup, get more sleep, stop playing with your phone, and avoid watching strange videos. You'll be fine in a few days. Bai Yang didn't believe it. Doctor, don't try to fool me. I definitely have a mental problem. Look this spot on my shoulder, bitten by a mosquito. There's even a thorn in the sole of my foot, all from being bitten in the forest. But I've clearly been at home the whole time. Isn't this split personality? Am I in the late stages of a mental illness? Poplar looked anxious, with an expression that screamed, Doctor, if you don't treat me, I'll jump off the building right now. The old doctor sighed helplessly. You're speaking fluently, emotionally stable, and logically clear. You show no symptoms of mental illness at all. Then at least prescribe me some medicine to calm my nerves. I won't feel at ease without taking even one pill. Under Bai Yang's intense self-doubt offensive, the old doctor finally compromised and prescribed him some calming and brain-nourishing medication. Only then did Bai Yang leave the hospital satisfied, but he still felt uneasy inside. Standing at the hospital entrance, clutching the diagnosis report, his face was full of conflict. Impossible, I must be sick. Otherwise, how do I explain what just happened? Thus, Bai Yang tirelessly rushed to 5 or 6 more hospitals, almost consulting every psychiatrist in the city. The diagnosis results were identical. You're not sick, really not sick. The doctors unanimously agreed. This guy is either running a fever, suffering from heat heatstroke or just too bored. Under the scorching sun, dragging his exhausted body, Bai Yang hesitated for several minutes at the entrance of his building before finally mustering the courage to open the door and go home. He carefully inspected the house, even using a clothes-drying rod as a probe, poking under the sofa and behind the cabinets. Only after confirming there were no tigers did he relax and sit back on the sofa. But he was still bewildered. I, a dignified university graduate with higher education, am actually starting to wonder if I'm schizophrenic? But that blade of grass is still on the coffee table, one of my flip-flops is missing, and there are still soup stains on me. If this is a hallucination, it's way too realistic, isn't it? The most crucial thing is I even brought back a blade of grass. He glanced at the thin blade of grass on the coffee table, with soil scattered on the floor. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like the product of a hallucination. Could it be I just experienced a 1-minute time travel tour? After the initial panic, Bai Yang gradually calmed down and began to carefully think about the situation. If it's not an illusion, and not an illness, then did I really time travel? Just as he was pondering and muttering to himself, the person was gone. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in that familiar jungle. Still maintaining a sitting posture, Bai Yang landed on the ground with a thud, and his butt was sharply pricked by something, causing him to jump up in pain. Damn, this is way too real? A tiger? I'm going back, I'm going back, I'm going back. He looked up and saw the yellow-striped tiger lying on the ground not far away, almost scaring him to the point of wetting himself. The thought go back flashed through his mind, and in an instant, he disappeared and reappeared on the sofa. This really isn't an illusion. I've gone back and forth twice now, and it's under my control. I want to go there, I go there. I want to come back, I come back. He experimented repeatedly, and after confirming this pattern, he was completely stunned. Did I just acquire an active, portable, no cooldown, zero-cost reversal skill? This isn't just good luck, this is hitting the jackpot of fate. He examined the grass, applied band-aids, and searched for various plants on the computer, looking through thousands of images, but he just couldn't find a plant that matched the one in his hand. This grass doesn't look like anything on Earth, and the sun seems off. That place shouldn't be Earth. The more I thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, the more excited I got, but also the more uneasy. The problem is it's way too dangerous over there. Every time I go over, I see that tiger lying there, just like it's camping at a respawn point. What did I ever do to deserve this? After a few flashes, Bai Yang finally noticed something was off. The tiger hadn't moved at all. Upon cautiously approaching for a closer look, good heavens, it had been pierced through both eyes by an arrow, dead beyond dead. Someone can shoot an arrow straight through a tiger's head? The people around here are way too fierce. Thinking of this, Bai Yang hurried back home, sat on the sofa, and gasped for breath. It's too dangerous here. The tigers are as big as cows, and a single cold arrow can pierce through a tiger's head. With my build, I probably couldn't even take down a rabbit. His mind was filled with alertness, fear, excitement, curiosity, a mix of emotions that left him restless. But I have to figure out what that place really is. Bai Yang was still rummaging around the house, trying to find something practical to take to that place, but his stomach protested first. He froze, looked down at his stomach, then glanced up at the wall clock, the corner of his mouth twitching. 3 in the afternoon? Taking out his phone to confirm the time, Bai Yang helplessly grinned. No wonder I'm so hungry that my stomach feels like it's staging an empty city stratagem. Since waking up this morning, he hasn't eaten a thing, and as for that cup of instant noodles from before, who knows where it went? Cooking in the kitchen himself? His skill level can be summed up simply, edible, but not desirable. Sigh, instant noodles are still the most reliable. He pulled open the drawer, only to find it empty. What the hell? All gone. I remember buying a whole box on the 10th. A slap on the forehead, he began calculating the timeline. Mom gets off work at 5, gets home at the earliest by 5:30, then add cooking time. By the time he could eat a hot meal, it would probably be 7 in the evening. As for his dad, that guy was even worse at cooking than he was, so no hope there. Well, looks like I'll just have to grab something quick outside. Patting the few coins left in his pocket money, Bai Yang looked conflicted. Not much money, still hungry. What am I supposed to do? Just as he lowered his head inside, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Wait, isn't there still a tiger next door? Tiger meat. I've never had it in my life. At this thought, he immediately became excited, as if energized, pacing the living room twice before gritting his teeth and stomping his foot. Let's do it. Acting immediately, Bai Yang rushed into the kitchen, pulled out a sturdy frying pan, patted it, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he found a nylon rope in the corner, tied the pan to his back as armor, grabbed a stainless steel pot lid to use as a shield, and finally picked up a boning knife meant for chopping ribs fully armed. He took a deep breath. Let's go. Swish. The person is gone. Bai Yang once again stood in that familiar jungle. The first thing he did was look around to confirm there was no danger, then quickly ran a few steps to the tiger's corpse. This tiger he had seen similar ones in the zoo, but compared to the one before him, it was practically like a pet cat. The tiger is dead, but its might remains. Bai Yang stood 3 meters away, knowing full well that this creature was completely dead, yet he still didn't dare to act rashly. While mentally preparing himself, he cautiously approached, fearing that the dead tiger might suddenly spring back to life and lunge at him. It wasn't until he kicked it and got no reaction that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Weren't you acting all arrogant just now? Not so tough anymore, huh? While boasting with his words, he felt a bit uneasy inside. Standing in front of the tiger's corpse, Bai Yang examined the massive creature, his eyes gleaming. How much would this thing fetch at the market? Especially this tiger skin, if it's properly treated, it might sell for $1 million. But he also knew this was just wishful thinking. If he really took it out to sell, his parents would be delivering meals to him at the detention center the very next day. Better just eat meat honestly. Bai Yang gritted his teeth, swung the boning knife, and fiercely hacked at the tiger's front leg. He chopped until he was out of breath, his arm nearly cramping, and finally managed to sever one of the front legs. Wow, this leg must weigh at least 30 pounds. These bones are way too hard. Carrying the tiger leg, which was as big as a cow's leg, he looked satisfied and was about to head back when his eyes suddenly lit up, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The most valuable part of a tiger isn't this leg. 10 minutes later, Bai Yang was carrying something else, a tiger whip 2 feet long and as thick as a child's arm. Good stuff. Soaking it in wine boosts energy, strengthens the body, and fortifies the bones. He glanced down at a certain part of himself and straightened his expression. Although I'm still young, who would complain about being too strong? Go back and cook the meat. Swish. The person disappeared again. Back in the kitchen, Bai Yang skillfully began processing the tiger meat, skinning, removing the claws, cutting off the distinctive parts and tossing them back over there, letting nature help him clean up the scene. After chopping it into small pieces, he took a 3-pound chunk along with a section of tiger bone, washed them clean, and threw them into the pot to prepare for soup. How do you stew tiger meat again? He searched online while working, eventually opting for the simplest clear stew, adding water, ginger, garlic, a bit of salt, and a few dried chili peppers to counter the gaminess. He brought it to a boil over high heat, skimmed off the foam, and then simmered it on low heat. Tiger meat, TSK. We can now say we've tasted mountain delicacies. The aroma gradually wafted from the pot. Bai Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Seeing that there was still an hour to go, he thought again about the tiger whip. That's right, this thing needs to be soaked in liquor. He immediately went online to look it up and found that the simplest method was to clean it, dry it, and soak the whole piece in high-proof white liquor, sealed. Simple and straightforward. I like it. He pulled out his wallet, reluctantly took out 3 large bills, and ran half a street under the scorching sun. Finally, he managed to buy a 20-gene jar of 52-degree bulk liquor from a small shop, jar included. Back home, he cleaned the tiger whip, tossed it into the liquor jar, sealed it with dozens of layers of plastic wrap, tied it tightly with a rope, and carefully stuffed it under his bed. In 3 months, I'll be the manliest of men. Just after finishing up, Bai Yang suddenly remembered the tiger meat still stewing. He slapped his forehead and rushed into the kitchen. The soup in the pot had already turned milky white, with an irresistible aroma wafting through the air. He sniffed a few times, closed his eyes, and savored the scent, the smell. Why does it have a hint of sweetness? Did I add the wrong seasoning? Not thinking too much about it, he ladled a big bowl of soup, picked out a few pieces of meat, covered the pot, and left it for his parents, fulfilling his filial duty as a son. Sitting in the living room, under the fan, Bai Yang sipped tiger meat soup spoonful by spoonful, eyes closed, savoring the slightly gamey freshness. The taste, it's just okay, not much different from chicken soup. After a few gulps, he finished the bowl of tiger soup clean, leaving not a trace of meat, and patted his stomach with a satisfied expression. Feeling good is what matters. Then, he fell into deep thought again. How exactly did I get this ability? No jade pendant, no lightning strike, no car accident, and no system notification sound. How can I travel freely like this? Moreover, the sun over there is white and so huge, the tigers are bigger than cows, and the arrows used to kill tigers can pierce through their heads in one shot. That place is definitely not Earth. Looks like I need to prepare some decent equipment and figure out exactly what's going on over there. Just as he was thinking, Bai Yang suddenly felt his whole body heat up, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He touched his nose, 2 streams of warm liquid were flowing down. What the? A nosebleed? Startled, he stood up, feeling his entire body burning hot and uncomfortably restless, as if certain parts of his body had been secretly ignited. Could it be that tiger meat is too nourishing? Under the showerhead, Bai Yang stood with his head tilted back, the icy water washing over his burning body, yet it still couldn't quell the rising heat within him. Trickles of nosebleed slid from his nostrils, diluted by the water, winding down his sturdy chest before finally disappearing into the drain. He raised a hand to wipe it away, but the more he wiped, the more it flowed, unstoppable. How is anyone supposed to live like this? Poplar shivered as he complained, while trying hard to recall the crimes he had committed. Today, he had finished off a big bowl of tiger meat soup, eating it clean, both meat and broth. It was nourishing, indeed, but it was way too much. Tiger, oh tiger, I just had a bowl of your meat soup, and I'm almost overwhelmed by its potency. If I were to drink that jar of tiger whip wine, wouldn't I just explode on the spot? He thought with a face full of despair, silently vowing in his heart that next time he would definitely pace himself when consuming such things. At the same time, the living room door door was unlocked with a key, and a middle-aged woman in a gray business suit walked in. The charm of her youth could still faintly be seen in her features. Her figure was trim, and her short hair, parted 3 to 7, exuded a sense of sharpness. She was Bai Yang's mother, Zheng Guoping, the dean of a prestigious local university. She had a tongue sharp enough to make students cry and could change her mood faster than flipping a page. As soon as she changed into her slippers, she called out into the house, "Is that brat home?" No one responded. She wasn't surprised. Entering the living room, she casually glanced around, her gaze landing on the empty bowl on the coffee table, her eyes narrowing slightly. It's not instant noodles?" She crouched down to examine the leftover soup at the bottom of the bowl, frowning slightly. That kid, has he learned to cook for himself? After a while, the door was pushed open again, and a middle-aged man walked in. While changing his shoes, he casually said, "Why are you back so late today? Don't you usually have dinner ready by this time?" "Two boys at school got into a fight over a girl today, and I gave them a good scolding," Zheng Guoping said with a pout. "Lao Bai, what do you want to eat?" "I'll go make it now. Just make something simple. You must be tired enough already." The couple had supported each other for decades, and their words and actions were already filled with mutual understanding. Zheng Guoping suddenly leaned in close to Bai Jianjun with a mysterious air and whispered, "Old Bai, let me tell you, our son is acting strange today. Actually cooked a meal himself." "Really?" Bai Jianjun looked utterly shocked. "Can't you smell the scent in the room?" The two exchanged a glance and quietly sneaked into the kitchen. There was still some milky white thick soup left in the pot, with a few pieces of tender, stewed meat floating on the surface. Zheng Guoping frowned. "It's not pork, nor beef or lamb. What kind of meat is this?" Bai Jianjun didn't care much, directly scooping up a spoonful and taking a sip of the soup. His eyes lit up. "Whatever meat it is, the soup is truly delicious. Though the kid's cooking skills are a bit lacking, this meat itself is top-notch. I'll have a taste too." The couple took turns eating, one bite after another, guessing as they went. In no time, they had finished off half a pot of tiger meat soup. The bathroom door was pushed open, and Bai Yang came out covering his nose, his face pale and his breath weak. As soon as he looked up, he saw his parents gathered around the pot, licking the soup base. He was petrified on the spot. He silently sighed in his heart. "It's over. I have to find a place to hide tonight, or something might happen at home." Thinking about his parents at their age, suddenly boosted by a pot of tiger meat soup, he didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. "You brat, where did this meat come from?" Zheng Guoping turned her head and asked. Bai Yang's eyelid twitched, and he made up a story on the spot. "Oh, a classmate sent it from their hometown. It's wild boar meat. There's still some in the fridge. No wonder, the taste is really different." Bai Jianjun nodded knowingly. That night, Bai Yang wore headphones, listening to music while researching information about wilderness survival, and didn't go to bed until late at night. The more he researched, the more frightened he became. The series of actions he had taken during the day over there were practically textbook examples of courting death. No protection, no preparation, barehanded, not even insect repellent, had almost gotten himself killed. "You're lucky, truly lucky." It was precisely because of this that he decided, the next day, he must be fully prepared before going over. Early the next morning, Bai Yang got up feeling refreshed and full of energy. Walking out of the bedroom, I immediately saw Mom in the kitchen, beaming as she carried breakfast, while Dad was drinking tea and rubbing his back. "Morning, Dad and Mom." "Morning." Bai Jianjun's voice sounded a bit weak, and his expression was somewhat subtle. Zheng Guoping and Bai Jianjun exchanged a glance, and a trace of awkwardness flashed in their eyes. During the meal, Bai Yang finished in just a few bites, then looked at his dad with a grin. "Dad, can we talk about something? Out of money again?" Bai Jianjun wore an expression that said, "I knew it all along." Bai Yang grinned. "How much can you give?" Bai Jianjun shot him a disdainful glance, picked up his phone, and tapped away rapidly. Bai Yang looked down. 10,000 credited. "Dad, you're so generous. By the way, can I borrow the car for a day too?" Bai Jianjun, "Don't push your luck, kid." Zheng Guoping put down her chopsticks and suddenly asked gossipingly, "Are you going to meet a girl? If you're dating someone, you have to let me know in advance. I was even planning to introduce you to some female teachers at school." Bai Yang held his forehead and took a deep breath. "Am I really their biological child?" In the end, he still managed to borrow the car. Before heading out, Bai Jianjun leaned close to his ear and whispered, "That kind of meat, find a way to get some more. There'll be plenty of benefits for you." Poplar. Goodness, turns out old Bai is so generous today because that pot of tiger meat soup enlightened him. After changing clothes and grabbing the keys, Poplar drove old Bai's little Mercedes straight to a military supply store he had looked up last night. Although he knew most of those places sold knockoffs, they were still more reliable than the watermelon knives in the supermarket. The owner of the military supply store was a young man with a buzz cut, dark skin, and a muscular build that looked every bit like a retired soldier. As Bai Yang entered, the man glanced up indifferently. "What do you need, brother?" Bai Yang listed the items: anti-stab boots, anti-stab clothing, cut-resistant gloves, helmet, stun baton, machitito. "You have them?" The boss raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, giving him a once-over. "Why? Wilderness adventure?" "Yes." Bai Yang nodded. "Amateur, you're clearly an amateur at first glance." "How so?" The boss said no more, turned around, and pulled out a box about a meter long from the shelf and tossed it to him. Everything you need is inside, along with some things you wouldn't expect. Bai Yang opened it and saw that it was indeed a complete set of outdoor survival gear. The boss explained, boots, clothes, gloves, helmet, multifunctional high-power flashlight, also serves as a baton, entrenching tool, satellite GPS navigator though not military grade. It's good enough for a beginner like you. How much? 8,005. No bargaining. Can I transfer the money? Sure. Carrying the suitcase and leaving, Bai Yang sat in the car, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hee. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time gets easier. Next time I come, that kid will probably dare to bring out the real goods. Do you think I'm really a fool? In that world, relying solely on these things isn't enough. If it weren't for the lack of channels to get a couple of guns right now, no one would dare to casually venture into that forest. The next stop, Bai Yang went to the supermarket. He bought a few bottles of floral water. The mosquitoes over there are too fierce, so precautions are a must. Finally, he turned the car around and headed toward his dad's furniture factory. It wasn't to ask for money, but to borrow some things. He remembered very clearly the furniture factory specialized in mid to high-end solid wood furniture, and any tool taken from there could clear the way over there like cutting through grass. For example, Baldstrom's electric saw. Bai Yang's home is located in the picturesque city, built by Taihu Lake and not far from the Magic City. The saying goes, above there is heaven, below there are Suzhou and Hangzhou, and this place is precisely a representation of the poetic Jiangnan. His father's furniture factory is in the suburbs, a drive of more than half an hour. Bai Yang visited a few times as a child, but since starting middle school, he has hardly set foot there, and his memories have long faded. However, with navigation in hand, finding the place wouldn't be a problem. While waiting at a red light, Bai Yang leaned on the steering wheel, his mind wandering. Dad is in the furniture business, and there are so many big trees in those primeval forests over there. If we could transport the timber back, wouldn't it drastically lower the costs of our furniture factory? I've heard that some rare hardwoods can sell for millions. Wonder if there are any of those premium materials over there. But soon, he frowned again. The problem is, how do I reasonably fool Dad with the wood? If he asks where the wood came from, I can't exactly say I traveled back in time to cut it, can I? After thinking it over, Bai Yang ultimately decided not to go to the furniture factory. Passing by a hardware store, his eyes caught sight of a Bald Chang brand portable chainsaw displayed in the window. The price wasn't bad either, 800 yuan, and it even came with a free barrel of oil. There was still some budget left, so he decisively paid for it. Saves time and effort, isn't that great? I'm the kind of person who always sticks to one principle: if I can make things easier, I won't complicate them. After bringing the saw and oil home, Bai Yang moved them, along with the large box of military gear, into his bedroom and began preparing for this truly meaningful exploration. Opening the equipment box, Bai Yang was instantly stunned. This is what you call professional. Although he felt a bit of pain in his wallet when buying it, at this moment, seeing the dazzling array of equipment, he could only say one word: worth it. Compass, fire starter, knife, high-powered flashlight, rope, military shovel, first aid kit, water bottle with filtration function, multifunctional folding tool, small bell, solar charging panel, even a gas mask. There's also a complete set of high-performance outdoor gear from head to toe: anti-puncture, anti-cut, mosquito-proof. It's practically a miniature wilderness survival system. Spending 8,005 on this huge pile, did I actually make a profit or get ripped off? Bai Yang thought seriously for a moment and realized he couldn't figure it out. But one thing was clear to him: these pieces of equipment might save his life in the other world. However, another problem arose. Out of all these items, which one should he take with him? After thinking it over, he decided, put on your clothes first, leave the other things in the room for now, and come back to get them when needed. Anyway, I can come and go anytime. Giving himself a thumbs up, Bai Yang began to take action. He put on a set of highly breathable, tight-fitting clothes, layered with camouflage gear on the outside. As soon as he put it on, he felt fully protected. A flashlight, which also served as a stun baton, was clipped to his belt, and he wore heavy high-top anti-puncture boots. The soles were as hard as iron plates, creaking as he walked, but they gave him a sense of security. Carry the entrenching tool with you: it can chop, dig, and even serve as a weapon. Alright, let's go. Bai Yang disappeared from the bedroom once again, reappearing in that familiar jungle. This time, he was fully prepared. The tiger's corpse was gone, replaced by a pile of broken white bones. The skeleton's surroundings were a mess, covered with claw marks and bite traces. Just one day, and such a big tiger is reduced to nothing but bones? He shivered, squatted down to carefully examine the claw marks, and frowned. No, these marks don't look like they belong to a feline. He hurried back home, picked up his phone, took a photo of the claw marks, and uploaded it for a search. Poplar was dumbfounded. The tiger over there is bigger than a cow, and the size of that wolf, it's probably about the same as a pony. At this moment, he finally fully understood that in this world, without the ability to return at any time, he wouldn't survive even an hour. Taking a deep breath, he went over again. This time, he immediately looked at the position of the sun and then took out a compass and a stopwatch. Need to test the flow of time first. He stayed over there for 1 minute, then returned to Earth to check, and found that only 1 minute had passed on his phone. The flow of time is consistent, that's a relief. However, the position of the sun indicates another issue. At this moment, it is 2 p.m. on this side of the Earth, while over there it seems to be around 7 or 8 in the morning, with the sun having just risen not long ago. In other words, although the flow of time is the same on both sides, the length of a day is not identical. It seems the day-night cycle here exceeds 24 hours. Too complicated, Bai Yang decided to study it later. The most important thing now is to find the humans of this world. He took out the arrow that had killed the fierce tiger. It was heavy, with a shaft as hard as iron and a grayish-white metallic arrowhead. Its design was ancient yet highly lethal. Being able to craft such arrows indicates that this place at least has a Bronze Age or even an Iron Age civilization. Well, let's go find people then. He held the compass in his hand and began moving in the direction of lower terrain. Human civilizations generally settle near water. Low-lying areas have water and are easier for people to gather. He didn't use the chainsaw, it was too noisy, and he was afraid of attracting unwanted attention. The entrenching tool became a handy tool for clearing the way. He chopped as he moved forward, constantly paying attention to the terrain and any movements. Wait! Bai Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. That tiger was shot, which means someone must have been here. Maybe we can even find footprints. He quickly turned back and carefully searched the area where the tiger's body had disappeared. Sure enough, amidst the soft soil and fallen leaves, several clear human footprints were left behind. Interesting. He slowly advanced in the direction of the footprints, staying alert to his surroundings as he walked. But before he had gone far, an unexpected incident occurred. A sudden tightness around his waist and a tremendous force wrapped around him fiercely. Bai Yang's face changed drastically. Looking down, he saw a massive gray python as thick as a thigh had appeared out of nowhere and instantly coiled tightly around him. Damn it! He had no time to struggle and could only roar furiously in his heart. Go back! Swoosh! He vanished in an instant, collapsing back into his own bedroom, face pale, gasping for breath like an ox, his whole body feeling as if it had been run over by a steamroller. Damn it! I almost didn't make it. Even if it was just less than a second of entanglement, he felt like his bones were about to be crushed. Too dangerous. It's practically a hell mode start. After resting for a long time and confirming he was fine, he finally blinked over again. The thick python on the ground had already left, leaving only a bowl-sized winding trail that extended into the depths of the dense forest. Bai Yang stared for a long time, gritting his teeth as he concluded, if I didn't have this ability, that moment just now would have been enough to kill me 3 times. From now on, I must carry a stun baton with me. Zap snakes on sight, run from bugs. This time, he walked even slower, his eyes fixed firmly on the ground, gripping the military shovel tightly, his whole body in a state of high alert. He understood this world, though it appeared to be a primeval forest, was far more dangerous than he had originally imagined, and he had only just stepped into it. The jungle is the cradle of life, but also the hotbed of death. As Bai Yang moved through it, even though he was already being as cautious as possible, danger still lurked everywhere. An enormous spider the size of a fist suddenly crawled onto his shoulder. The ground beneath him collapsed into a pit covered by decaying leaves. Ferocious beasts unexpectedly leapt out from the underbrush. In just 2 short hours, he had encountered such situations dozens of times. What's Bear Grylls? He wouldn't last 5 minutes here. He'd be down in no time. Facing danger and cursing all the way, he practically became a master of blink technique. Whenever he encountered danger, as long as he reacted quickly, he would recall immediately to avoid the threat. But what drove him crazy was that every time he went back and returned, he would reappear in the same spot, meaning that in situations like falling into a trap, he had to step on the mine repeatedly. After a few times, he was so battered that his eyes rolled back, and he almost cracked his tailbone. Fortunately, following the faint footprints, he persevered and trudged on for a full 4 hours, yet the edge of the jungle was still nowhere in sight. It's already dark on this side of the Earth, while over there it's just noon. He had no choice but to retreat temporarily, returning to the real world to shower, eat, and sleep, feeling as exhausted as if he'd been dragged off to mine for 3 days and nights, with his arms and legs no longer feeling like his own. The next day, after his parents had left for work, Bai Yang finished his organic wild boar meat breakfast, donned his outdoor gear with renewed energy, and once again embarked on his journey of otherworldly exploration. The result had just passed, but what greeted him was the night on the other side. Although the stars and moon were clear in the sky, in this eerie jungle, the night only doubled the danger, so he decisively chose to retreat. However, this time, he witnessed the night sky spectacle of this world. 3 moons, 1 large and 2 small. The large one hangs in the sky like a wheel, pure white like ice. The 2 smaller ones, one dark red and the other icy blue, slowly orbit around the large moon. After returning to Earth, Bai Yang spent an entire day repeatedly observing and concluded that the 2 small moons take approximately 10 hours to complete one orbit around the large moon. TCH, it's just a planet with 2 satellites, acting like it's some kind of spectacle. But even though he said he didn't care, Bai Yang knew in his heart that the differences between this world and Earth were far greater than he had imagined. After observing and comparing over the past 2 days, he came to a rough conclusion: this world's day lasts at least 40 hours or more. That night, just Just as it got dark on Earth, he couldn't resist the temptation after dinner. He geared up, locked the door, and traveled once again. Immersed in the joy of exploration, his friends on Earth occasionally couldn't reach him. At most, they'd casually ask about him, but no one would take it seriously. The world wouldn't stop turning just because someone was missing. Entering the jungle again, Yang continued to stumble and explore in the dense forest for several hours, still unable to escape this green maze. If it weren't for the firm belief in his heart that I want to understand this world, he would have given up long ago. During this time, he encountered many strange creatures that had never appeared on Earth. A 12-legged spider, a giant butterfly covered in feathers, and eerie flowers with human face patterns on their petals. He even used his phone to record some photos and videos, but quickly deleted them. He knew that if these things were leaked, he might never find peace on Earth. He had also seen strange exotic fruits, but he didn't even touch them. If they turned out to be poisonous and he ate one, becoming a pioneer of crossing worlds, who would take responsibility? Safety first, you only have one life. If he were a botanist or biologist, just this forest alone could keep him researching for a lifetime, but he wasn't. What he cared about most right now was finding the humans of this world. Temperature is 28 degrees, humidity off the charts, it's practically like a giant steamer. Leaning against a massive tree that would require 2 people to encircle, he muttered softly, completely unaware that the tree behind him was a priceless red sandalwood, and the plant at his feet, which he dismissed as a weed, turned out to be a wild ginseng. Unfortunately, he had no idea. A beast's roar, accompanied by a thunderous rumble like an earthquake, came from dozens of meters to his left. Yang's hair stood on end as he scrambled back to the real world in a panic. Why am I running away for no reason? I haven't even seen the enemy yet, and I'm already fleeing. Why am I living so cowardly? While berating himself, he gripped the electric baton and military shovel tightly in his hands and crossed over again. This time, he leaned against a tree, held his breath, and listened intently. Over there, continuous roaring sounds could be heard, along with some strange, jibber-jabber human voices. Someone's there. Something's happening. His eyes lit up, and he cautiously crept toward the direction of the sound. After advancing more than 10 meters, he pushed aside a tree branch and looked ahead. With just one glance, his entire body froze, and his breath almost stopped. About 30 to 40 meters ahead, on an open space, a giant wild boar over 2 meters tall was furiously charging. Its tusks were like curved blades, and its charge was comparable to a tank. A large tree requiring 2 people to encircle was violently shaken by its impact, with bark flying everywhere. Even more terrifying, there was actually a person riding on the wild boar's back. The man clamped the wild boar tightly with his legs, and his hands actually grabbed the boar's skin and flesh, controlling its direction as if holding reins. Yang was so shocked that his mouth gaped open, almost exclaiming aloud, but he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Around the wild boar, there were 2 other people. One was crouching on a tree trunk 10 meters high, holding a massive black bough, with the arrow fully drawn and aimed at the target. Another person stood on the ground, holding a black long stick thicker than a poplar's arm, crouched like a leopard, eyes sharp as knives, staring intently at the wild boar. These 3 men, with physiques so robust they seemed like warriors straight out of mythology, each had arms thicker than a poplar's thigh, all standing over 1.8 meters tall, their muscles as solid as steel plates. Are these even humans? Aren't they the Hulk straight out of Marvel? Yang was so shocked his calves cramped, and he couldn't help but shakily pull out his phone to start filming. This scene exceeded all his understanding of human strength. Just as he was watching in shock and fear, the tide of the battle suddenly shifted. The man riding on the wild boar suddenly let out a furious roar, his muscles bulging as he forcibly twisted the boar's running direction, steering it toward the burly man on the ground wielding a staff. The man's gaze turned cold, and with a sudden step forward, he swung his long staff in a sweeping motion. The air emitted a deep rumble. A staff struck the wild boar squarely on the forehead, causing its body to freeze momentarily, swaying unsteadily. The next second, a pitch-black arrow shot through the air, precisely piercing the wild boar's eye socket. The wild boar collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground. Poplar was so frightened his jaw almost hit the floor. These 3, are they really human? Not mountain spirits or wild monsters in disguise? He screamed inwardly, feeling like he was about to explode. Such combat power, let alone Zhongnanhai bodyguards, on Earth you'd probably need tanks to surround them. They're wearing animal hides, their weapons are bows and arrows. Could it be that this world is still in a primitive era? He filmed while pondering. However, just as he was still immersed in shock, behind him, a low, questioning voice suddenly sounded, just a few meters away. Yang felt as if struck by lightning, goosebumps erupted all over his body, and he stiffly turned his head slowly. The burly man who had been shooting arrows from the tree earlier was now standing behind him without him noticing. A face as chiseled as if carved by a knife, pitch-black pupils like ink, a fully carefully drawn giant bow and an arrow aimed straight at his forehead. The arrowhead gleamed with a dark luster, as if exuding the chilling aura of death. "Mom!" Poplar roared furiously in his heart, cold sweat instantly soaking his entire body. The pitch-black arrow was only a few inches away from his forehead, the chill piercing straight through his scalp. Poplar's heart pounded like a drum, his throat tightened. Although reason told him that retreating immediately was the safest choice, he still forcibly suppressed his inner fear and stayed, gritting his teeth. This was his first time facing humans from over there. If I escape now, what about later? If they stay here and I come back someday, wouldn't I be walking right into their trap? Worse still, if they bring more people to find me, this would no longer be just a matter of curiosity. I can leave at any time. If there's real danger, it won't be too late to run then. As long as they're not faster than the moment I decide to act, I can escape safely. Bai Yang took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm. But it must be said, his current appearance, camouflage uniform, black fingerless gloves, a balaclava under the helmet that only exposed the eyes, a stun baton in the left hand, and a military shovel in the right looked every bit like an armed militant, the kind you wouldn't want to mess with. The burly man holding a bow stared at him and coldly asked, "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around spying on our hunt?" Unfortunately, in Bai Yang's ears, it was just an incomprehensible string of gibberish. Great, a language barrier. Poplar's heart sank slightly, but he dared not show the slightest reaction on his face. He knew that if he spoke rashly or made any strange moves at this moment, he might end up as a skewer on the next arrow. I need to show goodwill first. He slowly raised both hands, making a universally recognized surrender gesture to indicate he meant no harm. I hope this gesture doesn't mean provocation here. He chuckled wryly and spoke softly. I'm just lost. I really mean no harm. Although he knew the other party couldn't understand, saying something was better than staying silent to ease the tension. The burly man saw him raising both hands, his expression slightly softened, but the bow and arrow remained drawn. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and two other burly men walked over, flanking Bai Yang on both sides. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed on him, and Bai Yang felt immense pressure. These 3 men, the shortest of whom was over 1.8 meters tall, with the tallest being around 2 meters, had muscles that looked as if they were forged from iron. Standing among them, even Bai Yang, with his height of 1.82 meters, seemed like a malnourished chick. "Brother Zhao, what's going on? This guy was just spying on us hunting from the side. Ha, why is he wrapped up like a rice dumpling? How about we just kill him?" Bai Yang listened to their chatter with a bewildered expression, completely unable to understand, unaware that they were casually discussing whether or not to get rid of him. "Don't act rashly." The burly man with the bow, referred to as Brother Zhao, said in a deep voice, "This person's attire is too strange. The fabric is exquisite, something I've never seen before. He might be a noble from some major tribe. If we kill him recklessly, what if we end up in big trouble? But he can't even speak. Could he be a fool? Never underestimate anyone who appears foolish." Bai Yang watched as the 3 men whispered to each other more and more frequently, his heart pounding. He had no idea what they were saying, but judging by their expressions, he was most likely undergoing a danger assessment. "That's it, if they make a move, I won't even be able to block a single strike." Just as his heart was pounding like a drum, the Zhao Ji finally lowered his bow, seemingly having made a decision. But in the next second, without any warning, he reached out directly pressing down on Bai Yang's helmet. What are you doing?" Bai Yang was so frightened that he almost flashed back on the spot, but he forced himself to hold it in. As a result, that large hand gave a gentle tug and directly snapped the chin strap of his helmet. With a snap, the helmet fell to the ground. "Damn, you guys are way too rough. Can't you talk or use gestures?" Muttering under his breath, Bai Yang simply took off the hat covering his face, revealing a fresh and youthful face. The 3 of them froze simultaneously, exchanging bewildered glances. "Brother Zhao, it seems like we've caused trouble. This kid looks like he comes from a wealthy family, with fair skin and an air of nobility. If we offend him, could it bring disaster to the village? Pillar is right. How about we just silence him for good?" "Shut up," Brother Zhao glared. "If you want to die, don't drag us into it. If this person really is the young master of a major tribe, there might be experts secretly protecting him." Poplar stood still, holding up his hands without daring to move, his face blank, but in his heart, he was already calculating how to escape while quickly thinking of ways to resolve the current crisis. Language barrier. How do I express goodwill? How do I make them believe I'm not an enemy? A sudden inspiration struck, and Poplar thought of the simplest and most effective method: sharing food. In any group or culture, sharing food is an important way to express friendliness and trust. He slowly withdrew one hand, placed the entrenching tool on the ground, and then took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket, prepared to replenish his energy. "Hope at least one of you has tasted something sweet." He first broke off a small piece, put it in his mouth, and exaggeratedly enjoyed chewing it, then handed the remaining large piece out. The 3 of them looked bewildered, staring at each other in confusion. "Is he inviting us to eat something? Brother Zhao, this thing looks strange. Could it be poisonous?" While Brother Zhao was still hesitating, the tall man next to him, called Zhuzi, couldn't hold back any longer. He sniffed, reached out to take it, and without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth in one bite. "Wow. Wow, delicious. Bai Yang watched helplessly as the entire piece of chocolate was crunched down like a cookie, feeling a pang of heartache. Isn't this stuff meant for wooing girls besides replenishing energy? Eating it so fast, doesn't your conscience hurt? Juzi ate with a face full of happiness, his eyes nearly squinting shut. He jumped twice with excitement, causing the ground to thump loudly. Is it really that delicious? Bai Yang began to doubt life. Another young and strong man saw this and stared at Bai Yang with fiery eyes, his face full of the expression, I want it too. Bai Yang, helpless, took out the only remaining piece from his pocket and handed it over. Here you go, it's the last piece. Eat it slowly. To prevent them from misunderstanding, he even turned his pocket inside out to show inventory cleared. The two big guys were as happy as children, laughing so hard their faces almost split. They chewed while gesturing excitedly, as if they were happier than winning the lottery. Bai Yang watched the scene, feeling both amused and helpless. Have you never had candy before or what? Only Brother Zhao remained vigilant, his gaze firmly fixed on Bai Yang, as if ready to react at any moment should he suddenly lash out. However, the atmosphere had noticeably eased. Brother Zhao pondered for a moment, then pointed at Bai Yang, at the three of them, and finally in the direction of the dense forest in the distance. The meaning was clear. Come with us. Bai Yang was stunned for a moment, then nodded and muttered softly, for now, everything's fine. Next, it depends on how I win your trust. It's just this language barrier. It's really too hard to deal with. Walking in the middle of the three monsters, Bai Yang's heart was almost in shambles. The oppressive feeling was like walking among three tyrannosaurs that could tear him to pieces at any moment. Every step was taken with trepidation, as if in the next second he would be ripped apart with a shred sound. Because of the language barrier, he couldn't figure out the true identities of the three burly men and could only label them based on their appearance. The young giant with shoulders wide enough to hang two doors and muscles bulging like inflatable bags was silently dubbed Barbarian Number 1 by him. The slightly older, sharp-eyed archer was Barbarian Number 2. The other young man with an equally explosive physique naturally became Barbarian Number 3. How could he have known? It was only after gradually learning the language that he understood. Number 1 was called Juzi, Number 2 was Zhao Shi, and Number 3 was Huzi. These three gave Bai Yang a lesson on what is called the aesthetics of violence. His metal helmet, whether or not it was bulletproof, was definitely sturdy. If he himself wanted to smash it, he'd probably have to hammer it for half a day. As a result, Barbarian Number 3 curiously picked it up and squeezed it. With a crack, the helmet directly transformed into a lump. Bai Yang's mouth twitched as he forced himself to put on a "it's fine, do as you please, I don't care" expression. Even the multifunctional entrenching tool, which could chop, saw, and be used as a shovel, did not escape its fate. Barbarian Number 2, Zhao Shi, was particularly interested in this item. He chopped tree branches with it, dug pits, and finally swung it hard at a big tree. With a snap, the handle broke and the shovel head flew off. Poplar, ha, as long as you're happy. Meanwhile, Barbarian Number 1, Pillar, kept staring at the electric baton in Poplar's hand, and, his pocket, his gaze burning with desire. Poplar instantly understood. He wanted to play with the electric baton and also wanted food. The electric baton was absolutely off limits, it's his only life-saving tool, and he had no intention of becoming a helpless hostage. As for food, he truly had none left on him, although he could return to Earth to get some at any time. Flashing back under the watchful eyes of these three savages would easily expose his secret, so he could only feign hunger. The three people's weapons were also quite distinctive. Juzi wielded that thick, long stick used for hunting wild boars. A single thrust into the ground would leave a pit, and it was estimated to weigh around 200 pounds. Zhao Shi, on the other hand, had that massive bow that looked capable of snapping a person's tendons and bones. The bow limbs were as thick as Bai Yang's arm, though it was unclear what material they were made of. And Huzi, his weapon turned out to be a broadsword taller than Bai Yang, as wide as a door panel. What kind of people are these? Are they really savages from a primitive tribe? Bai Yang felt like he might drop dead at any moment from excessive shock. However, what completely shattered his worldview was the scene that followed. The giant wild boar, 2 meters tall, nearly 5 meters long, and weighing at least a ton, was actually grabbed by the leg with one hand by Juzi, who then hoisted it onto his shoulder with a loud shout. With the other hand holding a long stick to balance it underneath, he could still move swiftly through the dense forest. Bai Yang was dumbfounded on the spot. Is this even human? Isn't this more like an orc straight out of World of Warcraft? Just as he was trying to suppress the trembling in his heart, a sharp screech suddenly rang in his ears. A gust of cold wind swept past his ear, followed by a muffled bang sound over 10 meters away. Zhao Shi walked over without changing his expression and dragged out a python as thick as a leg from the bushes. Its head was already gone, and blood was dripping. He casually hoisted the 6-meter-long snake onto his shoulder, carrying it like a sack as he continued forward. What kind of world have I ended up in? What made him even more desperate was that the three of them completely ignored him along the way, directly discussing things in front of him without a care. That dark sweet thing was so delicious, sweet, and fragrant. If only I could have another piece, Huzi said with a look of bliss. Huzi, do you think that bowl we found in the forest a few days ago, with that that fragrant stuff inside might have been his? He could even lose something so tasty. Makes me want to give him a beating to vent my anger, Zhuzi muttered. Unfortunately, that bowl that brother Zhao said he wanted to take to town to sell ended up accidentally falling into the fire and got burned. Huzi scratched his head. You two only care about eating, Zhao sure frowned. Let's talk about the serious matter. What do you think about this person's background? Is it really okay for us to take him back to the village? Maybe he's some young master from the city, with delicate skin and tender flesh. He looks like a pampered riceworm. Surviving in the forest was probably just luck, Huzi said indifferently. Or maybe he's someone cultivating the divine path, not focusing on physical training. Zhuzi offered a different perspective. Zhao sure shook his head. Doesn't seem like it. The divine path cultivates the soul, while the martial path trains the body. Even if he's cultivating the divine path, shouldn't he have some presence? The way he looks now, he couldn't even beat the kids in our village. Just as they were heatedly discussing, Huzi suddenly grabbed Bai Yang and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Bai Yang exclaimed in shock, but the other party didn't understand him at all and continued striding forward. Bai Yang was on the verge of tears. So the whole time, I was the one walking too slowly? Turns out the one holding everyone back was me. In the next 1 or 2 hours, he fully experienced what barbarian mobility meant. A steep cliff 4 or 5 meters high, they took 2 steps to run and directly leaped up. A gorge 7 or 8 meters wide, they jumped without hesitation, not even bothering to cushion the landing. Poplar was jolted so much that he felt dizzy and disoriented, not even knowing when he was put down. When he came to his senses, the scene before him left him completely stunned. It was a sky village hidden deep within the dense forest. The outskirts of the village were surrounded by a wall made of sturdy wooden stakes, towering 10 meters high, resembling a natural barrier. Inside the village, however, there was almost no ground-level building. All the houses are built on trees more than 20 meters above the ground, with branches crisscrossing like aerial corridors, connecting each treehouse. A clear river over 30 meters wide flows through the village, with a massive water wheel spinning rapidly in the river, drawing water up to a 50-meter high water tower, and then distributing it to each treehouse through bamboo pipes. Wastewater flows through another large bamboo pipe to the outside of the village, forming a complete aerial water system. On the ground, hundreds of young teenagers are honing their physical strength, their shouts echoing with great momentum. On the branches, a group of children, like monkeys, were jumping and tumbling among the treetops, so agile that one might wonder if they had grown up on the trees. Bai Yang stared in shock. What the heck is this place? He felt as if he were in a prehistoric world, or perhaps had crossed into some kind of fantastical civilization. The 3 people who brought him shouted something toward the village, and then a crowd of people swarmed out, surrounding him tightly, pointing fingers and murmuring among themselves. Only then did Bai Yang realize that these people in front of him were even more robust than the 3 savages who had brought him here. Each of them was at least over 2 meters tall, their muscles bulging like armor, and their fierce gazes seemed capable of devouring someone. Damn, what kind of crazy world is this? Bai Yang's brain almost crashed. He couldn't help but swallow hard and glance back at the 3 escorts. Then he desperately realized, among this group of people, the 3 of them actually seemed to have normal physiques. Done for. Have I been taken into a barbarian tribe to be stewed? Bai Yang's gaze was blank, his body stiff, and a frantic thought flashed through his mind. Should I blink and run away in advance? Bai Yang had already mentally prepared himself to be turned into a savage hot pot, but to his surprise no one tied him up and threw him into a pot. The crowd suddenly fell silent as a white-bearded old man, leaning on a wooden staff, slowly stepped out from among them. His beard, so white it seemed to glow, almost reached his waist. His face was so wrinkled it could probably trap a mosquito, yet his eyes were bright and full of spirit, shining with vigor. Although he appeared quite old, his broad frame and steady gait exuded strength, and his stride was full of energy, nothing like someone nearing the grave. Bai Yang felt a slight sense of relief. Looks like someone important, an elder? The old man indeed held a high status. As soon as he appeared, the murmuring and pointing crowd around him immediately quieted down. Everyone restrained their demeanor and stood obediently. The old man walked up to Bai Yang and babbled on for quite a while, but unfortunately, Bai Yang couldn't understand a single word. He could only put on an awkward expression that said, "I'm listening intently, but I actually don't understand anything." Afterward, the old man turned to the 3 savages behind him and said a few words. The 3 nodded and shook their heads at times, seemingly recounting how he had arrived. Bai Yang stood in place, trying to appear calm while quickly scanning his surroundings with his peripheral vision. As a result, he instantly fell into a sense of inferiority. Even the 1-meter-tall little kids in this village are muscular, with 8-pack abs hanging on their bodies, as if they were born with a strength buff. And himself? Standing among this group of divine beasts, he looked just like a weakling who wandered into the wrong forest, completely out of place no matter how you look at it. What makes him even more embarrassed is the way these people are dressed. How should I put it? Quite casual. Children were almost all running around the village naked, regardless of gender. Adult men were either shirtless or wandering around wearing a piece of animal hide or coarse cloth shorts. The women's attire wasn't much better, at most wrapping some cloth around their chests, just for the sake of covering up. Bai Yang's face turned a bit red, especially when some women deliberately puffed out their chests at him, pointed and whispered, then burst into laughter. He wished he could just disappear into the ground. At that moment, a large hand heavily slapped his shoulder. Bai Yang jolted and turned around to see Zhao Shi, the second savage. The other person smirked mischievously, winking and making a gesture that all men would understand toward Bai Yang. What are you trying to say? Can you provide a translation? Bai Yang rolled his eyes speechlessly, his mind filled with complaints. At this moment, the white-bearded old man said something again, then turned around and walked away, waving his hand with a clear meaning, follow me. Since you've come, settle down. If something feels off, just run. Bai Yang muttered to himself and followed along. The crowd continued to watch and chatter. The old man struck the ground with his wooden staff with a loud thud and said something in a booming voice. The surrounding people immediately quieted down and dispersed quickly. TSK, this old man has quite the prestige. Bai Yang walked while observing, his mind never idle. This village is built within a dense forest, surrounded by walls made of thick wooden stakes, towering 10 meters high. Roughly estimated, the entire village has a diameter of at least 500 meters. A clear river flows through it, and within the village, dozens to hundreds of towering trees are densely packed. The trunks are astonishingly thick, requiring more than a dozen people to encircle them with their arms. He couldn't help but admire the wisdom of these people. Building houses in the trees not only protects against wild animals but also prevents flooding. Led by the old man, the group arrived at the largest tree in the village. Climbing step by step up a long wooden ladder, Bai Yang noticed that the three savages who had brought him here were also following behind. When they climbed up to the treehouse, Bai Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be called a little nest in the tree? It was clearly a complete three-story mansion. With an area of at least 100 square meters, the space was spacious, the balcony was expansive, and the roof was woven from some kind of unknown grass, looking both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. Stepping into the hall, the first thing that caught the eye was a massive chair covered in tiger skin, resembling some kind of throne. On both sides were rows of wooden chairs neatly arranged, looking very much like a mountain stronghold's council chamber. Just as he silently complained in his heart, could this really be a knockoff? A few nimble women walked in, swiftly moved away the wooden chairs, and set up a row of wooden tables and meditation cushions. The old man gestured for him to sit, and Bai Yang complied. Immediately afterward, those women brought in a pile of food fruits he didn't recognize, roasted meat served on wooden trays, and a rough black jar about the size of a pregnant woman's belly. Inviting me to a meal? Bai Yang was taken aback, muttering to himself, I've heard that some ethnic minorities are hospitable. Could this world be the same? He looked around and noticed that besides himself and the three guides, there were more than 10 burly men in the hall, all with broad shoulders and strong builds, exuding a fierce aura. In front of each of them was an identical small table, food, and a wine jar. The white-bearded old man smiled warmly at him, babbling something incomprehensible, then made a gesture inviting him to sit. The people around immediately started eating, grabbing roasted meat and tearing into it. After finishing, they took a sip of wine and ate fruit to cleanse their palate, filling the air with a rich aroma. Poplar was dumbfounded. No bowls, no chopsticks, no rice. All just wild hand feeding. The key issue was, he didn't recognize any of this food. These human-shaped beasts were eating happily, but as an earthling with a different constitution, what if something went wrong after eating? Who would be responsible? He was still hesitating, but the old man with the white beard seemed to have already seen through his concerns and turned back to say something. Then, a woman came out carrying a wooden tray. When Bai Yang saw her, he was completely stunned. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall, with a curvaceous figure, healthy wheat-colored skin, and delicate features that exuded a wild yet stunning allure. She wore a leather skirt, and her upper body was wrapped in a strip of cloth barely a foot wide, her almost bursting chest practically taking one's breath away, especially as she walked slowly with her long legs. Bai Yang almost forgot to breathe. What is this for? The woman knelt beside him, placing a wooden tray in front of him. Inside were 2 wooden bowls, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and a small knife. Obviously, it was specially prepared for him. The woman first used a small knife to cut the roasted meat on the table into small pieces, then picked some up with chopsticks and placed them in a bowl, poured wine over it, and finally looked at him with a serious expression, as if saying, go ahead and eat. Bai Yang was stunned. He turned his head to look at the hall. Everyone had stopped what they were doing and was staring at him in unison. Is this a signal for me to start eating? The old man with the white beard smiled again and made a pleased gesture. Bai Yang hesitated for a few seconds, just about to help himself, when the woman beat him to it, picking up a piece of meat and offering it to his mouth. Bai Yang instinctively opened his mouth and ate it, completely forgetting his concern about being poisoned. What have I done to deserve such treatment? He hadn't yet recovered from the shock when the people in the hall resumed eating and drinking, but this time their actions were noticeably more restrained, appearing courteous and polite. Sure enough, he's an important figure. Even eating requires chopsticks, and someone to serve him. This time we're lucky. Maybe we can trade for quite a few good things from his family. I heard he's called the young master. If the young master fancies
fancies the little kitten, the kitten will surely rise to prominence. He couldn't understand what they were talking about, but Bai Yang could tell at this dinner gathering he had become the main focus. Bai Yang's brain completely shut down. An absurdly beautiful girl from another world was feeding him food and drink, bite by bite. He sat there as if frozen in place, dumbly opening his mouth, chewing, and swallowing, all purely instinctive reactions. You have to understand, even back on Earth, no matter how wealthy or powerful you are, there are very few who could enjoy such personal feeding treatment. He continued eating and drinking in a daze, as the girl spooned a bowl of emerald green fruit wine into his mouth, one spoonful at a time. And then, a few seconds later, Bai Yang's nose started bleeding profusely, and he collapsed to the ground, passing out instantly. Smack! The entire hall fell silent in an instant. Over a dozen pairs of eyes simultaneously turned to look at the person who had fallen, their expressions shifting from shock to confusion, and then to utter bewilderment. The girl feeding Bai Yang blinked and waved her hands in panic, explaining, "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. I just fed him, that's all." "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and carry him inside." The old man with the white beard was the first to react, urgently giving orders. "Tiger, quickly go and find old Wood." Tiger, whom Bai Yang had mentally labeled as Savage Number 3, paused for a moment, dropped a half-chewed bone, and dashed off. Bai Yang was then hurriedly carried by a group of people to a room on the second floor of the treehouse. His nosebleed hadn't stopped, and the crowd surrounding his bed was in a frenzy, looking as if a life-threatening situation had occurred. The girl feeding him was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She held a coarse cloth and kept wiping his nosebleed, but it kept flowing no matter how much she wiped. Before long, an old man dressed in a coarse blue cloth outfit hurried over. With a serious expression, he pushed through the crowd and sat by Bai Yang's bedside. He first removed Bai Yang's gloves to check his pulse, then lifted his eyelids to examine him. Though his movements were rough, they were exceptionally skilled. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. After a moment, the white-bearded old man asked anxiously, "Old man Mu, how is he?" The old man in the blue cloth stood up, curling his lips with a hint of disdain in his tone. "The young man is fine, just too weak physically. The white fruit brew you gave him is excellent for replenishing vitality, but he simply couldn't handle it. One bowl overwhelmed him, causing his blood and energy to surge and faint. Later, boil some cooling soup for him to drink, and he'll recover." "Good, as long as he's fine, as long as he's fine." The white-bearded old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the Baigua brew, which they drank like an everyday beverage, would be too much for Bai Yang after just one bowl? Baigua brew is a unique fruit wine of this village, made from dozens of fruits and ingredients that replenish energy and blood. For these strongmen who have trained their bodies since childhood, drinking as much as they want is no problem, but for someone like Bai Yang, a paper-thin person, it's practically like pouring fuel into his body. Luckily, he only drank one bowl, otherwise, he might have exploded from excess energy and ascended on the spot. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Yang slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was a pair of bright eyes staring at him unblinkingly. When the girl saw he was awake, her eyes lit up. She said something, laughed cheerfully, and ran out. Bai Yang looked bewildered, scratched his head, and tried hard to recall what had happened before he lost consciousness. "I seem to have drunk some kind of fruit wine, then had a massive nosebleed, passed out. Damn, why am I so careless, eating random things? If I survive, it's pure luck." But soon he realized that not only was he alive, but he felt incredibly energized, completely relaxed, and his mind was clearer than ever before. This wine, could it really be the legendary elixir? Just as he was thinking, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and almost burst into laughter. Not far away, Barbarian number 1 was wrestling with his tactical glove, trying to fit it onto his hands, which were larger than pig hooves. With a loud rip, the glove was torn apart. Barbarian number 3 was even more ridiculous. He was holding his flashlight with an electric baton function, shining it into his eyes and turning it on and off repeatedly, thoroughly enjoying himself. But at the moment he accidentally pressed the red button. Crackle! Arcs of electricity danced wildly, accompanied by a burst of sparks. That guy's hair instantly frizzed up, his whole body convulsed, and he fell straight to the ground with a loud thud. The girl entering through the door and the white-bearded old man were both dumbfounded, while Bai Yang laughed so hard his stomach hurt. "Ha ha ha, you actually poked yourself with a stun baton? Truly, a naturally savage act." Others hurriedly gathered around to check, while the tiger, who was nearly smoking from the shock, staggered to his feet a few seconds later, utterly refusing to touch the biting stick again. The white-bearded old man, on the other hand, wore a solemn expression as he carefully picked up the electric baton, treating it as if it were a divine weapon, and respectfully placed it back beside Bai Yang's bed, all the while chattering away. Bai Yang couldn't understand, but he could roughly guess the meaning. "Sorry, we shouldn't have messed with your treasure." Then he said a few words to the girl before leaving the room with the two reckless team members. The girl stayed, sitting by the bed, chattering to Bai Yang about something, her big eyes full of anticipation. Bai Yang couldn't understand and could only smile awkwardly. "You keep talking, but I can't understand. Can you add subtitles?" He instinctively touched his pocket. Luckily, his phone was still there. He secretly opened it to take a look. Whoa, it's already 12 noon? Bai Yang instantly instantly jumped up. Oh no, I've been missing for so long, my parents are going to call the police. He hurriedly grabbed the electric baton and dashed out, only to forget that this was a treehouse, almost charging straight off the balcony and falling down. The girl shouted anxiously from behind, "Hey!" How could Bai Young have time to listen? He dashed downstairs. As soon as he reached the lobby, a group of people were gathered together, discussing something unknown. The moment he appeared, a dozen pairs of eyes instantly looked up and stared at him. You guys carry on, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll take my leave for now and visit again later. After speaking, regardless of whether they understood, Bai Yang rushed out of the treehouse without looking back. The sunlight was bright, and the leaves in the jungle were dappled, but he didn't have time to admire it. He dashed down the steps to the ground and headed straight for the village entrance. He didn't want to disappear right under these people's noses, that would be too frightening. He needed to first run to a place where no one was watching, but before he had run 20 meters, a sudden shout came from behind. Then, a muscular young man grabbed him and pinned him to the ground. "Hey, can you be more gentle?" That guy was still grinning foolishly, but ended up getting smacked by the old man with a white beard. He quickly stepped forward to help Bai Yang up, apologizing with a smile while babbling incoherently. Bai Yang rubbed his shoulder while muttering to himself, "You people are such savages." But the language barrier meant no one could understand a word he said. Thus, both parties fell into an awkward situation of "you say you don't understand, I hear you say you don't understand," gesturing back and forth. Bai Yang kept gesturing, "I need to leave, I have something urgent," while the old man gestured, "Stay, we'll treat you to a meal, look, this girl really likes you." Finally, they managed to reach a rough consensus through their mismatched communication. "I need to leave now, but I will come back." The old man nodded, indicating his understanding, then had someone bring over a black jar and a wrapped cloth bundle, which were considered a gift for Bai Yang. Bai Yang quickly expressed his gratitude and even promised to bring something good as a return gift next time. Finally, he walked out of the village entrance, turned a corner, and when no one was watching, with a swish, he disappeared without a trace. After he left, the girl who had served him his meal stood still, her eyes reddened, and she turned around and ran away. The white-bearded old man looked at her retreating figure and sighed helplessly. Before long, a few hunters ran back from outside the village to report. "Village chief, we quietly followed that man, but as soon as he turned a corner, he disappeared. It was as if he vanished into thin air." The old man listened and slowly nodded. "Got it, let's just pretend none of this ever happened." He turned and left, muttering to himself, "Must be the young master of some powerful family. The fabric of his clothes is something we've never seen before, he can't even eat by himself, carries a magical artifact crafted by a divine cultivator, and his escorts are invisible and silent. Hosting him in our village is a tremendous honor. Such a pity about the little cat. He didn't even take a liking to her. Otherwise, he would have taken her with him when he left." The old man shook his head and sighed, fully convinced in his heart of the identity of young master Bai Yang. Returning to his bedroom, Bai Yang hurriedly changed out of his outdoor gear and hid it away. Then he took out his phone to reconnect to the signal. After waiting for a long time, he sighed and decisively gave up. Clearly, his worries were unnecessary. There wasn't a single text message or missed call on his phone. Truly, they must be my biological family. They know that in such hot weather, I wouldn't go anywhere except stay at home, so there's no need to worry about me. But why does this feeling of wandering around another world for so long without anyone checking in on me always feel so strange? Bai Yang pondered silently in his heart. He knew deep down that he was just being overly sentimental, like someone harboring a monumental secret but unwilling to share it, while secretly hoping others would dig deeper and ask about it. Putting down his phone, Bai Yang walked out of the bedroom with a listless expression. The house was quiet. His parents had definitely gone to work. Fortunately, they had a moment of conscience and left him breakfast. He had barely eaten anything earlier, and now his stomach was growling. Sitting at the dining table, he began to wolf down his food. "This can't go on. I'll definitely have to visit that place often in the future. At first, it won't matter if my parents don't know, but if I lose contact multiple times, there will definitely be trouble, especially if something delays me over there and I can't return on time." While eating, Bai Yang silently planned his next steps in his mind. The problem was actually easy to solve. He needed to move out and stop living with his parents. However, another issue arose. His parents only had him, their precious son, and they had never been apart for more than 3 days since he was a child. If he suddenly proposed moving out, it probably wouldn't work. Moreover, he barely had any money in his pocket. S-City is near Taihu Lake, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Even renting a modest apartment would cost 1 or 2,000 yuan, not to mention the 1-month deposit and 3 months rent upfront policy. Bai Yang simply couldn't afford it. Besides, moving out would mean cooking for himself, which, for someone who absolutely hates hassle, would be practically suicidal. It was impossible to stop him from going over there, but he wanted to avoid trouble on this side. After agonizing for a while, he decided it was necessary to test his parents' attitude. He picked up his phone and called his mom first. "You lazy boy, you're getting lazier by the day. What time is it now, and you're just getting up? You might as well be lazy to death. Did you eat the food I left for you today? Speak, What's the matter? Before Bai Yang could say a word, his mom launched into her usual tirade. Having already organized his thoughts, Bai Yang said in an extremely reluctant tone, "Mom, here's the thing. I've found a job, and to make commuting easier, I might need to move out. My little Young has grown up, already knows how to work. What kind of job is it? Is it tiring? Where is it? How's the company?" His mom's questions came one after another, leaving Bai Yang dumbfounded. This wasn't right. His main point was that he wanted to move out. Shouldn't she first ask whether he was willing to leave? "Mom, I mean, for the sake of convenience at work, I might need to move out." "Of course, work comes first. You still haven't told me what kind of job it is." Mom clearly didn't care about him moving out. Instead, she seemed eager to know about his job situation. Truly, she was his biological mother. "It's just trade, buying and selling random stuff. I haven't started yet, so I'll tell you the details later. For now, I'll look online for a place near the company. Gotta go." Bai Yang brushed her off with a few words, hung up the phone, and let out a long sigh. His mom was just too unreliable. Her son was about to leave for a long time, and she couldn't even show a hint of reluctance? Not that he expected tears, but at least some a mother worries when her son travels far. Sentiment would have been nice. Scratching his head absent-mindedly, he picked up his phone again, deciding to seek comfort from his dad. "Hey, Dad, you brat, I just gave you $10,000 a couple of days ago. Don't tell me you're out of money again. Even if your old man were an ATM, I couldn't keep up with your spending." Dad's first words almost made Bai Yang choke. Why is it always this line whenever we talk? Taking a deep breath, Bai Yang decided to get straight to the point. "Here's the thing, Dad. I found a job, but it's a bit far from home, and commuting is inconvenient. I was thinking about whether I should find a place near the company and move there." At this point, Bai Yang paused, wanting to hear his dad's opinion. Sigh. A heavy sigh came from the other end of the phone. Bai Yang felt a wave of emotion in his heart. It was indeed his biological father. His dad's reluctant tone made him hesitate about moving out. "You brat, you've finally grown up. After moving out, remember to take good care of yourself. Your mom and I are fine, so don't worry about us. Make sure to get along well with your colleagues. Oh, you'll definitely need money to rent a place outside. I'll transfer some to you later. Even though you've just started working, don't be too hard on yourself. Live well and eat well." His dad's words instantly made Bai Yang feel like he'd been dealt a heavy blow. His whole body turned cold, and a chill ran through his heart. He had thought he could salvage his dad's attitude to make him realize the deep bond of father and son. "Dad, I haven't been apart from you all these years. Can you really bear to let me go? You brat, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Ever since you came along, I haven't been able to properly enjoy a couple's life with your mom. Go wherever you want, just make sure to come back during the holidays. Otherwise, I'll track you down no matter where you are and give you a good beating." "Alright, that's it. I'll transfer the money to you in a bit. I'm busy. Oh, by the way, get some more of that wild boar meat you brought back the other day. I've been feeling much younger these past few days." Bang, the phone hung up. Holding the phone, Bai Yang felt like he had been hit with 1,000 critical blows. He was absolutely sure he was the one given away for free with a phone recharge. Yes, that must be it. Ding dong, the phone rang. Bai Yang saw a text notification indicating a deposit of 100,000 yuan into his account. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Just how eager were they to get rid of him that they couldn't wait to send him travel expenses right after he left home? Fine, I'll leave. If you want me back when you miss me, it'll depend on my mood. If you're unkind, I won't be righteous either. From now on, if you want good stuff, you'll have to pay for it. Aren't I in trade? I'll start by getting a bunch of precious wood and make a fortune off you. Want to eat wild boar meat? If you have money, everything's negotiable." Bai Yang looked frustrated, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, then hurriedly ran back to his room to open his computer and search for a place to live. "This is simple. The budget provided by Dad is sufficient, so there's no need to compromise. Anything less than a 2-bedroom apartment isn't even worth considering." He specifically looked for places with 2 bedrooms or more, fully renovated and equipped with appliances. The lazy way to solve problems is to avoid trouble as much as possible. If a problem can be solved with money and you have the money to solve it, then it's not a problem. Condition search, large apartment, well decorated, fully equipped with appliances. Press enter, and a large selection instantly appears on the page. Exclude anything within 10 kilometers of home, pick a layout that looks pleasing, call the contact number, and after some inquiries, you can view the property anytime. Done. Grab the wallet, head downstairs, take a cab straight there. Who cares if it's an agent? Bai Yang just wants to move out as soon as possible. Upon arrival, it turns out to be a lakeside villa. As for the landlord going abroad and wanting to rent it out, Bai Yang has no interest in the backstory. He asks about the price, 5,000 a month, utilities and internet fees are his responsibility, but property management is not a concern. The environment is nice, the rooms are spacious, the facilities are complete, no problem. After signing the contract, he directly transferred a year's rent. More than half of the 100,000 yuan he had just received was gone. After getting the keys and the community access card, Bai Yang took a taxi home to move his belongings, leaving the agent completely
dumbfounded, dressed like an insurance salesman, utterly disoriented in the wind. This was probably the most straightforward person he had ever encountered. Didn't ask about the price or anything, not even giving him a chance for self-introduction. Spendthrift. Back at his own community, Bai Yang asked the taxi to wait downstairs and began packing his things. A small suitcase with a few sets of clothes done. The computer was already prepared. Next was the box containing outdoor gear, followed by the jar of Tiger Whip wine, the jar and cloth bag given to him by the white-bearded old man when he returned earlier. Everything was ready. Stick your head out of the window, spend $100 to get the taxi driver to act as a mover, and get it all done in one trip. Arriving at the villa, ask the driver to help move the stuff inside, pay the fare, and he leaves. Lying on the soft, large bed in the biggest bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Bai Yang takes out his phone and edits a text message. Dad, Mom, I've already found a place and moved in, attaches the address, clicks send, and it's done. Although Dad and Mom are unreliable, as their son, it's necessary to report where you're going. It's a matter of attitude, so that in case something happens, there's at least an address to search for. Now I'm free, but I want revenge, fierce revenge. I'll become a porter, use the precious wood from over there to empty Dad's pockets, and let you all know that the son actually has a temper too. Mom is a teacher, and Bai Yang hasn't yet decided how to take revenge. Lying on the bed, Bai Yang pondered silently. He wasn't unaware of how rare and valuable the precious wood was. Why should Dad, who makes solid wood furniture, let others benefit from it? Teenagers, when they first become independent, always want to prove themselves in front of their parents. Before doing anything, one should always formulate a complete plan to better achieve their goals. To take revenge on Dad and empty his pockets, Bai Yang began drafting a detailed plan. Just moved in, rummaged through boxes but couldn't find a single piece of paper, so I had to draft a plan on the phone's notepad. After 10 minutes of deep thought, Bai Yang finally typed out a complete plan on the notepad. 1. Go over there to search for precious wood. 2. Bring the wood back, sell it to Dad, and empty his pockets. The plan is perfect, now it's time to put it into action. Bai Yang looked at the plan he had painstakingly devised on the notepad and nodded. Although the plan was rather simple, the details didn't matter. Thanks again to the almighty internet, Bai Yang casually searched and found plenty of detailed information about precious woods. The commonly mentioned ones, such as small leaf red sandalwood, wanwali wood, golden phoebe, tiger striped wood, golden camphor, red rosewood, chicken wing wood, grass wanwali, flower rosewood, white rosewood, and so on, are all highly coveted materials for furniture making. Furniture made from these woods often fetches astronomical prices, and some even get turned into bracelets that sell for tens of thousands. The value of these precious woods also varies depending on factors like their growing location and age. Bai Yang couldn't be bothered to delve into the specifics, he only needed to provide the raw materials, act as nature's transporter, and preserve their appearance and identification methods. As for whether the grain of each type of wood is aesthetically pleasing, it didn't matter to him. He just needed to acquire the wood and then sell it through his father. If you think Bai Yang is heartless, you'd be gravely mistaken. He wanted to help his father in this way, giving his business a push forward. After all, how could he ignore the years of nurturing and care he received? If not for this, he wouldn't bother dealing with wood, wasting time that could be spent exploring a whole new world. However, it seems that selling woods like small leaf red sandalwood might be illegal. Without the proper documentation, reckless buying and selling could lead to significant trouble. Scratching his head, Bai Yang selectively ignored these details and decided to first go over there to find the precious wood. His father, who made solid wood furniture, knew more about the intricacies than he did, so he planned to ask him about it later when he wasn't busy. Then next, all that's left is to carry the saw and head to the woods to search for precious wood. Sigh, where's my saw? It was only then that he realized he had forgotten the inconspicuous saw during the move. Slapping his forehead, he decided to go back and get it. His eyes caught sight of 2 jars and a cloth bundle in the bedroom, and Bai Yang frowned. One jar contained Tiger Whip wine he had brewed, while the other jar and the cloth bundle were gifts from the white-bearded old man he met on his way back. Let's see what it is. He opened the coarse black jar, and instantly, a refreshing aroma of wine filled the entire room. Although Bai Yang wasn't much of a drinker, the scent of the wine made him feel an urge to get completely drunk. Isn't this the kind of liquor that knocks me out in one sip? Staring at the emerald green liquid in the jar, Bai Yang was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the local specialty sent by the other party to be this. He vividly remembered the time he drank a bowl of it, ended up with a nosebleed, and passed out completely. He didn't dare touch it and could only shake his head and seal it back up. Next, he opened the cloth bundle wrapped in coarse strips, unraveling it layer by layer like a mummy. With a snap, something fell to the ground. Holy crap! Isn't this the legendary ginseng? Staring at the carrot-like object on the ground, Bai Yang froze. The thing was so famous that even someone completely ignorant of traditional Chinese medicine could recognize it at a glance. Actually, ginseng itself isn't that big of a deal, but the one on the ground over a foot long with densely packed root tendrils was a bit intimidating. Even without much thought, it was clear this was the most authentic wild mountain ginseng. Bai Yang didn't know much about its age or quality, but he was certain
certain this thing was worth a fortune. This thing is worth a casual 100 or 80,000 like it's nothing, right? Before, I used to toss it around like garbage. Alright, Bai Yang didn't think of himself as wasteful. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was that the group of savages next door seemed to all be filthy rich. If they casually gave him a ginseng root, he'd be set for life. He took out his phone and saw that it was only 3:30 in the afternoon. Bai Yang was quite satisfied with his moving efficiency. He had plenty of time and had no choice but to change his plans. Wild ginseng is useless just sitting around. Turning it into money is the best option. If I sell it to a pharmacy, I'd really be a fool. I must find an auction house to maximize the profit. Although I'll definitely get ripped off a bit, at least it's safe and reliable. Otherwise, I'd end up being scammed like a fool. And this jar of emerald green wine, since it was given to me along with the wild ginseng, it's probably something valuable too. I should take some to a testing lab for analysis. Looking at the two items, Bai Yang quickly came up with a plan. But with that, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be quite busy. Just a few days ago, he was bored out of his mind. One step at a time, after pondering for 3 seconds, Bai Yang planned the next itinerary: go home to get the saw, drop off the wild ginseng at the auction house on the way, then take some wine to the quality inspection office, and finally return home to catch a meal and pick up the saw. The itinerary was perfectly arranged. Without delay, Bai Yang took out his phone to search for nearby auction houses and quality inspection offices. The quality inspection office is a government department, so there wouldn't be any shady dealings. Just pay a fee for the inspection and follow the process. The auction house, however, is a different story, as there are often too many tricks involved. But that's not a problem. The more reputable the auction house, the fewer tricks they pull for the sake of their company's reputation. Going for the biggest one is definitely the right choice. He found the largest auction house in S-City, called Wanbao Pavilion, and dialed their customer service number. The call was answered by a young woman with a pleasant voice. He scheduled an appointment to visit within an hour to consign an item for auction. All set, he could head over directly in a bit. After all, it's a nationwide chain of large auction houses, and their professionalism is impeccable. There was absolutely no sign of looking down on people. Actually, it makes Senseno industry as easy to thrive in these days. A bad attitude is equivalent to aiding the competition, and no boss would tolerate such employees. While muttering to himself, Bai Yang swiftly took a small stainless steel flask from the box containing outdoor gear, opened the wine jar, poured about 30 milliliters of emerald green liquor into it, slipped it into his pocket, and set off. Bai Yang felt quite reassured about the security of this villa community. He wasn't worried at all about the tiger whip wine and that jar of unknown liquor being stolen while left in the villa. However, the only inconvenience was that it was hard to hail a cab within the villa area, forcing him to walk over 10 minutes to reach the main road outside. My short temper. I can't keep walking in and out every time, can I? I can't afford 4 wheels right now, but 2 wheels should be easy enough, right? Spotting a motorcycle shop across the road, Bai Yang, acting on a whim, walked straight over. Electric scooters and motorcycles were available in abundance, but Bai Yang relied purely on his instincts when shopping. He originally planned to buy an electric scooter for commuting, but his eyes couldn't move away from a flashy sports motorcycle he spotted. 29,800? Just for these 2 wheels, it's so expensive? Painfully swiping his card, nearly 30,000 yuan was gone in an instant. He insisted the shopkeeper fill up the tank, then rode off on the brand new black sports motorcycle. What a spendthrift! He didn't even ask about the price before buying a 30,000 yuan motorcycle. The shopkeeper sighed as Bai Yang rode away. However, Bai Yang's thoughts were entirely different. How precious is my time? I could casually convince someone to bring over a couple of radishesno, ginseng, and buy out your entire shop. Where would I find the time to haggle over a mere 1,000 or so yuan? It can't be said that Bai Yang is too carefree. It's just that life requires a broader perspective. Why bother being so particular and exhausting yourself? Of course, if Bai Yang doesn't have enough money but really wants to buy something, and feels embarrassed to ask his family for help, the shopkeeper might end up being worn out by his persistence. It wasn't yet time to clock out, but Bai Yang was weaving through traffic on his motorbike. In the sweltering heat, nothing felt better than riding a motorcycle and enjoying the breeze. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the branch of Wanbao Pavilion. As expected of a nationwide chain, the company had directly leased 2 floors of a 30-plus story office building. Since he had made an appointment in advance, Bai Yang was promptly escorted to a spacious reception room by a sweet-looking young lady upon his arrival. Not bothering to waste time with the so-called manager, Bai Yang directly took out the ginseng and casually said, "Do as you see fit. I trust your company's reputation." When the female manager, who looked no less stunning than a movie star, saw the ginseng Bai Yang had brought, she was so shocked that she froze. After making a phone call, half an hour later, Bai Yang had already had several cups of tea when a group of elderly men rushed in. The next steps were simple. The ginseng was appraised in front of Bai Yang, with the entire process recorded on video. A mutual entrustment contract was signed under the witness of a lawyer. After a period of promotion, the ginseng would be auctioned at the end of the month during an autumn auction. By then, Bai Yang would only need to wait to collect the money.
Bai Yang didn't pay much attention to the appraisal results, but he was particularly satisfied with the clause stating that if anything happened to the ginseng, the other party would unconditionally compensate him with 8 million. Those old men are really pitiful, seeing a ginseng as if they've encountered their resurrected father.
Is it really that great? I don't feel anything at all.
Holding the entrustment contract and a copy of the appraisal certificate, Bai Yang muttered to himself as he walked away.
Not long after Bai Yang left the Wanbao Pavilion auction house, 3 armed transport vehicles quickly arrived downstairs. More than 10 armed personnel took away the ginseng Bai Yang had entrusted. Within less than 10 minutes, rumors began circulating in the circles of the wealthy that the Wanbao Pavilion autumn auction would feature a suspected 1,000-year-old ginseng as its finale item. News within the circle spreads incredibly fast, causing a sensation throughout the wealthy elite, even attracting the attention of international tycoons eager to investigate. A 1,000-year-old ginseng, people have only heard of it, but who among the rich has ever seen one? Such a thing is almost akin to a mythical existence. If it's real, consuming it might bring someone back from the brink of death or even grant immortality. No one can say for sure. But extending the life of a dying person for a few more days? That seems entirely plausible. Who wouldn't want it?
No one is foolish. Most people suspect that this so-called insider news is likely a promotional smokescreen released by Wanbao Pavilion. Yet, the curiosity of the wealthy is hard to suppress.
Moreover, some ambiguous photos and accidental leaks from insiders have only fueled their intrigue.
When money reaches a certain level, it becomes just a symbol. If there's something that could extend one's life, few would refuse to trade half their fortune for it. As for the treasure suspected to be the 1,000-year-old ginseng, it was immediately locked away in the underground vault of a certain bank, awaiting its debut at the auction. For the ultra-rich, who have nothing but money, the days leading up to the event are nothing short of torment.
However, Bai Yang was completely unaware of this.
He was only responsible for digging the pit, not filling it. If he had known, he would have scoffed.
1,000-year-old ginseng? Nonsense.
The appraisal certificate clearly stated it was between 400 and 500 years old, a pure wild ginseng with an intact appearance. So, never believe rumors.
Life is all about acting. If you don't hype it up, how can it become popular?
Even if the attendees at the auction eventually found out there was no so-called 1,000-year-old ginseng, they wouldn't complain.
A 400 to 500-year-old wild ginseng is easier to accept.
After all, ginseng of this age can still be considered a rare treasure. With the wild ginseng matter settled, Bai Yang rushed to his next destination without stopping.
So what if it was rush hour?
His two-wheeled motorcycle weaved left and right through the traffic. However, by the time he arrived at the quality inspection office, they had already closed for the day. So frustrating. If it weren't for wasting half an hour waiting for those so-called experts at the auction house, I wouldn't have arrived here after they closed. Filled with helplessness, Bai Yang turned a corner and headed in the direction of home. When he got home, it was already around 6 o'clock, and he happened to run into Bai Jianjun, who had just parked his car downstairs. Seeing Bai Yang riding a motorized scooter, Bai Jianjun couldn't help but twitch his eyelids and glare at Bai Yang fiercely, as if to say, "You just keep messing around, kid. You have no idea how hard it is to make money."
"Well, you see, I just needed a means of transportation, and besides, I'll be making money soon,"
Bai Yang said with a cheeky grin. Bai Jianjun completely ignored him and turned to head home.
Bai Yang, feeling helpless, could only mutter to himself, "I really am going to make money soon, and a lot of it. Why won't anyone believe me?"
When he got home, his mom had already prepared the meal. Bai Yang showed no sign of realizing he had already moved out, sitting down and waiting for dinner to start.
While eating, Bai Yang suddenly looked at his mom and said, "Oh, right, Mom, doesn't your school have a lab? Can you pull some strings and help me test something? What kind of mischief are you up to again?" Zheng Guoping asked without even looking up. "How could I? Here's the thing, when I was in school, I had a classmate from the countryside.
A few days ago, he ran into a group of monkeys in the mountains and sent me some monkey wine. I don't know if it's safe to drink, so I wanted to test it just in case."
"Your classmate is quite capable, huh?
A few days ago, he sent you wild boar meat, and now it's monkey wine." Bai Yang's father looked at him with a peculiar expression.
"Ahem, who knows, maybe there'll be something else in a few days. We're close, can't help it,"
Bai Yang said with a straight face.
"Alright, give me the stuff.
I'll take it to school tomorrow and have those idle graduate students test it for you.
The results should be ready by evening."
Mom took the water jug filled with emerald green liquor, and the matter was settled just like that. As the school's dean, she had a certain level of authority, making such tasks effortless and highly efficient. If it were left to the Quality Inspection Bureau, it might take weeks to get results. After dinner, Bai Yang went back to his room to grab a saw and the diesel that the shopkeeper had given him when he bought the saw. He threw out a casual remark, "I'm going to sleep at the rented house.
If I have work tomorrow, I'll be leaving." This statement left his parents utterly dumbfounded. Didn't he say he was doing trade? Why would he need a saw for trade? Bai Jianjun asked in astonishment. "Don't you know your son by now? He never does anything proper.
Who knows what kind of nonsense he's up to this time?"
Zheng Guoping replied irritably.
After leaving home, Bai Yang tied the saw and oil oil drum to his motorcycle, looked up at the sky for 2 seconds, and instead of returning to the villa he rented, he headed to the military supply store where he had bought outdoor gear 2 days ago. This store seemed to be privately owned, as it was still open past 7 o'clock. Upon entering, Bai Yang saw the young owner still engrossed in tinkering with something. "Hey, buddy, I'm back again," Bai Yang greeted in a familiar tone. The owner clearly remembered Bai Yang, this straightforward customer who didn't haggle over prices. Such customers are always welcome. Glancing up at Bai Yang, the owner said, "What do you need this time?" Then he lowered his head again to continue tinkering with his stuff. "Wow, still not much for conversation, huh?" Bai Yang muttered to himself. Leaning over the counter to see what the owner was working on, he was met with a swift response as the owner quickly slammed the drawer shut with a bang. "Stingy, just looking won't get you pregnant," Bai Yang said, curling his lips at the other's expressionless face. The other person pointed with their hand and said coldly, "If you're not buying anything, the door is over there, thank you. I mean, with the way you do business, you definitely won't last." Alright, I said don't get physical." Seeing the other person rolling up their sleeves, Bai Yang quickly changed his tone. Then, glancing furtively left and right, he whispered, "Buddy, give me some good stuff, will you? I don't understand what you're saying. These are the things here. See if you need anything. If not, please leave. I'm about to close." The other person glanced at Bai Yang and said with the same expressionless face, "Come on, man, stop pretending. I won't hide it from you. I just like to have fun. I wanted to experience the feeling of hunting in the woods, so give me something solid." Bai Yang raised his eyebrows, wearing a look that said, "I get you. The door is over there, thank you." The other person pointed toward the door again. Bai Yang turned and left without expecting the person to bring out anything good this time. In fact, even if they did, he wouldn't have the money to buy it. So he left decisively, stepped onto his motorcycle, and sped away. To put it bluntly, the reason for coming here this time was purely to make his presence felt. Watching Bai Yang's departing figure, the young boss frowned thoughtfully, then pulled out the drawer under the counter and continued fiddling with his own things. However, Bai Yang did not immediately return to the villa. Instead, he went to a small supermarket, scanned the shelves with his eyes, walked straight to the candy section, took out a woven bag, filled it with 20 pounds of rock sugar, swiped his card, and left without looking back. It seems that the savages over there all like eating sugar, and this rock sugar was meant to fool those guys. When the time comes, he's counting on them to lead him into the jungle to find trees. How does he plan to fool them with rock sugar? Foolish, isn't it? What happens after he spoils their taste buds at the start? Besides, who's going to help him remove the wrappers from the beautifully packaged candies? And once removed, wouldn't the candies melt into a sticky mess in this crazy weather? As for Earth's writing and such, Bai Yang thought it was better to minimize exposure to those things for the people over there. Returning to the rented villa, Bai Yang moved the saw into the house and then felt too lazy to do anything else. Although it seemed like he hadn't done much that day, the busyness had left this semi-recluse feeling physically and mentally exhausted. This won't do. I have to start exercising. Over there, I look like a weakling. How can I manage without a good physique? In the past, he didn't care much. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, Bai Yang was considered tall and striking here, but seeing the burly figures over there had deeply shaken his confidence. Although I probably won't ever become as muscular as them in this lifetime, at the very least, I shouldn't look as frail as I do now. Half asleep, Bai Yang lay on the soft, large bed and drifted into slumber. Another quiet morning or afternoon. Bai Yang sat on the bed in a daze for quite a while before realizing he was no longer at home. Scratching his head, wearing oversized shorts, and yawning incessantly, he walked toward the bathroom. However, when he saw the empty bathroom, he realized that after moving yesterday, he seemed to have forgotten to buy toiletries. Being single is tough, he sighed inwardly. Resolving to make do, he took a cold shower, which refreshed him considerably. He shook his wet hair haphazardly, changed into a clean t-shirt and jeans, and headed out. Riding his motorcycle to a ramen shop, he grabbed a quick meal. On his way back, he stopped by a supermarket, bought a simple canvas bag, stuffed a few packs of instant noodles into it, and headed home. Back at the villa, he changed into his outdoor gear and packed the rock sugar he had bought the previous day into the bag. He removed the packaging from the instant noodles, placed the noodle blocks and seasoning packets into an unmarked plastic bag, and stuffed it into the backpack. Grabbing his electric baton, he was ready to go. "Mom and Dad, today is my first day at work. After work, I'll be going out to eat with colleagues. If you can't reach me by phone, it's probably because I'm drinking. Don't worry." He edited the text message and sent it. Done. A little heads up for his parents to prevent them from worrying if they called and he didn't answer. Everything was ready. With a single thought, Bai Yang instantly disappeared from the villa room. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a new environment. Although he had been here many times before, Bai Yang still felt a sense of unreality amidst the jungle. I really don't know how many hours there are in a day here. It's almost noon on Earth, but here the sun is setting. Through the dense leaves, he caught sight of the sun, though he wasn't sure if it was in the west. Bai Yang muttered to himself. He took out his phone to check the time, found a patch of ground free of vegetation, which happened to be illuminated by the setting sun, and stood there. He stuck a small wooden stick into the ground, drew a line where the stick's shadow fell, and took a screenshot on his phone to record the time. Done. He wanted to figure out how many hours there were in a day here. When the sun set for the second time, he would check the stick's shadow again to roughly determine the length of a day here if he still remembered to do so by then. Standing up, he walked around a large tree, preparing to head toward the primitive village. Just as he rounded the tree, his vision was filled with a massive object. What the heck? Startled, he stepped back, and at the same time, he immediately thrust the electric baton he had been holding in his hand forward and pressed the power switch. Bang! Two sounds reached his ears as Bai Yang awkwardly withdrew the electric baton, the thought of immediately escaping over there flashing through his mind. The third barbarian once again tasted the sting of electricity, lying on the ground twitching all over, his hair standing on end, his mouth crooked and nose askew, dazedly attempting to get up. Would you believe me if I said this was a misunderstanding? Who told you to suddenly appear in front of me? Regardless of whether the other party could understand, Bai Yang stood beside him and apologized. Although he had been shocked by the electric baton again, the third barbarian, as strong as a bull, quickly recovered, stood up, and instinctively stepped back a few paces, showing some fear of Bai Yang. Then, he began jabbering incomprehensibly while gesturing frantically with his hands. Bai Yang looked on blankly, pondering for a long time before understanding the other party's meaning. He had seen him at the edge of the village and then came over to prepare to welcome him. Well, that was Bai Yang's interpretation. As for whether that was what the other party actually meant, who knows? By the way, you're such a big guy, walking without making a sound. You deserve to get poked with the electric baton. But you've had it rough too, so here, have a candy. Poor savage, you've probably never seen rock sugar before. Bai Yang shrugged as he spoke. The other party didn't understand a word, so it was no different from talking to himself. Faced with the rock sugar Bai Yang took out from his backpack, savage number 3, Huzi, widened his eyes with a bewildered expression. He pointed at the rock sugar in Bai Yang's hand and babbled something incomprehensible. That makes sense. I guess you savages have never seen this stuff either. Bai Yang smacked his forehead, picked up a piece, tossed it into his mouth, and then gestured for the other party to take one. So, eating is the most fundamental instinct of all living beings. Bai Yang's actions were immediately understood as he handed over the rock candy, which was grabbed and thrown into the mouth all at once, chewed with loud crunching sounds, while eyes widened, jumping up and down. Bai Yang, although rock candy is still sugar, is this how it's supposed to be eaten? Why does it feel completely unfamiliar? Unable to complain internally, Bai Yang shook his head and walked toward the village. The third savage babbled incomprehensibly, rushing toward the village like a gust of wind, leaping up and down with long strides, moving through the jungle as if it were flat ground, practically like a human Tarzan, leaving Bai Yang utterly dumbfounded. The place where Bai Yang appeared was not far from the village gate. As he arrived at the gate, a large group of savages, both young and old, suddenly emerged from somewhere, pointing at him, whispering, and gathering around to watch. However, Bai Yang keenly noticed that their gazes toward him, besides being curious, surprisingly carried a hint of respect and flattery. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and these savages seemed rather simple-minded, with their inner thoughts directly reflected on their faces. Yet Bai Yang couldn't understand why they would have such expressions. Alright, I said last time that I would bring you gifts when I came back, and I won't go back on my word. Regardless of whether they could understand him or not, Bai Yang spoke as he put down his backpack and took out 20 pounds of rock sugar. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Eyes turned to Bai Yang and that bag of rock sugar, all showing two words: confusion. Barbarian number 3 spoke loudly, clearly explaining the benefits of rock sugar. Then, pairs of eyes lit up. It must be said, these people had decent manners. There was no sign of a chaotic scramble. Bai Yang deeply understood the essence of boosting favorability. This was no time to slack off. Only by personally distributing the rock sugar to each person could the favorability be maximized. First the children, then the teenagers, followed by the women, and finally the men. Each person received a handful, personally distributed by Bai Yang. Everyone present got their share. Speaking of which, 20 pounds of rock sugar is quite a lot, especially since these people didn't try any sneaky tricks like reaching out for a second helping, unlike people on Earth. Look at that, so simple and honest. In the end, Bai Yang still had about 10 pounds left in his hands. However, Bai Yang was dumbfounded. The people who received the rock sugar were just like the third savage, Huzi, from before. They threw the whole handful into their mouths and crunched away noisily, not even worried about getting cavities. With a twitching mouth, Bai Yang secretly muttered to himself. His sharp eyes noticed that after these people ate the rock sugar, their gazes toward him, previously filled with curiosity and awe, now carried a hint of friendliness. Sure enough, favorability is swiped up. The crowd parted, and the white-bearded old man emerged, smiling as he looked at Bai Yang. However, what was going on with that beautiful woman following beside the old man? She didn't say a word, but her teary-eyed expression, looking at him as if she were a forsaken little wife, was baffling. I didn't do anything to lead her on and then abandon her. I didn't even touch her. Bai Yang cried out in his heart, feeling utterly wronged and full of questions with no one to ask. Since the leader of these savages had appeared, the next steps would be much easier. Bai Yang carried the remaining rock sugar over to the white-bearded old man, speaking in Mandarin while gesturing continuously with his hands, indicating that the remaining rock sugar was for him and asking if he could help distribute it to the others. After a series of gestures that looked like some kind of ritual dance, the old man babbled something in response, nodding with a smile. Whether he actually understood or not was unclear, but in the end, the old man took all the remaining rock sugar into his hands. During this process, Bai Yang felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by the beautiful woman beside the old man with the white beard, even suspecting whether he had done something outrageously wrong, becoming a heinous villain. After a flurry of activity, the sun had already set and the jungle was gradually enveloped in darkness. The old man with the white beard dispersed the crowd of onlookers and smiled warmly at Bai Yang, gesturing for him to proceed. It was once again the treehouse hall where they had eaten last time, still accompanied by more than 10 strong men, with a table full of food, though the wine jars from last time were absent. However, Bai Yang had just eaten a bowl of ramen not long ago and really couldn't eat anymore. But faced with the same beautiful girl from last time, who personally picked up a piece of perfectly sliced meat and held it to his mouth, could Bai Yang refuse? Last time, Bai Yang couldn't quite figure out what was going on, but this time he felt too embarrassed to let the girl feed him again. Yet, as soon as he picked up his chopsticks, the girl started tearing up in grievance. What kind of plot is this? Bai Yang was baffled, looking around in confusion, only to find over a dozen pairs of eyes staring at him. Alright, this is probably their custom here, so it can't be refused. Living a life where food is served to you on a silver platter, Bai Yang truly experienced it. Not to mention, the barbecue was quite tasty. No idea what kind of meat it was, but the flavor was very simple, just salty with a strange, indescribable fragrant taste. With his stomach stuffed full, as the gathering dispersed, Bai Yang keenly noticed that those burly men leaving all gave him a look that only men would understand. Even the white-bearded old man did the same. It was nighttime, and it was still the same room as last time. But what did it mean when that stunning beauty shyly followed him in? It was already nighttime here, but Bai Yang had only gotten up not long ago. Even though he loved to sleep, he felt no trace of drowsiness at the moment. The saying "the long night is sleepless" resonated with him, and he thought that if he didn't do something, it would simply be a waste of time and life utterly shameful. He looked at the bashful beauty in front of him, and a mischievous smile suddenly surfaced in his heart. Walking to the bedside and sitting down, Bai Yang lifted the thick, unknown fur covering the bed and patted the spot beside him, signaling the girl to sit over. Shame is the true hallmark of humanity entering civilization, and faced with Bai Yang's straightforward suggestion, even though the beauty had already prepared herself, her face still flushed red. Although they didn't share a common language, her watery eyes and shy expression couldn't possibly indicate anger, could they? The girl stepped forward with her long legs, swaying her hips as she sat beside Bai Yang. She didn't dare look at him, slightly lowered her head, and seemed to tremble faintly all over. Bai Yang could even hear her irregular breathing. "I just want to take advantage of the night and not waste time. Teach me how to speak your language here. What are you so nervous about?" Bai Yang looked at the person close at hand, feeling helpless inside. The girl realized he wasn't acting as she had imagined, and out of curiosity, she sneaked a glance at Bai Yang, only to see his puzzled expression. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Bai Yang was certainly no fool. Seeing the girl's "do whatever you want" demeanor, if he didn't understand, then he really would be an idiot. However, the problem was that he genuinely couldn't bring himself to act. The girl was a stunning beauty, long legs, slim waist, curvy hips, ample chest, all naturally endowed. Although her height was already around 1.7 meters, judging by her appearance, she looked at most 15 or 16 years old. Could he really go through with it? Moreover, he had absolutely no interaction with the other party, not even knowing their name. If something were to happen between them, what would that be? Even going to a salon to solve a problem would require some small talk, right? They had met twice, without exchanging a single word, and Bai Yang simply couldn't bring himself to do it. After a round of frantic gesturing, Bai Yang finally managed to make the other party understand that he wanted to learn the local language from her. He felt utterly exhausted. Expressing complex ideas without a common language or translator was truly difficult. Back in the day, under my mom's stick, I even managed to pass the college entrance exam. Learning your foreign language? I refuse to believe it can stump me. With determination in his heart, Bai Yang studied with utmost seriousness. After all, he was an adult, and his self-discipline was far beyond that of a child. Moreover, language was crucial for him to explore this world, leaving no room for carelessness. With such focus, his efficiency turned out to be quite high. In one night, he managed to remember and awkwardly pronounce over a dozen characters or words. As for their meanings, he was completely clueless. Clearly, the other party was not a good teacher. When the sky outside began to brighten, Bai Yang secretly took out his phone and glanced at it, realizing that 16 or 17 hours had passed. "I spent so much time and only managed to remember a dozen or so sounds whose meanings I don't even know. I remember back when I was memorizing English vocabulary, I could learn over 100 words in one night, couldn't I? Well, that's not exactly a fair comparison. After all, this was an entirely new civilization, and the teacher had no systematic teaching teaching experience, nor could they communicate effectively. The fact that he could remember over a dozen sounds was already quite impressive if he didn't forget them later, that is. However, what Bai Yang didn't know was that outside the room, there were over a dozen people waiting in the trees all night, yet they didn't hear the sounds they were hoping for. Disappointed, they each left after dawn. Despite enduring over 10 hours of monotonous study, Bai Yang found himself completely devoid of sleepiness. On the contrary, the girl, after spending a night communicating with him, seemed to have become much more natural in their interactions. However, she occasionally threw him a resentful glance, leaving Bai Yang feeling utterly helpless. After dawn, the girl left, but soon returned carrying a small wooden tray. On the tray were roasted meat, a wooden bowl, chopsticks, and a small knife. Why is it roasted meat again? Can't we eat something else? Bai Yang thought to himself in exasperation. Yet, faced with the girl's pitiful expression that seemed to say, "If you don't let me serve you food, I'll cry," Bai Yang could only resign himself to another round of being pampered like a lord. After the meal, Bai Yang was drawn by a chorus of shouts outside. He opened the window and looked out, immediately observing the scene with curiosity. On a flat clearing on the ground, dozens of young men were lined up in a crooked formation, mimicking the movements of a burly man at the front. With each movement, they shouted in unison. Are they practicing martial arts? Bai Yang thought to himself, feeling intrigued, especially when he noticed that these young men were all muscular, their punches and kicks bursting with energy. This thought became even more pronounced. Poplar noticed that when those young boys were practicing boxing, dozens of burly men were also busy with their own activities nearby. Some were showing off with stone locks as large as millstones, others were punching a big tree with loud thuds, while some were wielding broadswords and long staffs with fierce energy. There were even those drawing bows and shooting arrows that emitted sharp, piercing whistles. Is this some kind of martial arts world? A society where everyone practices martial arts? Poplar felt his head spinning. He thought it was absolutely necessary to fully understand the lifestyle here. About 2 hours later, the crowd on the open ground dispersed in a rush. Shortly after, groups of burly men left the village with their weapons in hand, and Poplar guessed they were probably going hunting. Turning to the girl who had been following him all along, he gestured and spoke repeatedly. After half a day's effort, he finally managed to make her understand that he wanted her to show him around the village. The girl happily led Poplar downstairs, chattering away and pointing things out as she introduced them. Although her voice was pleasant, Poplar had no idea what she was saying. This is a simple yet busy village. Hunters who go out hunting occasionally bring back their prey, only to leave in a hurry again. Meanwhile, some teenage boys, under the guidance of a few rough-handed women, handle these game animals. Their method of processing the prey is quite simple. They strip off the fur, rub it with ash from firewood, and leave it to dry under the sun. Well, the place where the fur is dried happens to be on the treetops above the village. As for the meat, the processing method is even cruder. They don't bother curing it with salt but instead use some kind of wood unknown to Bai Yang to smoke it over a fire. The meat turns black and greasy, exuding a peculiar aroma, and is then hung on the trees to dry. It makes the trees look as if they are growing chunks of meat instead of branches and leaves. Some women also venture into the nearby jungle to gather fruits unfamiliar to Bai Yang. After careful observation, Bai Yang noticed that they mix the fruits in a fixed ratio with some unknown plants, seal them in black clay jars, and leave them under the sun to ferment. This reminded Bai Yang of the kind of liquor that could knock him out with just one bowl. Some little brats, like mud-covered monkeys, were running around naked, pounding some unknown plants by the river alongside the elderly. To Bai Yang's surprise, he guessed they were extracting plant fibers to weave cloth. In such a way, life here was simple and natural. Every time Bai Yang passed by a place, the villagers would greet him with friendly smiles and then chatter away in a language he couldn't understand. Bai Yang always responded with a smile and a nod. In truth, he had no idea what they were trying to say. After making a round, Bai Yang gained a general understanding of the lifestyle here. Overall, this was a simple village primarily reliant on hunting, with almost no agriculture and a relatively primitive way of life. Their productivity in other areas was extremely low, at least Bai Yang hadn't seen any signs of industry here. The utensils they used were mostly rough earthenware and wooden items, which he suspected weren't even made by them. However, Bai Yang was certain that this place was definitely not some primitive barbaric civilization, as the weapons in the hands of the hunters who went out hunting clearly demonstrated this point. What kind of world is this? Individual combat power is off the charts, yet productivity is extremely low. They are very simple, but a more fitting adjective would be barbaric. Until I fully grasp the language here, I'd better not venture out of this village to explore the broader world outside. After some observation, Bai Yang set a short-term goal for himself: to master the local language as quickly as possible. While Bai Yang was observing the lifestyle habits of the people here, his every move was also being observed by others. Inside a treehouse, by the window, an old man with a white beard and another elder in a green robe sat facing each other. With a jar of wine and a bowl of unknown beans, they drank while observing Bai Yang. Where exactly did this young man come from? The old man with the wooden cane frowned slightly, looking at Bai Yang, who was still observing below, and asked. I asked. Huzi and the others encountered him by by chance in the jungle. His background is unclear, but judging by his demeanor, he doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives toward us," the old man with the white beard said calmly. "Why are you so certain he has no ulterior motives toward us here?" the old man with the wooden cane pressed further.
"Ha, old man, you're overthinking it. What do you think he could possibly want from us mountain folk?
Just look at the kind of candy he gave you. It's something even wealthy families in the city can barely afford. Its value alone could trade for our entire village.
So, tell me, what could he possibly be scheming against us?"
the old man with the white beard replied with a relaxed expression. The old man was speechless. That kind of rock sugar, crystal clear and translucent, was something they had never heard of or seen before.
They couldn't even imagine what kind of person could afford to enjoy such a delicacy.
And yet, the other party casually brought out a large pile of it. Such generosity was beyond anything they had ever encountered, and there was truly nothing here worth coveting for someone like that.
However, the old man, wise and experienced, still suspected that Bai Yang's appearance was unusual. You just overthink things. I know what I'm doing.
Based on my observations, this young man is probably a descendant of a prominent family from some distant place who ran away from home to have fun and ended up here.
His presence here can only bring benefits, not harm. Let's hope so."
The old man, though conflicted, had no grounds to argue. As for being observed, Bai Yang was completely unaware, or perhaps it could be said that he was constantly being observed. Wherever he went, the villagers here curiously gathered around to watch him. Even if he did know, it wouldn't matter to him. He hadn't done anything shameful, so what was there to fear from being watched? Wandering around the village for a few hours passed quietly, and he gained a direct understanding of the lifestyle of the people here. Although he had not yet encountered the outside world of this realm, based on his analysis, he could only describe the village with 4 words: poverty and backwardness. The food mainly consisted of roasted meat and fruits, which were obtained through risky ventures into the jungle.
If this isn't poverty, then what is?
Meals didn't even require chopsticks, and the only seasoning available was salt.
If this isn't backwardness, then what is? After walking around, the novelty wore off.
Returning to his room, he gestured to the girl who had been following him closely to indicate that he wanted to rest. After sending her away, he closed the door. Bai Yang was certain that the people here didn't have surveillance cameras or similar devices. In the room, he swiftly returned to Earth. Within less than a minute of his return, his phone began to buzz incessantly with notifications. Upon checking, he found that his father had called over 10 times, along with a call from an unknown number and a text message. Thinking something had happened, Bai Yang immediately dialed his father's number.
"It was around 8 in the morning here. Hello, Dad, what's the matter? You brat, what are you up to? First day moving out and you disappear on me?"
Hearing that his dad still had the energy to complain about him, Bai Yang felt relieved and calmly said, "Didn't I text you guys yesterday? It was my first day at work, went out to eat with colleagues, had a bit to drink, and just went to sleep when I got back.
By the way, Dad, what did you need me for?"
Bai Jianjun complained a few more times, then his tone changed, sounding a bit embarrassed as he said, "Ahem, you brat,
do you still have that kind of wine?" "Ha, Bai Yang didn't catch on. The monkey wine you gave your mom the other night to help you testo, you still have any?"
Bai Jianjun raised his voice and said,
"What do you mean?"
Bai Yang still couldn't figure it out. Bai Jianjun organized his thoughts and continued, "It's like this, didn't you say that kind of wine was monkey wine your rural classmate occasionally got?"
I got curious and drank it. "And then?" Bai Yang's heart tightened. "What and then?"
"Let me just tell you directly, the wine was great, made me feel completely comfortable, like I became 10 years younger."
Ahem, why are kids asking so many questions? Anyway, the wine's gone because I drank it. If you want to test it, you'll have to bring some more.
Bai Yang didn't mind at all being called a kid even though he had already graduated from college. Realizing what had happened, he broke out in a cold sweat and nervously asked, "Dad, how can you drink that stuff so casually?
Are you okay?"
He certainly hadn't forgotten the time he drank a bowl of it and ended up with a nosebleed, unconscious. If something happened to his dad after drinking it, he would regret it deeply.
What could happen? I'm fine. Just tell me, do you have any more? Alright, you're the boss. I still have some here. Are you at home? I'll bring it over right away. By the way, Mom hasn't left for work yet, has she? Ask her to wait for me.
Hearing that his father was fine, Bai Yang felt relieved. After speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Bai Jianjun's response. His father had a habit of enjoying a little drink, a habit he couldn't change. He would dare to drink anything untested, which left Bai Yang both exasperated and resigned. Scratching his head, he wanted to find something to fill and send back, but couldn't find a container. So he went straight out, rode his motorcycle to the supermarket, bought a bottle of mineral water, and then realized he should also buy toiletries while he was at it. Returning to the villa, he drank half the bottle of mineral water but couldn't finish it, so he poured it out. Then he filled the bottle from the wine jar and hurriedly rushed back home. After arriving home, his parents were having breakfast, and Bai Yang unhesitatingly joined them for a meal. Only then did he take out the mineral water bottle filled with emerald green liquor, found the kettle from last time, and sure enough, it was empty. He poured some into it and handed it to Jin Guoping, saying, "Mom, this is for testing purposes."
purposes. You absolutely can't let Dad drink it. I don't have much left. You know your dad's nature. As soon as he hears about monkey wine, he can't help himself. The day after you left, he sneaked a drink while I was asleep. Jin Guoping betrayed Bai Jianjun with just one sentence. Bai Yang. Handing the rest over to his mom, Bai Yang warned, Mom, this stuff hasn't been tested yet, so we don't know if it's safe to drink. You have to keep an eye on it, at least until the results come out before giving it to Dad. And even then, let him drink as little as possible. If something goes wrong, I'll be left with no way to cope. You brat, do you think I don't know the principle of not being greedy with good things? Bai Jianjun said irritably from the side, but his eyes never left the mineral water bottle filled with liquor. Jin Guoping waved the mineral water bottle in her hand at Bai Jianjun, took it away directly, and turned to leave for work. Hey, hey, hey. Seeing Jin Guoping take it away directly, Bai Jianjun opened his mouth with a sigh, managing to make it sound full of ups and downs. Dad, dear Dad, it's all for your own good. You really shouldn't eat things you don't understand. Bai Yang looked at Bai Jianjun speechlessly and said. Bai Jianjun shot Bai Yang a glance, then his expression changed. He started winking and said, You brat, be honest, how much stock do you still have? What are you up to? Bai Yang shrank his neck. Bai Jianjun leaned back on the sofa, raised his chin, and said, Speak up, brat. How much money do you want? Poplar sighed deeply, feeling that this really wasn't about the money, and said hesitantly, Do as you see fit. As he spoke, Poplar pondered in his heart. Something felt off. Why was it that every time he talked to his father, the conversation always revolved around money? Something must be wrong. I'll transfer it to you later. You brat, don't blame your old man for enjoying a drink. That stuff is truly amazing. Just a little bit makes you feel 10 years younger. The other night you don't know a thing. As he spoke, Bai Jianjun gave Poplar a slap on the back of his head and strode away, leaving Bai Yang utterly confused. What did I do? You didn't say anything. I don't know anything, okay? Shaking his head, he took out his phone and opened the text message. It was sent by the Wanbao Pavilion auction house, inviting him to attend their autumn auction if he was interested, or he could personally witness the auction of his ginseng. If he confirmed, they would send him an invitation. The missed call was also from Wanbao Pavilion. Bai Yang directly replied with the words no time. Shortly after, another text message arrived. It was from his father, who had transferred 10,000 yuan to him in exchange for a long-term supply of that monkey wine. After finishing up, he returned to the rented villa, and then he headed back to the village over there. If you want to start learning a completely new language from scratch, and without the proper guidance of a teacher, the best way is to immerse yourself in an environment where that language is spoken. Bai Yang felt that he would probably spend most of his time in this village in the coming days. After returning to the room in this savage village, Bai Yang busied himself for a while and found that he was incredibly tired. After all, he had unknowingly gone over 20 hours without sleep. So, he simply pulled the soft fur on the bed over himself and collapsed. When he woke up, he felt refreshed. Checking the time on his phone, he realized he had slept for nearly 8 hours. But looking out the window at the sky, he was dismayed to find that the glaring sun had only tilted slightly. How long are the days here, anyway? Rubbing his head, Bai Yang muttered to himself as he opened the door. Not paying attention to his feet, he tripped over something and fell flat on his face. Then, he realized he had landed on something soft, and a faint, unfamiliar floral scent wafted into his nose. Their eyes met, big eyes staring into small ones. There was no scream, no slap, just an awkward atmosphere that seemed to freeze in place. Why were you squatting at my door? Bai Yang said awkwardly as he scrambled to his feet, his tone a bit unnatural, even though the other person couldn't understand him. The sensation from that subconscious touch just now seemed pretty nice. The girl blinked, stood up from the ground, and started chattering in an unfamiliar language while gesturing with her hands. After a good while of guessing and fumbling, Bai Yang finally understood her meaning. While he was sleeping, she was afraid he might wake up and not find her, so she waited by the door. Eventually, she squatted down and dozed off in a daze, which led to Bai Yang opening the door, tripping, and falling onto her. That's not the point, okay? Bai Yang muttered under his breath. Although I didn't do it on purpose, I still took a bit of advantage of you. Could you at least give some reaction? You're making me feel no guilt at all. Ugh, what am I even thinking? With a complicated mix of emotions, Bai Yang gestured wildly. What could have been resolved with a single sentence ended up taking him ages, flailing around like a madman, just to make her understand that he wanted her to take him to find that white-bearded old man. When they found the white-bearded old man, Bai Yang thought to himself that this guy really knew how to enjoy his twilight years. He had set up a soft hammock on the treetop to bask in the sun, swaying gently in the breeze, more comfortable than any rocking chair. Then came another round of exaggerated gestures akin to a shaman's ritual, accompanied by communication in a language the other party couldn't understand at all. Only then did Bai Yang manage to make the other party understand that he wanted to stay here for a while longer. He felt it was a bit awkward to keep living in their house and wondered if the villagers could help build a small hut or something. Of course, he would pay them accordingly. This wasn't a big deal. Once the white-bearded old man understood Bai Yang's intentions, he seemed quite pleased and responded with a string of incomprehensible words. Bai Yang guessed that
the reply was probably something along the lines of no problem. Then, the girl who had been following him all along seemed to understand as well. She was even more enthusiastic than Bai Yang, quickly running to the ground and chirping in a pleasant voice, saying something incomprehensible.
What followed left Bai Yang dumbfounded as he witnessed firsthand what efficiency among savages truly meant. A dozen or so burly men quickly gathered, carrying large knives as they entered the jungle. Shortly after, the sound of trees falling echoed from the distant woods, and massive tree trunks, each with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, were soon carried back. Wood chips flew everywhere as the burly men used brute force to split the massive trunks into thick, rough planks.
In some places on the planks, they carved pits or made notches, then placed them onto a large tree, fitting them perfectly onto the thick branches. The planks were laid side by side, forming a wooden platform. As more planks were joined together, the shape of a small house began to emerge. In less than 2 hours, a brand new 3-room wooden house, covering at least 80 square meters, appeared atop the tree, leaving Bai Yang utterly stunned. Then he let out a strange cry and dashed over to the construction site in a flurry. Picking up a piece of wood chip, he first examined its grain, then sniffed its scent. Next, he picked up a fresh tree branch from the ground and studied it carefully. Finally, he plopped down on the ground, dumbfounded, staring at the brand new wooden house perched at least 30 meters above the ground not far away. The so-called golden house is probably just like this, right? A house entirely made of small leaf red sandalwood. How much would that be worth? Before coming here, Bai Yang had specifically looked up information, and now he was absolutely certain that his wooden house was entirely constructed from this type of wood. This wood is not only a precious material, but the sandalwood scent it emits also has a refreshing and invigorating effect. Moreover, it is resistant to insect damage, making it an incredibly beneficial and valuable resource. No wonder there are hardly any annoying mosquitoes in the village houses despite the scorching weather. Bai Yang stared blankly at every treehouse in the village, as if he could see each seemingly simple treehouse radiating a golden glow. Looking again at the burly, puzzled barbarians staring at him, Bai Yang felt that each of them exuded an eye-piercing aura of extravagance. Having a set of furniture made from one wally wood and small leaf red sandalwood makes you a tycoon? My house is now entirely made of pure small leaf red sandalwood. Bai Yang no longer knew how to describe his feelings. This jungle was practically filled with gold everywhere. It just depended on how diligent you were in hauling it away. Calm down, calm down. When something becomes too abundant, it loses its value. Calm down, my foot. Snapping back to his senses, Bai Yang ran to a burly man chopping wood with a large knife. After much gesturing and effort, he finally made the man understand his intentions. He then led the man back into the forest, and before long, they carried out over a dozen logs of sandalwood, each 2 to 3 meters thick. According to the information I found online, sandalwood is a type of wood that grows very slowly, and even when it does grow, it often becomes hollow. So why are the sandalwood trees here growing so robustly? Surrounded by the fresh sandalwood, Bai Yang frowned in deep thought. He bent over and counted the growth rings of the solid sandalwood. After calculating, the densely packed rings made his eyes dizzy. By estimation, the wood was at least 200 to 300 years old. He could only attribute the robust growth of the sandalwood here to environmental factors. Under Bai Yang's gestures and commands, the newly felled, massive sandalwood logs were crudely chopped into 3-meter-long planks by a group of muscle-bound but brainless giants. The planks were stacked in a shady spot, and before long, a pile had formed. He wasn't foolish enough to transport the intact sandalwood back to Earth. Over there, ordinary trees with a diameter exceeding 80 centimeters are considered ancient trees. If he brought such precious and robust sandalwood over, he'd definitely be asking for trouble. In 2004, the price of premium small leaf red sandalwood from Asan was between 500,000 and 600,000 per ton. It's definitely more expensive now. There must be at least 20 or 30 tons here, right? Doesn't that mean I've essentially picked up tens of millions for free? The cost is just tricking these big guys with some random stuff, and if it can be processed into finished products, the price might even multiply tenfold. Looking at a pile of fresh small leaf red sandalwood planks, Bai Yang was momentarily dazed. Although some red sandalwood bracelets sell for tens of thousands, those are finished products processed and mostly hyped up. In reality, the raw materials are far less valuable than imagined. After pondering for a long time, Bai Yang sadly realized that unless he wanted to reopen a furniture factory to make furniture, selling precious wood was purely a thankless task, with the major profits going to others. Forget it, these woods are probably enough to empty Dad's pockets. Once he turns them into finished products and sells them, I'll get him another batch and empty his pockets again, Bai Yang cheerfully decided. As for collaborating with other furniture factories, wishful thinking, that would be aiding the enemy. He'd have to be out of his mind to do that. With that effort, he might as well figure out how to transport some radishesno ginseng over there to sell for money. At the same time, Bai Yang had his own plans. Sooner or later, he would come into contact with people from outside this world. If there happened to be a skilled carpenter or something, he thought, I'll open a furniture factory here, directly make finished products, and sell them over there. Who cares where I got them from? Buy it if you want, or don't. Calming Slowing down, Bai Yang looked up and found that the dazzling white sun on the horizon was about to set. He slapped his forehead, hurriedly ran out of the village for a quick round, and came back to check the marks he had made the day before yesterday. The length of a day in this world is actually almost 50 hours, which is more than 2 days on Earth. Do they have divisions like years, months, and seasons here? If I stay here long enough, I honestly won't know what year or month it is on Earth anymore. Returning to the village, Bai Yang muttered to himself. As the sky darkened, he went back to his small room, only to be dumbfounded to find that, at some point, all the basic living necessities had been more or less prepared. He saw the girl who had been following him cheerfully bustling about. What's going on? Are we going to live together? Watching the girl tidying up the bed, Bai Yang was completely dumbfounded. You're back. Hearing the movement behind her, the girl turned around to look at Bai Yang, her smile blooming like a flower. However, what she said sounded like a bunch of gibberish to Bai Yang. Not knowing what to say, he could only smile and nod, then began to examine the wooden cabin. The structure was very simple. The floor was directly laid on the thick trunk of the tree, the walls were made of joined wooden planks, and the roof was also wooden planks. Yet, what was truly remarkable was that not a single nail was used in the construction of this cabin. To Bai Yang, the entire structure was a marvel of assembly. The most important thing is that the entire wooden house is luxuriously made of small leaf red sandalwood. Breathing in the faint sandalwood fragrance in the air, Bai Yang immediately felt refreshed and invigorated. 3 rooms were lined up in a row, and the one on the right seemed to be a kitchen or something similar. The stove, made by filling a wooden frame with clay, had not yet dried, and a large wooden barrel carved out of a single log was already filled with water. Amazingly, pots, bowls, and utensils were all prepared and ready. Bai Yang discovered another door at the back of the kitchen. Stepping outside, there was a wooden trough against the wall, connected by a long bamboo pipe to a large water tank suspended in the middle of the village. Clear water gushed into the wooden trough and then flowed through another bamboo pipe into a small room nearby. Opening the small room, it turned out to be a toilet, with a hole the size of a brick in the middle, and a bamboo pipe underneath connecting to the village's main sewer system. Pretty advanced setup, huh? Could this be what they call survival wisdom? Bai Yang marveled as he examined the structure and layout of the treehouse. Overall, Bai Yang was quite satisfied with the house. The only flaw was that it was too rough, with burrs left unpolished. What if he accidentally got pricked? These guys probably overlooked the fact that I don't have skin as thick and tough as theirs. In the middle of the house were a few simple chairs, and the bed in the bedroom was already covered with thick fur. Surprisingly, it was a complete tiger skin. When Bai Yang saw the girl carrying some firewood upstairs and lighting a fire around the stove to prepare roasted meat, he thought to himself, won't this really burn the house down? The key point is, there's only one bed, and it seems like the girl plans to stick with me. Faced with this issue, Bai Yang scratched his head in frustration. Not long after, he was served by the girl like a lord, eating roasted meat without lifting a finger. There was no choice, you couldn't refuse her, because if you did, she would cry. After the meal, in the bedroom, it was another painful experience of language learning. Bai Yang memorized more than 10 tongue-twisting pronunciations and firmly rejected her offer to sleep together, politely escorting her out the door. However, what left Bai Yang dumbfounded was that she seemed to have been prepared for this. She started crying like an abandoned wife and spread an animal hide on the floor of the living room. You have your own home, right? If this keeps up, there's no way I, a single guy, can hold myself back. Closing the door, Bai Yang leaned against it and muttered softly. Standing by the window, he looked at the 3 moons in the sky through the leaves. Even though he had seen them many times before, his heart was still inexplicably shaken. If he hadn't been holding back, he would have taken a photo with his phone and shared it online. I'll figure out what kind of bizarre place this world really is someday. Taking one last glance at the 3 moons in the sky, Bai Yang closed the doors and windows, disappearing from this world. Back at the rented villa on Earth, Bai Yang scratched his head as he looked at the diesel chainsaw in the bedroom. He had bought it, but up until now, he hadn't found a use for it. While he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed with a series of missed call notifications. Taking it out to check, Bai Yang's scalp instantly tingled. His mom had called him at least 30 times. Mom, what's the matter? Bai Yang asked cautiously the moment the call connected. First, he was worried something might have happened at home, and second, he figured his mom must be furious after he missed over 30 calls. You brat, you have 10 minutes to get home immediately. Jin Guoping's voice was filled with urgency. Beep beep beep. Staring at the disconnected phone, Bai Yang was bewildered. From his mom's tone, it didn't sound like something serious had happened, but what could be so urgent that she wanted him home right away? Rushing downstairs, he hopped on his motorcycle and headed home. After arriving home, he opened the door and saw, wow, it was rare for both parents to be home at this hour. However, the serious expressions on his mom and dad's faces, like they were about to hold a tribunal, made Bai Yang's heart tighten. He quickly reviewed his recent actions in his mind and found that he hadn't done anything outrageously wrong, which allowed Bai Yang to feel a tiny bit relieved. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Sit over there, Jin Guoping said, pointing to the sofa opposite. Bai Yang carefully sat down and noticed his father secretly winking at him, which completely reassured him everything was fine. So he sat
sat quietly, waiting for his mother to continue. Son, be honest with me. Where exactly did that emerald green liquor come from?
Jin Guoping stared intently at Bai Yang and asked.
Instinctively raising his eyebrows, Bai Yang braced himself and said, "What do you mean? Didn't I already tell you?
A rural classmate of mine happened to come across some monkey wine in the mountains and sent me some."
Really? Of course, I wouldn't lie to you.
Bai Yang was almost ready to swear, then tentatively asked, "Mom, why are you asking this?"
Nothing happened, right? Happened?
"Let me tell you, boy, something big has happened."
Breaking out in a cold sweat, Bai Yang asked, "What happened?"
"Kid, listen to me carefully.
You better keep that liquor matter to yourself and never mention it to anyone, got it? No, what's the situation exactly?"
"Mom, you have to explain it clearly to me, or I won't feel at ease." Jin Guoping's expression softened, and she said with some pride, "Kid, to tell you the truth, today I took your liquor to the school lab for the graduate students to test.
Guess what the result was? At a time like this, still playing coy." Bai Yang was internally collapsing. "The test results are out.
It analyzed that it contains a large amount of components beneficial to the human body, such as amino acids."
"Stop,
Mom, just say it in a way I can understand."
"Those terms give me a headache."
Bai Yang decisively interrupted Jin Guoping. Jin Guoping rolled her eyes at her son and continued, "Basically, the test showed that the wine is something incredibly good. If consumed over a long period, it can gradually change a person's physique, almost like a complete transformation."
"Got it? That's way too straightforward." Blinking his eyes, Bai Yang asked again, "It's not poisonous, right?" "It's poisonous, and highly toxic.
It contains more than 10 types of precious medicinal ingredients for great nourishment. The human body's tolerance is limited. Drinking too much can literally nourish you to death."
"Do you think it's poisonous or not?" Jin Guoping replied irritably.
"No wonder those savages are so strong. This is probably one of the reasons." While muttering to himself, Bai Yang's eyes lit up. "Doesn't this mean that if he takes it regularly, he could escape this weak body that seems like a chicken compared to those savages?"
"Then how much should I drink each time to stay within the safe range?" Bai Yang asked. "Depending on one's constitution, the amount varies."
"Drinking it once a day, conservatively no more than 30 milliliters each time, is within the safe range."
"Son, I know what you're thinking, but I must warn you, if you only drink and don't exercise, you'll end up gaining weight in just a few days.
Also, I don't care how much you have or where you got it from, keep half for yourself and quickly send the other half back to me. We're getting older and need some good stuff to nourish ourselves."
"That's not too much to ask, is it?" "Not at all." Bai Yang shook his head vigorously, but inwardly he thought, the latter part is clearly your main point, isn't it? If you want to drink it, just say so.
I can get you enough to drink it like water every day without any problem.
As a son, it's my duty to be filial. Is there really a need to make such a big deal out of it? Feeling reassured, he then asked, "Mom, what was the incident you mentioned earlier? Wasn't it caused by that kind of liquor?"
Somehow, the test results were discovered by a few senior professors at the school, and now they're asking all over the place about the origin of this liquor. Those old folks are not to be trifled with. Each of them has countless titles hanging over their heads. I managed to bluff my way through on that side, so just make sure you don't go around talking about it. So that's what it was. No wonder Mom was so serious. Bai Yang isn't a fool. Such a thing shouldn't exist in this world, especially when it's so beneficial to the human body. Its development value is practically off the charts, making it impossible not to attract attention. Luckily, Mom had the foresight to block it. I'm still small and fragile, better to keep a low profile, Bai Yang reminded himself inwardly.
Mom's matter was settled, but his own wasn't over yet.
His gaze shifted to his dad.
"Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and get that monkey wine."
Having personally experienced the effects of monkey wine, Bai Jianjun was clearly a bit impatient. What kind of parents are these? Feeling speechless inside, Bai Yang watched his dad hesitate for a moment before finally speaking. "Dad, you know I'm doing trade now, right?"
"And then? If you've got something to say, spit it out quickly." "I can tell from your expression it's nothing good," Bai Jianjun said irritably. "What do you mean nothing good ever happens? This time, I'm bringing you a tremendous benefit."
"With that attitude, if you don't want to listen, I don't even feel like saying it,"
Bai Yang said gloomily.
"There's no helping it. The way the father and son talk has been like this for 20 years, and it's impossible to change now." However, Bai Jianjun still casually threw out the words, "Go ahead." He knew his son too well, never engaged in anything illegal, but to think he could do something good was purely wishful thinking.
"Can't you take this seriously for once? Here's the deal, it's a long story, but I'll keep it short.
Our company has a batch of imported precious wood.
Are you interested in taking it on?" Bai Yang probed.
Bai Jianjun listened to this and looked at Bai Yang with a face full of disdain. "I knew it. As soon as you open your mouth, it's never anything good.
Just started working and already planning to take advantage of your dad, huh? Must be jealous of your colleagues colleague's outstanding performance and now you're turning to your old man for business, aren't you? Waving his hand to stop Bai Yang, who looked constipated and was about to say something, Bai Jianjun continued, in principle, everything in this family will be yours in the future. At the start of your career, as your father, I have to support you no matter what. Go ahead and take advantage, but don't go overboard. Looking at his dad, Bai Yang felt silently moved in his heart. No matter what, parents are always on their children's side. Even if they get taken advantage of, it doesn't matter, as long as their child can hold their head high in front of others. But something's not right. Bai Yang swore he was here to offer benefits. You two have a chat, I'll go cook. Xin Guoping had no interest in this, leaving that remark behind as she headed to the kitchen. Dad, our company really has a batch of imported precious wood. Since you make furniture, I figured you might need it. If you're worried I'm trying to scam you, I can just sell it to someone else. Bai Yang sighed. Of course, selling it to someone else was out of the question, even if it ended up rotting over there. What kind of wood? Bai Jianjun took a sip of tea after saying these words. Small leaf red sandalwood, probably around several dozen tons. But Bai Jianjun spat out a mouthful, pointed at Bai Yang, coughed for a long time, and couldn't manage to say a word. After finally catching his breath, he pointed at Bai Yang's nose and said, "You prodigal son, if you're going to ruin me, this isn't the way to do it. Selling me dozens of tons of small leaf red sandalwood? I think you might as well take over this family directly, and then the three of us can go beg on the streets together." What do you mean? Bai Yang's mouth twitched. It means I don't have that much money, can't afford it, got it? At first, I was thinking if it were a few tons of regular timber or something, I could grit my teeth and buy it for you. But I didn't expect you, kid, to be so ruthless, trying to bankrupt me all at once. Hearing Bai Jianjun's words, Bai Yang secretly rejoiced. His father had always acted like I'm not short on money, so it was rare to see him flustered. Taking a sip of tea unhurriedly, Bai Yang said, Dad, the fact that you don't have enough money is not a problem. I can decide to give it to you at the lowest market price. If that doesn't work, I can even offer you a discount. Don't glare at me, still not enough? Installments should work, right? This kind of good deal is something only I can offer you, old man. Others wouldn't even dream of it. Hearing Bai Yang say this, Bai Jianjun felt reassured. Without even glancing at Bai Yang, he sneered, I get it now. You're just a swindler. Is it fun to trick your dad? Do you think this kind of good deal would come my way? Do you think you own that company or something? Bai Yang thought to himself, close enough, but there's a company with just one person, the boss, and the employee. Then he organized his thoughts internally, wondering how to phrase it. From the start, he had anticipated that it wouldn't be easy to fool his dad with the timber. However, now it seemed far more challenging than he had imagined. First, his dad didn't believe him, and then, his dad still didn't believe him. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll directly haul the timber to your factory. If you think it's worth taking, take it. If not, I'll turn around and haul it away. How does that sound? This was the simplest and most straightforward solution Bai Yang could come up with. I'm increasingly convinced you're just a swindler. Your boss lets you mess around like this? And you call it small leaf red sandalwood? I bet even compressed wood panels wouldn't be treated this way. Bai Jianjun continued to express his disdain. Then don't worry about it. Anyway, I'll get it to you when the time comes. Alright, it's happily decided. Well, I'm off now. Goodbye. With that, Bai Yang got up and made his escape. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. One lie requires countless others to cover it up. He would go to some shady place to set up a trading company to deal with his father, rent a big truck to deliver the timber, and be done with it. No way was he going to burn it as firewood. Hey, don't forget that kind of wine. Bai Jianjun's reminder came from behind. Won't forget, I'll bring it along when the time comes. Waving his hand, he shut the door and made his getaway. Riding his motorcycle through the night towards the rented villa, he encountered a few kids racing motorcycles who tried to invite him to join. He didn't bother to respond. A sparsely lit stretch of road, a few motorcycles roaring nearby. Bai Yang felt deeply frustrated. These punks just won't quit, huh? I'll scare the hell out of you. Not like you can see me anyway. Muttering under his breath, Bai Yang suddenly slammed the brakes on his motorcycle and vanished into the night. Vroom vroom. Bang bang. Faced with Bai Yang's inexplicable disappearance, a few young troublemakers panicked, unable to react in time, crashing to the ground in a heap. Oh my god, a ghost. Several punks scrambled to their feet, jumped onto their motorcycles, and fled like frightened dogs. A minute later, Bai Yang reappeared on his motorcycle at the same spot, glanced at the debris on the ground, smirked, and rode off. From then on, rumors of hauntings spread along this stretch of road, and those brats never dared to race here at night again. Back at the rented villa, Bai Yang scratched his head, trying to remember what he was supposed to do next. Night had just fallen here, and it was nighttime over there too. Chances were, the night over there might last even longer than here, and he wasn't feeling sleepy. Slapping his forehead, he decided, alright, let's take care of business first. Searching online for where to rent one of those big trucks, once again thanks to the almighty internet. This wasn't hard to find. He quickly found a private car rental number, called it, and the person on the other end impatiently said it was already late. But upon hearing Bai Yang say he'd pay 10,000 yuan to rent
rent a big truck for a day, the tone immediately changed to a warm welcome at any time. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem.
If this 10,000 yuan is gone, I'll be completely bankrupt.
But I don't believe my dad won't take the small leaf red sandalwood if I haul it to the factory.
By then, I'll have money.
After thinking it over, he decided it was worth doing. Turning around, he rode his motorcycle out, first stopping at an ATM to withdraw 10,000 yuan. Then he saw his bank card balance was down to 3 digits, and he almost burst into tears. Arriving at the agreed location, a barbecue stall in the suburbs, the roadside was filled with large trucks with more than a dozen wheels. A call was made, and a bald man with a burly build stood up from the barbecue stall and waved at Bai Yang.
Brother, want a drink?
The man sized up Bai Yang and said,
Your brother Yang, right? I'll pass on the drink. I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Where's the vehicle I asked for?
Bai Yang waved his hand and said. During the earlier phone conversation, this guy had introduced himself as Yang Biao.
Seeing him now, he did look quite fierce, but compared to the big guys over there, he was still just a weakling. The other party was quite cooperative, but looked at Bai Yang seriously and said, Pay first. I'll give you the car keys, and I don't care what you're hauling. But let me make it clear, if anything happens to the car, you're responsible.
Of course. Here's the money, now where are the keys?
Bai Yang decisively handed over the money, not in the mood to waste time. He wasn't worried about being scammed or anything.
Out of all the people in the world, would someone really be waiting just to scam him? He wasn't some walking disaster magnet attracting trouble wherever he went.
The process was actually quite simple. Pay the money, take the keys, leave the motorcycle with the other party, and pick it up when returning the car. If you wanted to ride it, that was fine too, just don't damage it, and make sure to leave enough fuel for the return. The interactions between people are not as full of scheming and deceit as one might imagine.
Who would willingly play those unflattering tricks when they can live a stable life? At least, most people think this way. Young people these days, I don't even know what kind of tricks they're playing. Yang Biao muttered while shaking his head, watching a heavy truck driven away by Bai Yang.
Then, his eyes lit up as he turned to look at the cool sports motorcycle Bai Yang had left behind. Bai Yang got his driver's license at the age of 19. He often drove Bai Jianjun's car and had decent skills, though he had never driven a heavy truck before. However, the principles are more or less the same, and with the empty countryside at night being desolate enough to host a ghost meeting, he wasn't too worried about anything going wrong. He hadn't even considered the serious question of whether his license allowed him to drive a heavy truck. After driving the heavy truck to a deserted rural road where not a soul could be seen, the real task began. It's nighttime over there too, and the timber is in the village. But when preparing the timber, they were instructed to place it in inconspicuous corners. If we're careful, it should be fine. As for the villager's reaction the day after the wood disappeared, he hadn't given it a single thought. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yang had a plan. He pulled out the car key, engaged the handbrake, closed the car door properly, and walked around to enter the cargo compartment. He had rented a box-style heavy truck with a dozen or so wheels, capable of hauling 40 to 50 tons with ease. Struggling to close the door from inside the compartment, he moved to the innermost part, surveyed the area, nodded in satisfaction, and vanished from the compartment. The next moment, he appeared in the wooden house bedroom of the wild people's village. Luckily, the lighting here is scarce. The pitch darkness makes it easier to work. Listening to the silent village, Bai Yang nodded in satisfaction. Carefully opening the bedroom door, Bai Yang underestimated the vigilance of the villagers here. By the faint moonlight, he saw the girl sleeping on the living room floor sit up and look at him the moment he opened the door.
It's nothing, go back to sleep. I'm just going to the bathroom.
Whether or not she could understand him, Bai Yang gestured nervously as he spoke. The girl mumbled something incomprehensible, then pulled the animal skin over herself and went back to sleep. However, in the darkness, her eyes blinked repeatedly, her heart beat a little faster.
In the pitch-black night,
Bai Yang quietly slipped outside.
What was he planning to do?
The answer seemed obvious. The girl felt a little shy, a little nervous, and a little expectant. In this almost dizzying thought, after waiting for a while, the girl not only didn't see Bai Yang come to her side, but instead heard the barking of dogs from below the house, followed by Bai Yang's panicked screams. Without any further thought, the girl lifted the animal skin and somehow found a stick, rushing out the door in a hurry. Following the stairs down, she saw Bai Yang surrounded by dogs under the moonlight. With a sharp shout, the two big dogs whimpered twice and ran away with their tails between their legs.
The girl quickly went over to check on Bai Yang.
Bai Yang was in a sorry state. If he hadn't jumped up and climbed onto a close-drying tree branch in time, he might have already become dog food by now. Looking down at the girl who was staring up at him, he felt both lingering fear and a bit of embarrassment.
I just wanted to go out for a walk,
Bai Yang said awkwardly as he scrambled to get up. Whether the other party understood him or not was another matter entirely. The girl chirped at Bai Yang in a pleasant voice, and Bai Yang guessed that she was saying if he was going out, she absolutely had to accompany him.
I didn't see any dogs in the village during the day.
Goodness, the dogs here must be mutant breeds. Their size is almost as big as lions and tigers. While muttering to himself, Bai Yang also felt a lingering fear.
If he got bitten, wouldn't he lose half his his life? Encountering such a situation, isn't it just downright miserable? Luckily, a savior arrived in time. Then the question arises again, with someone standing nearby, how can he silently and discreetly transport the wood?
Knocking the other person unconscious might be a good solution, but the problem is that by Yang suspects he wouldn't be able to overpower this seemingly delicate girl. If he were to use a stun baton for a sneak attack, by Yang estimates there's a high chance of success, but he just can't bring himself to do it.
Just over 10 meters away, in the corner, lies a pile of small leaf red sandalwood planks.
Beside him is a beautiful girl under the moonlight's haze.
Bai Yang gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, determined. Hopefully, she'll be as obedient as usual.
While muttering to himself, Bai Yang approached the girl, thought for a moment, and gestured to the side, signaling her to move over.
The girl understood the gesture, walked over with a puzzled look, and stared at Bai Yang.
Then Bai Yang stood in front of her and started gesturing wildly. Seeing that the girl didn't understand, he simply reached out and covered her eyes. When he let go, the girl's eyes opened again, so he covered them once more. After several attempts, the girl understood his intention, closed her eyes, neither speaking nor moving, but her breathing became rapid. Under the moonlight, her trembling eyelashes added a unique hazy beauty. Bai Yang almost forgot his task as he watched, shaking off the flutter in his heart. He faced the girl and stepped back step by step, reaching the pile of small leaf red sandalwood planks.
Carefully climbing to the top of the pile, he saw the girl still hadn't opened her eyes, grabbed a plank, and it instantly disappeared.
Back in the carriage on Earth, he casually tossed the plank aside and swiftly returned. The girl still didn't open her eyes.
Good, continue.
After several more times, the girl remained standing obediently with her eyes closed. Bai Yang grew bolder, checking only occasionally to see if she had opened her eyes.
However, not long after, Bai Yang was drenched in sweat, partly from nervousness and partly from exhaustion.
Although the small leaf red sandalwood had already been split into wooden blocks, they were not dry, and each piece weighed dozens of pounds. Moving these things didn't require him to run while carrying them, but for someone like him who was half a homebody, it was quite a demanding physical task.
I'm such an idiot. Why do I always have to lift them up? Can't I just grab them?
While silently cursing himself for being foolish, Bai Yang tried a different approach and found it worked. He didn't need to lift them, he just had to grab them to move them over.
With this method, his efficiency improvetic could transport 2 pieces at a time and at a faster pace.
The result of increased efficiency was Bai Yang constantly darting back and forth. The pile of small leaf red sandalwood blocks quickly diminished, and in less than half an hour, everything was done. The heavy truck's cargo compartment on the other side wasn't even full yet. Once finished, Bai Yang let out a sigh of relief and glanced at the girl, who was still obediently standing under the moonlight. However, her lips had unknowingly pouted, giving her a slightly resentful look.
It's all right now, go back. Bai Yang walked over and said.
The other person didn't respond, and only then did he realize that she couldn't understand what he was saying. After thinking for a moment, he reached out to pull her hands away from her eyes. As soon as he reached out, the other person unexpectedly threw herself into his arms and started sobbing, her whole body trembling as if overwhelmed with grief. This was awkward, leaving Bai Yang at a loss.
I didn't bully you, so why are you crying? You're making it seem like I did something outrageously unforgivable to you.
Just think of her as a girl, Bai Yang thought to himself. He reached out and gently patted the girl's back to comfort her, saying, there, don't cry.
If you keep crying, you won't look good anymore. You see, I haven't done anything to you, right?
Besides, we don't speak the same language, so I wouldn't understand what you're trying to express anyway. Even though the other party couldn't understand him, Bai Yang clumsily comforted her for half an hour. She finally calmed down and then walked ahead, her head hanging in deep sorrow. Whatever it meant, Bai Yang didn't understand. Scratching his head, he followed behind. Back at the treehouse, the girl lay on the ground, covered herself with animal skins, and curled up to sleep. Poplar returned to his room, deeply conflicted, and after closing the door, couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. With a sigh, he disappeared from that side again. Back at the heavy truck, he looked at the half-filled compartment of chaotic wood. In his eyes, all of this was money. Closing the truck compartment, he went to the driver's seat and shut the door. Taking out his phone, he checked the time. It was just past midnight. Setting the alarm for 8 in the morning, he returned to the treehouse to sleep. However, the sound of the girl's sobbing lingered in his ears, refusing to fade away.
What kind of situation is this? It looks like that girl is latched onto me,
but the problem is I have no idea why she's doing this. I don't understand the customs here at all, and I don't dare to have any thoughts. With his mind in chaos, Bai Yang couldn't fall asleep. When Bai Yang was awakened by the sound of the alarm, due to the time difference, it was still a pitch-black night here. The moon had already tilted in the sky, making the night seem even darker. Picking up his phone to check, it was already 8 a.m. on Earth. Turning off the alarm, Bai Yang noticed faint noises outside the door.
He knew it was the girl outside being woken up by the alarm. He didn't plan to explain anything, as she wouldn't understand even if he did.
Rubbing his face hard with his hands, he disappeared from this place in a flash. It was a very peculiar feeling. One second he was in the dark, otherworldly realm, and the next he was back on the sunny Earth.
Life's encounters are truly wondrous. Inserting the key to start the heavy truck, he followed the directions on his phone's navigation towards his father's furniture factory. In Bai Yang's memory, his father's furniture factory seemed to consist of a few single-story houses, along with 20 or 30 workers busy day and night. But that was a memory from 10 years ago. Ever since he started middle school, he had hardly visited his father's furniture factory. When he drove the heavy truck to the entrance of his father's furniture factory, his expression froze in surprise. The chaotic and bustling environment he remembered was nowhere to be seen. The first thing that caught his eye was a row of surrounding walls. Through the 10-meter-wide retractable gate, he could vaguely see a row of factory buildings, with the roar of various machines coming from inside. There was even a security guard stationed at the entrance. Wow, old Bai is doing pretty well, huh? Quietly expanding to such a Scalino wonder, he always seems so carefree about money. Looking at the factory area ahead, Bai Yang pursed his lips. Something feels off. He had been thinking about helping his dad out, but now it seems like he might actually end up being a business parasite here, trying to drum up work for himself? Ridiculous. With this truckload of precious wood, it's enough for dad to craft a bunch of valuable furniture and become one of the top players in the furniture industry. Muttering to himself, he started the car and drove toward the gate, unsurprisingly stopped by the security guard. As expected, he didn't have the time to waste playing games with the security guard. He directly called his father. Dad, do you remember what I told you last night? I've brought the stuff right to the gate. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll take it away. Well, kid, you're really putting on a full show for me. I want to see what kind of trick you're playing. Wait for it. Beep, beep, beep. Looking at the disconnected call, Bai Yang curled his lips and tossed the phone aside. Half of his body leaned out of the car window as he casually chatted with the security guard. Through his smooth talk, he managed to extract quite a bit of information about the furniture factory from the guard. According to the other party, this furniture factory is quite large, with over 1,000 employees and more than a dozen workshops. These include raw material processing workshops, rough processing workshops, fine processing workshops, followed by production workshops, assembly workshops, sanding workshops, polishing workshops, painting workshops, and so on. There is even a dedicated design department, sales department, and finance department, making it quite comprehensive and professional. Anyway, Bai Yang felt overwhelmed just listening to it. He only listened casually and didn't plan to join this industry to compete with his father for a livelihood, so he didn't delve deeper into understanding it. Before long, a middle-aged man riding an electric scooter arrived at the gate, exchanged a few words with the security guard, and the gate opened. The man waved to Bai Yang, signaling him to follow. He gave Bai Yang a strange look, unable to understand why the boss had asked him, the head of the raw material workshop, to come and pick up a young man who was just driving. After winding through the factory area, they arrived at a noisy environment surrounded by all kinds of wood. Workers wearing safety helmets moved back and forth, the piercing sound of wood-cutting machines roared, and forklifts carrying wood were running everywhere. At first glance, Bai Yang saw Bai Jianjun surrounded by several people. He parked the car, turned off the engine, got out, and waved to his father. Kid, you're something else, huh? You tricked me into driving such a heavy truck over here. Just for that, even if you brought wood chips, I'd still take them as garbage. Bai Jianjun walked over and clicked his tongue in amazement at Bai Yang. He felt that his son had gone all out to deceive him, or perhaps Bai Yang's boss behind the scenes was just an oddball. Without saying anything else, Bai Yang waved his hand. See for yourself. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, I'll turn around and haul it away. Bai Jianjun chuckled indifferently and waved to the workers who had been standing around him earlier to get on the truck and inspect it. The heavy truck compartment door opened, and a few workers went up. In less than 10 seconds, exclamations came from inside the compartment, followed by shouts of "Boss, come quickly!" Bai Jianjun's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Bai Yang and hurried over, engaging in a low and serious conversation with the workers. Bai Yang walked over smugly, faintly catching some fragmented phrases like something good, too precious, the best small leaf red sandalwood ever seen, and definitely authentic. Then Bai Jianjun appeared in front of Bai Yang, pointed at his nose, and said, "You brat, where did you get this? I already told you I'm in the trade business, didn't I? Ugh, I'm busy. Do you want it or not?" Bai Yang said smugly. "I want it. Why wouldn't I? I'll sell everything I have if I must. Kid, tell me, what's the name of your lousy company? Who's the boss?" Bai Jianjun said through gritted teeth. "Dad, what are you doing? I want to go and kill your boss." Bai Yang widened his eyes. "What's going on? What a sin. Such good timber, you couldn't find it even with a lantern, and it's just recklessly chopped into planks. How much scrap material is wasted? The value of the scraps alone is a fortune. Such a squanderer, a fool." Bai Jianjun gestured dramatically. "That fool is right in front of you." Bai Yang thought it was something serious. "This stuff is abundant over there. You can have as much as you want. Scrap material is destined to be firewood. Since you want it, just pay up," Bai Yang said nonchalantly. Bai Jianjun was taken aback, sizing up Bai Yang before spitting out two puzzled words. "Pay you? Isn't that obvious? If you don't give it to me, ahem, here's the thing. The company entrusted me to handle these newly acquired timber
timber materials. The boss wants to switch to the jewelry and gemstone business, and the finance department is overwhelmed. So, you transfer the money to me first, and I'll report it to the company later. Bai Yang rambled on with a story even he didn't believe.
This doesn't seem like a proper way to negotiate a deal, does it? Not even the price has been discussed yet. I give up on you. Just go ahead and mess around.
It wouldn't surprise me at all if I end up bringing you meals in jail one day, Bai Jianjun said, looking at Bai Yang's hopeless expression. Then he turned around and shouted loudly, "Call someone to unload and weigh the goods."
Afterward, he looked at Bai Yang and asked, "How do we calculate the price? Didn't I already say?"
"The lowest market price, and it can even be discounted." Bai Yang raised an eyebrow. "This year, the price of top-grade imported small leaf red sandalwood ranges from 800,000 to 1 million per ton, depending on transportation and origin."
"I'm not trying to fool you. The wood you brought is even better than the top-grade ones. Prices exceeding 1 million have people scrambling to buy it. What do you say?"
"Well, since you're my dad, I'll give you the lowest price of 800,000 per ton, then apply a discount charging you 500,000 per ton."
"Your son is being pretty generous, right? Is this how discounts work?" Bai Jianjun looked at Bai Yang as if he were a fool.
Then a worker came over and said, "Boss, the statistics are out. All the timber is top-grade material, totaling 31 tons and 350 pounds.
Bai Yang looked at Bai Jianjun and said, "Well, since you're my dad, I'll round it off for you. Let's call it 30 tons. 3 times 5 is 15.
That'll be 15 million. Pay up. You must be my biological son, but I have to say, I don't have that much money to give you. Besides, once the stuff is in my hands, no one can take it away." Bai Jianjun glared at Bai Yang with reddened eyes.
"Isn't installment payment an option? 3 installments, 5 million per installment, no less. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the company."
He said it so casually, it sounded completely unreliable. Bai Jianjun was even more straightforward.
He took out his phone and directly called the finance department. "Manager Liu, transfer 5 million to the XXX account. I'll come over later to sign."
In less than a minute, Bai Yang's phone notified him of a 5 million deposit.
Seeing the string of numbers, he grinned widely. Wasn't this equivalent to winning a tax-free 5 million lottery? "Dad, you carry on. I'm off."
Having received the money, Bai Yang waved his hand, started the heavy truck, and drove away. Bai Jianjun stood disheveled in the wind, his head still spinning long after Bai Yang had left. As someone who worked with solid wood furniture, he naturally understood how precious the batch of timber Bai Yang had brought was.
Once processed, its value could increase tenfold, even dozens of times. If hiked properly, its value could multiply 100-fold. Yet, as if it were child's play, this batch of timber had fallen into his lap. Installments? Discounts? This was basically a giveaway.
With the quality of that timber, people would scramble to buy it even at a quoted price of 2 million per ton. And yet, he had gotten 31 tons for just 5 million. It was practically a steal. Although there was still a debt of tens of millions, even if he didn't pay, no one could say a word.
Where was the contract? The IOU? This kid, Bai Jianjun finally laughed. No one knows a son better than his father.
Since Bai Yang dared to act so recklessly, he must have confidence in what he was doing.
As parents, why dig too deep? Who doesn't have a few secrets of their own?
Whether the timber was smuggled or illegally harvested, once it entered his factory, it would be transformed beyond recognition, and no one would be able to trace it.
Bai Jianjun's inner turmoil was something Bai Yang couldn't possibly know. At this moment, he was almost giddy with joy. Finally, the common folk had some money to their name. 5 million in hand. Wasn't he now a bona fide millionaire?
"Old man, just go ahead and figure it out yourself.
This is practically a freebie for you and me." In the face of the all-knowing internet, do you really think people don't know the value of those logs? No one is a fool.
If there really were a boss who let employees like me mess around, I'd be the first to chop him down. Bai Yang got his driver's license at the age of 19. He often drove Bai Jianjun's car and had decent skills, though he had never driven a heavy truck before. However, the principles are more or less the same, and with the suburban roads being so empty at night that even ghosts could hold a meeting, he wasn't worried about anything going wrong. He hadn't even considered the serious question of whether his license allowed him to drive a heavy truck. He drove the heavy truck to a deserted stretch of road where not a soul could be found and stopped.
The next step was the key. It's nighttime over there too.
The logs are in the village, but when preparing them, they were placed in inconspicuous corners. If we're careful, it should be fine. As for the villagers' reactions the next day when they discovered the logs were gone, he hadn't given it a single thought. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yang came up with a plan. He pulled out the car key, engaged the handbrake, closed the car door securely, and then walked around to the cargo compartment. He had rented a box-style heavy truck with a dozen or so wheels, capable of hauling 40 to 50 tons with ease. Struggling to close the door from inside the compartment, he moved to the innermost position, surveyed the area, nodded in satisfaction, and then disappeared from the compartment. The next moment, he appeared in the bedroom of a wooden house in the wildlings village.
Good thing the lighting here is scarce.
The pitch darkness makes it easier to work, Bai Yang muttered to himself as he listened to the silent village, not nodding in satisfaction. Carefully opening the bedroom door, Bai Yang underestimated the vigilance of the villagers. In the faint moonlight, the moment he opened the door, he saw a girl sleeping on the living room floor sit up immediately and look at him. "Don't worry, go back to sleep. I'm just going to the bathroom," Bai Yang said nervously, gesturing as he spoke, regardless of whether the other party could understand him or not. The girl mumbled something incomprehensible, then pulled the animal skin over herself and went back to sleep. However, in the darkness, her eyes blinked repeatedly, her heart beating a little faster. In the pitch-black night, Bai Yang quietly felt his way outside. What was he planning to do? The answer seemed obvious. The girl felt a little shy, a little nervous, and a little expectant. Caught in this hazy train of thought, the girl waited for a while. Not only did Bai Yang not sneak back to her side, but instead, she heard the barking of dogs from beneath the house, followed by Bai Yang's panicked cries. No thoughts came to mind. The girl lifted the animal skin and somehow pulled out a stick, rushing out the door and heading downstairs. By the moonlight, she saw Poplar surrounded by dogs. With a sharp shout, the two big dogs whimpered and scurried away. The girl quickly went over to check on Poplar. Poplar was in a sorry state. If he hadn't immediately jumped up and climbed onto a close drying branch, he might have already become dog food by now. Looking at the girl below, who was gazing up at him, he felt both lingering fear and a bit of embarrassment. "I just wanted to go out for a walk," he said awkwardly as he clumsily climbed down. Whether she understood him or not was another matter entirely. The girl chirped at Bai Yang with a pleasant voice, and Bai Yang guessed that what she was saying was probably that if he was going out, she must accompany him. "Didn't see any dogs in the village during the day. My goodness, the dogs here must be some kind of mutant breed. Their size is almost as big as lions and tigers." While muttering to himself, Bai Yang also felt a lingering fear. If he got bitten, wouldn't it cost him half his life? Encountering such a situation, isn't it just miserable? Fortunately, a savior arrived in time. But then another problem arose. With someone standing right next to him, how could he silently transport the wood over? Knocking the other person out might not be a bad idea, but the problem was that Bai Yang doubted he could overpower this seemingly delicate girl. If he used a stun baton to ambush her, Bai Yang figured he had a good chance of succeeding, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Over 10 meters away was a pile of small leaf red sandalwood planks stacked in the corner. Beside him stood a beautiful girl under the hazy moonlight. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, Bai Yang made up his mind. Hopefully, she'll be as obedient as usual. While muttering to himself, Bai Yang walked over to the girl. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to the side, signaling her to move over. The girl understood the gesture, and with a puzzled look, she stepped aside and watched Bai Yang. Then Bai Yang stood in front of her, gesturing wildly. Seeing that the girl didn't understand, he simply reached out and covered her eyes with his hand. When he let go, her eyes opened again, so he covered them once more. After repeating this a few times, the girl understood his intention. She closed her eyes, staying silent and still, though her breathing began to quicken. Under the moonlight, her trembling eyelashes added a unique hazy beauty. Poplar almost forgot his main task as he watched, shaking off the flutter in his heart. He faced the girl and stepped back step by step, reaching the edge of the pile of small leaf red sandalwood planks. Then, he carefully climbed to the top of the woodpile. Seeing that the girl still hadn't opened her eyes, he grabbed a plank, which instantly disappeared. Back in the carriage on Earth, he casually tossed the plank aside and then swiftly returned. The girl did not open her eyes. Good, keep going. After a few tries, the girl still stood obediently with her eyes closed. Bai Yang grew bolder, checking only occasionally to see if she had opened her eyes. However, not long after, Bai Yang was drenched in sweat, half from nervousness, half from exhaustion. Although the small pieces of red sandalwood had already been chopped into blocks, they weren't dry, and each piece weighed dozens of pounds. Moving these things didn't require him to run while carrying them, but for someone like him who was half a homebody, it was still an incredible physical challenge. I'm such an idiot. Why do I have to lift them every time? Can't I just grab them? While silently cursing himself for being foolish, Bai Yang tried a new method. Sure enough, he didn't need to lift them, he just had to grab them to move them over. This significantly improved his efficiency. Could now transport 2 pieces at a time and at a faster pace. The result of increased efficiency was that Bai Yang kept darting back and forth. The pile of red sandalwood blocks quickly dwindled, and in less than half an hour, he was done. Meanwhile, the heavy truck's cargo compartment on the other side wasn't even full yet. It was over, and Bai Yang let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the girl, who was still obediently standing under the moonlight, but her lips had somehow puckered up, giving her a slightly resentful look. "It's all right now, let's go back," Bai Yang said as he walked over. The girl didn't respond, and only then did he realize she couldn't understand what he was saying. After thinking for a moment, he reached out to gently pull her eyelids open. That gesture turned out to be a mistake, as the girl suddenly threw herself into his arms and started sobbing uncontrollably, her whole body trembling with overwhelming sadness. This was awkward, leaving Bai Yang at a loss. "I didn't bully you, so why are you crying? You're making it seem like I've done something outrageous and unforgivable to you. Let's just treat her as a little sister," Bai Yang thought to himself. He reached out and gently patted the girl's back to comfort her, saying, "There, don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't look good anymore. Besides, I didn't do anything to you, did I? And anyway, we don't even speak the same language. Whatever you're trying to express, I can't understand it." Even though the other person couldn't understand him, Bai Yang clumsily comforted her for half an hour. Finally, she calmed down, then lowered her head in utter dejection and walked ahead. What does it mean? Anyway, Bai Yang didn't understand, scratched his head, and followed behind. After returning to the treehouse, the girl lay on the ground, covered herself with animal skin, and curled up to sleep. Bai Yang, feeling extremely conflicted, returned to his room. After closing the door, he couldn't figure out what was going on with her, sighed, and disappeared from this side again. Back in the heavy truck, he looked at the half-full compartment of messy wood. In his eyes, all of this was money. He closed the truck compartment, went to the driver's seat, shut the door, and took out his phone to check the time. It was just past midnight. Setting the alarm for 8 in the morning, he returned to the treehouse to sleep. However, the sound of the girl sobbing by his ear just wouldn't go away. What kind of situation is this? It looks like that girl is clinging to me, but the problem is I have no idea why. I don't understand the customs here at all, and I don't dare to have any thoughts. With his mind in chaos, Bai Yang couldn't fall asleep no matter what. When Bai Yang carried a large bucket of salt to the treehouse bedroom, he noticed that the horizon was just beginning to show a faint light. This time difference is something else. It's midday over there. As dawn broke, the village was already coming to life. Opening the window, Bai Yang saw a large group of teenage boys on the clearing below the treehouse, lined up in a crooked formation, following a burly man at the front as they practiced moves with grunts and shouts, exercising their bodies under the morning sun. What a passionate and inspiring scene. Glancing a few times, Bai Yang found it incredibly boring. After comparing, he realized it wasn't even as impressive as the military boxing he learned during high school training. Carrying a plastic bucket filled with salt, Bai Yang opened the bedroom door and almost screamed. The girl, who had apparently gotten up at some point, was standing outside the door, looking at him with her big, blinking eyes. There was no trace of her crying from the night before. Not understanding the local customs and traditions, Bai Yang was completely baffled by the girl's mindset. Well, the saying "don't try to guess a girl's thoughts" was something Bai Yang adhered to faithfully. He greeted her with a morning hello, but the girl simply pouted silently. She didn't seem the least bit curious about Bai Yang carrying a large, unfamiliar bucket out of an empty bedroom. Any normal person would find it strange, right? Carrying the salt, Bai Yang walked into the kitchen. Under the girl's wide-eyed gaze, filled with distress to the point of almost fainting, he casually threw a fist-sized chunk of brown salt from a wooden bowl out the window. The girl stood in front of Bai Yang, gesturing and chattering about something, but Bai Yang couldn't understand a word. Grabbing her wrist, he noticed she was about to turn and run outside to retrieve the chunk of salt. Bai Yang quickly stopped her, rinsed the wooden bowl twice in the sink, shook it dry, and filled it with a bowl of pure white salt from the barrel. "From now on, we'll use this," Bai Yang said, pointing to the bowl of salt. "Something seems off." This was said a bit too naturally. The girl was completely clueless. Under Bai Yang's gesturing and pointing, she pinched a tiny bit of salt with 2 fingers and put it in her mouth. Her eyes instantly widened. Though the salt was so bitterly salty that it was unpleasant, she couldn't bear to spit it out. Instead, she put 1 finger in her mouth, looking at Bai Yang in astonishment. This scene was too much to bear. It was about to turn embarrassing. Bai Yang forcibly turned around, grabbed a bucket of table salt, and went to find the white-bearded old man. Perhaps because elderly people tend to sleep lightly, when Bai Yang found the white-bearded old man, he was already sitting in a wicker chair, kindly watching the group of half-grown boys gesturing aimlessly. The old man smiled and greeted Bai Yang upon his arrival, though it was unclear what he was saying. With another round of exaggerated gestures and wild pointing, the old man came to understand that the white powder in the bucket was salt, a token of gratitude for the villagers' help in building the house the day before. The bucket, along with the salt, was then given to him. The old man's reaction was even more excited than the girl's. He grabbed a small pinch of salt and stuffed it into his mouth. Despite the intense saltiness making his nose and eyes scrunch up, he was reluctant to spit it out. Then, as if his bones had suddenly become lighter, he hoisted the bucket of salt and dashed off energetically. Having grown up in the city, Bai Yang had no idea how important salt was to manual laborers. If manual laborers go without salt for an extended period, they lose all their strength, their mental state deteriorates, and they may develop osteoporosis. The most noticeable symptom is their hair turning white. How low must the living standards be here for the villagers to get this excited over just a bit of salt? Bai Yang was almost driven to despair. If he were to sell daily necessities, he felt he could strip the villagers of everything they owned. The morning sun rose, its light vast and radiant. A thin mist hung like smoke, dewdrops glistened, leaves swayed gently, the fragrance of grass and trees filled the air, children played joyfully, cooking smoke curled upwards. Sunshine, woods, a gentle breeze, laughter and cheerful voices all came together to form a tranquil and serene picture on this refreshing morning. Bai Yang had not the slightest trace of an artist's temperament. To him, all of this simply felt comfortable. Bored, he squatted on a large rock, watching a group of muscular men of various sizes showing off their physiques and and skills, with no intention of joining in. His scrawny frame couldn't even compare to the children, and he had no desire to embarrass himself. As he watched, Bai Yang noticed Barbarian number 3 sneaking over to his side. Taking advantage of his distraction, the barbarian brazenly took the electric baton that had been placed nearby.
What is this guy up to again?
Then Bai Yang laughed so hard he almost rolled off the big rock. He saw Barbarian number 3 somehow find a tattered set of armor made of metal plates, put it on his steel-like muscular body, and then press the switch on the electric baton and jab it against the armor.
This time it was even worse.
Metal conducts electricity, and Barbarian number 3 lay stiffly on the ground twitching for quite a while before he managed to get up.
The electric baton rolled far away. How stubborn do you have to be to challenge an electric baton?
Still, I have to admire your spirit of exploration. Sighing, Bai Yang picked up the electric baton and continued squatting on the rock, watching a group of muscle men show off their physiques and skills.
What puzzled Bai Yang endlessly was that these villagers, whether due to an extremely long reaction time or an extraordinary level of acceptance, showed absolutely no curiosity about the missing wood from last night, the salt he had brought, or the electric baton. Their completely indifferent attitude left Bai Yang scratching his head in confusion. What a wonderful time, yet here I am wasting it in such boredom. It's utterly outrageous, Bai Yang lamented inwardly while eating the roasted meat carefully fed to him by the girl. After the group of muscle-bound men dispersed, he felt even more bored. Boredom is a disease it needs to be cured.
He had to find something to do, or else he might die of boredom. Seeing the group of muscle-bound men gearing up to head back into the jungle for another hunt, Bai Yang thought for a moment, patted his backside, and ran over. He didn't approach anyone else, he went straight to the trio of barbarian Iron Triangle who had brought him to this village, as he was at least somewhat familiar with them. A clumsy attempt at gesturing and fumbling explanations, barely managing to make the other party understand the intention of wanting to tag along and take a look. The three big guys muttered a few words to each other but did not refuse. Then Bai Yang turned around, eyes wide in surprise. At some point, the girl who had been silently following behind him had changed into a completely different outfit and continued trailing him quietly. Clad in leather armor, leather pants, leather boots, and leather bracers that perfectly outlined her figure. Although the outfit appeared rather crudely made, it exuded an overwhelming sense of wildness. A dagger was tucked into her boots, a whip coiled around her waist, a bow and arrow slung across her back, and in her hand, she gripped a 3-foot-long, cold, broadsword. She was armed to the teeth, wasn't she? Faced with the girl's outfit, Bai Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of the thought, this chick could take me down 10 times over like it's nothing. She actually seemed proud rather than ashamed, but no matter how high her combat prowess was, it couldn't hide the backwardness of the villagers' lifestyle. A sense of superiority, like a young urbanite experiencing tribal life, welled up within him. And then, off they went. Bai Yang was well aware of how dangerous the jungle could be, but walking amidst these people with explosive combat abilities, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of security. About a kilometer away from the village, the path ahead disappeared. Ancient vines coiled everywhere, towering trees reached for the sky, and the rotting leaves emitted an unpleasant odor.
Even the light grew dim. At this point, the second barbarian seemed to vanish into the treetops as if using some kind of stealth technique. If Bai Yang hadn't been certain of his presence, he might have completely overlooked him. The first barbarian carried a stick and guarded the rear, the third wielded a blade as large as a door to clear the way, and the girl held a broadsword, staying close to Bai Yang and vigilantly watching their surroundings. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm the king of the forest right now? What kind of nonsense is this? He muttered to himself. With almost no need to worry about safety, Bai Yang's eyes wandered everywhere, finding everything fascinating. He suddenly realized that over 90% of what he saw was completely unfamiliar to him. When Bai Yang curiously wanted to take a closer look at a mushroom as large as an umbrella, his shoulders suddenly tightened as the girl grabbed him and dragged him back more than 10 meters. What's going on? Bai Yang looked at her in confusion. The girl flicked her toe, sending a fist-sized stone flying toward the giant mushroom. Instantly, a small cloud of powder rose from the mushroom, and the surrounding plants that came into contact with the powder lost all their moisture within seconds, turning yellow, dry, and brittle. Seeing this scene, Bai Yang was not frightened but instead his eyes lit up. If I could get my hands on this mushroom powder, wouldn't it be the ultimate essential for home and travel? The number 1 barbarian came up from behind Bai Yang, gesturing frantically with a face full of terror, indicating that such mushrooms were even scarier than demons. Ignorance. Mushrooms are lifeless. Once you understand their properties, dealing with them is simple. Just be careful, collect some mushroom powder, and if someone annoys you, give them a dose. Poplar felt they were a bit too excited and decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely collect some to carry with him. Even atomic bombs are dangerous, yet every country still wants to collect them. Staying away from the giant mushroom, they continued deeper into the jungle. After walking a short distance, Poplar was about to lean against a tree to catch his breath when the girl gently pulled him away. Her broadsword tapped the tree, and with a crunching sound, a palm-sized notch appeared on the trunk, from which countless red ants immediately swarmed out. We'd better take a detour. Instinctively stepping away from the tree trunk, Poplar
Poplar turned his stiff neck and walked toward another direction as he spoke. Swish! An arrow suddenly shot out from somewhere in the trees, landing right next to Poplar's foot. The soft soil split open, and an 8-meter-long python writhed and twisted on the ground, its head pierced by the arrow and pinned to the earth. A drop of cold sweat slowly rolled down his forehead. If the arrow had been slightly off, he would have been the one nailed to death. The key point was that he had almost stepped on that python. When are we going back? This jungle is absolutely not a place for humans to stay, seriously. His mind was endlessly looping with complaints, and at this moment, Bai Yang regretted his decision to come to the jungle. However, since he was already here, he could only grit his teeth and keep moving forward. An hour later, Bai Yang was on the verge of collapse. The various dangers in the jungle were almost like walking the road to hell. Plants that couldn't be touched, deadly poisonous insects that always appeared in unexpected places. If it weren't for the few wilderness survival experts accompanying him, Bai Yang felt that surviving even 10 minutes would have been thanks to Lady Luck having a special favor for him. The last time he wandered aimlessly in the jungle for a few hours without encountering any major incidents was purely because those paths had been traversed by a few savages beforehand. After all, he had been exploring along the safe routes that the savages had already walked. During the break, the girl gestured to Bai Yang while speaking incomprehensibly. Her meaning seemed to be that in this jungle, apart from the natives like them who grew up here, outsiders who enter rarely leave unscathed. That was probably what she meant. Each region nurtures its own people. To rashly enter a domain unfamiliar to oneself is either to survive battered and bruised or to meet one's demise. This was Bai Yang's conclusion. They were able to live skillfully in the jungle thanks to the invaluable experience gained through countless lives of their ancestors. Just as Bai Yang was lost in thought, the atmosphere around them suddenly grew tense. The third barbarian held his broadsword horizontally in front of him, crouching slightly like a poised leopard ready to strike, with an expression of facing a formidable enemy. Even his neck was covered in goosebumps. The first barbarian, who had been guarding the rear, moved to the front, holding his long staff horizontally in front of him. His eyes flickered, his body trembled slightly, and even the second barbarian, hidden in the trees, revealed himself from the upper diagonal position. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow, slowly scanning the surroundings, his eyes filled with terror. The girl held a broadsword across her chest with one hand and gripped Bai Yang's shoulder with the other, retreating slowly, visibly tense. What's going on? Bai Yang's throat felt dry, affected by the atmosphere. Although he didn't sense any danger, he had no doubt about the crisis awareness displayed by these people who had lived in the jungle for years. Before Bai Yang could figure out what was happening, he suddenly felt weightless, as if floating on clouds. Amid the dizzying blur, the girl had lifted him by the shoulder and brought him to a tree at least 30 meters above the ground. How did we get up here? Bai Yang was somewhat bewildered, unable to imagine how the girl had managed to carry someone weighing over 100 pounds up a tree. It was so fast that he hadn't seen it clearly. Looking at the girl beside him, her lips tightly pressed together and her eyes scanning the surroundings, Bai Yang's worldview was turned upside down. Was this really the same soft girl who had cried in his arms like a pitiful kitten? Could she have been swapped out? Then Bai Yang had no thoughts at all, his mind constantly wondering whether to let her take him even higher. Dull thuds echoed from afar, the ground trembled slightly, and the sound of snapping branches crackled continuously. A massive creature was approaching in this direction. At some point, Barbarian number 1 and Barbarian number 3 had already climbed up the tree. Just like Bai Yang and the others, they held their breath and nervously watched the direction of the sound. The leaves parted, and a giant gorilla appeared in Bai Yang and the others' line of sight. However, upon seeing that gorilla, Bai Yang's face twisted into a constipated expression. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, holding it in with great difficulty. It was an enormous black gorilla, comparable to the King Kong in Bai Yang's imagination. Its body was bulky, muscular, and seemed ready to burst. However, that wasn't the main point. The key detail was that this gorilla was actually wearing a pair of tiger skin shorts of unknown origin, covering its lower body. The gorilla was massive and intimidating. Just one of its arms was thicker than the bulliest savage among them. Yet, the sight of the gorilla in shorts gave Bai Yang an inexplicable sense of humor. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, almost injuring himself from holding it in. The gorilla clearly noticed Bai Yang and the others. It stopped its movements and looked up at them. Under the gaze of the gorilla, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. If it decided to take a bite, it probably wouldn't even bother chewing. However, the gorilla just bared its teeth at them, wiggled its hips, and strolled away leisurely. Bai Yang dared to swear on his little ding-ding that as it left, its expression was actually one of disdainful contempt, as if mocking them with "you're all trash." To think they were actually looked down upon by a beast, no choice but to endure it. It wasn't until the gorilla's figure completely disappeared into the jungle that the group finally dared to take deep breaths, cold sweat unknowingly streaming down their bodies. Has this damn gorilla become sentient or something? Not only can it make human-like expressions, but it even knows how to wear shorts. After the crisis was resolved, Bai Yang's mind was still in a daze. He figured his understanding of this world was probably still at zero. Gorillas themselves
themselves are intelligent primates. Given their size, it's not entirely unreasonable for them to have some mimicking abilities, right?
In the end, Bai Yang used this unreliable reasoning to convince himself. As they resumed their journey, Bai Yang noticed that everyone else seemed completely unfazed, as if the previous encounter hadn't left any impression on them.
Is it because they're thick-skinned, or do they often encounter situations like this in the jungle?
Bai Yang was destined to never find an answer to this question.
The group changed direction to move forward, as it was obvious that following the gorilla's path would be pure suicide,
and heading in the direction it came from likely wouldn't yield any prey either. As the saying goes, where the king of beasts roams, all other creatures hide. Although the gorilla wasn't a lion or tiger, its sheer size was enough to indicate its terrifying nature.
Consequently, during the next stretch of their journey,
the group encountered virtually no animals.
Bugs don't count.
All the way down, the girl who stayed by Yang's side without leaving even a step was basically silent and the most vigilant. At the slightest sign of trouble, she would immediately shield Yang behind her, comparable to the most professional bodyguard. She always stood on the front line of danger, pulling Yang back from the edge of unknown perils countless times.
Truly admirable.
As for the issue of being protected by a girl, Yang's inner thoughts were, let's talk about something else instead. The question that had been buried in Yang's heart for a long time was that this girl seemed overly loyal to him.
He hadn't given her anything, so why was she so wholeheartedly devoted to him?
He could only attribute this to his unfamiliarity with the customs here, leaving him without an answer. The largest of the group, Barbarian number 1, is quite interesting. He always manages to find various things to eat in the jungle. His nose is even sharper than a dog's, whether it's strange fruits hidden among the trees or plant roots buried in the soil, he can always find something edible.
Basically, he's been eating all the way.
The fact that he hasn't been poisoned is something Bai Yang finds hard to understand. It's likely that there's some scientifically explainable causal relationship between his massive size and his constant eating. For the sake of his own life, Bai Yang has repeatedly declined when the other party tried to share strange items with him, enthusiastically gesturing that they were indeed edible and delicious. Bai Yang still politely refused.
Thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to die just yet.
As for Barbarian number 3, it seems there's no turning back for him on the path of courting death. Bai Yang feels that if the saying a smile adds 10 years to your life were applied, he might regress by 100 lifetimes.
This guy's curiosity has already skyrocketed.
Whenever he encounters a crack, a tree hole, or something similar, he always pokes around with his door-sized machete, causing quite a few laughable incidents. Look at him now, his forehead is covered in bumps like Buddha's head, all thanks to stirring up a beehive while messing with a tree hole.
However, what's interesting about him isn't just his curiosity but his inability to learn from experience.
For the nth time, he poked around a crack in a rock and ended up disturbing a centipede over a meter long, almost getting bitten.
Yet, he still enjoys it immensely. That said, it's precisely his sky-high curiosity and stubborn personality that make him the best trailblazer. After all, he can always be the first to discover any danger, right?
As for number 2, well, the guy is practically invisible, hiding among the treetops and rarely showing himself. With such near magical jungle concealment skills, Bai Yang thinks that if he were to fight against so-called special forces in Earth's jungles, he could probably take out a whole squad on his own. This was a rare jungle survival experience, which ultimately ended with them hunting down a brown bear. The process of hunting the bear was thrilling, but Bai Yang didn't feel even the slightest hint of danger, just sheer boredom. He was over 50 meters away from the battlefield, with a ridiculously strong girl by his side for protection. If he could still feel the tension and excitement of the hunt under such circumstances, that would truly be bizarre. To put it simply, they encountered a brown bear that stood nearly 3 meters tall when upright. Then, Barbarian number 2 threw down his machete, charged at the bear while shouting incomprehensibly, and tried to wrestle it. Realizing he might not be as strong as the bear, he resorted to his signature move, which Bai Yang had seen before climbing onto the bear's back, where it couldn't shake him off no matter how hard it tried. Then Barbarian number 1 came over and struck the bear on the nose with a club, making it howl in pain with tears and snot streaming down its face.
The fight finally ended when an arrow, shot by number 2 from some hidden spot in the trees, pierced through the bear's right eye.
The hunting process is often just this simple and brutal, with the main challenge being the lengthy process of spotting the prey. Bai Yang thought that if this were on Earth, the final hunting process would be infinitely short and one shot would settle it. Big guy number 1 acted as the laborer, carrying the brown bear back all by himself, his legs trembling. What incredible strength! Bai Yang estimated that if number 1 worked at a construction site, many migrant workers might lose their jobs. The journey back was far easier than the way there. Although the jungle exploration lasted only a few short hours, Bai Yang felt as if he had experienced a lifetime.
Even if someone puts a knife to my neck, I will never enter the jungle again. Standing at the village gate, Bai Yang said to himself, so what if the knife is at my neck? I can still make a run for it.
Time quietly slipped away amidst all kinds of boredom, frustration, indecision, and numbness. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since the last time he entered the jungle. The 10 days mentioned here refer to the time on this side. If calculated based on a day stay here being nearly 50 hours, more than 20 days have already passed on Earth. According to scientific research, it takes just half a month to completely change a lifestyle habit.
Don't believe it? Try it yourself. Get a dog, and every time you feed it, tap the food bowl. After half a month, tap the bowl again, and it'll come running over wagging its tail in no time.
So, 10 days later, apart from some shortcomings in language, Bai Yang was already quite similar to the villagers here. During this period, Bai Yang spent most of his time with the villagers, deliberately observing and learning their living habits and language. By now, he was able to engage in simple conversations with them.
What level of simple conversation are we talking about?
For example, it's akin to how people on Earth might communicate with foreigners. Hello, I eat, cold, hungry.
Roughly at this level of interaction.
However, most of his communication with the villagers still relied on gestures. The more Bai Yang understood the villagers' living habits, the more he realized the hardships of their lives. The jungle, the treehouse, everything was not as idyllic and comfortable as it seemed. The villagers went out hunting every day, and casualties were a frequent occurrence. To survive normally, they had to venture into the jungle to hunt, but entering the jungle inevitably meant facing various dangers. It was a vicious cycle. During these 10 days, Bai Yang personally witnessed 3 people with disabilities, 6 severely injured individuals, and 2 who entered the jungle and never returned. Life is a miracle, resilient, always finding the right way to survive in various harsh environments. Yet, life is also incredibly fragile. One careless moment, and a vibrant life can vanish just like that.
Human habits are truly terrifying.
Bai Yang was horrified to discover that after living a life of being served meals without lifting a finger for a while, even the basic instinct of feeding himself was beginning to deteriorate. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been removed, slumping over the table, watching the busy figure in the kitchen, just waiting for her to come over and feed him. Kitten. This was the name of the girl Bai Yang learned on his 8th day in this world. The word kitten here was generally used to describe a tiger. In any case, Bai Yang simply couldn't associate the word kitten with a tiger.
Isn't a kitten supposed to be the kind of creature that meows adorably and acts cute?
Therefore, Bai Yang felt the girl's name should be Tiger Girl. Any language undergoes a long process of evolution, encompassing the cultural life and customs of a place. Without understanding the culture and customs of a place, it is difficult to grasp the true meaning of its expressions. On the other side of the earth, the word in the Qian dialect often refers to a wife.
How many people know this?
With a jumble of thoughts in her mind, the kitten prepared the barbecue and brought it to the table. Having become familiar with Bai Yang's lifestyle, the kitten no longer displayed the bold and hearty spirit of the locals when making barbecue.
The meat was cut into small pieces and grilled to perfection, though the flavor was somewhat monotonous.
I still don't know what kind of plant the locals use to smoke their meat, but the smoked meat is surprisingly addictive.
I've eaten barbecue meal after meal so many times and still don't feel tired of it.
While muttering to himself, Bai Yang maintained his lordly posture, not even bothering to move, simply opening his mouth and waiting for the kitten to feed him. However, the beautiful young girl, Little Cat, didn't feel there was anything wrong with this. She carefully picked up a piece of grilled meat and placed it in Bai Yang's mouth, even thoughtfully wiping the grease from the corner of his lips.
How many people would want to kill Bai Yang after seeing this scene? Little Cat. Bai Yang looked up at her.
The pronunciation of Little Cat in the local language was extremely peculiar, and Bai Yang's attempt wasn't very accurate, almost like how foreigners on Earth might say "ni how" awkwardly.
Little Cat stared at Bai Yang without blinking.
Nothing, I just need to leave for a little while, Bai Yang stammered as he gestured. However, upon hearing Bai Yang's words, the kitten froze, her face turning pale. Her big eyes looked at Bai Yang, ready to shed tears at any moment.
Don't be sad, I'll come back. It won't take long.
Then, I'll wait for you, the kitten said firmly. Bai Yang left decisively, packed his backpack in the house, and went out. As for why the little cat was following him, Bai Yang had asked, but the answer he got was simply absurd. The little cat's response was that her grandfather told her to follow Bai Yang.
Such a simple and blunt reason.
Oh, the little cat's grandfather is the village's white-bearded elder, the village chief.
This made Bai Yang complain for a while. Was it illegal to send his granddaughter off like this? Was she really his biological granddaughter? Regarding this, Bai Yang genuinely didn't know what to say.
Although Bai Yang had been returning to Earth almost every day before, this time he had some matters to attend to, which might take some time. Therefore, he had to leave in a way that the villagers could see. Bai Yang had no doubts about the villagers' ability to accept this, but leaving silently would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble, wouldn't it? Under the reluctant gaze of the kitten, Bai Yang stepped out and encountered Huzi on the village's open ground, the person Bai Yang had internally labeled as the third barbarian.
Seeing him, Bai Yang couldn't help but laugh again.
There was no other way, this guy was just too amusing. One of his eyes was red and swollen, and his eyelashes had completely disappeared. The cause of this outcome was his own reckless behavior. The previous day, he had seen Bai Yang playing with a lighter and was extremely curious. He borrowed it to study, marveling at the appearance of the flame. When he pressed the switch, he held it close to his eye and stared intently at the flame. As soon as the flame appeared, well, the scene was quite unforgettable.
Huzi, I'll bring
bring you something fun next time I come. Bai Yang waved at Huzi and headed toward the village gate. Avoiding people's gazes, he slipped away and vanished from this world. Returning to the rented villa, it was still just before 10 a.m. on Earth. The smile on his face faded, and he tossed his backpack onto the ground. Bai Yang collapsed powerlessly onto the large bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion. The reason for this is that the sights and experiences over the past few days deeply moved him. The villagers there lead simple and arduous lives, yet they are happy and never complain about anything. Even though they are well aware of the dangers in the jungle, they still venture into it time and again, holding on to hope for life without hesitation. However, when Bai Yang saw several villagers who had been severely injured or disabled from fighting wild beasts, he couldn't reconcile his feelings no matter how hard he tried. The helplessness of watching but being unable to do anything left him deeply unsettled. He wasn't a doctor and couldn't treat the injured villagers in the most proper way. The only thing he could do was administer tetanus penicillin to prevent infections. Xiaodia rosewood, ginseng, baigua brew. These things might not mean much to them, but to me, they are worth millions. It's what I owe them. Bai Yang felt he had to do something for the villagers, even if it was just to repay the meticulous care he had received from the little cat during this period. He stood up, rubbed his cheeks hard twice, and opened his phone to check his current wealth. Bai Yang's father had already transferred the second installment of his payment to his account, and the ginseng auction had concluded, with the auction house having transferred the proceeds to him. Aside from the auction house's 10% commission and the personal income tax, the ginseng brought Bai Yang over 12 million in profit. There are truly too many wealthy people in this world. A 400-year-old ginseng was auctioned off for nearly 15 million. In the future, I must transport more useless things over here and clean out the pockets of those rich people who are only left with money. Bai Yang felt he would be letting himself down if he didn't do so. The massive sum of over 22 million in the account took Bai Yang some time to process. The string of numbers made his eyes blur. Struggling to shift his gaze away from those digits, he grabbed his keys, mounted his motorcycle, and headed out. After winding through several turns, Bai Yang arrived once again at the military goods store. The shopkeeper was still bent over behind the counter, fiddling with something unknown. Upon hearing the commotion, he looked up and surprisingly remembered Bai Yang, blurting out, "What are you here for again?" "Hi, boss, I'm back again," Bai Yang greeted with a grin. The young boss said expressionlessly, "Buddy, go cool off wherever you came from. I really don't have what you're looking for here." "You know what I'm looking for?" Bai Yang asked in surprise. "Young boss, alright, I won't joke around with you anymore. This time, I'm here to ask you about something," Bai Yang said as he found a stool and sat down, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, and handed one to the other person. Bai Yang smoked, but he didn't have much of an addiction. He could go several days without smoking and still be fine. "What do you want to ask?" Having accepted the cigarette, the boss couldn't keep giving Bai Yang a hard time. Despising him, he was also an old smoker. After visiting several shops, he had finally managed to buy the special long white Mountain Charm cigarettes at a high price from a tobacco seller. Organizing his thoughts, Bai Yang looked at the other person and said, "Here's the thing, I want to ask you where I can find someone who makes armor." "What the heck?" The young owner of the military goods store looked at Bai Yang as if he were an alien, unable to process the question for a moment. "Ahem, I mean armor, the kind used in ancient times for going into battle. Do you know where I can buy it?" Bai Yang said bluntly. "Seriously, dude, are you trying to play cosplay or something?" "Maybe check online," the owner said, speechless. Waving his hand, Bai Yang explained, "Not those messy knockoffs you see online. Why would I want useless stuff like that? What I need is real armor, battle armor, the kind you can wear for defense, preferably made of pure metal, like iron or steel." "Do you have any connections for that?" "No, seriously, what exactly are you trying to do?" The boss stared at Bai Yang, utterly speechless. Bai Yang's eyes lit up, thinking there was hope. He lit a cigarette for himself, took a puff, and said with feigned seriousness, "I'm planning to assemble a cold weapon army to conquer the universe. This crucial mission starts with crafting battle armor, got it? Remember to keep this confidential. Why don't you just fly to the heavens?" The young boss looked at Bai Yang with a blank expression, his face showing the same disdain as if he were staring at an idiot. Bai Yang remained silent for a moment, took another puff of his cigarette, and put on a look of revealing the truth. "Alright, I'll be honest with you. Actually, I'm planning to assemble an army to conquer another world, ascend to the heavens, and trample the gods beneath my feet. Do you want me to call a mental hospital for you?" The other person looked utterly speechless. "Why is it that no one believes me when I tell the truth? What's wrong with this world? Where has the trust between people gone? Don't mess around with useless stuff. Just tell me if you have any connections, buddy." Bai Yang had a look that said, "It's up to you." Did you really think Bai Yang came all the way here just to chat aimlessly? Creating a metal suit of armor doesn't actually require any advanced craftsmanship. You could probably get some rough pieces made by any random metal workshop after a bit of tinkering. The reason he wanted the other party to introduce a connection was simply to establish some rapport. You know, familiarity breeds trust. In the future, if he wanted to get his hands on something truly good, he'd probably have to rely on this guy. The two of them stared at each other for over a minute before the young boss finally realized Bai Yang wasn't joking, really wanted to make some kind of metal armor. With a helpless expression, the boss rummaged through his stuff and finally found a business card in a corner. He handed it to Bai Yang and said, "Call the number on this card and say Old Wolf sent you. The rest is up to you to discuss." Poplar took the business card with a smile, but instead of immediately looking at the information on it, he playfully looked at the young boss and said, TSK, Old Wolf, not bad, buddy. You've got it looking like some kind of mafia operation. If there's nothing else, you can leave now," said the young boss, who called himself Old Wolf, pointing at the door. Poplar didn't mind. This guy always had a zombie-like expression and never showed him a friendly face. As he got up and walked toward the door, he turned back and said to Old Wolf, "Remember to ask for a commission from the other party later." Old Wolf didn't even lift his head. Commission? He thought to himself, the so-called metal armor you crafted is probably just a few dozen pounds of sheet metal with some processing fees. How much could it possibly cost? There will be times when you cry. Bai Yang left this remark and stepped outside. Leaning against the motorcycle, he finally began to examine the business card in his hand. At the top of the card were the words, Giant Bear Metal Processing Factory. In the middle was a name, Xiongde, followed by a phone number, and below that was a description of services. "We undertake all kinds of metal component processing." Xiongde? What kind of name is that? Are they trying to pull off some Boonie Bears act? While silently mocking in his heart, Bai Yang took out his phone and dialed the number on the card. He had no idea that the call would be answered in just 2 seconds after connecting. "Hello, this is Giant Bear Metal Processing Factory." A deep, muffled voice came through the phone. A burly man tried his best to lower his voice, with a hint of anticipation in his tone. "Was it just my imagination? I just want to have you make something for me." Bai Yang spoke. "Absolutely no problem. Our Grizzly Metal Processing Factory is fully equipped and can definitely meet all your requirements. As long as you visit our factory, you'll feel assured to entrust your business to us." Holding his phone, Bai Yang turned to look at the military goods store nearby. He strongly suspected that he might have been tricked by that so-called Old Wolf. The other party's overly eager tone sounded suspiciously like someone trying to con him. "I have your address here. We'll talk when we meet." With that, Bai Yang hopped onto his motorcycle, searched the route on his phone, and roared away amidst the sound of the engine. The Giant Bear Metal Processing Plant was in the suburbs, but the closer Bai Yang got, the stronger his urge to turn around and leave. Not only did the surroundings become increasingly desolate, but the road also turned into a bumpy mess, as if a battle had taken place there. Just as his patience was about to reach its limit, he finally arrived at his destination. Well, you can't judge a book by its cover, nor scoop the ocean with a ladle. The scale looks pretty impressive. Seeing the so-called Giant Bear Metal Processing Plant, Bai Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise. The factory area enclosed by walls covered no less than 10 acres, and the plant seemed to have been built not too long ago. But what was with the eerie silence? Not even a shadow of a person. Had the sound of machinery been swallowed by something? From afar, Bai Yang saw a burly man pacing back and forth at the factory gate, resembling a bear. He occasionally looked into the distance, and upon spotting Bai Yang, he immediately charged over with great urgency. Even though Bai Yang was used to seeing giant-sized individuals, he felt an urge to flee when he saw the man running toward him. The man was likely 2 meters tall, wearing a black tank top and oversized shorts that seemed ready to burst from his bulging muscles. What unsettled Bai Yang the most was the aura emanating from the man, akin to a Tyrannosaurus Rex that could erupt in fury at any moment. Could this guy be Xiongde? Tossing him over there would make it impossible to distinguish him from the savages in that area. Can such terrifying creatures really exist on Earth? Bai Yang thought nervously, keeping his motorcycle running, ready to escape at any moment. The burly man stopped about 5 meters away from Bai Yang, his face appearing fierce yet oddly displaying a smile, making the scene all the more awkward. "Excuse me, are you Boss Bai? I'm Xiongde, the owner of Giant Bear Metal Processing Factory." "It really is Xiongde," Bai Yang muttered to himself. After all, he was used to seeing big guys, so he quickly calmed down and asked the question he had been wanting to ask. Otherwise, he felt he might suffocate. Boss Xiong, do you happen to have a younger brother named Xiong'er?" "I don't have a younger brother named Xiong'er. I'm the only one in my family. Since I was big from a young age, everyone just called me Xiongde." "Alright then, does being small mean you should be called Xiong Xiao?" "Boss Bear, it's a bit quiet here, isn't it?" Bai Yang said, glancing around. Bear scratched his head awkwardly and said, "That's just because we haven't started operations yet. But, Boss Bai, don't doubt our processing capabilities here. As long as we have the raw materials, I can make parts for airplanes and rockets for you." Not afraid of twisting his tongue, Bai Yang asked again, "Where are the other people in your factory?" Currently, I'm the only one in the factory. "But, Boss Bai, you absolutely shouldn't doubt our processing capabilities here. We have all the equipment, laser cutting machines, plate shears, bending machines, CNC lathes, water jet cutters, stamping machines, and so on. Whatever parts you need, I can make them for you. As long as the funds are in place, I can gather workers and start production anytime. How about Boss Bai takes a tour of our factory first?" Stop. Hold on a
a moment. I just want to ask, is it possible to create a set of metal armor for your body type that can be worn without hindering movement?
Bai Yang quickly interrupted the other party's endless chatter. Although the person seemed extremely unreliable since Old Wolf had introduced them, Bai Yang still held onto a sliver of hope.
Boss Bai, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Xiongde fell silent, his face full of hesitation.
Finally, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, saying, "Fine, it can be done.
For my body type, right? Do you want chainmail or plate armor?
Chainmail is a bit more troublesome. Crafting the armor plates is easy, as a cutting machine can slice them out piece by piece, but connecting them is a bit tricky. Plate armor, on the other hand, is simpler. Once the mold is ready, a press machine can shape it all in one go." Being able to run such a large metal processing factory, Bai Yang had no doubt that the other party could produce cold weapon armor and similar items. At this moment, he interrupted Xiongde again with a peculiar expression and asked, Boss Xiong, may I boldly ask, is it possible that you have no business here?
Xiongde suffered a critical hit.
Clearly, he was not someone who could lie, as his dark face surprisingly turned red while he nodded.
Can I ask why you don't have any business? Such a big factory, so much equipment, it doesn't make sense. Bai Yang added more damage. Because customers get scared away when they see me like this. You're the only one who hasn't been scared off.
The factory has been open for 8 months, and we haven't done a single deal.
All the equipment is brand new. Xiongde answered with surprising honesty. Poplar thought to himself, you might as well be hopelessly stupid. With your skills, you're definitely not cut out for business, okay? You've already set up such a large processing factory. Would hiring a few salespeople kill you?
Squinting his eyes, Poplar stroked his chin, and his mind started to churn.
Under Bear's expectant gaze, he suddenly blurted out a question. Do you know Old Wolf? As soon as the words were spoken, a dangerous aura suddenly emanated from Bear.
He said nothing, just stared at Poplar.
Got it.
These two clearly have an unusual relationship, and neither of them seems to be a good person. No wonder one runs a military supply store and couldn't care less about customers, while the other operates a processing factory and can't land a single deal.
Neither of them is cut out to be a boss.
Birds of a feather flock together probably describes them perfectly.
Boss Bear, may I boldly ask how much it cost you to set up this processing plant? What do you mean?
Bai Yang switched topics too quickly, leaving Xiongde a bit unresponsive.
Just the literal meaning.
Bai Yang said with a smile, thinking to himself, could it be that Xiongde only grew muscles and not brains?
Can't even understand human speech?
Bear scratched his head. Although he didn't understand why Bai Yang would ask this question, he still answered. Factory building, land, equipment, and so on, a whole series of things altogether cost roughly 50 million.
Bai Yang's expression froze.
Forget it, better to talk about something else. Originally, he thought it was just a metal processing factory, and since the other party didn't seem to have much business, he figured he had money and might as well buy it for fun. But upon hearing 50 million, he decided to drop the idea for now. Even if he sold everything he had, he couldn't afford it.
Industry burns through money. Bai Yang had come to realize this.
But no matter how he looked at Bear, he didn't seem like someone who had 50 million.
Well, if we were to tailor a set of metal armor for someone of your size, roughly how much would it cost? Bai Yang asked tentatively.
Bear thought to himself, you really want to make that thing, huh? Looking at Bai Yang, he said, that depends on what materials you use. Ordinary steel isn't expensive, but with the processing fee, it'll cost you 50,000 yuan.
What do you think? 50,000? Bai Yang's eyes widened. That expensive? That's enough to buy a van. Actually, it could be a bit less. Don't rush, Boss Bai, let me calculate for you. The material cost isn't high, but the processing is tricky.
If you want chainmail, I have to use soft steel slices linked together to form the armor. This layered armor can reduce more than half of the impact from heavy blows, but the craftsmanship is very complicated.
If you need plate armor, I'll need to make a mold. Although it saves time and effort, the mold is only used once, and I can't just ignore the cost of making it, right? Bear explained. Fine. Bai Yang admitted he didn't understand any of this stuff. Frustrated, he waved his hand and said, just tell me directly how much it costs to make a set of plate armor with titanium alloy. At least 300,000 per set, no less. Xiongde quoted.
Bai Yang stretched out his hand with 5 fingers spread and said, 50,000 per set.
Is this how you bargain? Boss, you'd better find someone else. Honestly, no one can do it at this price.
And I can guarantee that if you go to other processing factories, they'll have to think about it even for 500,000 per set. The reason I can do it for 300,000 is, as you can see, I have no business.
I'm just passing the time. Xiongde shook his head. Don't rush, let me finish. When I said 50,000 per set, I didn't mean I only want one set. You need to get me 100 sets.
Bai Yang said with a smile. The big guys in that village, all counted together, are just about 100 or so.
100 sets will be enough. Xiongda's eyes widened instantly.
After swallowing hard, he still shook his head and said, no way, 50,000 is too little.
At least 150,000, any less and you can find someone else. This price is absolutely worth it.
When the time comes, both the performance and appearance will guarantee your satisfaction.
Bai Yang turned and walked away. With a $5 million deal, is it hard to find someone to do it? Hey, boss, wait, let's discuss it again. 10,000, 8,000, done.
A cheap person is just being pretentious. Bai Yang turned around and said, then it's settled.
How long will it take to get it done? Hee, boss, crafting plate armor is quite simple. As long as I prepare the molds for the respective parts, I can directly press them into shape. It'll be done in 3 to 5 days. But, boss, shouldn't you pay a deposit and material fees first or something? Xiang De said, looking at Bai Yang with an embarrassed expression. What's your account number? I'll transfer it to you. 1 million as a deposit. Remember, I want to see the product in 3 days. Any issues?
Bai Yang said, pulling out his phone, looking like money was no object.
No problem, leave it to me.
Xiong De patted his chest loudly.
Transfer the money and leave. The contract hasn't even been signed. There's no way around it. Signing the contract wouldn't help anyway. If the other party breaches the contract, are you going to sue them? Don't be ridiculous. What's the point of making 100 sets of titanium alloy armor? If things go wrong, you might end up in trouble yourself. Not even worried about the other party backing out.
This place is great, it's in the middle of nowhere, not a soul around. If the other party dares to back out, Bai Yang could bring a bunch of wild men over to deal with them, making them act like subordinates.
You can bring everything else, so why not people?
Although he hasn't tried it before, if pushed to the limit, Bai Yang is capable of doing anything.
100 sets of titanium alloy armor.
5 million. Bai Yang still feels like he's losing out. The material costs aren't actually expensive. At most, 2 or 3 tons of titanium alloy would only cost tens of thousands. Once the other party creates the molds, manufacturing them would be a breeze. That's the efficiency of industrial production. But there's no choice. He can't make them himself, so he has to let others earn the money. But his money is practically like it came from the wind, so taking a loss is no big deal.
As long as the product is good, it doesn't matter.
Just wait, with this lousy factory and Xiongda's appearance, there's no way they'll ever get any business in this lifetime.
Sooner or later, it'll become mine.
As he left, Bai Yang muttered through gritted teeth in his heart. But when he thought about a group of savages wearing titanium alloy armor, Bai Yang couldn't help but feel amused.
By then, leading a group of savages clad in titanium alloy armor to explore the world outside the village shouldn't be a problem, right? The image of pointing at a crowd and shouting "who else?" with an air of dominance came vividly to mind, didn't it? Thinking of this, Bai Yang stopped his motorcycle, took out his phone, and called Xiong De. Once connected, he said, "Boss Xiong, I'll add another million. Can you make me 100 knives out of titanium alloy? The specifications are 2-meter-long straight-back knives. Is that a problem? Problem? What problem?
With the materials, crafting simple knives is a piece of cake."
Xiong De agreed without even thinking. 100 savages clad in titanium alloy armor, carrying titanium alloy knives. Doesn't that sound like a steel torrent?
Bai Yang felt like he could walk sideways through the jungle. At the entrance of the giant Bear metal processing factory, Bear 1 hung up the phone, tilted his head back, and roared loudly, "Finally, we can start working." He edited a group text message to over 10 people with just 4 words, "Come back to work." Then, Bear 1 thought for a moment and made a call. Once connected, he said, "Brother Wolf, I just received a $6 million order.
We'll net at least 3 million. What's Fox's phone number?"
"Never mind, just pass the message to him. Tell him to get me a few tons of titanium alloy.
I need to minimize costs. Make it quick. I have to deliver in 3 days. That's it. I'm off to work on the molds."
At the military goods store in the city, Old Wolf hung up the phone and muttered to himself in confusion, "My commission." The Old Wolf was now on the verge of tears, casually mentioning 1 or 2 achievements amounted to hundreds of thousands. After finishing his business, Bai Yang hurried back to the villa area. Just as he reached the entrance of the rented villa, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a radiant complexion stood nearby, smiling at him.
"Hey, aren't you the one who faked an accident? Why are you hanging around my door?"
Bai Yang pointed at him and asked. The old man's face instantly darkened, wishing he could give Bai Yang a good beating. Suppressing the urge to spit out a mouthful of blood, the elderly man looked at Bai Yang and smiled kindly, saying, "Young man, we meet again."
"Sai, move aside, you're blocking my way. Let me make it clear first, if you fall to the ground, I won't pay you. There's surveillance here." Bai Yang pointed at the camera as he spoke.
The old man's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. "You're the one faking an accident. Your whole family fakes accidents."
"Young man, could we speak privately for a moment?"
The old man suppressed his anger and looked at Bai Yang.
"No."
Bai Yang responded coldly, the 2 words almost causing the old man internal injuries. Then he continued his verbal assault, pointing at the camera and saying, "Whatever you have to say it here. I'm afraid if we go somewhere else, you'll try to extort me." The old man trembled with anger, almost bursting into a tirade.
"Why are young people nowadays so damn annoying? Young man, I am Lu Qingshan. What exactly are you trying to say? I'm very busy."
Bai Yang waved his hand to interrupt him.
"You're Lu Qingshan. Does Lu Heishan have anything to do with me?"
Lu Qingshan furrowed his brows, took a deep breath, and said, "Young man, your name is Bai Yang, right?
I happen to learn that you have a certain kind of wine."
Stop.
Hey, wait a moment. Bai Yang once again reached out to interrupt the other party. Under Lu Qingshan's displeased gaze, Bai Yang squinted at him and said word by word, "I don't care who you are, but what I want to say is, you investigated me?" Lu Qingshan was stunned, only then realizing he had crossed a line. He had indeed asked someone to investigate Bai Yang. With the influence of certain individuals, they traced back to the source and discovered that the Bai Guo brew handed to Bai Yang's mother for testing originated from him. The test results of Bai Guo brew were astonishing, far surpassing the effects of any health wine by hundreds or even thousands of times. It was truly a remarkable product for replenishing vitality and improving physical condition. That kind of wine was extremely important to Lu Qingshan, which led him to make the offensive move of investigating Bai Yang. "Bai Yang, listen to me. Investigating you was a last resort. I was just trying to trace the origin of that wine, and it ultimately led to you." Lu Qingshan's explanation didn't bother Bai Yang, who smiled indifferently, waved his hand dismissively, and interrupted, saying, "You went around in such a big circle, but your ultimate goal is to get that kind of wine, am I right?" Since the other party had already come knocking, avoiding it wasn't a solution. Why not lay all the cards on the table and talk openly? Bai Yang disliked trouble, and when trouble came, solving it immediately was always better than dragging it out and causing a series of subsequent issues. At this point, getting caught up in meaningless details with the other party was pointless. In the end, it would still come back to the 100-fruit brew, wouldn't it? Those unnecessary details could simply be ignored. Faced with Bai Yang's unconventional approach, Lu Qingshan seemed a bit taken aback. He nodded and said, "I do indeed want that kind of wine. It's very important to me. To be honest, I've been practicing martial arts since I was young, but now that I'm older, my vitality has greatly declined. That wine can replenish vitality and nourish the muscles and bones. For me, it can almost be considered a priceless treasure for prolonging life." "That's good." Bai Yang's eyes lit up. This old man couldn't keep things to himself. "I don't care why you want that kind of liquor. If you want it, and I happen to have it, then we can make a deal. We're not related, so I can't just give it to you for free. Two conditions. First, every 100 milliliters of that liquor costs 1 million. Don't try to bargain with me, because you won't find it anywhere else. Even if I priced it at 10 million, you'd have to endure it. Aren't I kind to only charge you 1 million? Shouldn't you feel grateful? Second, I don't want anyone coming to me or my family because of this liquor in the future. What do you think, old man?" Bai Yang looked at the other party and held up 2 fingers. Lu Qingshan lowered his head in silence, sighed, and said, "I can agree to your second condition right now. From now on, no one will come to you because of this liquor. But I can't meet the first condition because I don't have the money." "If you don't have money, you should have said so earlier. Wasting my time seriously, at your age, don't you know that time is life? No sense of time at all. Then forget it. Please step aside and don't block the way." Poplar turned around and walked away. When he reached the other person's back, he stopped and said, "Perhaps your status and position are extraordinary, and your connections might be far-reaching. You say you're a martial artist, skilled enough to leap across rooftops. I don't doubt it. But the conditions are there. If you can't meet them, don't bother me." After leaving those words, Poplar entered the villa's main door, closed it, and didn't look back. Lu Qingshan watched Poplar's retreating figure, remained silent for a moment, then sighed and turned to leave. He felt that what Poplar cared about wasn't the wine itself, but the fact that someone had secretly investigated him, which was why he deliberately made things difficult. Unable to resort to underhanded tactics, Lu Qingshan could only go back and think of another way. The older generation of martial artists almost always emphasized cultivating virtue before practicing martial arts. Without proper virtue, the heart would be unaligned, and one's thoughts would be obstructed, leading them down the path of evil. In today's environment, such people would be swiftly suppressed. Chivalry involves breaking the law with martial arts, but that was in ancient times. Nowadays, no matter how skilled you are in martial arts, it's useless. Although Lu Qingshan is a martial artist, he doesn't dare act recklessly. Even with a gun pointed at him, he has to kneel. It was still the same large villa. Lu Qingshan arrived there with a furrowed brow. The old man from last time was still brewing tea. "Did you meet the person?" the tea-brewing old man asked without looking up. Lu Qingshan sat down, picked up a cup of fragrant tea, and said, "I met him. Guo Tao. This time, my actions might have completely offended Bai Yang." The tea-brewing old man was named Song Guotao. He used to frequently appear on Z Province's TV station. Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's words, he paused his actions and smiled, saying, "Oh, tell me the details." Song Guotao had seen all kinds of ups and downs and had reached the point where he could remain calm and composed in the face of anything. Lu Qingshan glanced at him and began recounting the encounter with Bai Yang. After listening to Lu Qingshan's narration, Song Guotao pointed at him and burst into hearty laughter, thoroughly amused. "Why are you laughing?" Lu Qingshan asked, puzzled. "What am I laughing at? Isn't it funny? Look at you, already at your age, being played around by a young guy. Honestly, you're living backward as you age. I'm embarrassed for you." Song Guotao couldn't stop laughing. Lu Qingshan looked at him, puzzled. Song Guotao said speechlessly, "He already anticipated that you'd come looking for him again. The first thing he said when when he saw you was calling you the one who staged that incident. He was telling you that he still remembers you, got it? Now, here's the question. Why did you show up in front of him again? He's not some beauty that people would eagerly approach. Anyone with half a brain would know your appearance must have a reason. Then, with just 2 sentences, he tricked the truth out of you. I still don't get it. I'm sure you've trained your brain into mush with all that martial arts. When people say you're faking it, they're trying to tell you to just say what you want, direct line, no need for all that unnecessary stuff. When they brought up money as soon as they knew you needed that kind of wine, they were just waiting for you to hand it over. If he can put a rare ginseng up for auction, it's obviously for the money. Do you think he'd care about that wine? It's not some miraculous elixir that brings the dead back to life. Why would he hide it? These questions don't even need investigating. You could find him with just a little asking around. The reason he deliberately emphasized you investigating him was to openly tell you, I'm drawing a line between us. Don't think you can use your seniority to get a discount from me. And in the end, he used you as a tool to block some unnecessary trouble for himself. Got it? Of course, he did give you a little benefit in the end. Song Guotao rattled off his explanation. Lu Qingshan was almost dumbfounded. After finally processing it, he said speechlessly, you people, where do you come up with so many twists and turns? Are young people these days all as cunning as monkeys? The more Lu Qingshan spoke, the angrier he got, but the gloom in his eyes had completely disappeared. So you're just being dumb and blaming others? Song Guotao shrugged. You said he gave me some benefits? What benefits? You're hopeless. He asked you to help him block some trouble. Doesn't that mean good stuff will be sold to you first? Isn't that a good thing? Song Guotao said, pointing at the other person's nose. But I don't have any money. Lu Qingshan said, feeling very frustrated. You don't, but I do. Song Guotao grinned like an old fox. What do you want to do? Lu Qingshan asked warily. This old man definitely had no good intentions. I want half. Actually, you can ask him to sell it to you yourself. Then he wouldn't sell it to me, and he wouldn't sell it to you either. You promised him you'd help block the trouble. Since that's the case, why should I share half with you? Because you don't have any money. Alright. Back at the villa, Bai Yang's serious expression disappeared instantly. He hummed a tune while taking a shower, complaining about the scorching weather. What? You say he's not angry about being investigated? Don't be ridiculous. He's not some celebrity afraid of paparazzi digging into his life, nor has he done anything illegal to fear your investigation. If you openly investigate him, he'll cooperate without hesitation. That old man, who knows when he'll bring the money? Bai Yang muttered to himself, enjoying the air conditioning and napping under a blanket. He had no doubt about the old man's desire for the 100-fruit brew. Young man, may I have a word with you? The old man suppressed his anger and looked at Bai Yang as he spoke. No. Bai Yang responded coldly, the 2 words almost causing the old man internal injury. Then he followed up with more damage, pointing at the surveillance camera and saying, say whatever you want right here. I'm afraid if we go somewhere else, you'll try to frame me. The old man trembled with anger, almost bursting into curses. Why are young people nowadays so damn annoying? Young man, I am Lu Qingshan. What exactly are you trying to say? I'm very busy. Bai Yang waved his hand to interrupt him, thinking to himself, whether you're Lu Qingshan or Lu Heishan, what does that have to do with me? Lu Qingshan furrowed his brows slightly, took a deep breath, and said, young man, your name is Bai Yang, right? I happen to learn that you have a certain kind of wine. Stop. Hey, wait a moment. Bai Yang once again reached out to interrupt the other party. Under Lu Qingshan's displeased gaze, Bai Yang squinted at him and said word by word, I don't care who you are, but what I want to say is, you investigated me? Lu Qingshan was stunned, only then realizing he had crossed the line. He had indeed asked someone to investigate Bai Yang. With the influence of certain individuals, they traced back to the source and discovered that the Baiguo brew handed to Bai Yang's mother for testing originated from him. The test results of Baiguo brew were astonishing, far surpassing any health wine by hundreds or even thousands of times. It was truly a remarkable product for replenishing vitality and improving physical condition. That kind of wine was extremely important to Lu Qingshan, which led him to make the offensive move of investigating Bai Yang. Bai Yang, listen to me. Investigating you was a last resort. I was merely trying to trace the origin of that wine, and it ultimately led to you. Lu Qingshan's explanation didn't bother Bai Yang, who smiled indifferently, waved his hand dismissively, and interrupted, saying, you went in such a big circle, but your ultimate goal is to get that kind of wine, am I right? Since the other party had already come knocking, avoiding it wasn't a solution. Why not lay all the cards on the table and talk openly? Bai Yang disliked trouble, and when trouble came, solving it immediately was always better than dragging it out and causing a series of subsequent issues. At this point, getting caught up in meaningless details with the other party was pointless. In the end, it would still come back to the 100-fruit brew, wouldn't it? Those unnecessary specifics could be ignored. Faced with Bai Yang's unconventional approach, Lu Qingshan seemed a bit caught off guard. He nodded and said, I do indeed want that kind of wine. It's very important to me. To be honest, I've been practicing martial arts since I was young, but now that I'm older, my vitality has declined significantly. That wine can replenish vitality and nourish the muscles and bones. bones. For me, it can almost be considered a priceless treasure for prolonging life. That's good. Bai Yang's eyes lit up. This old man couldn't keep things to himself. I don't care why you want that kind of wine. If you want it, and I happen to have it, then we can make a deal. We're not related, so I can't just give it to you for free. Two conditions. First, every 100 milliliters of that wine costs 1 million. Don't try to bargain with me, because you won't find it anywhere else. Even if I priced it at 10 million, you'd have to endure it. Aren't I kind to only charge you 1 million? Shouldn't you feel grateful? Second, I don't want anyone coming to me or my family because of this wine in the future. What do you think, old man? Bai Yang looked at the other party and held up 2 fingers. Lu Qingshan lowered his head in silence, sighed, and said, I can agree to your second condition right now. From now on, no one will come to you because of this wine. But I can't meet the first condition because I don't have money. If you don't have money, you should have said so earlier. Wasting my time seriously, at your age, don't you know that time is life? No sense of time at all. Then forget it. Please step aside and don't block the way. Poplar turned and walked away. When he reached the other person's back, he stopped and said, perhaps your status and position are extraordinary, and your connections might be far-reaching. You say you're a martial artist, skilled enough to scale walls and leap across rooftops. I don't doubt it. But the conditions are there. If you can't meet them, don't bother me. After leaving those words, Poplar entered the villa's front door, closed it, and didn't look back. Lu Qingshan watched Poplar's retreating figure, remained silent for a moment, then sighed and turned to leave. He felt that what Poplar cared about wasn't the specific kind of wine, but rather the fact that someone had secretly investigated him. That was why he deliberately made things difficult. Unable to resort to underhanded tactics, Lu Qingshan could only go back and think of another way. The older generation of martial artists almost always emphasized cultivating virtue before practicing martial arts. Without proper virtue, the heart would not be righteous, and one's thoughts would not be clear, leading them to fall into the path of evil. In today's environment, such people would be swiftly harmonized. Chivalrous men used martial arts to break the law, but that was in ancient times. Nowadays, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, it's useless. Although Lu Qingshan is a martial artist, he doesn't dare act recklessly. Even with a gun pointed at him, he has to kneel. It was still the same large villa. Lu Qingshan arrived there with a furrowed brow, and the old man from last time was still brewing tea. Did you meet the person? The tea-brewing old man asked without looking up. Lu Qingshan sat down, picked up a cup of fragrant tea, and said, I met him. Guo Tao. This time, my actions might have completely offended Bai Yang. The old man brewing tea was named Song Guo Tao, who used to frequently appear on Z Province's TV station. Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's words, he paused his actions and smiled, saying, Oh, tell me the details. Song Guo Tao had seen all kinds of ups and downs and had already reached the point where he could remain indifferent to any situation. Lu Qingshan glanced at him and began recounting the encounter with Bai Yang. After listening to Lu Qingshan's narration, Song Guo Tao pointed at him and laughed heartily, thoroughly amused. Why are you laughing? Lu Qingshan asked, puzzled. What am I laughing at? Isn't it funny? Look at you, already at your age, being played around by a young guy. You're really living in reverse. I feel embarrassed for you. Song Guo Tao couldn't stop laughing. Lu Qingshan looked at the other person in confusion. Song Guo Tao said speechlessly, he already anticipated that you'd come looking for him again. The first thing he said when he saw you was that you're the one who staged the accident. He was telling you that he still remembers you, got it? Now here's the question. Why did you show up in front of him again? He's not some beauty that people would flock to. Anyone with half a brain would know your appearance must have a reason. Then, with just 2 sentences, he tricked the truth out of you. I still don't get it. I'm sure you've practiced martial arts to the point of messing up your brain. When people say you're faking an accident, they're trying to tell you to be straightforward about what you want. There's no need for all those unnecessary tricks. When they brought up money after knowing you needed that kind of liquor, they were just waiting for you to hand it over. He auctioned off a precious ginseng for money. Do you think he cares about that liquor? It's not some miraculous elixir that can bring people back to life. Why would he hide it? These issues don't even need investigating. You could find him with just a little inquiry. The reason he deliberately emphasized you investigating him was to openly tell you, I'm drawing a line between us. Don't think you can use your seniority to get a discount. In the end, he used you as a tool to block some unnecessary trouble for himself. Got it? Of course, he did give you a little benefit in the end. Song Guo Tao rattled off his explanation. Lu Qingshan was almost dumbfounded. After finally processing it, he said speechlessly, You people, where do you come up with so many twists and turns? Are young people nowadays as cunning as monkeys? The more Lu Qingshan spoke, the angrier he became, but the gloom in his eyes had completely disappeared. You're just being foolish and blaming others, huh? Song Guo Tao shrugged. You said he gave me some benefits? What benefits? You're hopeless. He asked you to help him block some trouble. Doesn't that mean good stuff gets sold to you first? Isn't that a good thing? Song Guotao said, pointing at the other person's nose. But I don't have any money, Lu Qingshan said, feeling very frustrated. You don't, but I do. Song Guotao grinned like an old fox. What do you want to do? Lu Qingshan asked warily.
This old man definitely had no good intentions.
I want half. Actually, you can ask him to sell it to you yourself.
Then he wouldn't sell it to me, and he wouldn't sell it to you either.
You promised him you'd help keep the trouble away. Since that's the case, why should I share half with you? Because you don't have any money. All right. Back at the villa, Bai Yang's serious expression disappeared instantly.
Humming a tune, he took a shower, complaining about the scorching weather.
What? You say he's not angry about being investigated? Don't be ridiculous.
He's not some celebrity afraid of paparazzi digging into his life, nor has he done anything illegal to fear your investigation. If you openly investigate him, he'll cooperate without hesitation.
That old man, who knows when he'll bring the money?
He muttered to himself, taking a nap under the blanket with the air conditioner on.
He had no doubt about the old man's longing for the 100-fruit brew. When you have money, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Spend it, of course. What else? Save it for breeding? Anyway, that's exactly what Bai Yang thought.
That little rascal was right. If a person dies without spending their money, that's a tragedy. Having witnessed the fragility of life over there, you never know when someone might be gone. So, when you get the chance, you have to live it up. Right now, the first thing that came to his mind was, I've got money, over 60 million. Finally, I can buy Xiongda's metal processing factory.
But then again, it doesn't make sense. Why would I buy it?
After equipping the savages over there with titanium alloy armor and titanium alloy knives, the metal processing plant seems pretty useless, at least in the short term.
So why would he want to buy it?
Moreover, Bear just took a big order from me recently, probably making a good profit, so he shouldn't be selling it.
Just wait and see. That Bear probably won't get any orders in his lifetime. Let him sit idle for now, and when the time comes, I'll buy both him and the factory.
With this thought, Bai Yang felt at ease.
However, another question arises. What to do next?
Looking at the time, it's almost 5 in the afternoon without realizing it, and the stomach is still empty. I'm going to have a feast, the more expensive the better.
So what if I'm a nouveau riche? Bite me.
Thinking fiercely like this, he pulled out his phone to search online for the biggest and most luxurious restaurant nearby, at least 5-star.
Anything else wouldn't even get a glance. However, Bai Yang was dumbfounded when he opened his phone to browse the internet. What's going on? All major websites were flooded with posts about Bao Bao. Bao Bao feels bitter. Bao Bao feels wronged. Bao Bao won't cry.
After figuring out the situation, Bai Yang muttered to himself, feeling deeply emotional.
What kind of messed up world is this?
Such a good man, and you still have the heart to mess him up, and for so many years at that.
Might as well end it sooner. At first, when Bao Bao was trending, I thought he had won a gold medal.
Turns out it's because Ma Rong is prone to cheating.
That day when the pool in Rio turned green, it was probably a sign that something was about to go wrong.
Although Bai Yang has absolutely no interest in the entertainment industry, and has no love for female celebrities or young idols, seeing one of the few honest people in the industry being bullied still made him feel a bit annoyed. In a moment of impulsiveness, he started stirring things up everywhere. Searching for online trolls on Taobao, he spared no expense, directly throwing in 1 million. Attack them, spray them everywhere, flood the screens, and roast that little brat to death.
10 minutes later, Bai Yang smiled as he looked at his phone screen. Posts mentioning the celebrity on major websites were all flooded by the trolls he hired.
He felt immensely satisfied. Money is no issue, and he lives however he pleases. He only digs the pit and doesn't care about filling it.
Whatever chaos ensues afterward is none of his concern.
About half an hour later, he had already forgotten about the matter and was focused on searching for a place to eat. He's just to show off, lighting the fuse and running away, leaving countless people online bewildered. Millions of internet trolls swarmed major portals, flooding screens to the point of nearly crashing websites.
Everywhere they went, they planted flags, their formation impressively neat, all chanting the same line: "Baby, don't cry, go find 10 campus bells, forget about the horse." Below, it was basically "Baby, don't cry, go find 10 campus bells, forget about the horse +1, and it kept increasing to millions. The fuse he lit was practically like dropping an atomic bomb on the internet, almost overshadowing the event itself. Imperial Banquet? A century-old 5-star establishment? Sounds like nonsense, but I've got to check it out. Found this 5-star hotel online. Bai Yang's eyes lit up.
He had no interest in foreign cuisine. He was drawn to the name Imperial Banquet.
How could he miss out on the treatment fit for an emperor?
Grabbing the motorcycle keys, he headed out, hopped on his bike, and roared off.
Upon arrival, he took a look around. Wow, not bad.
Surrounded by a bamboo forest, inside was a classical garden with an antique charm.
A quiet path wound through the bamboo into the garden. The most eye-catching part?
The staff were all stunningly beautiful, dressed like princesses from the Qing dynasty.
He acted like a country bumpkin visiting the city, finding everything fascinating. But before he could even step through the main entrance, he was politely stopped. "Sir, may I ask if you have a dining token?" A young man dressed like a eunuch shouted coquettishly at Bai Yang. What on earth? Bai Yang didn't understand. "It's a membership card." The other person looked speechless. So you came here without knowing anything? Scratching his head, Bai Yang pointed at the door and said, so you need a membership card just to eat here? Yeah. Whoa, do you believe me if I say I'll go get one later? Poplar was furious. How dare they not let me in?
I'll buy the place and cover myself in membership cards.
The little eunuch was a bit dumbfounded,
probably never having seen anyone more ridiculous than this guy, and for a moment didn't know how to respond.
Ha, this brother has personality. Just for your character, how about I treat you? A hearty laugh came from behind Poplar.
Poplar turned his head and saw a handsome guy walking over with a beautiful woman in his arms, stepping out of a flashy sports car. He had a friendly smile on his face, and the girl he was holding also had a suppressed smile.
Who are you? Poplar raised an eyebrow.
You're just a hillbilly, shooting off everywhere you go, the young handsome guy said, pointing at Poplar with a speechless expression.
Scratching his head, Bai Yang asked, buddy, do you know me?
Don't take it the wrong way, I just can't control my mouth, no harm intended.
I understand. Let me introduce myself. This shop, I own it.
My name is Song Yadao, the young man said as he walked over, extending his hand and introducing himself.
Bai Yang instantly took a few steps back, his eyes wide open, and said, what? Send a slash? Why is your name so dangerous?
It gives me chills down my spine.
Song Yadao's face darkened as he said, it's not send a slash, it's Song Yadao. Come on, I'm being nice here, can't you give me a proper response? Bai Yang, are you sure you're treating?
Bai Yang looked at the other party with shining eyes. Although he wasn't short on money, he wouldn't mind taking advantage of someone else when the opportunity arose.
You might as well be stingy to death. Not long ago, you swindled tens of millions from my grandpa. Is it really fun to take advantage of me like this? Song Yi said, extremely frustrated. Wait a minute,
are you saying that the wealthy old man who came to my place to buy wine is your grandpa?
Hold on, so you've been tailing me all the way here, haven't you? What are you trying to do? Bai Yang looked wary. He wasn't truly naive, he could see through it immediately.
The world being so small, Bai Yang didn't believe in such things.
Oh, casually running into someone who happens to be a friend's grandson? Do you believe that? Hee, let's talk inside, Song Yadao said mysteriously, winking at Bai Yang. What are you pretending for? Bai Yang wasn't afraid.
If he had to go in, he'd go in. After winding through several turns, there were small bridges, flowing water, artificial hills, ponds, pavilions, and towers inside. Various Qing dynasty girls were bustling about.
If Song Yadao weren't right beside him,
Bai Yang would have thought he'd traveled through time again. Arriving at a loft, it was exceptionally spacious, with 5 attendants serving on the side.
Some were performing tea ceremonies, some playing the guqin, and others fanning.
In short, the atmosphere was incredibly refined. Then came a conveyor belt-like stream of dishes. All sorts of exquisite and unfamiliar delicacies were served. He didn't care what kind of tricks the others were playing and just indulged in a feast, eating so much that he ended up looking like a pregnant woman.
What? You're asking why he didn't comment on the dishes?
Oh, come on, apart from saying delicious, he couldn't come up with anything else.
The leftovers were cleared away, tea was served, and Song Yadao even dismissed all the attendants before finally getting to the main topic. Buddy, to be honest, I run a restaurant, right here, as you can see. It's no exaggeration to say it's a goldmine. Just now, what we ate was worth at least 100,000.
But I want to take it to the next level, Song Yadao said, throwing out a hint.
What exactly are you trying to say?
Bai Yang said while picking his teeth. He had long known this guy was unreliable, never playing by the rules.
No wonder the old man got so angry with him. Song Yadao muttered to himself, then put on a smile and said, it's simple. I want to collaborate with you. Bai Yang instantly understood, looking at the other and saying, you want me to use that kind of wine to collaborate with you?
Since this guy is Song Guodao's grandson, it's incredibly easy for him to know my background, and Bai Yang doesn't find it surprising at all.
Correct. I wonder what you think about it. Song Yadao nodded. Wait a moment, I'll make a call.
Bai Yang reached out to stop the other party and, at the gesture of invitation from the other party, dialed Lu Qingshan's number. Before the other party could speak, Bai Yang rattled off, old Lu, you're so untrustworthy. Hurry up and come to the royal banquet to kill Song Yadao for me.
He's annoying me here. Song Yadao. Buddy, you can't do this. Song Yadao was on the verge of tears. Here, you talk to him yourself.
Bai Yang completely ignored the other's constipated expression and handed over the phone. Song Yadao reluctantly took the phone, nodding repeatedly like a timid turtle, then hung up and handed it back to Bai Yang.
Hey, where are you going?
Seeing Song Yadao get up with a bitter face to leave, Bai Yang asked curiously.
Big brother, can I call you big brother? You even called old man Lu. How could I not quickly get out of here? Song Yadao looked at Bai Yang and said irritably, ha, what's going on? Scratching his head, Bai Yang was a bit confused. What exactly did Lu Qingshan say to Song Yadao? Moreover, isn't Song Yadao supposed to be a flashy and impressive second-generation figure? Why did he leave so easily?
Brother, my dear brother, Grandpa Lu saved my grandfather's life back on the March 8th battlefield.
If he speaks, how could I not leave? You're the boss, I can't afford to mess with you, alright?
Using a feather as an arrow, and yet Grandpa Lu is someone who keeps his word.
If I don't leave, I deserve to be beaten to death when I get back. So that's how it is. Bai Yang roughly understood. understood. Song Yidao might indeed be a flashy and impressive second-generation figure, but in front of Lu Qingshan, he's just a nobody.
And since Lu Qingshan promised Bai Yang that no one would bother him over alcohol, Song Yidao didn't dare utter a word and had to leave. Suddenly, Bai Yang felt a sense of realization had already reached the level where a single phone call could scare off a super second-generation figure.
An awkward smile appeared as he said, "Well, you sit down. I was just bored and wanted to test old Lu a bit."
"You're the only one daring enough to call Grandpa Lu old Lu.
And because you're bored, I end up getting scolded like some fool?" Song Yi's eyes widened. What kind of person is this?
Ahem, this fully proves that old Lu, the one pulling that stunt, is a man of his word.
Let's talk about something else instead. Song Yidao sat down, his eyes lighting up as he thought there was a chance, and asked Bai Yang, "So, does this mean you agree to cooperate with me?" "Cooperate my foot. You know what kind of wine that is."
"When I say you can't afford it, don't doubt me."
1 million for 100 milliliters. Are you sure you can afford it? And that's just my cost price. How much are you planning to mark it up and sell it to whom in your shabby restaurant?"
Bai Yang said disdainfully.
"My restaurant is shabby?" Song Yidao wanted to strangle Bai Yang. "Which eye of yours sees it as shabby?
A regular membership card costs no less than $1 million a year. Get out of here."
And yet, in your eyes, it's a shabby restaurant?
Frustrated as he was, he still forced an awkward smile and said, "Well, I really can't afford it. A few jars of your wine are probably worth more than my restaurant."
"That's right, that kind of wine is meant for the first generation to drink."
"You second generation, step aside," Bai Yang said with a smile.
"Hey, then what do you mean by asking me to stay?"
"Ahem, you can't afford that kind of wine, but I have another type." The effect is a bit weaker," Bai Yang said with a cheerful smile.
"What kind of liquor?"
"Tiger whip liquor.
Do you want some?"
It's made from such a big tiger whip." While speaking, Bai Yang gestured with his hand, initially indicating about a meter in length, then realizing it was off, he reduced the size a bit.
"You actually have that thing?"
Song Yidao widened his eyes. It was clear at a glance that he was more interested in this thing than in the 100-fruit brew. "One look at you and I can tell you're the type with kidney deficiency."
"Want it?"
"I'll sell it to you for 30 million. Just a small sip every day, and I guarantee you'll be a 7 times a night wolf, waking up the next day without sore waist or aching legs." Bai Yang tempted. He himself was young and strong, so he didn't need that stuff. Selling it for money would allow him to splurge freely.
Actually, the main reason was that he didn't have a girlfriend. "Yes, of course I want it, but isn't your price a bit too high? For 30 million, I could have someone go to the African savannah and catch a live one for me," Song Yidao said with a conflicted expression, both pained and eager. Bai Yang shot him a disdainful look and said, "Do you think the tiger penis from the African savannah is as good as mine? And if you're not afraid of going to jail, go ahead and try. If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it." "Then where did yours come from? What's so special about it? Don't tell me it's from an alien tiger?"
"You mind me, anyway it's not illegal."
"Hey, do you want it or not?" "Ha, he actually guessed it right. I want it, but I don't have that much money."
"Pocket money, New Year's money, little savings, altogether it's just over 20 million.
Song Yi was extremely conflicted. He couldn't afford it. "You run such a big restaurant and you're telling me you have no money?" Bai Yang didn't believe it. "Ahem, this restaurant belongs to my elder sister.
I only own 10% of the shares, and the year-end dividends are still a long way off."
"Such a pretender.
You told me before that this restaurant was yours." Bai Yang sneered, then squinted his eyes slyly and said, "I just secretly checked on my phone. That sports car of yours,
wow, a Bugatti Veyron.
A new one costs over 13 million yuan. I'll give you a discount of 10 million plus your 20 million stash, and we're good to go."
"But," Song Yidao spat out a mouthful of tea, pointed at Bai Yang tremblingly, and said, "So you were just waiting for me here, huh? Do you want it or not? Once this chance is gone, it's gone."
"I only have 1 jar of tiger whip wine, and it's a limited edition," Bai Yang said, acting all high and mighty as if he didn't care.
"But if I give you the car, what am I supposed to drive? You saw my motorcycle, right? I spent nearly 30,000 on it. It's yours now."
Song Yidao looked constipated, his heart in turmoil. As a second-generation rich kid, he lacked nothing in terms of girlfriends, but when it came to enhancing certain abilities, he'd sell everything to seize the opportunity.
Money is just a tool. There are always chances to earn more. But Tiger Whip wine? He couldn't let that slip away. Although Tiger Whip wine is rare, it shouldn't be outrageously expensive. But owning a wine that even Lu Qingshan eagerly came begging to buy? Bai Yang's Tiger Whip wine couldn't be ordinary.
Who knows, it might be brewed from some secret ancestral recipe.
"Forget about your broken motorcycle. I still have a TT at home. I'll just make do with it for a while." In the end, Song Yidao couldn't resist the temptation to enhance that particular ability. He gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and bought it. "Saved me some money again. A 30,000 yuan motorcycle isn't something you buy with money, you fool."
Bai Yang secretly rejoiced in his heart.
Next, things became easier.
Song Yidao signed the contract and left the royal banquet, heading to the villa Bai Yang had rented. On the way back, Song Yidao adamantly refused to let Bai Yang drive the Bugatti, saying it was his and his wife's final farewell journey. As for the girl Song Yidao brought along, she seemed to have a rather weak presence. presents. Back at the villa Bai Yang was renting, a jar of tiger whip wine was brought out. Song Yidao opened it and was startled. Goodness, such a large piece. Without needing Bai Yang to urge him, he immediately transferred 20 million to Bai Yang, tossed the Bugatti keys, hugged the jar of tiger whip wine, and ran off, shouting as he ran, "Don't worry about the transfer paperwork, I'll handle it. The license plate is yours too." She brought a beautiful girl here, and in the end, left with a jar in her arms, taking a taxi away. TSK, scamming his grandfather and now his grandson. My money-making skills are getting more impressive by the day. Making tens of millions in minutes is no exaggeration. Bai Yang sighed, looking up at the sky. Whether it's tiger whip wine or 100 fruit brew, the cost is just a little over $100 for rock sugar and salt. Bugatti Veyron, damn, let's go. Without even marveling for a second, Bai Yang grabbed the keys, got in the car, and with the engine roaring, sped off into the night to show off. In the taxi, Song Yidao held the wine jar as if cradling a newborn son, laughing uncontrollably in his heart. I've hit the jackpot. Just this jar of tiger whip wine, if I sell half of it, I can make back my investment. Those kidney-deficient guys will be begging me for it, won't they? After drinking this, they'll probably be good for 2 rounds. That's just how society is. No one is a fool. Everyone thinks they've made a profit, but how things truly pan out depends on one's own perspective. Do you really think Song Yidao is clueless? He has his own plans in mind. Song Yidao kept giggling foolishly, occasionally lowering his head to look at the wine jar in his arms, then glancing at the girl beside him, who wore a puzzled expression. As he kept looking, the girl blushed, her legs pressing tightly together. One night 7 times lang, Song Yidao wished the taxi driver could speed away, so he could immediately return and test the power of the tiger whip liquor. That night, Bai Yang cruised around in his Bugatti, absolutely radiating an air of awesomeness. Everywhere he went, he dazzled onlookers with the car's brilliance. The attention-grabbing capability of his over 10 million yuan Bugatti Veyron rivaled that of a black hole. Various girls tried hitting on Bai Yang while he was driving, but he didn't bother to entertain them. To those who attempt to flirt upon seeing a luxury car on the road, come on, I'm afraid of catching a disease. However, Song Yidao's night turned into a tragedy. Was Bai Yang's tiger whip liquor something one should consume recklessly? The fool got excited and downed just half a glass, but the potency completely overwhelmed him. Was utterly stunned for the rest of the night. Pain mixed with pleasure. Song Yidao wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn it, his legs were so numb that he couldn't feel a thing. Bai Yang isn't even considered an experienced driver, so the Bugatti worth over 10 million in his hands is purely a waste, aside from showing off to attract attention. What model is the Bugatti's engine? How much horsepower does it have? What material are the tires made of? What's the structure of the body? And so one doesn't know a thing, not even bothering to look it up online. The saying "what you can't have always stirs your heart" is quite true. As a young man, Bai Yang once yearned for so-called supercars, but after showing off with the Bugatti for 2 days, he realized it was just so-so. Isn't it still just 4 wheels carrying a car body? Oh, and it can only see 2 people. Bad review. Because he sold all the 100 fruit brew to Song Guotao, he specifically rode his motorcycle to his parents' place to grab a little bit more. He didn't dare drive the Bugatti, fearing it might scare the elderly couple into a heart attack. He takes a small sip of the 100 fruit brew every day, then goes for a run to absorb it. This medicine can't be stopped, as it's a matter of health. In the past couple of days, Bai Yang truly indulged in the lifestyle of the wealthy. Just this morning, when he woke up at 8 o'clock, a server from the royal banquet brought him his meal in an insulated box. After swindling Song Guotao out of a meal that day, he found the taste of the royal banquet quite good, so he started ordering takeout from them. What? You said their high-end restaurant doesn't deliver? See this? Song Yidao had someone bring over the Bugatti transfer documents along with the Supreme membership card. Even if I call you in the middle of the night, you'd better come running to serve me. Do you know why Song Yidao gave Bai Yang a Supreme membership card for free? Ha, he got a taste of the tiger whip wine and loved it. No need to elaborate on the experience, especially when he's out partying with his shady friends. His reputation skyrocketed. Envy my unbeatable stamina? Now come over and grovel. The people in Song Yidao's circle aren't short on money. Song Yidao is even more ruthless than Bai Yang. He specifically rushed an order for a batch of jade bottles. Just a tiny bit of tiger whip wine, about the size of a glucose vial, and he dares to price it at $1 million. Don't want to buy it? Fine, you won't find it anywhere else. Just that tiny drop can make you feel incredible all night long. Aren't you going to pay up quickly? What Viagra? My tiger whip wine is not only more powerful and harmless but also nourishes the body, making you braver and stronger in battle, isn't it? So, Song Yidao not only earned back the money he spent on buying the wine but also made a fortune, gaining both face and substance. He casually handed Bai Yang a Supreme card for a restaurant just for fun. After finishing his luxurious meal, Bai Yang tossed his chopsticks aside and had the waiter, who had been standing by, clean up. He also asked them to tidy up his room. Cleaning the room isn't part of the service? 5 red bills, are you in or not? While tidying up the room, the waiter took a small sip of the multi-fruit brew, felt a surge of heat throughout his body, and went out under the blazing sun to jog off the energy. No choice
was Hayes lazy and couldn't get up during the cool morning hours. Poplar was expending his energy along the road in the villa area, and Lu Qingshan saw him, glaring with an expression as if he wanted to kill Poplar. At this moment, he understood why he had seen Poplar so full of vigor that day. It was because of drinking the 100-fruit brew for nourishment. Come over here. When Poplar ran another lap and came back, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but speak up. What are you doing? We've already settled the deal. Don't try to scam me. Bai Yang stopped and looked at the other person warily. Just one sentence from him could make someone furious. Simply couldn't control his mouth. Do you know you're just wasting your time like this? Lu Qingshan looked at Bai with a mix of frustration and disappointment. I don't understand what you're saying. Bai Yang was confused, genuinely clueless. You drank that kind of wine, right? That's a highly nourishing substance, replenishing your vitality and spirit. By absorbing it through running, 99% of its effects are wasted. The nourishing components are lost through your sweat as it seeps out of your pores. Do you know that? And then, come here, I'll teach you a stance practice method. Combined with breathing to stimulate the internal organs and absorb the nourishing components, it can at least reduce the loss of effectiveness by 50%. It's 100 times better than running. Lu Qingshan couldn't hold back anymore. He really couldn't stand Bai Yang wasting such precious resources. Is it the kind of stance they show on TV, like squatting in a horse stance? Seems like Tai Chi, Baji Quan, Xingyi Quan, and all those kinds of stance practices? Bai Yang asked curiously. Right, since you know, why haven't you come over? Lu Qingshan slightly raised his head, showing an air of a master, expecting others to come and seek his guidance. However, he didn't understand Bai Yang at all. Bai Yang just shook his head vigorously and ran off. I thought it was something amazing, but forget it. It's too boring and exhausting. I won't learn it. Why would I study that stuff? Look, see this? Fists the size of sandbags can even smash a tile. I think running is pretty great. Bye then. He flashed his fists, threw out such a sentence, and Bai Yang disappeared in a flash. Lu Qingshan's face twitched, his teeth grinding audibly. He had never seen someone like this before. So many people begged him for a tip or two, and it all depended on his mood. Yet here he was, eagerly offering himself, only to be met not just with ingratitude but outright disdain. That brat infuriates me. I never want to see that damn kid again. Lu Qingshan stormed off in a rage. Returned to the villa drenched in sweat, the waitstaff from the royal feast had already tidied up and left. Looking at the clean house, it indeed felt more comfortable. As for whether the waitstaff might steal something while Bai Yang was away, come on, they're not fools. Stealing in a villa district would probably get them caught within 12 hours. After hastily taking a cold shower, he lazily sprawled on the sofa and took out his phone to make a call. Boss Xiong, how's the stuff I asked for? Yo, Boss Bai, the stuff you wanted is all ready. I was just about to call you. How about coming over to check it out? Don't forget to bring the remaining payment. Isn't the last sentence the key point? Wait for me. Bai Yang stood up abruptly, surprised at the other party's efficiency. He hung up the phone and dialed another number, tilting his neck to hold the phone between his shoulder and ear while bending down to put on his shoes. Hello? Is this brother Yang Biao? It's me, Bai Yang. Yeah, about last time, right. This time I need to use your car again, but you'll have to drive it yourself. Same price as last time. The job will be done quickly. Alright, head straight to the giant bare metal processing plant. What? You don't know how to use navigation. He hung up the phone with a snap, put on his shoes, thought for a moment, grabbed his motorcycle keys, and headed out. The Bugatti might be flashy, but the road conditions in the suburbs weren't great. When he arrived at the giant bare metal processing plant, Xiongdi, with his giant-like frame, was already waiting anxiously at the entrance. He couldn't help but be nervous. If the first business deal after opening went south, he'd be devastated. Seeing Bai Yang, he let out a sigh of relief and walked up to greet him. Don't give me any of that nonsense. Where's the stuff? Let me take a look first. Bai Yang stopped his motorcycle and reached out to stop Xiongdi, who seemed about to say something. You already look scary enough. Can you stop smiling so terrifyingly for the sake of social stability and harmony? Xiongdi almost choked from holding back his reaction. Clearly not someone skilled in conversation, he didn't take offense and led the way, saying, "Follow me, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." There were still more than 10 people in the factory area, all surprisingly dressed in camouflage uniforms. Each of them was quite burly, either chatting idly, smoking, or playing cards. If Bai Yang didn't know this was a metal processing factory, he might have thought he had stumbled into a bandit's den. When Bai Yang, the main character, arrived, they didn't say anything but followed behind to join in the commotion. Inside a warehouse constructed with steel frames, a pile of fresh wooden boxes is stacked. Most of them are 1 meter long, 1 foot high, and half a meter wide, while the rest are 2.5 meters long, half a meter high, and 1 meter wide. Boss Bai, everything is here. The small boxes contain titanium alloy armor 100 sets packed into 100 small boxes. The large boxes contain titanium alloy knives 10 knives per box, for a total of 10 boxes. Upon arriving here, Xiongdi pointed at the pile of boxes and said, "Understood." Bai Yang snapped his fingers silently, without feeling awkward, glanced around, found a crowbar, and pried open a
a small box with 2 bangs. Inside, there was hay padding, and after pulling it aside, a set of cold armor lay within. Looking up, Bai Yang said to Xiongde, "Put it on and let me see how it looks." Without a word, Xiongde got to work putting it on while introducing it to Bai Yang. This set of armor is divided into several parts: helmet, upper body armor, shoulder armor, arm armor, gloves, lower body armor, and boots. All are made of titanium alloy. Each part can be split into 2 halves, making it easy to wear. There are clasps, and to remove the armor, you need to press the spring switch on the clasp. Every component is connected by clasps, and wearing it does not affect movement. The helmet even has a visor that can be lowered, achieving over 95% body coverage. The entire titanium alloy armor weighs about 55 kilograms. Except for the gloves, the thickness of each part is around 8 millimeters. It features a silver gray matte finish, and if you need, I can even paint it for you. Each set has a lightning relief emblem on the chest. Beautiful, right? Once worn, it can easily withstand ordinary sniper bullets without a problem. Xiongde quickly put on a set of armor in less than a minute, managing it all by himself. He even walked around and moved his joints a bit. It truly didn't hinder his movements. Lowering the visor, just as he described, over 95% of his body was covered by the armor. The joints at bending points couldn't be covered unless folding techniques were used, but that would affect mobility. Wearing the titanium alloy armor, Xiongde looked like a cold, ironclad figure. Bai Yang immediately thought of the legendary Western Knights. With his large build, he truly looked overwhelmingly mighty. Absolutely awesome! Poplar exclaimed in admiration, then used a crowbar to open the wooden box containing titanium alloy knives, where the knives were neatly arranged. At this moment, Bear One explained from the side. The titanium alloy knife is 2.2 meters long in total, with very reasonable proportions. The handle is 40 centimeters, the blade is 176 centimeters, 18 centimeters wide, and the spine is 2 centimeters thick. In the middle, there's a half-meter long row of serrations, single-edged, with a 45-degree angled tip. I've paired it with a red pinewood sheath reinforced with steel plates inside. The knife weighs 15 kilograms, and with the sheath, it weighs 17.5 kilograms. After hearing the introduction, Poplar nodded, reached into the box with both hands to take out a knife, stood it upright on the ground, towering over him by a significant margin. With a loud thud, he dropped it to the ground, and as he gripped the handle with both hands to draw the blade, a chilling metallic scraping sound echoed. Under the principle of leverage, although the titanium alloy knife weighing only 30 pounds was completely unliftable for Bai Yang, he propped the tip of the blade on the ground to examine it. The knife's body featured a matte finish, with a menacing 1-meter-long blood groove in the middle. The sharp reverse serrations on the back made one's skin crawl. Truly terrifying. Bai Yang scanned the crowd and spotted a tall man who had joined the commotion. Pointing at him, he said, "Hey buddy, come help me lift this knife." The man chuckled, walked over briskly, and, with some effort, grabbed the knife handle and lifted it horizontally. His hand trembled slightly as he looked at Bai Yang without saying a word. Bai Yang smiled, pointed at Xiongde, who was clad in armor, and said, "Chop him." The people around were stunned but said nothing. All right. The big guy, unafraid of trouble, gripped the knife handle with both hands, let out a loud roar, and swung it forcefully at Berde. Berde didn't even move a bit, allowing the powerful strike to land on his body. Clang! A piercing metallic clash resounded as the big guy with the knife staggered back several steps, while Bear One remained completely motionless. Bai Yang quickly went over to inspect the armor on Bear One, finding only a faint mark that disappeared with a single wipe of his hand. Looking at the titanium alloy knife, the blade showed not even the slightest nick. "Boss Bai, no need to worry. Our strength isn't enough to damage a metal like titanium alloy," Bear One said confidently. "Very good. I am very satisfied." Bai Yang clapped directly, then signaled Xiongde to pick up the titanium alloy knife. Xiongde, dressed in cold armor and wearing leather gloves with titanium alloy patches on the back, grabbed the handle of the titanium alloy knife with one hand, even effortlessly twirled it, and then casually rested the knife on his shoulder while looking at Bai Yang. A sharp intake of breath, too terrifying. Xiongde's current appearance was very much like an ancient Western knight, practically a steel machine. Facing him like this, Bai Yang felt as if he were confronting a prehistoric beast. Imagined in his mind the scene of the savages over there all wearing titanium alloy armor and wielding titanium alloy swords. Bai Yang almost felt intoxicated. A torrent of steel is absolutely necessary. Too amazing, too domineering, too. He roared inwardly, almost eager to see that kind of scene. "Take it off and put it back." Hearing the roar of a car outside, Bai Yang tilted his head to look and saw the heavy truck he had driven last time. Yang Biao had brought the truck over, so he spoke up. The items were quickly put back in place, and the box was closed. Bai Yang stood at the door and waved to signal Yang Biao to reverse the truck over here. Only then did he turn around and say, "Could I trouble everyone to help load the items onto the truck?" After speaking, while those people were busy on their own, Bai Yang looked at Xiongde and said, "I'm very satisfied with the items this time. Shall I transfer the remaining payment to the same account as last time?" "It's the account from last time." Boss Bai is straightforward, looking forward to the next collaboration. Xiongde nodded earnestly. There
will be a chance. Bai Yang nodded with a smile, thinking, next time your factory might just bear my surname. 5 million in final payment was settled in one go, and Bai Yang, now with nearly 100 million in savings, didn't even blink. Xiongde, who received the final payment, laughed like a fool. As long as there's money to be made, what Bai Yang wanted these things for was none of his business. How about I trouble you all to help me unload these items later, and then I'll treat everyone to a meal. After paying, Bai Yang looked at Xiongde and said, he had figured it out. These workers, who didn't seem like workers, all followed Xiongda's lead. No problem. Bearde patted his chest and guaranteed. After loading the truck, Bai Yang rode a motorcycle to lead the way in front, Yang Biao drove the heavy truck in the middle, and Bearde somehow got hold of a van to transport the workers. Together, they headed swiftly toward the villa area Bai Yang had rented. The villa area was not in the city center, so the heavy truck could drive directly to the entrance. However, the security guards refused to let it in no matter what, leaving them no choice but to park at the gate. Next came a round of moving, transporting items to Bai Yang's villa garage, for which he even parked the Bugatti outside the garage. Whether it was Xiongdi and the others or Yang Biao driving the heavy truck, none of them could take their eyes or steps away after seeing the Bugatti worth over 13 million. They really wanted to try out the Bugatti supercar, but it could only remain a thought. No way, the connections just weren't there. Once everything was moved, the doors were shut, and off they went. Even Yang Biao, who drove the heavy truck, joined in. Bai Yang drove the Bugatti, while the others took taxis, heading together to the royal banquet. Bai Yang is not a stingy person. When treating others to a meal, he doesn't skip at all. After all, he might need these people in the future. This doesn't mean Bai Yang is overly pragmatic. People are just like this. If there's no value in mutual relationships, that would truly be tragic. He treats them to a meal because he might need their help someday. Can they honestly say they came to dine with Bai Yang without any thought of benefiting from him? He spared no expense, serving the best food and drinks. The meal cost Bai Yang over 200,000, and he didn't even blink. After eating and drinking their fill, the group dispersed, each heading home to their own families. Since Bai Yang had a bit to drink, the restaurant's designated driver drove his Bugatti to take him home. Bai Yang strictly adheres to the rule of not driving after drinking. As for how the others got home, that wasn't Bai Yang's concern. Prepare a bit more, and then we can head over to truly step out of the jungle and explore the world beyond. Back at the villa, Bai Yang went to the garage, looked at those boxes, and murmured to himself with immense anticipation. When the sun still gradually peeked out from the direction it was supposed to appear, the village in the jungle had already become lively. A group of muscular men, big and small, were expending their excess energy in the morning breeze with grunts and shouts, while women in the kitchen occasionally glanced out the window at their children or men, smiling silently. Less than 2 days had passed here, yet the little cat already looked much more haggard, unable to muster any energy for anything, because during these 2 days, someone very important to her life was missing. The noisy commotion outside suddenly fell silent, followed by a chaotic mix of greetings. The kitten suddenly stopped being downcast, her expression became lively in an instant, and she hurriedly rushed out of the treehouse to the ground. Seeing that familiar figure coming through the morning light, she smiled happily, and the gloom in her heart was swept away. Although Bai Yang's outfit was strange and unfamiliar, the kitten still went up to him amidst the villagers' chaotic and teasing voices. Returning here again, Bai Yang had carefully dressed up, a white t-shirt paired with washed-out white jeans, and outdoor lawn leather boots on his feet. All of this was fine, but wearing a floor-length black trench coat was quite flashy, and if he added a pair of sunglasses to his face early in the morning, he would look downright crazy. Hi, how is everyone? Seeing the enthusiastic villagers gathering around, Bai Yang waved his hand to signal them, but in his haste, he spoke in Chinese, which sounded like a jumble of gibberish to the villagers. There was no other way, he only had a vague understanding of the language here, and after being away for a few days, he had almost forgotten it. When he saw the little cat standing delicately in front of him, her small face showing an expression of grievance as if she was about to cry, he felt a bit awkward. Someone who didn't know the situation might even think he had abandoned her. Kitten, I'm back. Bai Yang waved and greeted, speaking the local language very slowly and haltingly. Why do I sound like a husband returning home from a long trip? Bai Yang muttered to himself inwardly. I'll go make you something to eat. The kitten smiled happily, hurriedly threw out such a sentence, twisted her body, and ran away. She didn't care where Bai Yang went, as long as he came back, she would still take care of him meticulously, just like many times before. So awkward, my hand hasn't come down yet, and also, when you said to slow down, I didn't quite understand. Bai Yang scratched his head and then took off his sunglasses. The light in the jungle was already a bit dim at this moment, and wearing sunglasses almost made him blind. Take it and play with it. Seeing the overly curious Huzi unable to take his eyes off the sunglasses in his hand, Bai Yang threw them to him in annoyance. Huzi clumsily caught the sunglasses, imitated Bai Yang by putting them on, but unable to adapt to the change in light, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground after just a few steps. This guy is hopeless. Clapping his hands to attract the villagers' attention, Bai Yang pointed outside the village and, using the local language in a stuttering manner while gesturing wildly like he was having a fit, said, I brought some gifts for
for everyone, could you help me move them? This is nothing to worry about. A group of muscular men rushed out, and after less than 100 meters, they saw a large pile of stuff behind a few big trees. The villagers were very simple and honest. They didn't touch the items recklessly but instead moved the entire pile to the open space in the village. Bai Yang was speechless. So many things appeared silently outside the village, yet these villagers weren't curious at all? Their ability to accept things was a bit too strong, wasn't it? After preparing the items on Earth, Bai Yang specifically sneaked over here to take a look. He chose a time about 1 or 2 hours before dawn to start transporting everything. It took him half an hour to finish, and after some dressing up, he appeared in the villagers' sight at dawn, looking as flamboyant as ever. Young Master Bai, what is this? The white-bearded village chief appeared beside Bai Yang, pointed at the large pile of items, and asked in confusion. In the eyes of these villagers, Bai Yang was just a wealthy young man from who knows where. After understanding the meaning of the term young master Bai in their language, Bai Yang had corrected them countless times, but since the villagers stubbornly refused to change, he eventually let it go. Understanding the white-bearded village chief's question, Bai Yang pointed at the large pile of items and said, "Thanks to your care over the past days, I prepared some gifts for everyone. These are the items." Such a long speech was very difficult for Bai Yang, most of it relied on gestures. How could this be possible? The village chief quickly waved his hand. Although he didn't know what these things were, it was clearly too much. Given Bai Yang's usual style, they must all be incredibly precious and excellent items. The things Bai Yang brought were not limited to the titanium alloy armor and titanium alloy knives, as those could only equip 100 people. The villagers were dressed poorly or even had no clothes to wear. He specifically went to more than half the city to find a fabric store, almost emptied their warehouse, and brought back a large cart full of various fabrics. Because the people here, whether adults or children, are all rough-handed, he simply couldn't buy clothes that fit them all at once. So, he decided to get a pile of fabric and let them make their own. Having deliberately observed the villagers' living habits, Bai Yang knew that their sewing skills were actually quite decent. For this reason, he also bought a bunch of needles and thread. Pointing at the 155 bundles of fabric, each the size of a table, he said, "These are all fabric and sewing supplies, one for each household." This sentence was also spoken haltingly, with most of the meaning conveyed through gestures. Well, there are exactly 155 households in this village, a number Bai Yang had deliberately counted. When purchasing the fabric, he had the merchant divide it up in advance, saving trouble now. The villagers, after obtaining the village chief's permission, stepped forward in an orderly manner, each family carrying one away. Soon, exclamations of amazement echoed from the various treehouses. Bai Yang was very pleased with the villagers accepting his gifts, though it seemed he had forgotten about his own home. The little cat looked at him pitifully through the window of his treehouse. Next came the main event. Bai Yang pointed at the pile of wooden boxes and said to Barbarian number 1, "Juzi, go bring over one small box and one large box." Although the boxes containing the titanium alloy armor and titanium alloy knives weighed a hefty 400 to 500 pounds, Juzi easily carried one in each hand. Scanning the surroundings, Bai Yang took a meter-long knife from a shelf on one side, walked over to the wooden box, and with a few swift chops, shattered the box containing the titanium alloy armor. The armor was then revealed to the villager's eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the villagers staring wide-eyed, their eyes gleaming, as if old bachelors who had been single for 80 years were seeing a naked beauty. "Juzi, try it on," Bai Yang said. After some busy effort, Bai Yang demonstrated, and after much difficulty, Juzi finally managed to put on the titanium alloy armor weighing 110 pounds. Standing there, he looked like a cold, metallic sculpture. Poplar heard the sound of someone swallowing, each pair of eyes staring at the remaining boxes like lustful bulls. With a few more chops, he smashed open the box containing the titanium alloy knives. 10 titanium alloy knives spilled onto the ground. Poplar picked one up and tossed it at Juzi's feet, signaling for him to take it. Dressed in titanium alloy armor, Juzi bent down, grabbed the titanium alloy knife in one swift motion, and with a swish, drew out the menacing long blade. Under the morning light, he looked like a cold god of death, eliciting a collective gasp from those around. "Ah, this guy," Juzi suddenly let out a strange cry, dashed to a tree as thick as a person's embrace, swung his titanium alloy knife, and with a flash of cold light, the tree crashed down. The cut was smooth, without even a single burr. But will this guy get beaten to death for going crazy and chopping down a tree that crushed a wooden house? Muttering to himself, Bai Yang looked at the white-bearded old man and said, "Village chief, these sets of armor and knives 100 sets, can you help distribute them?" The white-bearded old man was trembling all over, his aged face suddenly flushed, his breathing rapid, looking as if he might die of a heart attack at any moment. Under Bai Yang's dumbfounded gaze, he shouted a string of gibberish, and then saw Juzi reluctantly take off his armor and put down the titanium alloy knife. This left Bai Yang completely confused. The old man bowed deeply to Bai Yang, but Bai Yang dodged it, unable to bear it. Looking at Bai Yang, the old man spoke very slowly, "Young Master Bai, we accept the cloth, but these armors and weapons are too valuable. Please forgive us mountain folk for our ignorance. We cannot estimate the value of these weapons and armors, so we cannot accept them. them. Bai Yang imagined many scenarios of giving them the armor and weapons, but he never thought of this one. You don't want them, and I can't make any use of them either. With my physique, not only would they not fit me, but could I even walk after putting them on? And with 100 sets, how many lifetimes would it take for me to wear them all? With a quick turn of his eyes, Bai Yang came up with an idea and said, these things aren't being given away for free, of course. They're just a form of payment. How about having a few villagers act as my guards for a while? After all, being a guard often involves life-threatening situations, and life is priceless. When you think about it, these items are pretty insignificant in comparison, right? Such a long speech really put Bai Yang in a tough spot. Not only did he stammer through it, but he also flailed around like a shaman performing a ritual just to get his point across. The old village chief looked at Bai Yang, furrowing his aged brows in contemplation, saying nothing, his thoughts unknown. The surrounding villagers glanced at Bai Yang, then at the old village chief, but no one spoke. Finally, the old village chief looked at Bai Yang and said with deep emotion, all right, on behalf of the villagers, I accept the weapons and armor you have bestowed upon us. As long as they agreed. Hearing the old village chief say this, Bai Yang smiled. It was simply because his understanding of the language and culture here was too superficial. He understood that the other party wanted to accept the items, but he didn't grasp the meaning of the word bestow. But, you also have to agree to 2 conditions of mine. The old village chief changed his tone and looked at Bai Yang with utmost seriousness. From the other party's gaze, Bai Yang could tell that if he didn't agree, the other party would resolutely refuse to accept the weapons and armor. You said. Poplar rarely showed seriousness, nodded, and said, first, these weapons and armor will be distributed to the 100 strongest villagers in the village. They will all become your guards. Second, I officially tell you in the name of Grandpa Kitten that she completely belongs to you. Ha! Poplar's heart skipped a beat. The first condition was easy to agree to. Guards, similar to bodyguards on Earth, were no big deal. It wasn't like these villagers would be sent to fight every day, and he wasn't the type to stir up trouble either. So he agreed. However, the second condition left Bai Yang completely baffled. What exactly did belong to mean? The old village chief waved his hand to stop Bai Yang, who was about to speak, and continued, of course, since the 100 strongest villagers are the main labor force of the village, most of their energy will still be devoted to the village's production work. I hope you can understand this. That was reasonable. Bai Yang understood, so he nodded. But then he thought about it again. Wait, the key issue was, what exactly was going on with the kitten? Bai Yang was utterly confused. However, the old village chief didn't give Bai Yang a chance to voice his doubts. He turned around, looked at the surrounding villagers, and began pointing people out with his aged hand. Zhao Shi, He Go, Huzi, Zhuzi, Shujian. The old village chief selected a total of 100 people. The others automatically stepped back, leaving 100 burly men standing like iron towers. The scene was eerily quiet and extremely solemn, making Bai Yang feel completely ill at ease. Armor on. Looking at 100 strong men, the old village chief only said these 2 words. However, Bai Yang's language skills were still at the preschool level, so he couldn't understand the pronunciation or meaning of these 2 words. In fact, he still only had a vague understanding of everything else. 100 burly men noisily dismantled wooden crates, each equipping themselves with a set of titanium alloy armor, clanking as they donned it, and finally, each wielding a titanium alloy blade. Bear Big even thoughtfully added a hook to the sheath of the titanium alloy knife, which could be hung perfectly on the left side of the titanium alloy armor's waist, something Bai Yang hadn't considered. 100 strong men, armored and armed with knives, stood in the field. With a swish, the sound of blades being drawn echoed in unison. Under the morning light, 100 fierce armored warriors, 100 cold knife edges, exuded a terrifying aura that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Under Bai Yang's puzzled gaze, these 100 men performed the same action, using the blade of the titanium alloy knife to slash their left palm, directly cutting through the leather gloves, staining the blade with blood. Crash! They simultaneously knelt on one knee toward Bai Yang and shouted, "Swear allegiance to young Master Bai to the death." What the heck? Bai Yang was startled. What's going on here? This is a bit too serious and scary, and he didn't even understand the part about swearing allegiance to him. He looked at the old village chief in confusion. The old village chief smiled and gestured toward Bai Yang with his mouth. Bai Yang scratched his head. Although he didn't understand what they were up to, he awkwardly gestured for them to stand up. You guys are making me feel really baffled. From now on, they will all be your guards. Do you want to appoint a captain of the guard? The old village chief smiled beside Bai Yang and spoke very slowly, using gestures to help Bai Yang understand the meaning. The previous conversations had been the same. Bai Yang felt very confused and couldn't quite grasp the situation, but still followed the old village chief's suggestion, pointing at Zhao Shi and saying, him, there was no other choice. Among the three wild men, Bai Yang was most familiar with them. Zhuzi was unreliable, only caring about eating. Huzi was also unreliable, with curiosity that knew no bounds. Only Zhao Shi seemed more steady. Zhao Shi stepped forward, clasped his fists toward Bai Yang, and said, greetings, young master. After Bai Yang nodded in confusion, he turned around and quickly said something in a rapid tone to the group of armored men. The 100 warriors looked at Bai Yang with a completely different expression, though Bai Yang couldn't understand the meaning behind their gaze. In the end, Bai Yang muddled his way back to his treehouse. I still haven't figured out the matter with the kitten. When he returned to the treehouse, Bai Yang saw the little cat standing gracefully at the door, smiling brightly at him, and he slapped his forehead, muttering to himself. While Bai Yang was still feeling conflicted, the little cat turned to face him, knelt on both knees, and performed a full prostration. What are you doing? Bai Yang was startled and quickly pulled her up. His speech sped up, and he instinctively switched to Chinese. The kitten stood up, blinked, and looked at Bai Yang, indicating that it didn't understand what he was saying. Well, Bai Yang was completely baffled by the customs here. Then, under the kitten's service, he ate a meal of roasted meat like a lord, with food brought right to his mouth. After the meal, the kitten happily flitted around like a butterfly, busy with various tasks. When she finally had a moment to spare, Bai Yang quickly waved and said, kitten, come here, I have something to ask you. What does the young master want to ask? The kitten didn't sit down. It stood opposite Bai Yang, blinking its beautiful big eyes as it looked at him. Well, why did they do that before? Bai Yang asked with gestures, referring to the previous actions of those 100 strong men cutting their hands. They are pledging allegiance to you. From now on they will all be your guards. The kitten's response was very simple and straightforward, but due to the language barrier, Bai Yang still had to put in some effort to fully understand it. Pledging allegiance and such felt particularly strange to Bai Yang. Why did it give him a sense of a majestic aura? What kind of nonsense is this? Becoming someone's bodyguard requires cutting one's hand? Putting this question aside, Bai Yang looked at the kitten, scratched his head, and asked, earlier, your grandpa said that you completely belong to me. I don't quite understand what that means. It means that from now on, I'm yours, young master. You can have me do anything you want. The kitten looked at Bai Yang very seriously as she explained. Although her face was a little red, she didn't avoid Bai Yang's gaze at all. What the heck? Gulp. Bai Yang swallowed hard. Isn't this a bit too thrilling? What I mean is, isn't this a bit too frivolous? Bai Yang asked with great hesitation. He had never seen anything like this before. Just one sentence and he could do whatever he wanted with this stunning beauty? The words of Bai Yang made the kitten's expression suddenly turn into one of terror, looking at Bai Yang and asking, does the young master not want me? No, sigh. What are you doing with the knife? You're not planning to chop me, are you? Bai Yang was about to explain something when he saw the kitten suddenly turn around and pull out her nearly meter-long broadsword from the wall. She certainly wasn't planning to chop Bai Yang, but instead, with an utterly heartbroken look at him, she raised the sword and aimed it at her own neck. What the hell are you doing? Bai Yang was scared stiff, jumped up, and shouted. This was too terrifying, constantly slashing at necks and palms. What on earth is going on here? In a moment of panic, Bai Yang shouted in Chinese. Perhaps because she saw Bai Yang's shocked and angry expression, the kitten's movement stopped. The broadsword was held horizontally against her slender neck, her eyes red and tears streaming down as she looked at Bai Yang in confusion. The polished, gleaming blade even had a trace of blood on it. She is serious, really about to slit her throat. Carefully moved the broadsword away from the kitten's neck, and still uneasy, Bai Yang snatched the broadsword from her hand. Whoa, it's quite heavy, probably 50 or 60 pounds. Bai Yang almost strained his back. What exactly do you mean? Poplar laboriously threw the broadsword into the corner of the wall and looked at Kitten, asking seriously and perplexedly. My life belongs to the young master. If the young master doesn't want me, then I can only die. Kitten's words left Poplar completely speechless, big eyes staring at small eyes. After more than 10 minutes, Bai Yang raised his hands and placed them on the kitten's shoulders. Sit down first. Oh, the kitten obediently sat down and looked at him, and he also sat down opposite the kitten. Organizing his thoughts, Bai Yang looked into the kitten's eyes and said seriously, word by word, I understand what you mean. Then, young master, do you want me? The kitten interrupted Bai Yang somewhat anxiously and asked. Bai Yang opened his mouth, then suddenly smiled. What the heck am I even worrying about? If heaven gives, not taking it would invite lightning strikes. Staring at the kitten, he said very seriously, from now on, you're mine. Having received the answer she wanted, the kitten smiled, a bright and happy smile, sweeping away all the gloom. Suddenly, a chaotic cacophony of strange cries came from outside, followed by the sound of a crowd dispersing. Damn! Bai Yang was startled. So there were a lot of people eavesdropping outside? The kitten wiped away her tears and looked at Bai Yang with a smile as tender as flowing water. Bai Yang felt extremely awkward, with a thrilling sense of guilt in his heart. This girl will belong to me from now on. I didn't even put effort into pursuing her. She came to me on her own. Envious, aren't you? Seeing the glaring small wound on the kitten's neck, Bai Yang slapped his forehead forehead and stood up, saying, "Wait a moment." He got up and returned to his room, then quickly teleported back to the villa on Earth, found the first aid kit, and teleported back again. Placed the first aid kit on the table, open it, take out the alcohol and cotton, wet it, then approach the kitten and say, "Be good, don't move, it might hurt a little." The kitten blinked at him, nodded, and stayed completely still. Bai Yang held the alcohol-soaked cotton and leaned closer, one hand resting on her shoulder. Perhaps because their relationship had changed, the moment they touched, both of them trembled slightly as if electrified. Calm down, it's just meat in the bowl, no need to get so worked up." Muttering inwardly, he calmed down and carefully wiped the bloodstains from her neck. When the wound came into contact with alcohol, Bai Yang clearly felt her muscles twitch slightly in pain, but she obediently remained still. Bai Yang lowered his head, and the distance between their heads was only a few centimeters. Her slightly sweet and warm breath lingered around Bai Yang's ears and face, tickling him and making his thoughts wander. "This girl, I can do whatever I want with her." Ahem. Stop that. The wound was just a tiny scratch, barely breaking the skin. After cleaning the bloodstains, he simply applied a band-aid, and it was done. Bai Yang felt a bit dazed. Just like that, inexplicably, he now had a girl of his own. This feeling was so strange that it made him feel unreal. The kitten's neck is slender and beautiful, like a swan, with skin of a healthy wheat color, wild yet as smooth as Dove chocolate. Women here dress very casually, with a rough bandeau covering their chest and just a pair of shorts below. The kitten's outfit is the same, nothing above the chest, her slender waist exposed, and her long legs uncovered, rivaling the fashionable women on Earth. While treating the wound on her neck, as she slightly lowered her head, the high curves of her chest pressed against the bandeau, forming a deep cleavage. Below that were her straight, slender legs, and damn, it almost made his youthful vigor hard to control. "I need to get her a few sets of clothes. With this outfit, I'm going to lose my mind. Previously, I didn't feel it. After all, the women here are all pretty much the same, but now my mindset has changed, and her selfish attitude is unmistakably revealed. Oh heavens, little cat herself exercises frequently. Her figure can be described as devilish, especially those full and rounded breasts. Bai Yang can't imagine how impactful it would be if she wore a bra. I dare not imagine anymore." Throughout the process, little cat slightly squinted her eyes, her gaze no longer hesitant, but instead carried 3 parts shyness, 3 parts nervousness, 3 parts happiness, and 1 part fear. In little cat's understanding, the idea of a man serving a woman does not exist. Unable to meet little cat's watery eyes, Bai Yang busied himself with tidying up the first aid kit while changing the subject. "Little cat, why don't you tell me what you know? What does young master want to know?" "Everything you know about the people here, the surroundings, the places you've been, and what you've learned. I want to know it all." Poplar spoke while gesturing. The kitten blinked its eyes, feeling a bit disappointed, then thought for a moment and said, "The people in the village make a living by hunting, gathering wild fruits and herbs to trade for salt and iron tools. In this jungle, there are many villages like ours scattered everywhere. None of us mountain folk can read, and we don't understand many things. The farthest place we've been to is Deyang Town. When Grandpa was young, he even went to a big city once, which is why he's the village chief. This world is very, very, very big. I've heard that the people outside are very powerful, divided into divine cultivators and martial cultivators, but we don't understand any of that." The kitten said a lot, but most of it was vague and ambiguous, often failing to express its meaning clearly. Moreover, Poplar didn't fully understand what was being said, so he had no clear concept in his mind, only a vague sense of this world. This world is vast, but exactly how vast is unknown. There are incredibly skilled people in this world, but there's no clear concept of just how skilled they are. "So when will you go to that Deyang town for trading?" Bai Yang gestured a few times and asked. "No idea, you'd have to ask Grandpa. Usually, it's when our stock of fur, jerky, herbs, and brewed wine reaches a certain level, then we take them to Deyang town for trading. Grandpa decides on this." "I see." Poplar scratched his head. "Why don't you have a fixed time for market day here? I'll go ask for you, young master." Seeing Poplar's troubled expression, Little Cat took the initiative to help him inquire and returned shortly after. "I asked Grandpa, and in about 3 days, we can go to Deyang town for trading." A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Bai Yang was busy running around, mainly making several trips to Earth. He had shown Des specially cast molds to create a set of titanium alloy equipment for the little cat. After all, the little cat was now his person, so he had to consider her safety. Since the mold was only used to create 1 set of armor, Bai Yang spent a full 500,000, even at a discounted friendship price. Bai Yang personally measured the little cat's dimensions, taking the opportunity to enjoy some playful moments. Bai Yang wasn't a vegetarian, but he didn't push the young lady too far these past few days. There was a malicious woman named Aunt Flo who stood in the way, preventing any mischief. Unlucky Bai Yang couldn't bear the way they used cloth strips mixed with plant ash to deal with their periods, so he had to teach the girls how to use sanitary pads. Apart from that, he also had to occasionally visit his parents to maintain a sense of presence, lest he become a missing person. Most of his time was spent living in the village, and he had only picked up a tiny bit of the language. Early this morning, the villagers were already busy, skipping their usual morning exercise exercises, creating a bustling and lively scene. Today was the day for the villagers to head to the so-called Deyang town for trading. Bai Yang, dressed in a white t-shirt, jeans, and outdoor long leather boots, with a black trench coat over it, squatted idly on a large rock by the river in the middle of the village, watching the villagers busy at work. Behind him was the fully armed and ever-present Xiao Mao, and a few meters away stood Zhao Shi, the equally fully armed captain of the guard. On the river in the village, there were no boats, only 4 wooden rafts over 30 meters long. Under the villagers' bustling activity, the rafts were piled high with furs, smoked meat, large jars of fruit wine, as well as some medicinal plants and coarse fabrics that Bai Yang couldn't recognize. If Bai Yang hadn't strongly dissuaded them, the fabrics he had given to the villagers would have been taken to sell. After 2 or 3 hours of hard work, the cargo was finally loaded onto the ship. In addition to the goods, each of the 4 rafts had 20 to 30 fully armed strong men standing on them. As the sun rose, Bai Yang came to the front of the first raft, pointed forward with his hand, and shouted, "Set off!" Towering trees lined both banks, the river surface calm and profound. The wooden raft moves forward, ripples gently spreading like an unfolding ink painting. How much farther? Are we almost there? Bai Yang squats at the very front of the wooden raft, staring bored to death at the calm water ahead as he asks. No one around responds. Seriously, you've asked this 800 times already. Poplar was simply an impatient fellow. After leaving the village for about 3 to 4 hours, the journey was uneventful, and the scenery along the way was more or less the same. By the first hour, he was already bored, eagerly hoping to reach the destination quickly. "Young master, why don't you take another nap?" Kitten approached Poplar and asked softly, even thoughtfully preparing a nest for him using the fur on the raft. Poplar glanced at Kitten and let out a heavy sigh. She was wearing a titanium alloy armor weighing over 100 pounds, with a titanium alloy sword weighing more than 20 pounds hanging at her waist, yet she could still move freely. Poplar truly couldn't understand where her soft, delicate frame got such strength. The most important thing is, once she puts on the armor, she can't even perform a simple, heartwarming action like giving a hug. "I've already slept several times." He turned his head to look forward inside, his mind filled with all sorts of idle thoughts. Around him, a total of 8 burly men clad in titanium alloy armor surrounded him in the center, their gazes scanning the surroundings like wolves. Their hands always rested as close as possible to the position for drawing their blades. Poplar estimates that even Blackie isn't as safe as himself. This raft is just too slow, making Poplar want to get a yacht over here. Ha, a yacht? That might be out of budget, but getting a diesel-powered boat over should be pretty simple. The river is deep enough and wide enough, sailing wouldn't be a problem, and the speed could at least be several times faster. He's just someone who gets overly excited. Once an idea pops into his head, he can't sit still. If it weren't for the fact that they're already halfway there, he'd probably rush off to buy a boat right now. "Young master, why don't you move to the raft in the middle?" Up ahead, the river channels intersect, and there might be some dangerous situations. The captain of the guards, Zhao Shi, glanced ahead, bent slightly, and earnestly advised Bai Yang. "Ha, what's going on?" Bai Yang suddenly perked up. The journey had been uneventful and dull. Finally, something interesting was happening. Being so happy despite the trouble? Zhao Shi felt extremely speechless in his heart. Such a boss was probably a bit unreliable, but he still patiently said, "Young master, the forest we are in is called the Maze River Forest by outsiders. We don't know its exact size, but many villages like ours are scattered throughout. The river channels in the Maze River Forest crisscross, making it extremely easy to get lost within." What a mess, talking for so long without getting to the point. Bai Yang interrupted and asked, "So what you're saying is, the river channels in this forest are like a maze, right? And then there are some intersections of river channels, and we happen to have one of those ahead of us. At such places, we often encounter people from other villages, which can lead to some disputes or something?" A concise summary. Zhao Shi was left speechless. "Young master, it's fine if we encounter people from other villages, but I'm afraid of running into bandits who rob goods from passing villages." This sentence was said by the kitten, who looked at Bai Yang with great concern. After all, Bai Yang's combat ability in the village was so weak that even children could easily knock him over, which really made people uneasy. "Then what are we waiting for? Speed up, speed up. Bandits are creatures I've only heard about in legends. Finally, I get to see a real one." Bai Yang stood up and shouted anxiously, looking eager and impatient. "The villagers are all wearing titanium alloy armor. What are they afraid of? But why are you so excited? What's the deal with sprinting toward the rafts in the back? Ahem, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Watching the bandits is fine, but Bai Yang would never joke around with his own life." Sure enough, it didn't take long before a network of crisscrossing waterways appeared ahead. Between the waterways, clusters of small groves resembled miniature isolated islands. Faced with this spiderweb-like complex situation, Bai Yang felt that without navigation, he wouldn't be able to find his way, and if he threw himself into it, he probably wouldn't be able to get out for a lifetime. "Where are the bandits? Why can't I see them?" Bai Yang stretched his neck and looked around anxiously as he asked. "But while you're eagerly anticipating, isn't it a bit excessive to cling tightly to the waist of the little cat running ahead and on
on top of that, insist on having more than 10 guards surround you like an iron barrel. Can you blame me? I've never even seen a pig being slaughtered since I was a kid, let alone encountered vicious robbers. Is it so shameful to be afraid of dying? The river was wide, and several wooden rafts had already been tied together with planks. Over 100 strong men were scattered around, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Bai Yang was deeply worried. While connecting the rafts allowed everyone to watch out for each other, if the enemy were a bit smarter and set fire to the linked rafts, everyone would be doomed for sure. There's water all around, so it probably won't catch fire. Besides, the robbers likely wouldn't want to burn the goods. Poplar muttered to himself while widening his eyes and looking around. When the raft reached the crisscrossing river channels, a flock of birds suddenly fluttered up from the jungle. Damn, we're doomed. Poplar's heart skipped a beat. However, Zhao Shi and the others were clearly more experienced than him. As the bird took flight, they immediately shouted, "Everyone, stay alert, prepare for battle." It must be said, these villagers were still quite professional. When they sensed danger approaching, most of them gathered around Bai Yang, surrounding him in layers so tightly that not even air could pass through. A titanium alloy blade over 2 meters long was unsheathed, cold and menacing under the sunlight. A cacophony of eerie cries came from all directions. Trapped in the middle, Bai Yang was panicking. Damn it, you guys are too tall, I can't see a thing. Then, bursts of ear-piercing whooshing sounds filled the air, followed by a chaotic clanging noise. Kitty, what's going on? Ye quickly asked. Kitty had already raised the titanium alloy broadsword across her chest, shielding Bai Yang like a protective tigress, and still managed to answer Bai Yang's question. Young master, bandits have surrounded us from all sides, and they are already shooting arrows at us. I can tell that much, but how many of them are there? What are our casualties? There are a lot of them, with more than a dozen rafts. We have no casualties, their arrows can't penetrate the armor you provided. Young master, that's good. Rest assured, I told you, titanium alloy armor can even block sniper bullets. You losers better kneel down and sing conquer already. So frustrating, being surrounded, and unable to see anything. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten a drone to watch the live feed. Bai Yang couldn't see outside, but both the villagers and the bandits outside were a bit dumbfounded. The bandits fired several rounds of arrows, only to suddenly realize what the heck, not a single one of them has fallen. Are they invulnerable or what? What should we do about this? The villagers were stunned for a moment but quickly realized the armor provided by the young master was incredibly powerful. What are we waiting for? Counterattack. Swords were sheathed, and except for those protecting Bai Yang, everyone lowered their visors, ignored the enemy's arrows, drew their bows, and fired back. After all, their arrows wouldn't even scratch us. Both sides exchanged fire, arrows flying everywhere, the whistling sound of them cutting through the air incessant. However, on Bai Yang's side, apart from a chaotic clanging noise, nothing happened at all. In contrast, the bandits' side was filled with constant screams, with a continuous stream of people hit by arrows, suffering heavy casualties. When the two rafts approached each other for close combat, Bai Yang's side had 0 casualties, while the other side had already lost at least 1/3 of their men. The bandits' side was truly dedicated. Even under such circumstances, they didn't flee. Losing 1/3 still left them with 400 to 500 people, right? Their numerical advantage was overwhelming, wasn't it? Kill them all, leave no one alive, take everything from them. On one of the rafts belonging to the bandits, the leader, with bloodshot eyes, roared loudly, his voice like an explosion. This is a huge loss. We've never suffered such heavy casualties before. If we don't kill all these people, I'll definitely be hacked to death by my brothers when we return. But as long as we get the armor they're wearing, it'll all be worth it. The bandit leader appeared to be about 2.5 meters tall, with a body full of bulging muscles. Apart from the color, he was almost indistinguishable from the Hulk. Wielding a giant axe the size of a tabletop, he charged forward like a beast as the rafts of both sides drew closer. Did you really think the bandits were so brainless that they'd keep fighting despite such heavy losses without retreating? Nah, they were all blinded by greed when they saw the armor the villagers were wearing. No matter how many died, getting even one set would be a huge win for them. Didn't you see them completely ignoring the goods on Bai Yang's side, staring at the armored villagers like hungry wolves? Anyone who didn't know better would think they were trying to hook up. The bandits had the advantage in numbers. After surrounding Bai Yang and his group with over a dozen rafts, they howled and leaped onto Bai Yang's raft one after another. At a glance, it was clear these guys weren't doing too well. Their weapons were a chaotic mess, completely unorganized, and their attire was downright shabby. Most of them were bare-chested with exposed bellies, lacking even a decent piece of armor. It was truly impressive that they dared to engage in such a high-risk robbery business under these conditions. They couldn't be called mountain bandits, they were more like river pirates. Pirates, after all, prey on the weak and fear the strong, relying solely on sheer ruthlessness to make a living. If there's profit to be made, they go for it, fighting and risking their lives. If there's no profit, only a fool would step forward. Right now, there was a tempting profit in sight, and every one of them was ready to risk their lives. Close combat, it was absolutely brutal. The weapons of the bandits slashed or struck against the villagers' titanium alloy armor, producing nothing more than a chaotic clanging sound.
sound. At most, it pushed the villagers back a few steps, but caused no harm whatsoever. However, the villagers' side was utterly ferocious. With titanium alloy blades over 2 meters long, a single sweep would take down a whole group. Anything touched but people or weapons was either severed or shattered, leaving the bandits screaming like pigs being slaughtered. This kind of unequal battle has a name: massacre. The menacing titanium alloy blades, wielded by muscular men, sliced through the air with a chilling whooshing sound. Thick wooden sticks were severed in one stroke, large blades resembling door panels were cut in half with a single slash, and as for humans, needless to say, they were cleaved into 2 pieces with one strike. Even more terrifying was the aftermath of being pierced by the titanium alloy blade. Good heavens, the horrifying blood grooves on the blade drained the enemy's blood like running water. A swift kick to the assailant's body, and as the blade was pulled out, the serrated barbs on the back of the blade not only dragged out internal organs but also further widened the wound. Survival? Forget about it. The battle was a gruesome spectacle. Blood sprayed with a sickening splatter, severed limbs flew in all directions, and the screams were nothing short of ghostly wails and howls. Even the water was not calm. Fat black fish thrashed in the blood-stained water, and with a series of splashes, the dismembered bodies of the fallen bandits were quickly torn into skeletons. Damn, those fish have teeth. To be fair, the combat strength of these bandits was only on par with the villagers. Despite their numerical advantage, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming superiority in equipment. You could slash at them without much effect, but when they struck back, it was either fatal or crippling. There was no way to block it. This kind of brawl was simply unwinnable. There were some skilled fighters among the bandits, but it was useless. Even if they swung several large blades together, they'd still end up kneeling, chopped into pieces and rolling away to feed the fish. To say the bandit leader was truly formidable, his terrifying 2.5-meter frame wielded a giant axe. Even though he couldn't break through the villagers' titanium alloy armor, he could still send people flying, charging around like a tank and displaying an invincible stance as if no one could match him. However, such ferocity was useless. After smashing a few villagers with his axe, 4 or 5 titanium alloy broadswords clashed against it, sparks flying everywhere. The axe was left covered in deep marks, almost shattered into pieces. The captain of the guard, Zhao Shi, who personally led the team to protect Bai Yang, seized the opportunity and suddenly shot an arrow. With a thud, it pierced through the bandit leader's knee, forcing him to kneel on the spot. Several broadswords swung down, and it was a miserable sight. The bandit leader, who resembled the Hulk, was hacked into pieces. The king is down, run quickly. Good grief, what happened to the promise of living and dying together? Upon seeing their leader fall, the bandits, who had already lost more than half their men, scattered in all directions. Apparently, dignity is not as important as their own lives. But big brother, this is the water's surface. Where do you think you're going to run? You can't escape while paddling a raft. Leave no one alive. Zhao Shi shouted loudly from behind. Immediately, the villagers clad in titanium alloy armor began wielding their broadswords and chasing down the enemy. Practically impervious to weapons, they charged forward recklessly, ignoring the futile attacks that couldn't penetrate their defenses, focusing solely on a chaotic slaughter. If there's one thing the villagers loathed most, it was these bandits. The items they risked their lives to obtain in the jungle would meet a grim fate upon encountering them. Not only would the essentials for the village's survival be stolen, but they would also face death. Confronting such bandits, they were filled with a rage so intense they could devour their hearts. At this moment, they wouldn't hesitate to kill the opponent, each one accustomed to life and death in the jungle, ready to spill blood without a second thought. This was the final stage, but under Zhao Shi's command, the villagers remained organized. Most went out to pursue and kill, while the rest stayed to protect Bai Yang. Surrounded like a fortress, Bai Yang was almost driven to despair, hearing the chaotic sounds of fighting outside, but he couldn't see a thing. No way around it. Villagers around him were too big and tall, blocking every view. Even if he jumped, he couldn't see anything, let alone get out. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao had one hand firmly pressing down on his shoulder. Kitten, what's going on? Young master, I don't know either. The two were at the very center, surrounded by at least 3 layers of villagers for protection. The first layer was chopping people, the second layer wielded knives and struck unexpectedly, while the third layer, close to Bai Yang, was purely there for show, with no chance to act. They could only regretfully express their inability to personally kill a few. The battle came quickly and ended just as fast, wrapping up in only about half an hour. We surrender, please stop killing us. Accompanied by such a terrified shout, the remaining bandits, scared out of their wits, all knelt down. They had no choice but to kneel. Damn it, they hit an immovable force. These weren't mere villagers, they were basically meat grinders. Even the Imperial army wasn't this terrifying. The villagers were ruthless too, filled with hatred for these bandits. Facing the surrendered bandits, they confiscated their weapons, swung their machetes, and slashed at their wrists and ankles to sever the tendons. When they were done, they tied them up tightly with leather ropes and dumped them in a pile. At this point, Bai Yang, who had been surrounded tightly, could finally see the light of day. The villagers protecting him spread out slightly, but still remained highly vigilant. She looked outside through the gap, and with just one glance, she immediately fell to her knees, eyes, her face turning pale. She collapsed to the ground, her throat convulsing, and vomited uncontrollably. It was too disgusting, too terrifying. Having grown up in a big city, Bai Yang had never seen such a gruesome scene before. Blood everywhere, severed limbs, scattered organs and brain matter. It was even more horrifying than hell. That scene, no matter how brilliant a blockbuster, couldn't describe it. He's just an ordinary person. Seeing a dead body would scare him, and seeing something utterly disgusting would make him vomit. At this moment, who has the mood to look at bandits? He was vomiting so much he almost forgot who he was. Finally catching a break, the girl didn't even dare to lift her hand, weakly saying, "Do as you please, don't mind me, I'll just keep vomiting for a while. Maybe I'll get used to it." Ugh. The villagers looked at each other in confusion. The young master's reaction was beyond their expectations. Was it really that disgusting? They didn't feel anything at all. The kitten was utterly heartbroken, squatting beside Bai Yang and gently patting his back with her hand. Her beautiful big eyes were brimming with tears. "Oh, my young master, seeing you like this makes my heart ache." Then the kitten suddenly stood up, shouting fiercely like a tigress. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and clean this mess. Feed the fish with what needs to be thrown away, wash what needs to be scrubbed, and clean up the bloodstains on yourselves. As for those bandits, toss them into the water for a rinse. If they dirty the young master's eyes, can you afford to take responsibility?" Well, the young master, pampered and sheltered, can't stand such filthy scenes. Brothers, hurry up and get to work. Severed limbs and body parts were carelessly tossed into the water, which began to boil as large black fish swarmed from who knows where, fighting and biting to devour. The bandits' corpses quickly vanished without a trace. So, nature truly is the best cleaner. The river water was drawn up with a splash to rinse the raft, and the river surface was soon dyed red. The bandits, covered in blood, were held upside down and rinsed in the river, where they were bitten by sharp-toothed fish. Serves them right. Believe it or not, the wildly imaginative Huzi actually found fishing with humans quite entertaining, enjoying it to the fullest. The villagers had an even simpler method. They poured buckets of water over themselves, washing away blood, brain matter, and meat scraps in no time. The titanium alloy armor was formed in one piece, leaving no hard-to-clean crevices. "Young master, are you all right?" The kitten supported by Yang and asked with deep concern. He vomited so much it felt like the world was spinning, almost throwing up his bile. His whole body was trembling. The previous scene was just too horrifying. He had only ever seen dead bodies on TV, but nothing like what he had just witnessed, utterly disgusting and terrifying. Let's go, I don't want to stay here." He leaned weakly against the kitten and waved his hand as he spoke. "Damn it, only a fool would watch fights with bandits in the future. Whoever watches is a fool." What else could the villagers say? The young master couldn't stand filthy scenes and didn't want to stay in such a dirty place any longer. What else could they do? Just leave. Quickly moved away from the battlefield. It took more than 2 hours before Poplar finally calmed down a bit. He's just a regular person, eats too much and feels bloated, drinks too much and throws up, and gets scared when he sees bloody scenes. He held the kitten's hand tightly, using it to ease the fear in his heart. "Zhao Shi," she called feebly. "Young master, I'm here." Zhao Shi, who had been guarding nearby, quickly responded. "How are our casualties on this side?" Poplar was the first to express concern about this. The villagers felt a warmth in their hearts. Such a boss had compassion, making it worth fighting for him. "Young master, we didn't have any casualties. Everyone's fine, just a few people got hit by the bandit leader and coughed up blood, but it's nothing serious. Everyone's as fit as a fiddle." "That's good." Poplar breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one died, that was the best outcome. Zhao Shi hesitated for a moment and said, "Young master, we've captured 133 bandits and severed the tendons in their hands and feet. How does the young master think we should deal with them?" "Ha, there are prisoners, too?" The Poplar blinked, feeling it was quite miraculous that a single word of his seemed to determine the life and death of many people. As per usual practice, how do you all normally handle this?" "Two options. First, just kill them directly. These bandits are heinous and deserve nothing less. Second, escort them to the authorities, which could also earn us some benefits. How to handle it is entirely up to you, young master," Zhao Shi replied earnestly. Bai Yang was completely stunned. Although he knew life here was considered cheap, he hadn't expected it to be this cheap. Over 100 lives could be wiped out with just a word. Bai Yang thought for a moment and asked, "Zhao Shi, will there be any trouble if we kill them?" "No," Zhao Shi responded straightforwardly, as if it were merely slaughtering one more pig among hundreds. "That's good. Hand them over to the authorities once you reach that place, De Yang." Bai Yang nodded and said, "Ha, so you asked clearly and then came up with an unexpected twist? Are you stupid? They don't even have the strength to resist anymore. What difference does it make whether you kill them or not? They probably won't be able to stand up and wield a knife to harm anyone in their lifetime. Handing them over to the authorities might even bring some benefits, but killing them serves no purpose." Bai Yang said irritably. He would never admit that he simply couldn't bear the thought of killing more than 100 people. Those guys had their tendons in their hands and feet severed. Weren't they already living in pain? Why not show mercy and spare their lives, right? "Yeah, I'm a good man. As for handing them
him over to those so-called gangsters in the government. What does that have to do with him? Without providing any explanation, he finished speaking and began to close his eyes to rest, still not recovered from the earlier events. However, he secretly thought to himself that this world actually had something like a government. It seemed not as chaotic as he had imagined. The rivers intertwined, and the journey continued forward. Poplar, who was almost exhausted from vomiting, had no feelings left, constantly on the verge of collapse along the way, with a psychological shadow too vast to measure. The kitten stayed by his side the whole time, carefully taking care of him, afraid that something might happen to him. Afterward, they passed through several areas crisscrossed with waterways, safely and without any thrilling accidents. However, Poplar couldn't help but admire the mountain villagers' incredible skills, unable to understand how they managed to find the right path through such complex waterways. Did not encounter bandits, but instead came across another group of mountain villagers along the way. Bai Yang didn't even bother to lift his head, paid no attention, and certainly didn't curiously observe what differences might exist between them and Zhao Shi's group of mountain villagers, just glanced briefly and moved on. On the other hand, Zhao Shi's group greeted the others, seeming to know them. Perhaps because Zhao Shi's group was wearing glamorous armor, the other side looked utterly shocked and bewildered, seemingly too afraid to approach, preferring to wait for them to pass rather than traveling together. Walking and walking again, after nearly 8 hours since leaving the village, the group finally emerged from the jungle, and the front suddenly became clear and open. Starting from the edge of the jungle, the world seemed to have a distinct dividing line. Dense vegetation extended endlessly to the horizon on both sides, and ahead lay a vast stretch of shimmering river. The water was unfathomably deep, its surface calm and ripple-free. "Young master, we have left the Maze River forest. Moving forward, once we cross this shimmering river, we will reach the dock at Dayang Town." Zhao Shi whispered softly beside Bai Yang, careful not to disturb Bai Yang, who was as limp as a puddle of mud. Hearing about this situation, Bai Yang perked up a bit and stood up with the help of the little cat. Then, he looked ahead, utterly baffled. "Are you kidding me? The vast expanse of calm water ahead is clearly a giant lake, isn't it?" In Bai Yang's understanding, even for rivers like the Yangtze or the Yellow River, you can still see the opposite bank at the widest points. But now, looking at this so-called crystal wave river, he gazed far into the distance and could only vaguely make out the horizon. "At least 10 kilometers wide, and you're telling me this is just a river? I actually believed your nonsense. Kitten, is this really a river?" He wasn't sure and secretly asked the kitten. The kitten is very well behaved and likely wouldn't lie to him. "Yes, young master, don't you know? I know you're lying." Internally complaining, Bai Yang stared blankly at the opposite side. He couldn't imagine how long a river over 10 kilometers wide could be, or how vast an area it would span. Looking back, the lush and verdant Mai forest stretched endlessly to the horizon. Who knows how big it actually is? After silently calculating in his mind, Bai Yang realized that although it had taken a long time to leave the village, the distance covered wasn't actually that far at most, 150 kilometers at best. There was no helping it, the raft was ridiculously slow. If there was a diesel-powered boat, it would probably take just over an hour, right? But it ended up taking 7 or 8 hours. Bai Yang was speechless in his heart. 5 or 6 rafts moved forward on the calm river surface, and because the water was so still, it looked as if they weren't moving at all. When they set out, there were only 4 rafts. Now there were 2 additional rafts belonging to the bandits, carrying a pile of captives. The Emerald Wave River lives up to its name, with vast green waves that remain calm and unruffled. Moving forward, he first caught sight of a city wall. A stone city wall lay across the riverbank. Judging by sight, it was at least 20 meters high. Its width couldn't be measured, but it stretched on endlessly. Further away, fertile fields extended for thousands of miles, boundless and green, filled with unknown plants. When the wind blew, they swayed like waves drifting into the distance. "This damn thing is a bit tricky. Such a massive city is merely called a so-called town." A huge exclamation mark in his heart. Getting closer, the so-called docks can already be seen. The shoreline stretches for at least several miles, bustling with dense clusters of wooden and bamboo rafts moving about, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts and noise. Those unaware might even think they've arrived at the Kaohsiunman dock. "Zhao Shi, we mustn't lie. Are you sure that up ahead is the Dayang town you mentioned? Just a small town?" Bai Yang turned around and looked at Zhao Shi with a particularly serious expression. "Yeah." Zhao Shi looked innocent. "Would I get candy for lying to you? Could you tell me, how large is the area of Dayang town and how many people live here?" Zhao Shi shook his head blankly, indicating he hadn't studied and didn't know. Alright, what could Bai Yang say? He could only figure it out himself. Those villagers were muddling through life. How had they managed to survive all this time without any desire for knowledge? Does this mean I've left the novice village now? But even after leaving the novice village, it looks like I'm still just a level 0 rookie. At least I've got a group of high-level guardians as my escorts, so it's not too embarrassing. She looked at the other side, muttering to herself. Something seems off about this world. Who on earth has ever seen a so-called small town as big as the ancient city of Chang'an? Standing now on the surface of the Jade Wave River, her mind was in chaos. I am just a frog, simply jumping out from a
a little well to see a much broader world. The docks in Dayang were incredibly busy, with rafts of various sizes made of wood and bamboo weaving in and out. The shouts and noises were as chaotic as a hive of bees, making people feel agitated and restless. Without familiarity with the situation, there's no right to speak. Whether it was the transactions to follow or handing the bandits over to the so-called authorities, Bai Yang decided that no matter what happened, he would only observe and not speak. In any place, when decision-makers speak rashly without knowing the situation, it often leads to counterproductive outcomes. Bai Yang discovered that at the bustling docks, there wasn't a single large ship in sight. All were rafts made of wood and bamboo. The rafts were piled high with various mountain goods, and the people on the rafts wore attire quite similar to what the villagers used to wear. Then the problem arises. Their group of people clad in silver-gray titanium alloy armor suddenly stands out exceptionally. Poor planning, the first to attract attention tends to get targeted. Now it's impossible not to draw focus, and who knows what might happen next. Thinking this inwardly, Bai Yang wasn't worried. The villagers wearing titanium alloy armor could probably fight their way in and out 7 times even if surrounded by thousands with just equal fighting strength but vastly inferior equipment. On the shore, someone had already noticed them. About 10 people in green robes stood at the edge, waving at them and signaling for them to dock over. Zhao Shi, everything from now on will be up to you. Bai Yang first gave Zhao Shi a heads up to avoid causing trouble later. I understand, young master. Zhao Shi nodded and then directed the villagers to move several rafts closer. The raft docked, and over a dozen people dressed in green approached. A short, stout middle-aged man walked to the front, scrutinizing Bai Yang and the others while asking, "You are?" Bai Yang noticed that there were at least 1,000 people on the shore dressed in green, commanding various rafts on the water. They were shouting at everyone else but seemed much more polite when addressing them. I'm afraid this outfit plays a significant role in that, he pondered. Bai Yang silently nodded, thinking how the saying people rely on clothing to enhance their appearance was vividly demonstrated in this moment. Zhao Shi stepped forward and said, "We are villagers from Godo village, here to trade mountain goods. Please take a look and count them. On our way here, we defeated a group of bandits and captured some prisoners. Kindly notify the authorities for us." Godo village is the name of the village where the kittens and their group are from. Bai Yang didn't know exactly what the name meant, but based on its pronunciation, it translates to the 2 characters Godo. After hearing Zhao Shi's words, the short and stout middle-aged man raised his chin slightly, his eyes flickering, and nodded to indicate he understood. The situation that followed struck Bai Yang as particularly bizarre, but he still said nothing, quietly playing the role of a bystander observing the drama. Under the command of those 10 or so people in green clothes, the villagers moved all the goods to a designated spot on the shore. Then, someone on the other side took out something like a ledger and began recording while pointing and gesturing. The ledger is actually made of some kind of finely shaved thin leather, and the pen is a brush. Does that mean there's no paper here? Bai Yang thought to himself. At the same time, some of the people in green clothes departed and quickly headed toward Dayang town. When the man in the green robe had almost finished briefly inspecting the villagers' goods, a group suddenly appeared quickly from the direction of Dayang. 34 of them, each wearing a red and black robe and carrying a long knife. Bai Yang suspected that these people were likely those so-called officials, though their uniforms looked rather crude. A group of officers arrived here, and one of them, who appeared to be the leader, exchanged a few words with Zhao Shi. With a wave of his hand, someone dragged out over 10 carts from some unknown corner. Like throwing away trash, they hurled Bai Yang and his companions captives onto the carts and tossed a large bag of something to Zhao Shi before leaving abruptly. The entire process struck Bai Yang as strange and bewildering, but when he looked at the people around him, they seemed to take it as completely normal. Is there anything here that I don't know? Unable to figure it out, Bai Yang continued observing. The short and stout middle-aged man in green asked Zhao Shi after everything was counted, "Are the items clear?" Various furs, 384 pieces, smoked meat, 13,400 pounds, fruit wine, 324 casks, various herbs, 450 pounds. Is that correct? Zhao Shi nodded with a somewhat unnatural expression. Then the short and stout middle-aged man said, "All right, everything is clear. What do you want to trade for?" "Half for salt, half for hemostatic powder," Zhao Shi replied almost without thinking. The other party, appearing as if they had already expected this, nodded and said, 1 animal hide for 1 pound of salt, 10 pounds of smoked meat for 1 pound. Altogether, that's 500 pounds of salt. Fruit wine trades for hemostatic powder, 1 jar for 1 bottle. Medicinal herbs, 1 pound for 1 bottle. Altogether, that's 300 bottles. Calculate it, is that correct? Zhao Shi swallowed hard in bewilderment but still nodded. At this moment, Zhao Shi's head was probably like this. Then, the short, stout middle-aged man nodded, turned around, and left. Several people in green clothing carried over more than 40 cloth bags as large as cement bags and threw them to Zhao Shi. They also brought 3 wooden frames filled with bamboo tubes about the size of a fist, each sealed with an object. In the bag is likely what they call salt, and in the bamboo tube is probably that hemostatic powder. Bai Yang continued to observe silently, acting as a bystander. Even a blind person can tell
tell that those people in blue outfits aren't good news. Everything's been delivered. Don't take up space, move some wine jars and get out quickly. Other villagers are still waiting to come over. The blue-clad person who collected the items said impatiently. Poplar was extremely surprised. He had originally thought the pile of empty jars stacked like mountains was for trading, but unexpectedly, they were being given away for free. The villagers carried over 1,000 empty wine jars onto the rafts, tied them up, and along with other traded items, several rafts left the shore. Poplar felt like he wanted to die. After moving some distance away from the shore, he asked Zhaoshi, "Is this how you've always traded?" "Yes, it has always been like this." Zhaoshi looked at Bai Yang with a "what's wrong with that" expression on his face. With a sigh, Bai Yang asked Zhaoshi again, "If we go ashore and kill those people in green clothes, will there be trouble?" "Young master, absolutely not. Not only can we not kill them, we can't even offend them. If we do, we'll never be able to trade for anything again. If we dare to kill them, they would lead their people to slaughter the entire village. Even if we're wearing the armor you gave us, we wouldn't stand a chance of surviving." Zhaoshi looked at Bai Yang in fear and said, nodding, Bai Yang said, "Tell me, how much do you know about those people in green clothes?" Zhaoshi thought for a moment and said, "They are all servants of the Che family from Dayang town, representing the Che family and trading with all the mountain folk in the Misty River Forest." After waiting for a while, Bai Yang looked at Zhaoshi with surprise and asked, "That's it? Done. Damn, just this bit of information, what the hell is the use of it?" So Bai Yang continued to ask, "Is the Che, what kind of weird pronunciation is this? Family influential in Dayang town? Impressive, the Che family truly has a warrior." When saying this, Zhao Shi was incredibly fearful. Oh my heavens, finally something important was said, but it's still completely useless. What kind of person is a warrior? A very powerful and amazing person. After a brief exchange, Bai Yang looked at Zhao Shi with a lifeless expression, then glanced at the villagers and said, "Do you all know you're idiots?" "What? Nothing. So, what's next? What are we going to do?" "Young master, of course we have to head back, or else we won't make it back before dark." The little cat spoke with an air of obviousness to Bai Yang. "Bai Yang, so after traveling for 7 or 8 hours to get here, only to be treated like a pig and slaughtered, now we have to head back in less than half an hour? Wait, aren't you going into the town to have a look?" he asked, dumbfounded. "Why go in? We've finished all our transactions. Besides, you need some kind of thing to enter the town. We mountain folks don't have it, so they won't let us in." Zhao Shi said after hesitating for a while, "How the hell do you live like this? A bunch of pigs?" Finally calming down with great effort, Bai Yang asked again, "Is this how you guys trade things? And then you don't use money or anything? It's always been like this. By the way, young master, what is money?" Damn it, Bai Yang wanted to jump into the river. "Forget it. What was that lump those officers threw to you just now?" Bai Yang asked with a look of despair. "Oh, that was a bag of salt, 100 caddies of it." Tiger, clueless as ever, answered from the side. "You're telling me that lump weighs 100 caddies? If it's 50 caddies, I'll eat it myself. And what kind of pig-headed nonsense do you have? How many years have you been scammed? All of you acting like this is how it's supposed to be. Damn rotten watermelon, serves me right to make a fortune. A bunch of pigs. No, pigs are smarter than these hillbillies. Anyway, they're all getting swindled. Being swindled by me is a blessing for them." Bai Yang stood at the front of the raft, his teeth grinding audibly. On the dock of Dayang town, in the hall of a 2-entry courtyard, the short and stout middle-aged man who traded with Bai Yang and his group was bowing his head like a grandson, reporting the previous events. At the head seat sat a lean middle-aged man in black, listening while leisurely sipping tea. He was the steward in charge of dock business for the Che family in Dayang town. After hearing the fat man's report, he said without lifting his head, "That bunch of useless fools got slaughtered by a group of mountain villagers, and the survivors are useless now, right?" "Yes, steward sir," the short, stout middle-aged man replied. "Since they are bandits, they should be beheaded. The authorities will certainly behead them too. What do you think?" The middle-aged steward looked up at the fat man expressionlessly and said, "Yes, bandits harm the mountain villagers and commit all kinds of evil. They deserve to die." The fat man was drenched in cold sweat and could only continue speaking nervously. Because they had lost their value, they became useless and were abandoned, with no chance of survival. And then those villagers actually wore sturdy armor and managed to kill bandits 10 times their number without a scratch? The middle-aged steward squinted his eyes and looked at the short, plump middle-aged man, asking coldly, "Steward, there are no mountain folk without armor. Such mountain folk have never existed, and no one has ever seen them." The fat man, sweating profusely, spoke with a grim and icy look in his eyes. "Very good, you have decent comprehension. Remember that armor can only be worn by the Che family's guards. There's no such nonsense as mountain folk wearing armor. I don't need to teach you that, do I? Understood, though Those armored blades will soon be worn by the Che family's guards.
The fat man gritted his teeth and said.
The steward nodded, his tone softened, and he frowned slightly, saying, You just mentioned there was also a strangely dressed young man?
Yes, I saw him among those dead people with my own eyes, but he never said a single word from beginning to end.
I understand, that person never existed either, got it? Go handle it, I'll wait for your news.
The middle-aged steward tossed a token to the fat man and waved him off. The fat man left holding the token, and shortly after, several fast boats departed from the dock in Deyang town, carrying over 100 black-clad men armed with swords, swiftly chasing in the direction where Bai Yang and his group had gone.
Anything seen at this dock must belong to the Che family. Poplar and the villagers went to the dock in Deyang town to buy some soy sauce and then hurried back again. Ignorance is bliss. Poplar finally understood what these words meant.
Seeing the villagers' matter-of-fact expressions, he laughed like a madman, with tears and snot streaming down his face.
What kind of messed up world is this? Honest mountain folk can only be treated like pigs to be slaughtered? You guys are really going too far bullying an honest person like this. Do you know you'll be struck by lightning? It felt as if a volcano was brewing in Bai Yang's heart, ready to erupt uncontrollably at any moment.
But he had no choice but to endure the torment in his heart and calm himself down. He was almost driven to tears by the stupidity of those villagers, yet his heart was filled with sorrow.
Do fools deserve to be played around like this?
With a gloomy expression, he stared ahead, the sorrow in his heart turning into overwhelming rage. Bai Yang felt that if he didn't do something, he might as well be struck by lightning. He asked himself if he was a good person, but he could never do something as heartless and cruel as the Che family, almost cutting off their own lineage.
Young master, are you alright? Little Cat cautiously asked beside Bai Yang.
Everyone could tell that Bai Yang was in a bad mood, but no one knew why.
I'm fine. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yang looked at the kitten and asked, Kitten, if I wanted to do something that would cause many people to die, some innocent people would lose their lives because of it, would you blame me?
No, I wouldn't.
Why? Because you are my young master.
The kitten looked at Bai Yang with utmost seriousness.
Bai Yang laughed, tears streaming down his face. What a simple-minded silly girl. How can you be so adorable? Ignoring the crowd of onlooking villagers, he lowered his head and kissed the kitten's mouth.
He drew in a sharp breath, originally moved and wanting to hug the kitten tightly to his chest, forgetting that it was wearing titanium alloy armor, which poked him. The surrounding villagers widened their eyes, watching the scene like spectators, their faces filled with a "what the heck, you can kiss like this" bewildered expression. The kitten's face was a little red, but it did not shy away from Bai Yang's gaze, looking at him with watery eyes, heart beating a little fast. After the raft entered the river channel of the misty river forest, Bai Yang sat on the raft, lost in thought. I can't let those black-hearted people continue to exploit these ignorant mountain villagers, but doing so will involve many people's interests. To achieve fairness, one must have strength to truly enforce fairness. Uniting all the mountain villagers in the misty river forest is essential. Equip them, and with their familiarity with the forest, no matter how many outsiders come, they'll have to kneel. The only trouble is those so-called martial artists, which is a bit tricky. But no matter how tricky, it has to be dealt with. Forget it, these are matters for the future to handle slowly. Honest people are easy to bully. Who told them they can't count? You dictate the terms of the trade, then raise a gang of bandits to rob them. I really wonder if your hearts are made of stone. There are always some heartless people who must pay the price, aren't there? Thinking about it gives him a headache. Pulling one thread affects the whole system. He wants to secure some benefits for the mountain villagers in the misty river forest, but doing so would disrupt the established order here. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. He could run away, but where would the mountain villagers go? He looked up at Zhao Shi and asked, How many mountain villagers are there in the misty river forest? There are so many, young master. All those you just saw on the river were mountain villagers from various settlements in the misty river forest, and that was just a very small portion. Zhao Shi spoke without even thinking. Damn it, if that's the case, there are at least hundreds of thousands of mountain villagers living in the vast misty river forest? The stakes were too high, and his heart grew even heavier. Can you get in touch with those villages? Yes, I can. Bai Yang understood, nodded, and then asked a troubling question. Zhao Shi, tell me, is there really not a single mountain dweller in the Lost River Forest who can count? Those mountain villagers have probably been deceived for countless years, and the reason is likely right here. Young master, we mountain villagers have lived in the misty river forest for generations. If it weren't for the need to exchange for essential living supplies, we wouldn't easily leave, and there's no place to learn, so no one knows how to count. Zhao Shi said somewhat blankly. The rate of knowledge dissemination is shockingly low if no one knows how to count. Who else would they deceive but you? While muttering to himself, Bai Yang saw that they were approaching a place with intersecting rivers. He stood up, glanced in the direction of Deyang town behind them, and said in a deep voice, Zhao Shi, have everyone get ready and be prepared to fight at any moment. The villagers were puzzled, looking at Bai Yang without understanding what he meant. Why would they need to fight for no reason? There were no bandits around. Trust me, I'm not wrong, Bai Yang said through gritted teeth. After seeing those ruthless people who devour others without leaving a trace, he finally understood completely. If the bandits in the Misty River Forest had nothing to do with the Che family in Dayang Town, he would dare to live stream himself eating excrement. After killing their people, it would be strange if the other side didn't retaliate, and their armor was probably already being targeted by someone. Damaging others' interests, coupled with possessing things they shouldn't have and wandering around everywhere anyone could figure out with minimal thought that nothing good was going to happen next. This couldn't be blamed on Bai Yang for not considering thoroughly, as he didn't understand the situation here at the beginning.
Everyone, listen to my instructions. Young master, what should we do? Who do we chop?
The burly Zhuzi waved his large titanium alloy blade impatiently and said, having tasted the thrill of battle with titanium alloy armor and weapons, he was practically itching for a fight. The dozens of pounds titanium alloy blade felt like a piece of wood in Zhuzi's hands. After all, he was a strong man capable of carrying thousands of pounds of prey while walking normally.
He forgot that the titanium alloy blade was over 2 meters long.
As he swung it, it clanged and banged against the others nearby. Fortunately, the titanium alloy armor was sturdy, or a few of them might have been injured by him. Poplar stood at the front of the raft, his gaze deep as he looked ahead, his black trench coat fluttering lightly in the breeze, exuding an indescribable flamboyance. He pointed to the river surface below his feet and said, "We'll stop here, line up side by side, and when those bastards come, we'll hack them. Look, there's only one river behind them where they can enter.
We'll face them head on." The surrounding villagers were speechless, struck by disbelief. What kind of ridiculous tactic was this?
They thought the young master had some impressive plan, but this was completely a street brawl strategy. Come on.
The atmosphere was awkward. Poplar cleared his throat, pointed towards the direction of Dayang Town, and said, "You all don't understand my brilliance. Feel it. Close your eyes and sense it. What do you imagine? Believed your lies? Feel what? Absolutely no feelings."
The villagers looked utterly baffled.
Are you all dumb? Didn't you feel the wind blowing from the direction of the Misty River Forest towards Dayang Town? Bai Yang pointed at their noses, annoyed. Young master, and then what?
Little Cat blinked her big eyes and asked. The young master spoke so mysteriously, she didn't understand, and neither did anyone else. She tilted her head, flicked her bangs that hadn't yet reached her eyebrows, and pointed in the direction of Dayang Town, saying spiritedly, "Did you forget?
The secret weapon I told you to prepare? Now's the time to use it." Yes, the secret weapon. Did you really think she would dare to wander around with a 0-level account leading a group of level 1 accounts in fancy gear?
Without a couple of tricks up her sleeve, she'd rather die than leave the jungle. She also had an ultimate weapon, which was to vanish in a flash and then come back for revenge much later.
Of course, that ultimate weapon would only be used as a last resort, since, to be honest, it was a bit underhanded. Ahem, let's get back on topic.
Zhao Shi's gaze sharpened, his eyes flickering as he asked, "Young master, is it really serious enough to require using that thing?" "Zhao Shi, trust me. If you don't want the villagers to suffer casualties, it's best to use that thing," Bai Yang said with utmost seriousness. Though the method might be a bit underhanded, Bai Yang, who aimed to eliminate the enemy and protect himself, felt that as long as he stayed unharmed and the enemy perished, any method was acceptable.
Zhao Shi nodded, his gaze sweeping across as he loudly said, "Did everyone hear that? Do as the young master instructed."
Before long, several rafts were lined up neatly on the water's surface, with the long poles used to steer the rafts inserted directly through small holes in the rafts into the riverbed to stabilize them. Anyway, the river's gentle flow won't wash them away. The villagers stood in a row on the wooden raft, their silver-gray titanium alloy armor shining blindingly under the sunlight, each holding a titanium alloy blade unsheathed, with a secret weapon in the other hand.
As for Bai Yang, "Hey, come a little closer." "Yes, just like when encountering bandits, surround me." "Xiao Mao, you have to protect me. Life is most important. Can dignity be eaten?" He had a feeling that the trouble ahead was likely to be far more dangerous than encountering bandits. Prioritize personal safety first.
People can have compassion, a sense of pity for the world, or even a holy mother mindset and such, but the prerequisite is that they are free from trouble and have nothing better to do.
When facing danger, it's still best to protect yourself first. Is this shameful? Don't be ridiculous.
Whether they are celebrities or business tycoons, if they can't even solve their own basic needs,
do you really think they'd still take out money for charity? Why haven't they arrived yet?
After waiting for a while without seeing the enemy, Bai Yang stretched his neck forward to look ahead. "Don't worry, young master. If there are enemies behind us, the riverbank is the only way they can come in unless they enjoy playing hide-and-seek with venomous insects in a thorn-filled jungle." Zhao Shi turned his head and said, having lived in the jungle for years, they were most familiar with the circumstances here.
That's good.
He felt relieved, only worried that others might be as unscrupulous as him, tirelessly devising ways to ambush and eliminate their enemies. The enemy did not come, but she couldn't stay idle and started teasing the little cat.
"Little cat, can you stop wearing armor or leather armor when you come out in the future and wear the clothes I gave you instead?" "Why? Young master, I can protect you better like this."
"It's not that, it's mainly because when you wear armor, I can't hold your soft body," Dirty Table Lotus said.
"But I want to protect the young young master. If the young master wants to hold a kitten, he can hold one however he likes in the village. The kitten felt very conflicted. Bai Yang was in despair. Teasing a kitten brought no sense of achievement. Crash! The sound of gentle waves lapping against the raft arose, drawing everyone's gaze sharply toward the direction of Dayang town. The river's surface was calm, and the only thing that could cause ripples was something disturbing the water in the distance. From afar, Bai Yang and the others saw several speedboats emerging from the direction of Dayang town. Standing on them were figures dressed in black, armed with swords and knives. Their entire bodies were wrapped in black clothing, leaving only their exposed eyes as cold and sharp as blades. Young master, they've arrived. Zhao Shi retreated to Bai Yang's side and said solemnly. He could sense that every person coming was even more dangerous than the bandit leader they had just killed. Zhao Shi, you see that? It's that branch over there. When they reach that spot, use the secret weapon for me. Bai Yang pointed to a spot about 200 meters ahead as he spoke. After finishing, he quickly withdrew into the crowd that was like an iron wall. Understood, young master. Zhao Shi nodded but did not move away from Bai Yang's side. 3 fast boats arrived in total, each less than 20 meters long, with 4 or 5 oars on either side paddling quickly. On the middle fast boat, a masked man dressed in black, standing about 1.8 meters tall, held a long sword in his arms and stared coldly ahead. Seeing the scene of Bai Yang and others waiting on the river, he spoke loudly with disdain. Didn't expect there to be someone smart among you, but it's useless. Resistance will only make your death more miserable. I advise you to surrender, and I'll grant you a swift end. Bai Yang stood among the crowd, and through a gap, saw that the other party had already reached the position he had designated. Ignoring their pointless chatter, he urgently shouted, "Quick, quick, quick, scatter it like heaven's blossoms, kill them." Zhao Shi nodded, then said in a deep voice, "Ready, throw." At least 30 villagers held glass infusion bottles, the type used for glucose, filled with more than half of brown powder. The moment Zhao Shi's voice fell, they simultaneously hurled them blindly toward the opposition. "Boss, what are they doing? What are they throwing? That stuff couldn't even kill a bird." Haha. The group of men in black laughed loudly, not even bothering to dodge, as it was obvious to the naked eye that those bottles would fly over their heads and land behind them. Yet the very next moment, amidst the whooshing sounds of arrows piercing the air, arrows shot forth from the villagers' side. Just as the bottles reached the heads of the men in black, the arrows shattered the glass bottles perfectly on impact. Bang bang bang. After the sound of glass bottles shattering, that area became hazy, and countless particles scattered into the air. "Ha, eat this and die. Did you really think I'd go head to head with you? Here's a gift of big mushroom." "No, wait, mushroom powder." Among the crowd, Bai Yang almost jumped up in excitement. When the glass bottle shattered and the powder spread, the group of men in black, well, there was no then for them. As the powder dispersed, it covered hundreds of meters around them, leaving no place to escape. Even if they wrapped themselves tightly, leaving only the smallest bit of skin exposed, it was enough. If they came into contact with even a trace of the powder, a chilling scene unfolded. Their bodies dried up rapidly, and within seconds, the whole person turned into instant noodles. Desolation of all things. At the moment the powder spread, the leader of the men in black revealed an expression of extreme horror in his eyes. He managed to utter these 3 words before falling silent, his body withering and toppling over on the speedboat. With a loud bang, he shattered into dust, followed by the same fate for all the other men in black. Powder fluttered, falling onto the water's surface. The water churned as if boiling, and steam rose, spreading into thick fog that, carried by the wind, drifted toward the direction of Dayang town. "Zhao Shi, is it done?" Bai Yang asked amidst the crowd. Zhao Shi swallowed hard, cold sweat covering him, and turned with difficulty to say, "Young master, it's all done." "Then what are you waiting for? Go home, or are you planning to spend the night here?" she snapped irritably. "All right, going home." The black-clad group's arrival was fast, but their demise was even faster. In the end, not even their bodies remained, turning into dried powder and sinking to the riverbed. Who wouldn't be terrified by such an eerie and horrifying scene? "Young master, is that the mushroom powder you absolutely must collect?" The little cat looked at Bai Yang with admiration and asked. "Of course, this essential item for home and travel, how could I possibly pass it up? See how capable your young master is defeating the enemy without shedding a drop of blood. In this world, brute force isn't everything. Often, intelligence is even scarier than sheer strength." He tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing skyward, and said with immense arrogance, "It was downstream when heading to Dayang town, taking nearly 8 hours. On the return trip, it was upstream, significantly slower, almost 10 hours to get back to the village. The return journey was smooth sailing without any trouble, but Bai Yang kept pondering a very serious question. In fact, he spent most of the time sleeping. "I understand now." It was already sunset here, and she woke up feeling refreshed, stood up, slapped her forehead, and exclaimed loudly. He suddenly blurted out such a sentence, leaving the villagers a bit puzzled. "What does the young master understand?" the kitten curiously asked beside Bai Yang. A circle of eyes around him also turned to look at him in unison. "I told you, the reason you can't enter Dayang town is because you're all undocumented, without household registration or ID. It's no wonder you can't get in. He had a look of sudden realization, as if the problem had finally dawned on him. So you've been thinking, sleeping, for so long just to figure this out? Shouldn't you be worrying about how those people might retaliate next? The villagers all looked speechless. The atmosphere turned a little awkward immediately. Young master, what are these things like unregistered households, identity cards, and such? The little kitten asked in confusion. This is a long story, so I won't elaborate. Anyway, it's very important. Without household registration, you can't enter the city openly, nor can you receive education, understand? Don't understand, everyone shakes their head. Bai Yang scratched his head and looked at the villagers, indicating that this was a very serious issue that concerned their future. He expected them to at least react a bit. However, the villagers didn't care at all. Once they realized Bai Yang had nothing important to say, they went back to their own activities, some bragging, some idling away their time. Rolling his eyes dramatically, Bai Yang felt it was impossible to communicate with them. These villagers understood nothing. No wonder the people from Deyang town treated them so poorly, like they were worthless, and nobody did anything about it. What's more, you don't even have a registered household and still expect fair treatment? The country's laws don't even recognize you, and you think you can play around. Without a legal identity, there's nowhere to seek justice even if you're exploited. Bai Yang didn't believe there were no justice seekers with nothing better to do in the world, but the problem is, since you don't have a legitimate identity, they can't stand up for you either. While others may not care, Bai Yang does. He believes that the fundamental way to prevent villagers from being wronged and taken advantage of is to obtain legal identities, protected by law. This way, people would at least restrain themselves and wouldn't act so outrageously that it appeases neither man nor God. So the question is, how can the issue of legal identities be resolved? In fact, there are plenty of solutions. The simplest way is to let people see their value and thus take them seriously. In this way, the issue of identity becomes straightforward. How do you make others take them seriously? First, you need to catch the attention of the relevant department people. To catch their attention, you need to do something sensational. Though I'm not sure if there's any relevant department here. Like crushing that so-called Che family underfoot, that be enough to cause a sensation and draw attention? In her heart, she harbored mischief, stroking her chin as she mused to herself. Alright, Bai Yang admits that he wouldn't be so bored as to ponder the legal identities of these mountain villagers. The main issue here is himself. Think about it, he doesn't even have a legal identity himself, so he can't go anywhere. How is he supposed to familiarize himself with this world? Solving the identity issue on his own is probably unrealistic after all. He has no connections here. But getting identity documents together with the countless mountain villagers in the Lost River Forest becomes simple. Everyone is undocumented. Having one more person like him won't matter, right? That's decided happily. Bike stepping, stirring up some trouble, creating a sensation, making the villagers gain attention, and then I'll quietly resolve the household registration issue. Of course, the matter might get too big and end up screwing over the mountain folk, so the balance must be managed. Also, darn it, these mountain folks don't seem interested at all in legal identity. Well, that's easy to handle. Explain the pros and cons to them, and won't these simple villagers grab their knives to fight for their own benefits? Bai Yang didn't feel this was overkill. The more he thought about it, the scarier it seemed. This world has government structures, right? So there must be laws as well? With a legal identity, he could wield the banner of the law. At least within the legal framework, he could go with money to get things done without being turned away or denied the mere privilege of being slaughtered like livestock. Otherwise, the world doesn't even recognize your existence, so it's your own fault if you get killed. The villagers are dazed and clueless, but Bai Yang is no fool. This issue is crucial. She took a small notebook and a pen out of the pocket of her trench coat and asked Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi, tell me, what do you mountain folks usually exchange your goods for when you go to Deyang town? Tell me everything. Although he didn't understand what Bai Yang was up to, Zhao Shi still explained everything in detail. Young master, the main things we exchange for are salt, which is the most important, followed by hemostatic medicine, then fire starters, next are needles and threads, some daily necessities, and finally, the most important, various weapons, bows and arrows, swords and knives. As Zhao Shi spoke, Bai Yang wrote in the notebook, salt, Yunnan Baiao, lighter, needle and thread, pots and pans. Bear big? Closing the little notebook, she snapped her fingers silently and said, got it. What were you just drawing, young master? Zhao Shi asked curiously. If I tell you, you won't understand, so I won't explain. Casually throwing out this remark, then pondering for a moment, he looked at Zhao Shi and said, when you return to the village, don't do anything else. Go to every village in the Misty River Forest and tell them that I want all their smoked meat, animal pelts, herbs, fruit wine, and other things. I'll trade my goods for theirs and have them bring everything to your goater. What kind of pronunciation is that? Village. Young master, some of those things the mountain folk have, our village has, too. Why do you want them? And what goods will you trade with them? Although Little Cat, who was wholeheartedly thinking about Bai Yang, was asking, he was subconsciously trying to dissuade him from doing this. Those things for exchanging village goods will be available. As for the stuff they have, it's very useful for me, and its biggest use is to discuss certain people people, looking all smug, as if saying, you all don't understand, just listen to me and you won't go wrong. Alright, fine. Zhao Shi nodded helplessly, somewhat confused but pretending to understand. Remember, when you go to those villages, bring along some of the salt I gave you, and make sure to wear this armor. Tell them that the salt they exchange for at our place is this pure snow-white one. The swords and armor are exactly like what you're wearing. As for bows and arrows, I might not be able to provide the bows for the time being, but I can supply arrows, as many as needed. Bai Yang solemnly instructed. Although he didn't quite understand, Zhao Shi scratched his head and agreed, feeling that it somehow made good sense. Bai Yang had no other choice. Bows and arrows are not something an ordinary person can easily procure on Earth, and their power might not necessarily surpass the large bows here. Even if he tried every means to obtain them, it would likely just be limited quantities unless he had foreign connections. In that case, not just bows and arrows, but guns and cannons could probably be acquired. Can't get it? When the time comes, I'll use money to smash it until someone delivers it into my hands. He thought fiercely to himself. The village was already in sight, and he sighed in his heart, I'm just destined for a busy life. Looking at Bai Yang, Zhao Shi suddenly seemed much smarter, and with a touch of emotion, said, young master, are you worried someone might come for revenge? Ha! Since when did you become so clever? Poplar was quite surprised. Zhao Shi refused to answer this kind of question and smiled, saying, actually, young master, you don't need to worry at all. The dense forests and mountains of Mihalin are intertwined and complex, filled with countless poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. Fatal dangers are everywhere. For someone unfamiliar with the environment, surviving inside is extremely difficult, let alone finding us. So, your concerns are completely unnecessary. Preventing problems before they arise. I am not just worried about everyone's safety, you know. Forget it. Even if I explain, you wouldn't understand. Just do as I say. Why all the questions? In the end, are you the young master, or am I? She replied irritably. So, people's habits can be terrifying. It hasn't been long, yet he actually thinks of himself as some big-shot young master. Zhao Shi and the others think too simply. Indeed, finding Goto village in the Mish forest is like finding a needle in a haystack. But the problem is, are the enemies? They don't need to search slowly, they just need to find any village, and then, either threaten them with their lives or offer a small benefit to make them lead the way to this place. Therefore, in Bai Yang's view, ever since they started opposing the Che family, they've been teetering on the edge of danger every single moment. They must seize every second to strengthen their own forces. Returning to the village, time was short, no room for explanations. Amidst the understanding expressions of the villagers, he grabbed the kitten and dashed urgently towards the treehouse. The kitten blushed, thinking Bai Yang was eager to do something intimate with her. Kitten, keep watch at the door for me. I'm going inside to sleep. Remember, block anyone who comes looking for me. I'll deal with them once I wake up, got it? After returning to his treehouse, Bai Yang grabbed the kitten's shoulders and said this. Then, under her bewildered gaze, he gave her a firm kiss on her little mouth and dashed into the bedroom, slamming the door shut. Looking at the closed door, the kitten wore a bewildered expression, unable to understand. Young master, when you're sleeping, I can actually sleep with you. Emma, so shy. Returning to the bedroom, Bai Yang took about 10 cloth bundles from a shelf, then grabbed a jar of 100 fruit brew with one hand and vanished from this world with a swoosh. Returning to the bedroom of the rented villa on Earth, Bai Yang subconsciously coughed a few times. The air quality here really can't compare to over there. Spending a bit too much time there. Now I'm actually feeling somewhat uncomfortable coming back. Muttering softly to himself, he collapsed onto the soft, luxurious bed as if he'd lost all strength. The mind is in chaos, filled with bloody scenes one moment and the villagers' problems the next, everything swirling into a jumble of confusion. Thinking and thinking, he forced himself to focus. It seemed there were many things ahead, countless matters to address, yet he suddenly had no idea where to start. Why think so much? At least now I'm a man with money. How could I personally handle everything myself? Money isn't an issue. I'll find someone to run errands for me. Why should I stress over problems that just require a little talking? I'll hire a secretary or something. If there's work, the secretary handles it. If not, enough, I already have my little kitten. The question, though, is who would be suitable to run errands and handle tasks for him? Thinking it over, he smacked his forehead. Got it, Berda. That bear-like guy would be the perfect choice. Bought both the man and the factory for him, made all the decisions himself, and did whatever he wanted. Xiongdi is just a simpleton who hardly ever asks questions. Besides, that factory is large enough and remote enough. The conditions are perfect. Thinking about this, he took out his phone, ready to call Xiongde, only to realize the battery was dead. He charged it, and after a few minutes, turned it back on. Before he could make the call, a flood of missed calls and text message notifications caused his phone to freeze. Speechless, he waited for the phone to recover, glanced briefly, and realized that despite the sheer volume of messages, they were only from a few people. Among dozens of missed calls, 2 were from his father, 1 from Lu Qingshan, 2 from Song Guotao, 5 from Xiongde, and all the rest, darn it, were from Song Yadao. As for text messages, apart from 2 spam messages from the communication company, once again, every single one was from Song Yadao.
eyebrow, filled with meaningless stuff like "Are you there?" and "I need to urgently speak with you, it's super urgent. Family comes first." Bai Yang returned his father's call first. "Father, what's up? Quickly be a good son, after all, it's not easy for parents to raise you." "Nothing much, just letting you know I've already transferred the third installment of the payment. Keep an eye on it." "Oh, okay." If it weren't for his dad's reminder, Bai Yang almost forgot about this. "By the way, where did you rush off to yesterday, you lunatic? Tried calling you but you didn't pick up." I was too tired from work, my phone ran out of battery and I forgot to charge it." Scratching his head, this guy casually made up an excuse to dodge the question. "When will you ever grow up, you brat? Take care of yourself out there, don't make me worried." Yes, Dad, your advice is absolutely right. Do you have anything else to say?" "Dad, your son is really busy, can you stop rambling, alright? No matter how busy, you must hold it together in front of your parents." Son, I have some good news to tell you. Can you guess what it is?" Bai Jianjun suddenly spoke mysteriously. Bai Yang's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Dad, could it be that Mom is going to give me a little brother or sister? That would be amazing." "Get lost. What are you even thinking? Let me tell you the truth, your dad has struck it rich. The wood I bought from you last time, I had the workers crafted into high-end solid wood furniture, dozens of sets in total. 9 sets have already been sold, 48 million. Most of the rest have been pre-ordered, just waiting for delivery and payment." Sigh, how are there so many wealthy people these days? Your old man's shabby factory really doesn't measure up anymore. Bai Yang felt a headache coming on, so Dad came over just to show off. "First, congratulations to Dad on a prosperous business, and then I want to ask, does this mean I can now peacefully be a freeloader who just eats and waits for death?" "Hey, you wish. Don't give me this nonsense. I just want to ask, does your company still have that kind of timber?" Bai Jianjun asked directly without feeling embarrassed at all. Why be polite to his own son? Poplar knew that his father had gotten a taste of the benefits and scratched his head, saying, "Not for now, but if you want, I can apply to the company to restock. However, it'll take some time, and I'll notify you by phone when it's ready." "That's great, but the payment?" "Just like last time." Bai Yang spoke with resolute certainty. "Dad, only your son would make such a ridiculous deal, but what can I do? You're my dad." "Kid, wouldn't this be inappropriate?" "Dad, if you're worried, I'll invite the boss over for a meal with you once he has more free time." Bai Yang quickly tried to smooth things over. His father wasn't foolish, he knew the truth deep down but chose this moment to hint at it indirectly. Later, he'll need to find some time to get 2 people to impersonate the boss and fool his dad. One lie requires many lies to patch it, utterly exhausting. "Alright then, I'll get busy first." Hanging up the phone, Bai Yang scratched his head again. Is the furniture business really that profitable? Just a few sets can sell for tens of millions? But he could somewhat understand the mindset of the wealthy buying expensive and high-quality items without worrying about the cost, because that's pretty much how he operated. The important matters come first, everything else can wait. He dialed Xiong Da's number. "Hey, is Boss Xiong looking for me?" Hit him with an impressive introduction first. "Oh, Boss Bai, you're such a busy person. Here's the thing, I was just free and wondering if you had time to get together." "Ha, like I'd trust you. You sneaky guy must have failed to close deals and are trying to rope me in." "But that's just what I wanted. Perfect timing, I'm free now. Shall we go to the royal feast like last time? How could it be a coincidence? I specifically came to find you." Across the way, Xiong Da's voice trembled as he awkwardly said, "Boss Bai, how about going to the countryside farmhouse restaurant? It's quiet and the food is pretty good." "Alright, name a place and I'll head over right away." At the giant bare metal processing plant, Xiong Da placed the phone down somewhat bewildered, wondering if Bai Yang might be a bit too easygoing. However, faced with eager gazes all around him, he clenched his fist with a crackling sound from his knuckles and declared fiercely, "Brothers, I've already arranged a meeting with Boss Bai. Whether we can secure that order from him next will depend on your skills. Brother Xiong, just watch. We'll drink ourselves sick if we have to, but we'll get that order from Boss Bai." A group of muscular men shouted valiantly, as though ready to face death. "Van ready, let's go." Xiong Da waved his hand, like a general facing thousands of troops in battle. After hanging up the phone, Bai Yang was speechless. Stingy to the extreme. Last time you made at least a few million from me, and now inviting me to a fancy place for a meal would bankrupt you? Setting up the navigation based on the address Xiong Da provided, shutting the door, and driving that ridiculously flashy Bugatti off with a roar. Half an hour later, we arrived at the destination, which turned out to be a small farm nestled by the mountains and water. The environment was genuinely nice. Paying no attention to the onlookers gawking at the luxury cars nearby, I spotted Xiong Da and a few others at the farm entrance looking like members of a gang. After getting out of the car and closing the door, I walked over. "Boss Bai, forgive us if the hospitality falls short. Please come inside. We've already ordered everything since you're used to feasts with heavy dishes. We've prepared some lighter options for a change." Seeing the burly Xiong Da act so courteous was honestly strange to behold. Regardless, Bai Yang couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. "Hey, Yumingtang, what are you guys up to?" Bai Yang was quite sharp. Judging by their posture, it was clear they had a purpose. He wasn't worried about them pulling
pulling any double-crossing tricks. He had seen bigger scenes before, and in the worst-case scenario, he'd vanish into thin air. Let's see if they'd be scared then. Entering the pre-arranged private room, a series of light dishes were brought out as if on a conveyor belt. Bai Yang was dumbfounded. The food was indeed very life didn't see a single neat dish. What on earth were these guys up to? Boss, bring a few more beers. Xiongde stood up and shouted loudly, appearing bold but with a pained expression. Hold on, I'm driving, no drinking. Bai Yang quickly stopped him, clearly sensing something suspicious. So boss Bai drinks tea, and we drink beer. Xiongde said awkwardly, then gestured to the waiter to bring a pot of tea. Could you be any more obvious? Bai Yang said speechlessly. He knocked on the table and said with a smile, alright, let's stop with these pretenses. You're tired acting, and I'm tired watching. If there's something to say, just say it. Bear smiled awkwardly, then nodded toward two big guys in camouflage uniforms. They stood up, left the private room, and closed the door. Bai Yang vaguely heard the sound of them driving away the waiter. Like someone with hemorrhoids, Bear sat down on a chair, making it creak loudly, and said to Bai Yang with an embarrassed look, we're short on money, we need money. And then? Poplar nodded to indicate understanding. I'm still short of money. Who isn't short of money? Ask Bill Gates if he's short of cash. At the same time, he felt puzzled inside. What is this? Someone handing out a pillow when I'm sleepy? Then he thought again and felt it didn't add up, so he asked, are you pulling my leg? Last time's order made you at least a few million from me, and now you're telling me you're short of money? Because of some things, that amount of money is far from enough, so... Bear scratched his head awkwardly, almost scratching his scalp off. Alright, and then? Poplar blinked and asked. Here's the situation, just wanted to see if Boss Bai needs any help from us. Bear blushed and said, for such a majestic and domineering tough guy to lower himself and beg for business, it's truly difficult. So all this time you weren't asking me to lend you money? No, I just wanted to collaborate with Boss Bai once more. As he said this, Bear looked at a buddy beside him. That guy was about to cry. Bro, he seemed so easygoing, and you made it complicated. I think, why don't you just go ahead and sell the factory to me? Bai Yang touched his chin and looked at Xiongde. What? Bear Big didn't react for a moment. Poplar looked at the other and said, I mean, your factory, I'd like to buy it. Would you sell? No, sell. Bear shook his head and then nodded again, uttering the two words with a fluctuating tone, almost like singing in opera. Speechless, are you crazy? What does nodding and then shaking your head mean? Are you selling it or not selling it? Xiongde looked at Bai Yang with extreme hesitation and said, honestly, we urgently need a large amount of money right now. If the factory can be sold, of course we'd sell it. But all of us have been dealing with machinery for so many years. If we sell the factory to you, what would we do after that? Hey, if you want to leave, I'm the one who's not okay with it. Poplar laughed very happily. Actually, he didn't care about the factory itself. What he cared about were these people. After all, he couldn't operate those machines either. Buying them would be useless, and they'd look unsightly just sitting there. The next steps were simple. The dinner gathering ended hastily to take care of business. Although Poplar didn't understand the specifics of factory ownership transfer procedures, there were people who did. He went online to find a law firm and an accounting evaluation office, and after a busy round of activities, everything was sorted. All he had to do was sign the documents and make the payment at the end. In just a few hours, that gigantic bare metal processing factory belonged to Bai. It's worth mentioning that the dozens of burly workers, who clearly didn't look like decent folks, also ended up working for Bai Yang. He was ruthless and directly signed 20-year labor contracts with each of them, accompanied by lawyers throughout the process. The penalty for contract breach was so high that it made people want to jump off a building, effectively tying those workers to him for the rest of their lives. Initially, those workers refused, but when faced with Bai Yang's offer of double the wages of comparable positions in the market, along with full insurance, housing fund, a year-end bonus of no less than 100,000 yuan per person, and the condition that salaries would rise as industry wages increased, they eagerly sold themselves one by one. On this, Bai Yang couldn't help but sigh. Money is truly a wonderful thing. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Although he felt waves of heartache looking at the account that had shrunk by nearly 50 million in an instant, the money was spent too quickly. It's okay, my money is no different from being blown in by the wind. Making tens of millions in minutes is no big deal for me. He could only comfort himself this way. However, even more conflicted than him were Xiongde and the others. Logically, they should have been happy to receive the nearly 50 million lump sum payment from Bai Yang, but each of them wore a constipated and conflicted expression. What's going on here with you guys? Bai Yang asked curiously. Boss, from now on, I'm following you. To be honest, this money, once transferred, will belong to someone else. The burly like a bear Xiongde said with a distressed expression. I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me more clearly? Bai Yang shook his head. A group of big guys exchanged glances, all feeling a bit embarrassed and helpless. Finally, Xiongde spoke up. Boss, it's like this. That day after we delivered the goods, didn't you pay us the balance in full? So, we got excited and went out drinking. On the way back, we ran into a bunch of brainless second-generation kids racing cars. Since we'd been drinking, we cursed at them a bit, and they heard it. Then things escalated. And then, the corners of Bai Yang's mouth twitched, but he was dying of curiosity. Then we beat up that group of second-generation kids who were completely drained. Most of them ended up in the hospital, and the worst part was, when the brothers got riled up, they smashed more than a dozen sports cars. And what happened then? Bai Yang swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Then the medical expenses, mental distress compensation, settlement fees, and reimbursement for the sports car altogether, it amounted to over 80 million. There's no choice but to pay, otherwise, those rich second-generation kids could get all of us thrown in jail, and we probably wouldn't see sunlight for the rest of our lives. Xiongde said awkwardly. And in the end? As he asked, Bai Yang couldn't help thinking they deserved it. Of all people to mess with, they just had to provoke a bunch of second-generation heirs who spend their days bored and looking for thrills. It's like they've grown tired of living. The money from selling the factory, combined with the money from the last business deal with the boss, is already someone else's. In the end, we've emptied all our reserves and are still over 2 million in debt. So, boss, could you lend us some? No, actually, could you advance our wages for the next 10 years? After pondering for a long time, Bai Yang finally understood the reason. Turns out, inviting him out was because they likely had no other options. They thought he was easy to talk to and wanted to pull off another deal to scrape together some funds. While Bai Yang was considering whether he should come up with a way to deal with these liars, his phone rang. He took it out to look. Surprisingly, it was a call from Song Yidao, who had already called him countless times and sent him numerous messages. What's the matter, young Master Song? Bai Yang? You jerk, you finally answered the phone. Get to the point, or I'm hanging up. Can you afford to delay my world where millions are at stake every minute? The other person was almost choked to death. Ahem, so here's the thing. A few days ago, I ran into a bunch of morons. We were having a good car race, and they started hurling insults. Totally unacceptable. Then my buddies and I went head-to-head with them for 300 rounds, and it ended up with them getting sent to the hospital. That's not the point. The point is my newly purchased car, which cost over 15 million, got smashed. Sending it back to the foreign manufacturer for repairs will take at least half a month. So, I was wondering if you could lend me your Bugatti to drive for a few days? Bai Yang glanced at Xiongde and the others with an unusually strange look. No way this could be so coincidental, could it? Surely not. No way? It's as plain as day. People like Song Yidao at their level got beaten up. No wonder these bastards had to pay so much money and didn't dare to run away. Could they even escape? Not being thrown into the station to get messed up, it looks like Xiongde and his crew really lucked out. With a quick turn of his gaze, Bai Yang felt like he possibly had an angle to work on this matter. Avoiding Xiongde and his crew, Bai Yang moved to a corner, amid Song Yidao's continuous hello, hello. On the other end, thinking the line had disconnected, Bai Yang spoke softly. Young Master Song, do you want to make a deal? Are you trying to scam me again? The other party was highly cautious. Ahem, don't put it so harshly. Scam or not, it's a good thing. Aren't you really craving that particular wine? Heh, I still have a jar. Just one sentence, and the other party acted like they were on steroids, relentlessly asking, Bai Yang, no, brother Bai, Grandmaster Bai, where are you now? I'll crawl to you if I have to. You must save some of that liquor for me. Money's not an issue. You have no idea I just sneaked a sip of the liquor my grandpa bought from you. Though I almost got beaten to death for it, my goodness, I felt like I could fly. It's 100 times better than Tiger Whip wine. After an entire night, my back didn't ache, my waist felt great, and I was full of energy. So every good thing you have on hand is about enhancing virility, huh? Bai Yang found this completely absurd. Next, Bai Yang and Song Yidao whispered back and forth in secret, mostly about Bai Yang using the liquor as leverage to ask Song Yidao and his group not to retaliate against Xiongde and his men later. They're my guys now, Bai Yang said. Originally, Song Yidao and the others had planned to deal with those brainless muscleheads after receiving proper compensation. But since Bai Yang was the only one with access to that kind of liquor and refused to sell it without their agreement, they had no choice but to abandon their earlier plans. A jar of 100 fruit brew was still sold for 1 million per 100 milliliters. Bai Yang stubbornly refused to lower the price. Song Yidao couldn't finish it alone, so he had to invite his friends to buy a jar together. Nearly half of the funds used came from the money Xiongde and the others hadn't even warmed up before selling the factory. That's just how things were. In short, not only had the tens of millions Bai Yang just spent returned to his hands, but it had doubled, causing his bank balance to skyrocket. Furthermore, he also acquired a metal processing factory along with a group of workers who owed him nearly 10 years of wages, and all he had to give was a jar of fruit wine brought over from that side. He was so happy he almost went crazy. In the end, Song Yidao failed to borrow a car from Bai Yang, and not only did Xiongde and the others fail to secure any orders, but they also managed to mess things up for themselves. After spending most of the day dealing with everything, he hurriedly arrived at the metal processing factory to gather the workers. Then, his miserly boss personality was fully on display as he waved his fists and loudly shouted, "Where is everyone? Where have you all run off to? Hurry up and gather, move quickly. Your workers who owe me 10 years'
worth of wage didn't even think about slacking off. Regarding the shady scheme where the black-hearted boss Bai Yang came up with ways to swindle the money back, Xiongde and the others are unaware. Even if they knew, they could only be grateful, otherwise, who knows how they might be dealt with later.
This is why they say drinking leads to trouble. The workers gathered, with Xiongde taking the lead and asking, "Boss, what's next?" "Next? Heh, I've received an order for props for an epic movie.
Everything in there has to be real. The investors have put in hundreds of billions of dollars. Quick, I'll transfer 50 million to you. Use it all to buy titanium alloy materials and craft weaponry like armor and warblades based on the molds from last time. Additionally, make 2 more items, titanium alloy long swords about 2 meters in length and some trilobate arrowheads. Use all 50 million worth of titanium alloy to make these.
Want to see an epic blockbuster? If you do, then get moving."
Poplar maximized the art of bluffing. I'm just saying this, whether you believe it or not is your problem.
Alright, you're the boss.
Bear Big was stunned into daze.
"Hey, where are you going?" Poplar questioned Big Bear, who was turning to leave. "Going to get titanium alloy materials, boss? It's not done yet."
While waiting for the materials to arrive, have the brothers clean out the warehouse for me. Here, this is the list.
Purchase these items for me and bring them back.
Remember, directly contact the manufacturers for procurement. Make sure none of these items have any pictures, text, or logos on them. Big Bear blankly took the so-called list from Poplar's hands and became more speechless the more he looked at it. Salt, lighter, Yunnan Baiao, pots and pans.
"Boss, are you planning to open a supermarket?" "Xiongde, be honest with me, do you guys have a way to get that kind of thing?"
Bai Yang leaned in close to Xiongde and asked quietly with a mysterious air.
"That kind of thing? What are you talking about?"
Xiongde had no clue what Bai Yang meant and stared at him blankly, asking,
"It's just..."
Bai Yang glanced left and right, and after confirming that no one was paying attention, he quietly raised his right hand. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, raised his thumb, and silently made a snap sound with his mouth.
"Boss, you..." Xiongde widened his eyes and stared at Bai Yang, wanting to say something but was quickly interrupted by Bai Yang. "Shoo, shoo, shoo. Keep your voice down.
You're peeing, and you're even going PSSH PSSH PSSH. Bear Big glanced around, blinked, and asked Bai Yang softly, "Boss, what are you trying to do exactly?"
"Ahem, just curious, wanted to mess around with it. What's the problem? Is that not okay?"
Bai Yang lifted his chin and replied irritably, then his tone shifted as he glared at the other person and said, Hey, I'm your boss now. Where's all this nonsense coming from?
Just tell me if you have a way or not." Xiongde frowned as he looked at Bai Yang, scratching his head, then scratching it again, and scratching it yet again. "Is your psoriasis acting up? Can you give me an answer already?"
Watching the other person scratch and scratch, Bai Yang took a step back, worried about dandruff falling on him, and muttered irritably,
"Boss, be honest with me.
When I sent the compensation money to them earlier, they said someone had reached out to them, promising they wouldn't trouble us again in the future."
"That person was you, wasn't it?" Bear looked at Bai Yang and suddenly asked, "You're changing the subject a bit too quickly. Does this have something to do with it again?"
"You still haven't answered my question," Bai Yang said, casually waving his hand and rolling his eyes.
"Since everyone here understands, there's no point in explaining things too clearly." "Yes."
Bear nodded, although his response was just one word. Bai Yang's heart still trembled. Oh my god, after waiting for 1,000 years, I finally found a way.
Actually, he had never sincerely looked for such a way, right? "But boss, at most we can only get something this long. Anything longer is impossible unless overseas. You know the situation in the country."
While speaking, Bear gestured, first showing the length of chopsticks, then indicating half a meter long or even longer. Poplar immediately understood. A pistol might be feasible, but if you want something long-barreled, come on, dude, this is domestic territory.
Although those things aren't entirely extinct, getting one is as difficult as reaching the heavens. "What, you guys even have foreign connections?" Poplar asked curiously.
He had long suspected they weren't up to any Gadivari metal factory worker there seemed like a murderer.
"Serious workers? Who'd believe that? A den of bandits sounds more plausible." He.
Xiongde stared at Bai Yang like a fool, laughing without saying a word. Shrugging his shoulders, Bai Yang knew the guy was unwilling to spill the beans with him yet. Their relationship wasn't quite there. Nonetheless, Bai Yang was in no hurry since you're all now my people. The day will come when I strip you to the bone.
"I want it now. Name your price."
Bai Yang once again scanned his surroundings mysteriously before looking expectantly at the other party.
Damn it, something big might happen over there at any moment.
Without that thing on him, he felt uneasy.
"With it in hand, Che family? I'll crush you like a wheel. How many does the boss want?" Xiongde suddenly blurted out without any context. Damn it, Bai Yang's hand trembled. This is freaking impressive, still asking how many.
"So, if I want a whole truckload,
you can still get it?" "Ahem, 10 or 8 aren't too few, and hundreds or thousands aren't too many."
Bai Yang rubbed his hands and said with a wink,
"Not that much, ahem, boss, I'll figure out a way to get you a couple for now." Xiongdi gave an awkward smile and said the bragging was overblown, but he thought to himself, boss, are you planning to start a war?
Asking for hundreds or thousands. If so many of those things appeared domestically, fighter jets would be deployed in no time.
Waiting for your news.
His expression turned serious, and Bai Yang threw down a remark before walking away with his hands behind his back to lie down on a recliner under a tree in the factory yard. The meaning was clear: you better handle this for me first, and I'll wait right here. Xiongde curled his lips, walked to the side, and took out his phone to make a call.
I knew it.
Bai Yang had sharp eyes. Although he couldn't hear what Xiongde was saying on the phone, from the movement of his lips while speaking, Bai Yang deduced it was likely the words wolf bro. The rest is easy to guess. Big Bear is definitely looking for some connection to that zombie-faced old wolf.
As expected, taking a roundabout approach is the way to go. If you directly seek out the zombie-faced old wolf, he wouldn't even bother with you. But through Big Bear and the other Shahab, matter is settled.
Actually, Bai Yang had been planning all this once he learned Big Bear and the others had connections to the old wolf.
Otherwise, why go through such a detour, sending orders, selling the factory, and offering favors? Couldn't those things have been done elsewhere? Am I afraid to play the game with you bunch, who clearly look like dangerous people?
In just under half an hour, the zombie-faced old wolf arrived at the factory compound, wearing camouflage and riding a Harley motorcycle. Seeing Bai Yang from afar, he didn't greet him, leaving Bai Yang awkwardly waving his hand in the air. We're already so familiar, and now you're putting me in a difficult position.
Let's just exploit Xiongde and the others for revenge. It's decided happily then. Xiongde and the others innocently take the hit.
Old Wolf and Xiongde are standing in the distance whispering to each other. Bai Yang notices that since Old Wolf showed up, the workers in the factory have become much more restrained.
The loud clamoring from before has almost completely disappeared.
Moreover, although Xiongde is noticeably taller than Old Wolf, when standing in front of him, he somehow seems shorter instead.
TSK, this Old Wolf definitely has some issues, but what the heck is he up to? An international thief? A legendary mercenary? Or a killer?
Squinting his eyes, Bai Yang watched Xiongde nodding like a fool while muttering to Old Wolf, and his mind started wandering.
Over there, Old Wolf frowned at Xiongde and asked, how did you get mixed up with that kid?
Haha, Wolf bro, this is a long story. I'll tell you about it later.
Bear awkwardly said, that kid, forget it, you're no fool, just be careful. It's not easy to settle down, the stuff is here.
I'm heading out now, let me know immediately if anything comes up. Shaking his head, the Old Wolf took a silver gray box off the motorcycle, tossed it to Bear, and turned to mount the motorcycle before rumbling away.
Quick to arrive and quick to leave, from start to finish, the Old Wolf never glanced at Bai Yang. But Bai Yang analyzed that the guy is inherently very wary and resistant. Didn't you see how he even disregarded the other people in the factory? Xiongde stood still, as if giving a solemn salute, waiting until Lao Lang completely disappeared before finally carrying the small box over to Bai Yang. Bai Yang quickly stood up, rubbing his hands, his eyes fixed on Xiongde's box, unable to look away. His hands were trembling. Damn it, the legendary item, he's finally about to see the real thing. Boss, inside it says.
Bear shook his head and pointed toward the direction of the warehouse, saying,
got it, these things can't see the light of day.
Bai Yang rushed toward the warehouse in a hurry. Bear followed him inside, slammed the door shut, turned on the light, and placed the small box on a wooden platform. It turned out to be a coded box that required a password to open. When the box was opened, Bai Yang stared at the contents inside with wide eyes, unable to look away. Two dark, cold pistols lay in the foam padding of the box, with several boxes of bullets beside them.
Holy crap, is this the legendary Desert Eagle?
Bai Yang said, his eyes shining brightly, while reaching out to pick one up.
It felt heavy and cold. Xiongda's forehead was covered in black lines. Boss, you're overthinking it.
This is the domestic QSG-92, with a total length of 199 millimeters, weighing 0.76 kilograms, a 15-round double-stack capacity, and effective range of 50 meters, using domestic DAP 9 millimeters handgun ammunition. Within the effective range, it can penetrate a 1.3 millimeters thick 232 steel plate and still pierce a 50 millimeters pinewood board. If using parabellum bullets under the same conditions, it wouldn't achieve these results.
Its characteristics are. Holding the handgun, Bai Yang stared at Xiongde with wide eyes. Are you kidding me? I don't understand half the stuff you're saying, and wow, you really know your stuff. Don't throw useless information at me. Just tell me how to use it safely, that's all I need.
With a wave of his hand, he interrupted Xiongda's endless chatter. Bear's face twitched. Well, throwing a flirtatious glance at a blind man was in vain. He picked up another gun from the box, and then Bai Yang was dumbfounded as he watched Bear dismantle the gun into parts with a few quick motions, only to skillfully reassemble it again.
Ahem, instinctive, purely instinctive. Just now I checked everything is brand new. Now, let me teach the boss how to use it. First, for beginners. An hour later, Bai Yang realized that simply holding a gun doesn't make you awesome. If you overlook certain details, you might end up hurting yourself. In TV shows, those actors are so cool, firing away effortlessly as sharpshooters totally fake. To become a sharpshooter, as Bear put it, you need to feed the gun with a ton of
bullets, undergo intense training, and so on.
That's too exhausting.
Bai Yang doesn't want to become any kind of sharpshooter. Being able to pick up a gun to threaten enemies for self-defense is enough.
Look at his lack of ambition. Now that the boss has basically mastered the essentials, why not try dual wielding for fun?
That whatever it's called 9-2 pistol spun deftly around Shongda's fingers as he looked at Bai Yang and spoke.
Here?
Bai Yang widened his eyes.
Don't worry, boss. They're all our own people.
I had them turn on the machines and mess around. The machinery noise will cover up the sound of gunfire.
It's fine. Shongda was clearly more enthusiastic than Bai Yang. Alright, let's go for a few rounds. Bai Yang wasn't afraid either. Bring it on. Who's scared? Mutual harm.
30 meters ahead inside the warehouse, a vertically placed wooden board had a few random circles sprayed on it. After a gunshot, a small hole appeared at the 5th ring position on the board. Bai Yang raised the still smoking gun barrel and flamboyantly blew on it, saying,
"Can I graduate now?" "Boss, when the safety on your gun isn't engaged and you have your finger on the trigger, this action of yours can easily lead to accidental suicide, you know?" Bear looked at Bai Yang and said speechlessly.
Bai Yang hurriedly and awkwardly pointed the muzzle of the gun toward the ground. Then he heard Bear say, "And boss, the target you hit is on my side."
Hey, that's enough, alright? I'm not going to the battlefield. That's about it. So, how much for the 2 guns and 300 rounds of ammunition in total?
Poplar doesn't care about marksmanship at all.
If I encounter danger, I'm not going to charge ahead. What's the point of having such good shooting skills? Sneak shooting is the real trick, got it? Forget it, boss. Don't pay for it, just take it as a gift for meeting you.
But you need to keep this thing safe if something happens. No one can handle it, Shongda said, shaking his head.
I'm not a kid. Of course, I know that. Bai Yang rolled his eyes, locked the 2 pistols in a box, picked it up, and left. Money isn't a big deal. What matters is that everyone remembers it in their hearts. Overthinking it might make things awkward.
Oh, right, for the things I arranged, make sure to work overtime and finish them. Build those items and bring in that random stuff. Fill up the warehouses for me first. Don't even think about slacking off. You all still owe me 10 years of wages. Finally, he threw out these words and strode away.
Throw tens of millions to subordinates without a hint of worry. What kind of boss is this? Silly? Shongda watched Bai Yang's departing figure, lost in thought.
Returning to his flamboyant Bugatti, after closing the window, Bai Yang disappeared for a moment and then reappeared. In those few seconds, the box containing the gun was no longer in this world. Although luxury cars are unlikely to be searched, what if they are? Hence, Bai Yang felt that leaving the items elsewhere was the safest choice. Rushing back to the rented villa, he thought about Lu Qingshan and Song Guotao's calls but couldn't be bothered to return them. 2 old men with whom he had no common ground. There was absolutely no way to have fun with them.
Let them do whatever they want.
It seemed like he'd been sleeping for quite a while now. After a moment's thought, he decided to head over there first. When he came over, he brought 2 jars of liquor and over 10 cloth bags of packaged ginseng. Selling off 1 jar of liquor, he didn't feel safe leaving the rest at the villa, so he brought them back again.
Going back and forth fussing about, he was nothing more than a bored delivery guy.
In the dead of night at Ghetto Village, inside the treehouse,
young master seems to be getting sleepier and sleepier.
Looking at Poplar as he stepped out of the bedroom, the little cat muttered in a somewhat bewildered tone.
After a busy day, Poplar hadn't slept at all.
Now drowsiness had finally set in, and he walked out of the bedroom, yawning incessantly. Spotting the little cat outside the door, his eyes gradually widened, and then he burst into laughter. That day, after he announced that the kitten belonged to him, he felt the kitten was at a disadvantage based on the attire here, so he brought over some women's clothing from Earth for her. At this moment, the kitten was dressed in a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. There was nothing wrong with that. She was a fresh and energetic young girl, with a curvy chest, a slender waist, and long, straight legs that were incredibly enviable. But what's the deal with wearing a bra as if it were a helmet?
Young master, am I doing something wrong?
The kitten lowered her head slightly, glanced at herself, and said, "That's right, this is how the young master wears it.
I just don't know what these 2 bowls are for. They should probably be worn on the head, right? They're just a little tight,
but since the young master told me to wear them, I did. There's nothing wrong with that, it's just that those are supposed to be worn inside here.
Look at the shape and size."
Bai Yang walked over, pointed at the covers on the kitten's head, and then at her bulging chest, and said,
"Oh, I see." The kitten looked up at Bai Yang with a somewhat dazed and cute expression, then reached out to remove the cover from her head and took off her t-shirt in front of Bai Yang, revealing her beautiful upper body to Bai Yang's eyes.
Although her face was a bit flushed, she did not shy away from Bai Yang's gaze.
Bai Yang's little kitten is really more well-behaved than an actual cat. This scene is too thrilling.
Poplar felt a bit dizzy, his breathing became heavier, his nose hot, and he raised his head to ask in a muffled voice, "Kitty, are you still bleeding?" There was no helping it. He was such a spirited man, he just couldn't hold back. I'm sorry, young master, still bleeding." Kitty stopped moving, holding the bra in her hands, rubbing it and looking extremely remorseful as she said tearfully,
"This is purely inciting crime. Damn it, can't take it anymore."
Bai Yang roared angrily in his heart, clenched his teeth, stamped his
his foot, and driven by sudden rage, dragged the little cat to the bedroom, slammed the door shut, and stared at the little cat like a mad dog, saying, "Little cat, be good, crouch down." Omitted text. The night was as cool as water. Bai Yang lay straight on the tiger skin-covered bed, with a little kitten nestled in his arms. Through the window, he gazed at the night outside. In the deep starry sky, the moon hung high, radiating its bright glow, yet it couldn't illuminate the turmoil in Bai Yang's heart. Indeed, at this moment, he was sorrowful and conflicted, contemplating a question. What the hell, is it broken or not? I really can't figure it out, and subconsciously muttered out loud, though it was in Chinese. "Young master, what did you say?" The little cat propped up on one arm and asked. Moonlight streamed in through the window, shining directly on the kitten. Bai Yang looked at her under the moonlight, his gaze lingering a moment longer on her little mouth before shaking his head and saying, "It's nothing." Thinking to himself, does being bitten count as breaking it or not? Sleep. Oh, half asleep. Bursts of noisy sounds reached Bai Yang's ears, causing him to instinctively furrow his brows in his slumber. "Young master, wake up. Young master, wake up." Then Bai Yang was shaken awake by the little cat. "What's wrong, little cat? It's not dawn yet." Drowsily sitting up, Bai Yang let out a big yawn and said groggily, "Roar!" From deep within the jungle came an earth-shaking roar, menacing and chilling. Under the night sky, the chirping of insects and birds vanished, leaving an eerily oppressive silence. A shiver ran through his whole body, and Bai Yang was instantly wide awake. "Kitty, what's going on?" At some point, Kitty had already donned her armor, holding a titanium alloy longsword as she stood by the bed and looked toward the depths of the forest through the window, saying, "Young master, it's a big creature in the forest that's enraged." "Big guy?" Bai Yang was a little confused. "Like the terrifying gorilla we saw that day, maybe even more formidable." The kitten explained briefly, then said worriedly, "I just hope it doesn't affect our village." "Young master, don't leave my side later. If there's danger, I'll join the villagers to protect you." Being protected repeatedly by a girl, especially one who had bitten him just a few hours ago, made Bai Yang feel a little embarrassed. "Then you all better protect me well. Is dignity really more important than one's life?" However, deep down, he was shouting that the world's double-gun lady was probably about to make her debut. Got up and got dressed, then lay down on the floor to pull out the box from under the bed. Under the puzzled gaze of the kitten, opened the box, loaded the bullets into 2 pistols, tucked them into the waist, and concealed it beneath the trench coat. Just to be safe, also carried 4 fully loaded magazines. Kicked the safe containing the remaining bullets back under the bed, snapped fingers silently, spread the trench coat flamboyantly, and said, "Kitten, let's go and see which monster is causing trouble." "Young master, slow down." The village was pitch black, with no one lighting torches for illumination. In the darkness, the villagers looked towards the distant dark forest, whispering among themselves and occasionally pointing. From deep within the dark forest, deafening roars echoed continuously. The villagers were all startled awake. The elderly, children, and women stayed in the treehouses, while almost all the able-bodied men gathered on the ground with weapons in hand. No one knows what happened, but hearing those earth-shaking roars, everyone's expression was solemn. "Grandpa is over there, young master, shall we go over?" The kitten tugged on Bai Yang and said, "Where is it?" Just in time to ask the old village chief, who might have seen many strange phenomena over the years, about the specifics of the situation. The crowd parted, and the two easily walked over to the old village chief. "Brother Bai has been alarmed too?" The old village chief nodded at Bai Yang and said, "The saying goes, an old man grows wise, and an old fox grows cunning." The elderly village head, with his many years, could discern through the subtle interactions between Bai Yang and little cat that they seemed to have broken through a certain boundary, becoming much closer. A faint and almost imperceptible smile appeared on his face. "Grandfather." Little cat greeted him a step ahead of Bai Yang. Bai Yang felt a little embarrassed. How should he address the elderly village head? Calling him grandfather as well? That wouldn't seem appropriate, right? But he'd already done what to the man's granddaughter well, though they hadn't really done what. The difference between that what and the other what wasn't much at all, was it? Awoken by that noise. "Village chief grandpa, what on earth is going on?" Bai Yang chuckled. Calling him village chief grandpa isn't too formal and distant, nor is it as intimate as directly calling him grandpa. This middle ground feels just right. The old man doesn't know either. But situations like this often happen. The dense mountains and forests of Mist River are crisscrossed by deep ravines and valleys, teeming with numerous powerful ferocious beasts and birds. Once they're enraged, they cause such commotions. However, Bai Yang sensed deep concern in his tone. Indeed, with what the little cat had mentioned, the source of rage is at least something terrifying like the large gorilla he saw that day. If such a creature were to rage its way into the village, it would spell disaster. "What do we do now?" Bai Yang asked, feeling completely lost in such a situation. He had no experience. "We can only wait. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll have to send someone over during the day to assess the situation before making any plans." The old village chief admitted that he too had no solution for this kind of matter. Then just wait, and this wait lasted for several hours. Everyone listened to hours of roaring, and even as the sun rose, nothing imagined or unexpected happened, which undoubtedly made everyone breathe
breathe a sigh of relief. As the sun rose, the sound gradually became low and brief, as if it was about to stop disturbing the peace. Village chief, let me take 2 people over to check out the situation. Zhao Shi, clad in armor and carrying a titanium alloy broadsword, walked over and said, "Alright, be careful." The old village chief thought for a moment and nodded, as it was a matter concerning the safety of the village, and figuring out the situation was necessary. "Tiger, Pillar, you come with me." Zhao Shi turned and shouted to the crowd. Poplar grinned and thought to himself, you 3 really can't be separated, huh? Best buddies for life vibe? With a quick thought, Poplar raised his hand and said, "I'm going too." "Young master, you can't go, it's too dangerous." Kitten quickly tried to stop him, looking at Poplar as if he were about to cry, completely different from the fierce tiger girl wielding a big sword, ready to chop people down. "Brother, bye, it's too dangerous. You better not go. If anything happens to you, we would all feel eternally guilty." The old village chief joined in to persuade. "There shouldn't be any danger, right? After all, we're just going to check out the situation, not fight that big guy. At most, we'll take a look from a distance and leave." Bai Yang would never tell the villagers that he was simply dying of curiosity about what could cause such a commotion. "But, that's a cheerful decision, let's set off." Woof woof woof. Zhao Shi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Bai Yang, who eagerly ran toward the village gate. "Young master, wait for me, I'll go get the bow and arrows." The little cat called out from behind, hurriedly ran to the treehouse to grab the bow and arrows, and then chased after Bai Yang. Wherever Bai Yang went, she always stayed close by. Seeing that he couldn't change Poplar's mind, the old village chief personally arranged for 7 of the strongest hunters in the village to join Zhao Shi and his group, forming a 10-person team to go together. The implication was clear. Thus, Poplar once again stepped into the jungle with the villagers. What? He said he'd never step into the jungle again? Did he really? Alright, Zhao Shi, how did the task I gave you yesterday about notifying the villagers and other villages in the Mist River Forest go? On the road, Bai Yang suddenly remembered this matter and leaned closer to Zhao Shi to ask. Zhao Shi's mouth twitched as he said, "Young master, it was already dark when you gave the instructions yesterday, so I haven't had time to take care of it yet." "Alright, I was too impatient." In the jungle, deadly dangers could appear at any moment, but fortunately, Bai Yang was accompanied by a dozen people with extensive wilderness survival experience. "I don't feel any sense of danger at all, it's a bit like an outing." At some point, the roaring sound had already disappeared, and the villagers could only grope their way forward based on the direction they had heard the sound earlier. The journey was boring, so Bai Yang asked the little cat, "Little cat, I've always wanted to ask, where are your mom and dad?" Initially, upon hearing Bai Yang call out to her, the kitten was rather delighted. However, after hearing this sentence, her gaze dimmed, and she forced a smile as she said, "Young master, my papa and mama were gone when I was very little. Grandpa told me that when I was young, they ventured deep into the Mist River Forest one day and never returned." "I'm sorry, kitten, I didn't mean to bring it up. You still have me, okay? Be good." The kitten became happy again. Walking again, after traveling through the jungle for more than 2 hours, Scout Zhao Shi signaled everyone to stop with a gesture from a large tree ahead, his face filled with shock. The journey had been easy for Bai Yang, as not long after entering the jungle, he was carried on the broad shoulders of Zhuzi, who was like a towering figure. "What's going on?" Seeing Zhao Shi's actions, he asked quietly. Zhao Shi did not speak, he simply gestured, indicating for them to climb the tree and take a look. "Young master, I'll take you up." The kitten looked up at Bai Yang beside the pillar and said, "Alright." Regarding kitten's skills, Bai Yang still fully acknowledges them, as he has already experienced them once before. The entire process of climbing the tree was quite thrilling. Kitten hugged Bai Yang's waist, then leapt into the air, jumping over 3 meters high. Her toes touched the tree trunk briefly, and then she soared another 1 or 2 meters, grabbing a tree vine to swing upward. In a flash, the two of them ascended 5 or 6 meters. After repeating this a few times, Bai Yang had already been brought by Kitten to a tree branch tens of meters above the ground. You should know, the titanium alloy armor on the kitten weighs about 100 or so pounds, the titanium alloy longsword at its waist weighs about 30 pounds, and adding Bai Yang's weight of around 150 pounds. Hee, my little kitten, if she were on the other side of Earth, Xiao San or the like wouldn't stand a chance against her, she could smash them into pulp. Bai Yang couldn't help but sweat inwardly and even mention it. Fortunately, the kitten was very well behaved. "Young master, look over there." Zhao Shi leaned in and pointed ahead, speaking in a low voice. Bai Yang glanced over and almost wet himself. About 500 meters from their position, a large area of what was once a towering forest had been cleared out. Thick trees had been snapped and toppled, leaving the scene in utter chaos. The focus was on that cleared area, where a massive green ox lay crouched on the ground. Just by lying there, it was about 5 to 6 meters tall. The most astonishing part was that the green ox had 4 ears, which, in Bai Yang's view, was downright abnormal. There's no doubt about it, earth-shaking roar last night must have been caused by this bull, and the surrounding broken and fallen trees are probably the handiwork of this green bull. However, this green bull isn't in good condition. Its once muscular frame is now covered with crisscrossing wounds, and its body is nearly entirely stained with blood. Both of its horns are broken broken one snapped halfway, the other broken clean off at the base. In addition, one of the bull's eyes is gone, leaving only a bloody hole. There's also a terrifying bleeding wound on its neck, and a hoof almost the size of a tabletop is lying not far from it. This, Bai Yang was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Is there such a gigantic ox in the world? Are you kidding me? And it looks like it's either about to die or already dead. What's going on here? Young master, this is a four-eared green ox, one of the overlords of the Misty River Forest. It seems like someone killed it. Zhao Shi exclaimed in fear. Who could have the ability to do this to it? Bai Yang expressed disbelief. Young master, powerful warriors in the legends possess such abilities. The kitten spoke from the side. Warrior? Bai Yang asked in a daze. Although it wasn't the first time he had heard this term from the villagers, he still had no clear concept of what it meant. All he remembered was that Lu Qingshan on Earth had mentioned he practiced martial arts. But no matter how he looked at it, even Lu Qingshan seemed like he'd be easily beaten 10 times over by a kitten. So what's the point of practicing martial arts? So Bai Yang had never taken this matter to heart, but hearing the words martial artist again at this moment, it seems to be quite impressive here. Yes, young master. Apart from the legendary powerful martial artists, I really can't think of anyone else who could kill a terrifying beast like the four-eared green ox. Zhao Shi frowned and said from the side, that's because you haven't seen the power of firearms. Bai Yang muttered to himself, and after waiting for a long time without hearing Zhao Shi continue, he asked, and then? Young master, what do you mean by and then? What exactly is the situation with martial artists? No idea. Zhao Shi shook his head and said, what's the point of saying anything? You guys don't know anything, and I have no idea what's so great about martial artists, okay? Can a gun kill them or not? By the way, don't you practice martial arts every morning for so long? How come you still know nothing about martial artists? Suddenly thinking of this, Bai Yang spoke. Zhao Shi said speechlessly, young master, what we do isn't real martial arts, it's just pure physical training to make ourselves a bit stronger. However, I've vaguely heard that martial artists, when possessing the same level of strength, can kill 10 or even 100 people like us. That's the difference between ordinary people and martial artists. After hearing Zhao Shi's words, Bai Yang raised his head, thought, then suddenly slapped his forehead and said, I think I understand. So you guys just have brute strength but don't know how to use it properly, right? All you know is swinging knives or shooting arrows, completely lacking professional skills. Then, those martial artists you mentioned likely have some advanced martial techniques or something similar, allowing them to amplify their own strength to several times or even 10 times their combat power. Is that correct? Probably? Zhao Shi replied with a clueless look. He had no idea at all. Bai Yang felt that his conclusion was probably correct, but it was completely useless. Damn it, he didn't understand martial techniques or martial skills at all. All he knew were theories like a heavy sword with no edge relies on immense skill or a small effort produces great results, things he had seen on TV. He didn't get it at all. Young master, the existence of martial artists isn't that simple, Zhao Shi said with an extremely conflicted expression. I understand. I guess only highly skilled martial artists can strike enemies from a distance or unleash powerful moves. We can study this later. As for that four-eared green ox, check if it's really dead. If it is, we can go over to observe it and maybe take some pictures to show off. Bai Yang changed the subject and looked toward the massive four-eared green ox in the distance. A fleeting flash of inspiration seemed to pass through his mind, but he failed to grasp it. Young master, what is taking pictures? Huzi heard something new and asked abruptly. Why so many questions? Show me if that green ox is dead or not. We'll talk about the rest later. Bai Yang waved his hand, indicating he wouldn't answer such a silly question. Young master, the four-eared green ox is already dead. Zhao Shi spoke with certainty. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go take a look. Bai Yang didn't care how they observed, as long as it was confirmed dead, that was all that mattered. Seriously, such a massive mutant cow, it was a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Not going to pay respects would be a huge regret. The kitten led Bai Yang to the field, and the group cautiously approached, eventually arriving at the chaotic area. Standing in front of the four-eared green ox, which resembled a small hill, one could truly feel the soul-shaking astonishment, realizing how incredibly insignificant they seemed. If the four-eared green ox were alive, one stomp from it could presumably flatten a person into meat paste, the kind you wouldn't even need to chop to make dumpling filling. Bai Yang took out his phone and asked them to step aside, then snapped a couple of selfies with the four-eared green ox as the background, completely ignoring the curious stares from about 10 villagers. After all, explaining the selfie culture of Detian/Chao would be pointless at something they wouldn't understand anyway. Young master, we should leave quickly. Now that the four-eared green ox is dead, it's likely to attract a group of fierce beasts before long. Zhao Shi observed the surroundings and said worriedly, understood, the smell of blood will attract wild beasts. Everyone, return to the village. Bai Yang understood this reasoning. After satisfying his curiosity, he was more eager than anyone else to leave this place. Glancing casually around, Bai Yang couldn't imagine how terrifying a living four-eared green ox would be. Trees so large that it would take several people to encircle them were either broken or uprooted entirely.
toppled. Even Optimus Prime probably couldn't match its strength. Secondly, Bai Yang was also certain that the four-eared green ox had been killed by someone. The wounds crisscrossing its body were clearly torn open by sharp weapons, its horns had been forcibly severed by blades, and even some thick branches nearby had been cut by sharp tools, with smooth cuts and hardly any burrs. Similarly, Bai Yang could not imagine how terrifying the person capable of killing the four-eared green ox must be. "Young master, there's someone over there." Huzi's voice suddenly came from the side of the four-eared green ox. A group of people felt a sudden tension in their hearts. The appearance of someone here was undoubtedly extraordinary. The kitten immediately drew her titanium alloy longsword and shielded Bai Yang behind her. While Bai Yang was moved, he secretly reached for the pistol at his waist and asked Huzi, "What's the specific situation?" Young master, it seems that person is dead." Huzi turned around, scratched his head, and looked at Bai Yang and the others. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Can't you just finish speaking all at once? Do you really have to pause dramatically?" "I'll go take a look." Zhao Shi was the first to rush over to check the situation, faithfully carrying out his duty as a guard, while the others held titanium alloy knives and positioned Bai Yang at the center, watching the surroundings with heightened vigilance. "Young master, there is indeed someone, but they are already dead." Before long, Zhao Shi's confirmation voice was heard. "Let's go and take a look." Bai Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Although something like a dead person is somewhat frightening, curiosity couldn't be resisted. A dead person appearing in this place is probably related to the four-eared green ox." Surrounded by the villagers, Bai Yang saw a man who had died a gruesome death. It was a young man in a long black robe who met his end as a sharp, basketball-thick bull horn pierced through his chest and abdomen. The horn was at least 2 meters long. The deceased young man in black lay flat on the ground with his face upward, a menacing bull horn impaling his body and pointing towards the sky. His eyes were wide open, and he was still clutching a blue longsword that was 1.5 meters long. This guy is probably the one who killed the four-eared bull, though judging by the scene, it seems like a mutual destruction scenario. After observing for a moment, Bai Yang covered his mouth and concluded. Meanwhile, he visualized a scene in his mind. Under the moonlight, in pitch darkness, somehow this guy encounters the four-eared green ox. For some unknown reason, they start fighting. Even if the young man in the black clothes is a martial artist, he probably wouldn't be able to take on the four-eared green ox head-on. Relying on his skill and speed, he maneuvers around and engages in a fierce battle for 300 rounds, shaking the heavens and earth, fighting from night till daybreak. At the end, when the four-eared green ox, covered in wounds and teetering on the brink of collapse, suddenly goes berserk and strikes him fiercely. He gets stabbed by the ox's horn and, unable to pull it out, decisively severs the horn with his sword. Ultimately, both collapse, the four-eared green ox dies, and he can't escape either, only lying on the ground awaiting death. As for why they got into a fight, who knows? Cough, cough, help me. When Bai Yang's mind was in chaos, the black-clothed youth, who clearly looked like he couldn't be more dead, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood and weakly pleaded for help. What the heck? Including Bai Yang, the group shuddered all over. Damn, is this a zombie resurrection or what? Help me. I am from Deyang town. Che family. Che. Upon hearing those intermittent words, Bai Yang's eyes flashed, and he shouted loudly, "Zhao Shi, kill him." With a swish, a cold gleam flashed, and Zhao Shi executed Bai Yang's command without thinking, slicing off the head of the black-clad young man. Damn it! Almost scared me to death. And the people from the Che family deserve to die even more. Che family, screw you. Looking at the head rolling away with a thud, Bai Yang spat and said, "It's obvious just by a casual thought that this guy must have been sent by the Che family to seek revenge on the villagers in the jungle. Who knows why he ended up confronting the four-eared blue ox head-on and was discovered by Bai Yang and the others when he was on the verge of death. And then he asked them to save his life. This kind of bad luck must be because he didn't check the almanac before leaving home. I told you, how could there be such a coincidence? It's not like four-eared blue ox suddenly went crazy for no reason in spring." Turns out it was fighting with the Che family's martial artist in the dead of night. While internally mocking, Bai Yang shouted loudly, "Don't just stand there like a bunch of fools. Hurry up and grab the loot and head home." "Young master, what does grab the loot mean?" Huzi asked. "Just take everything off him that you think might be useful. Got it?" Bai Yang said irritably. Even though he knew the person was already dead beyond any hope of revival, he still wouldn't approach the corpse. Who knows what kind of strange ability martial artists possess that could make them survive such circumstances? Who said a severed head guarantees no danger, right? Huzi faithfully carried out Bai Yang's orders, believing everything on the young man in black was useful, stripping him down completely. Then the group quickly left. A badass who fought intensely for 300 rounds to kill the four-eared green bull and barely survived ended up getting his head chopped off by a bunch of bumpkins. What rotten luck. Gado Village, the first floor hall of the village chief's treehouse. After returning, Bai Yang and the others gathered there. "Village chief, that's the whole situation." Zhao Shi recounted everything they witnessed and experienced during their trip, including the incidents that occurred on the first day in Deyang town. After finishing, he stepped aside. When Zhao Shi finished speaking, Bai Yang looked at the village chief, waiting for him to express his opinion. Listening to the elders is always the right choice. The old village chief pondered and said, the Che family is one of the overlords of Dayang town. Now that we've offended them, what's done is done. So what?
We mountain folk live in the jungle, fighting year-round, our blood courage remains. If they dare to step into the jungle to trouble us, we'll kill as many as come.
Imposing. Old village chief's words left Bai Yang astonished, simply brimming with excitement. No, however,
thinking about the terrifying warriors from the Che family who could defeat the four-eared green ox, who knows how many of them there are?
It seems kind of tricky. It doesn't take too many 3 to 5 of such existences coming here, and just having the courage to fight would be pointless. Odds are, everyone would end up defeated. Afraid of what? If combat strength isn't enough, equip to balance it out. If power is lacking, make up for it with numbers. Unity is strength.
Like the old village chief said, just chop them down. Bai Yang pondered silently, then looked at the old village chief and said,
with the strength of Godo village, I'm afraid it's not enough to resist the Che family. This is easy to handle.
I will personally visit other villages.
As fellow mountain folk in the Mist River forest, they surely wouldn't turn a blind eye.
However, this will inevitably cause all the mountain folk in the Mist River forest to offend the Che family, and by then, everyone will have nowhere to obtain basic living supplies.
This is simple. Village Chief Grandpa must have already noticed the armor and battle blades on Zhao Shi and the others, right?
And the salt I sent to the villagers last time, along with some items the Che family can't provide.
If we use these things instead to trade with the mountain folk,
mutually beneficial matters, there's no reason those mountain folk wouldn't agree. This way, it's settled. The elderly and the young exchanged smiles.
If the Che family comes to my forest again, they're likely to be engulfed by a sea of people. What should we do with these things?
Huzi scratched his head and pointed at the items taken from the Che family martial artists, asking. What was obtained from the young man of the Che family wasn't much: a tattered blood-stained black robe, a small pouch, a tiny booklet, and a cyan longsword. Bai Yang glanced at the people around and noticed that no one touched those items. He then walked over, intending to pick up the cyan longsword for a closer look. A sword capable of slicing through the four-eared ox's horns was likely a high-grade item. However, after grabbing the hilt, Bai Yang awkwardly realized that the sword was ridiculously heavy, couldn't even lift it. The blade of the longsword shimmered with a faint cyan hue. Its composition and craftsmanship were unknown, but it looked incredibly beautiful.
Well, little cat, you pick up this sword.
Zhao Shi, use the warblade I gave you to spar with little cat and see what's different about this sword.
If I can't pick it up, there are plenty of people here who can.
Bai Yang said loudly without the slightest embarrassment.
Neither of them hesitated.
Little cat easily picked up the cyan long sword, while Zhao Shi drew his titanium alloy blade with a clang.
The crowd stepped back, and the two found an angle that wouldn't damage the items in the room.
Standing 3 meters apart, they each gripped their weapons with both hands and clashed. With a sharp metallic clash, a shower of sparks flew, and both the kitten and Zhao Shi retreated several steps while holding their weapons. Bai Yang was astonished to find that the seemingly soft and gentle kitten's strength was no less than Zhao Shi's. Looking again at the weapons in their hands, the titanium alloy knife remained unscathed, while a rice grain-sized nick appeared on the blade of the cyan-colored longsword.
Good blade!
Zhao Shi didn't spare a glance at the green longsword, instead caressing the titanium alloy knife in his hand and marveling at it. Bai Yang rolled his eyes.
Of course, its good titanium alloy is considered one of the best metals over on Earth.
By comparison, it seems that the so-called warriors' weapons here aren't all that impressive.
At this point, both Bai Yang and the villagers thought of one thing, their eyes lighting up. If the villagers were equipped with the armor and battle knives Bai Yang provided, they could probably hack a so-called warrior to death in a chaotic frenzy. 2 fists cannot match 4 hands. No matter how powerful a martial artist you are, can you fend off dozens or hundreds of knife-wielding people dressed like turtles? The cyan longsword was left aside without anyone glancing at it.
Bai Yang picked up the palm-sized pouch. It felt a bit heavy. He tossed it lightly and heard a jingling sound from inside. He opened it and poured out everything inside, around 30 to 40 equilateral triangular metal pieces, each with sides about 3 centimeters long, adorned with intricate patterns. The thickness of these metal pieces is around 3 millimeters, and their colors aren't entirely the same. 2/3 are cyan, and among the remaining 1/3, 4/5 are red, while the rest are blue. There are only 3 blue pieces.
What are these things? Weapons? Hidden tools? Or money?
Bai Yang picked one up and examined it for half a day but couldn't figure it out.
However, the surrounding villagers also looked utterly confused. No one knew what they were.
No one recognizes it, but since it's something from that martial artist, it's probably a valuable item, so put it aside carefully.
Bai Yang didn't even glance at the torn clothes and picked up the small booklet.
The booklet was very thin, less than half a centimeter. It felt sturdy to the touch, apparently made of some kind of thin leather. On the cover were 4 strange patterns, which Bai Yang thought might be the written language here.
Does anyone recognize this?
Raised the booklet and looked at the people around, asking them.
Everyone shook their heads, indicating that it recognized them, but they didn't recognize it.
Well, it seems none of the villagers are literate.
What kind of gibberish is this?
It's neither tadpole script nor oracle bone script. It seems like a mix of tadpole script, English letters, Oracle bone script, and hieroglyphics. What a mess. Looking at the strange characters on the cover, Bai Yang pursed his lips and muttered. Opening the cover, the first page was packed with what Bai Yang considered a mess of stuff, pitch-black scribbles that he couldn't understand. He couldn't even figure out where it started or ended. On the second page, a simple little figure appeared in the top left corner, holding a sword. The figure was covered with tiny rice-sized characters, their meaning completely incomprehensible. There were arrows pointing in various directions on the figure's hands, feet, head, and other parts. The rest of the page was filled with densely packed text that Bai Yang found utterly unintelligible. Flipping through the entire booklet, there were 35 pages in total. On 33 of them, there was a sword-wielding figure. Each page only had one figure, while the rest was text that he couldn't understand. Damn, this thing looks like some kind of martial arts manual. Why do those so-called martial artists or warriors always like to carry martial arts manuals with them? Is it for the convenience of reviewing them anytime? Bai Yang scratched his head and muttered, this habit needs to change. Young master, what does it say? Zhao Shi, standing next to Bai Yang, asked eagerly while looking at him. Poplar raised his head and was startled, not knowing when a circle of people had gathered around him, all staring at him intently. If he didn't know better, he'd think they were about to eat him. I don't know what those things are either. Poplar shrugged and said. In his heart, he was already 99% sure these things were so-called martial arts manuals, but damn it, he couldn't make sense of them. Who knows what they are? So, I'm a top student with a university degree, and you're telling me I'm practically illiterate? Can't even recognize the characters? Bai Yang was utterly dumbfounded at this moment. He had learned to speak the local dialect, but wasn't even sure if it was a dialect. Now, he suddenly realized he couldn't read the local script. How was he supposed to deal with this? The worst part is, no one in the village could read either. It's likely that no literate person could be found in the entire My Forest. And as for Deyang Town, he couldn't enter it. Even wanting to enroll in a preschool class to learn to read, there's no teacher to be found. Whoever wants it, take it. Poplar casually tossed the booklet to the villagers, not knowing what use it could possibly have. The villagers carefully passed it around as if handling a newborn baby. Although none of them could understand it and looked as baffled as if staring at a celestial text, their enthusiasm was undeterred. Bored, Poplar sat down to one side, watching the curious villagers with a sense of despair. One absolutely has to be literate. Books are the simplest and most effective way to understand a world. But darn it, literacy isn't something you can achieve overnight. Culture is vast and profound, and who knows how many meanings a single word could have. Speechless, questioning the heavens, this is the most authentic reflection of Bai Yang's current mindset. How big is this world? How many countries are there? Surely every country doesn't use the same written language, right? And how big is a country? How many regions does it have? Doesn't each region have its own dialect? Oh, come on. Thinking like this makes it impossible to live. The world is so vast, and I really want to see it, but it seems like I can't go anywhere for now. The old village chief took people deep into the misty river forest to find someone to help with a fight. The villagers in the village weren't idle either. The atmosphere was bustling with activity. Thick, sturdy trees were being cut down from the forest, split into planks, and used to construct a warehouse. There were many things to store later, and without a dedicated place, it wouldn't work. Following Bai Yang's suggestion, the warehouse under construction was in the form of a stilted building 10 meters above the ground, preventing items in the warehouse from getting damp or being flooded when the water rises. The warehouse here has not been completed yet. Bai Yang secretly went to Earth to call Xiongdae and ask. The 50 million worth of titanium alloy materials have already been secured and are on their way to the metal processing plant. Once they arrive, they will work overtime to produce the items Bai Yang has arranged. In addition, most other items have already been sourced from various manufacturers and are being produced according to Bai Yang's instructions. The saying when a bird is big enough, it lands in all kinds of trees applies here. As long as there is money, some unscrupulous factory owners not only agree to produce items without any labeling, but can also provide you with production dates as far back as the pre-Christian era if you ask. They only care about making a profit. Who cares what you use it for? Of course, some legitimate manufacturers are still unwilling to produce those kinds of low-quality products, but aren't there plenty of struggling small factories nowadays? If you don't do it, someone else will. Moreover, with Berdis standing there at their door, daring them to try producing substandard items, he'd beat them to a pulp if they dared. Under the shade of a tree, Bai Yang rested his head on Kitten's lap, feeling bored, while Kitten carefully fed him slices of fruit. This fruit, known to the villagers as green fruit, is the size of a bowl, seedless, and its insides gleam like jade when cut open. It's non-toxic, with a pleasantly sweet and sour taste. Bai Yang had never eaten such delicious fruit before, and now, lying on a beauty's lap enjoying this delightful treat, he felt like even immortals wouldn't trade for his current life. On the open ground 10 meters away from Bai Yang and his group, dozens of burly villagers gathered together, whispering. Due to the constant threat from the Deyang Town Che family, these dozens of villagers did nothing else. Armored and equipped, they were always in a combat-ready stance. Right now, what they were discussing was nothing else else but that martial arts manual. The villagers might not recognize a single written word, but they could certainly understand illustrations. Following along and mimicking a few moves should be doable, right? Little cat, you mustn't follow them and fool around over there. If you can't understand the manual, practicing recklessly might harm or even cripple yourself, and there may be nowhere to cry for help. When we're able to enter the city in the future, I'll find someone to teach you how to read. Once you learn to read, I'll figure out a way to get you a bunch of martial arts manuals. Then you can practice whatever you want. Bai Yang turned little cat's head, which always seemed to be looking in that direction, to face him and said this while looking into her eyes. This obedient little cat isn't one to take it easy either. It appears she favors martial prowess over ladylike elegance. Okay, young master, you must keep your word. The kitten nodded obediently and then curiously asked, will something really go wrong if they follow the manual like that? Although I don't understand what martial arts, martial paths, or martial artists are all about, I do know that the human body is very complex. Some seemingly simple movements can accidentally cause injuries, so it's better not to practice blindly when you don't understand. Bai Yang could only say so much. If he really had to explain anything deeper, he wouldn't know a thing. This brother's words are absolutely correct. A slightly magnetic voice suddenly came from diagonally above Bai Yang. Who's there? The kitten suddenly became like a startled wildcat, supporting Bai Yang with one hand while twisting her body to draw the titanium alloy longsword nearby, shielding Bai Yang behind her. Her sharp cry startled the villagers not far away, and a group of people rushed over like an iron barrel, surrounding Bai Yang to protect him. You don't need to be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, you'd all probably be dead by now. The voice continued speaking. Then a blue figure was seen leaping down from the tree, performing several flips midair before landing gracefully. Even after jumping from a branch over 10 meters high, they merely bent their knees slightly. The person stood about 10 meters away from the villagers, casually resting a short sword on their shoulder, leisurely observing the scene from afar. The man wore a long blue robe, his figure tall and slender, approximately around 1.8 meters in height. His appearance could be described as handsome and refined, more strikingly delicate than even the typical fair-looking man, so captivating that even other men might lose their composure upon seeing him. His jet black hair was styled into an elegant bun atop his head, adorned with a green jade hairpin. Who are you? What is your purpose? If you refuse to speak, don't blame us for being rude. Zhao Shi, the captain of the guard, stood at the forefront gripping his blade with both hands and said to the stranger in a low voice, I mean no harm, but if you continue like this, I will get angry. The other party frowned and responded unhappily, young master, be careful. This person little cat can sense it's very dangerous. In the crowd, little cat slightly turned her head and said to Bai Yang. Bai Yang nodded to show he understood, reached one hand inside his coat to grip the pistol, and leaned his head out past little cat's shoulder to look through the crowd at the man, saying, Sai, earlier you said what I said was right. How exactly is it right? The people protecting Bai Yang were collectively speechless. My great young master, is this really the time for you to be chatting about this? The young man in blue tilted his head slightly to look at Bai Yang and asked, You're not afraid of me? You don't eat people. Why would I be afraid of you? No, first tell me what exactly I got right. This is very important. Bai Yang continued to struggle with this issue. You two are too much, huh? The serious atmosphere has been completely ruined by you, leaving everyone around speechless. The man smiled and said, Martial arts are a profound discipline. For those who don't understand its principles, even holding a manual won't help them achieve much. If they practice recklessly, as you mentioned, their fate could be injuring themselves, crippling their bodies, or even losing their lives. I still don't get it. Poplar shrugged and said, I can see you have no foundation in martial arts, so naturally, you wouldn't understand. The other party shook his head and chuckled lightly. Oh my, this pretty boy with his red lips and white teeth, when he smiles, there's actually a hint of charm, quite the potential for a faux lady. While Bai Yang was inwardly complaining about the other party, he exclaimed, break it up, Zhao Shi. Look at yourselves. What do you even look like? Is this how you treat guests? Hurry and get a chair for them to sit. The other party simply doesn't think highly of you all. Staying on guard probably won't make any difference. Better not embarrass yourselves. Bai Yang's words did cause the other party to be momentarily surprised, but they just smiled without saying anything. Young master. Zhao Shi looked at Bai Yang's hesitation, wondering if this was too inappropriate. Hurry up, otherwise people will think we mountain folks are impolite. Bai Yang waved his hand as he spoke, actually signaling to Zhao Shi that he had it under control. Whether Zhao Shi could understand the meaning of his gesture was anyone's guess. Zhao Shi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to follow Bai Yang's arrangements. Not only did he have people bring over chairs, but even managed to bring a table as well. However, they did not spread out as Bai Yang suggested. Bai Yang squeezed through the crowd, sat boldly at the table, and turned to Little Cat, saying, Little Cat, bring over some wine and dishes. After all, they are guests. What kind of host lets guests sit idle? Young master. The kitten looked at Bai Yang with confusion and concern. Be good. The kitten reluctantly left, glancing back every few steps, torn with hesitation. Don't be polite, sit. Bai Yang pointed at the chair on the other side of the table and said, looking at at the other person. Now observing up close, Bai Yang thought to himself, well, damn, no wonder they looked quite delicate and charming earlier. It turns out they're actually a woman.
And I have to say, quite a good-looking one at that. Wondering why Bai Yang could tell the other person was a woman.
Come on, over there on Earth, the lines between male and female are already blurred.
Crossdressers are so stunning that they make many women feel inadequate.
If Bai Yang can distinguish them in that case, this woman's disguise is way too crude.
Any of the 4 great Asian sorcery techniques could easily outshine her disguise.
Interesting. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting person like you here. The other party wasn't afraid of any tricks Bai Yang might play and sat fearlessly across from Bai Yang, looking at him curiously as he spoke.
Hey, there are plenty of interesting things about me. I love making friends. Let me introduce myself. I'm Bai Yang. May I ask what your name is, brother?
Bai Yang said with a cheerful smile. So it's Brother Bai, my name is Lan Xing. The other person put the short sword aside and said,
what kind of pronunciation is this? Translated, it's Lan Xing, but clearly you're saying Nu Xing, right? Obviously a fake name. May I ask what brings Brother Lan here?
White Yang thought to himself, you little brat, my gun is already aimed at you.
If your answer isn't satisfactory, I'll send you to your death.
Not sure if there's a concept of the West here, but oh well. You changed your voice and carefully hid your pierced ears. But how do you explain the lack of an Adam's apple? Your disguise is full of flaws. Poor rating. And clearly, you've got a flat chest. Compared to my cat at home, you're a few sorrowful Pacific Oceans behind poor rating. As a woman, you're only a tad shorter than me poor rating. The fact that the other party didn't immediately attack proves that she came with a certain purpose. Unless she achieves her goal or realizes it's unattainable, 99% of the time she won't make a move. It was precisely because of this insight that Bai Yang sat down confidently to talk to her.
Otherwise, given Bai Yang's personality, how could he possibly place himself in a dangerous situation?
If not, the most correct options would either be figuring out how to kill her immediately or running away, regardless of whether she's a girl. One look and you can tell it's the type who quietly focuses on leveling up, then comes out to roam the world after reaching a certain level. This kind of attitude, where they disregard anyone they don't see as a threat before they've suffered setbacks, is exactly like those naive fools depicted on TV who are just starting out. Bai Yang silently defined the other party in his mind.
Dealing with people like this is actually not difficult at all.
Solving problems with brute force may sound nice as the simplest, most direct, and effective method, but in a less flattering light, it's sheer incompetence. Only brutes rely solely on brute force to resolve issues. Of course, if someone's brute force is powerful enough to crush all opposition, then that's an entirely different matter. It's apparent that this girl who popped up out of nowhere doesn't have such formidable force. Watch me mess with this little chick until she's totally stumped. Bai Yang rubbed his hands in anticipation, practically no different from Grey Wolf eyeing a plump sheep, staring intently at the girl opposite him until she felt completely uncomfortable.
I won't reveal my purpose for being here just yet, but you, brother, you should know that the way you look at people is really unpleasant, don't you? The self-proclaimed true girl from Blue Planet frowned as she looked at Bai Yang. Brother Lan suddenly showing up here, anyone would be cautious, right? I just wanted to see if I could figure out your identity and background.
Bai Yang smiled calmly.
I was intentionally looking at you like that. Bite me if you dare.
Girl, you're still too innocent in front of me. Facing such an overwhelmingly powerful figure, especially a capricious woman, you must control the rhythm and tone of your speech as well as your body language to the right degree, otherwise, it will only be so exhausting.
Oh, then I wonder what Brother Bai has noticed. The blue-haired girl looked at Bai Yang curiously and asked, see, isn't this a success in piquing her curiosity? This girl is way too easy to fool. Good thing I've read a few pages of psychology books.
I couldn't figure out anything. I blame my own lack of experience. Poplar looked the other person up and down carefully again, shook his head, and regretfully said,
girl, I figured you out. You're just a naive fool with little cunning, but I won't say it.
When you're out and about, be cautious with your words and actions. Only speak 3 parts truth to outsiders, it's an essential rule. Also, make sure your behavior doesn't reveal any flaws, lest you get seen through. The blue girl looked at Bai Yang smugly.
Bai Yang was full of frustration in his heart, thinking, girl, are you reciting a textbook? With your level of awareness, I bet you'd even help someone count money after they sell you, right? Vigilant?
The only thing I've noticed about you is that you rely on your overwhelming strength to disregard others. There's nothing remotely vigilant about you at all. At this moment, the kitten came over carrying a wooden tray, prompting Bai Yang to get up and laugh. In this rural wilderness, there's not much to offer as hospitality, I hope you'll understand. While talking, he helped place the items brought by the kitten on the table. There wasn't much simple roasted meat, fruits, and fruit wine. No worries, the flavors of the wild have their own unique charm. The girl put on an act act of modesty and friendliness, smiling like someone easy to get along with, but her shaky performance wouldn't even qualify as passable for a background character. She picked up the bowl of fruit wine that Bai Yang had filled for her and drank it in one go, managing to somewhat mimic a man's hearty boldness with about 3/10 of authenticity. Poplar was so worried about the other party that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. With this level of intelligence, it's likely they ran away from home, right? They'd be dead in minutes without even knowing how it happened. Whatever someone gives you, you eat, clearly not dying fast enough. Damn it, totally forgot to spike it. Ha, brother Bai, why aren't you drinking? Lawn Girl looked at Poplar in confusion. Brother Lawn, you're joking. I can't drink alcohol. I collapse as soon as I take a sip. Bai Yang smiled bitterly. What he said was indeed the truth. Drinking 100 fruit brew like you? Don't joke around. One bowl of that and I'd pass out in minutes. The little cat said nothing, standing beside Bai Yang. Her hand remained positioned closest to her blade, clearly showing she didn't trust that woman at all. A man who can't drink, can he still be called a man? Blue Star looked at Bai Yang with a "I'm a real man" expression and scoffed. Oh my, your acting skills are just too lousy. You must have accidentally heard your dad say this, right? Bai Yang inwardly scoffed back and said helplessly, it's not that I don't want to drink, it's just that I'm allergic to alcohol. Allergic? It means my body can't handle alcohol. To you, alcohol might be something that symbolizes boldness and camaraderie, but to me, it's like a deadly poison. I've heard of people like that. I didn't expect Brother Bai to be one as well. Such a pity, unable to experience the pleasures of alcohol. The other party expressed regret to Bai Yang. Brother Lon is a real man. Come on, have a drink. Bai Yang poured her another bowl. Silly girl, drink a bit more. Truth spills out after a few drinks. Hurry up. Lon Maisie really went all out to act like a man. She downed every bowl of wine, one after another. After a dozen bowls, her face was flushed red, her drunken eyes hazy, and to be honest, she looked somewhat charming. Baigua brew, a specialty of my forest, costs 10 coins per bowl outside. It tastes great, but Dad won't let me drink too much. After being coaxed by Bai Yang into drinking over a dozen bowls, the girl was visibly out of sorts and said dizzily, "Oh, Brother Lon, you have to explain this to me." Bai Yang was wondering about the value of these things here, and finally found someone knowledgeable to ask about it. The 100 fruit brew, smoked meat, and wild herbs from the Misty River Forest are highly sought after goods outside, praised even by nobles from distant major cities. However, the Che family controls all trade in the Misty River Forest, leaving no room for outsiders to intervene, reaping immense profits for themselves. Lan Xing's eyes were hazy, and when Bai Yang asked, she answered immediately. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yang understood. Specialty goods, meaning items that cannot be found elsewhere. Most likely, it's the mountain dwellers of Misty River Forest who have unique methods for smoking different kinds of meat, crafting recipes for brewing the 100 fruit brew, and utilizing the local environmental factors. In short, these things either don't exist elsewhere or can't be replicated. Handled properly, such specialties would undoubtedly be a lucrative opportunity that anyone would want a piece of. Then he thought further, this woman must be here to steal the Che family's business. She probably heard about their situation recently, thought there was an opportunity, and immediately ran over. I just don't know whether this woman made the decision herself or if someone is advising her from behind. Coming here straight to Goto village, obviously targeting me. These pieces of information were quickly analyzed in Bai Yang's mind. Since the girl was already drunk, he directly asked, "So how did you come to my forest? What are you here for?" The Che family controls the trade of specialties from the Mai forest. Many people in Dayang town are envious, but they just can't get involved. However, I accidentally learned that the Che family seems to have had a conflict with the mountain villagers in Mai forest recently. So, I had someone keep an eye on the Che family and discovered that Che Nian from the Che family came to my forest. I secretly followed him, wanting to see what he was up to and whether I could somehow intervene to snatch some of their business. This girl clearly couldn't hold her liquor. At this point, she was so muddled that she answered whatever Bai Yang asked, spilling the truth without hesitation. At this moment, Lan Xing looked at Bai Yang with bleary, drunken eyes and said, "He, Che Nian, the sixth of the Che family, fought to the death with the four-eared green ox. In the end, exhausted and on the brink of death, it was you all who chopped off his head. I saw everything." Che Nian was a martial artist from the Che family who had cultivated 3 strands of blood energy. Now that he's dead, the Che family won't let it go easily. If you agree to trade with my Lan family, I promise to help you block the trouble from the Che family. How about that? Nima, I was wondering why this little girl came here. Turns out the brat was secretly following me. While complaining inwardly, Bai Yang looked at the girl with blurred drunken eyes and smiled. You giggled at me? I'll chuckle back at you. Drunk, huh? Then I'll be straightforward. I have tons of doubts, and I'm counting on you to answer them for me. Come on, drink some more, just a bit more. Let's drink till we drop. The young woman with the surname Lan clutched an empty bowl, slumped over the table, mumbling incoherently, and soon passed out completely. More drinking? With you like this, even if someone gets the first and then the next thing done, you'd probably just enjoy it. Keep drinking then. Bai Yang sneered disdainfully. He was just
Just saying it, he wouldn't really have the guts to do anything to this girl. What do you think? Besides this girl being highly skilled, her background isn't simple either. She's the eldest daughter of the Lan family from Dayang town, with 5 older brothers. She's the kind of treasured princess who's spoiled to the skies. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on her head, Bai Yang would better flee to the other side of the earth and never come back. The population of Dayang town is around 5 to 600,000, and there aren't many people who would dare offend this girl. Who does Bai Yang think he is? Speaking of this, it's necessary to mention a few of the forces within Dayang town. There's some family called Niu. Anyway, translated phonetically, their surname is Niu, and the Niu family controls most of the entertainment venues in Dayang town, like massage parlors and casinos. In addition, part of the local hooligans in Dayang town are also under the control of the Niu family. They're involved in some restaurant and hotel businesses, money lending practices, and so on. In short, they're quite influential. Next is the Lan family, where this little lady comes from. The Lan family also has significant influence in Dayang town, primarily engaged in businesses such as weaponry, armor, various medicinal materials, and grains. Most of the land outside Dayang town belongs to the Lan family, with tens of thousands of tenant farmers. Just ask yourself, isn't that intimidating? Finally, there's the Che family. The Che family's largest business revolves around controlling the trading resources of the mountain dwellers in the Mai forest. Additionally, they extend their reach into various other industries, though none as deeply as the Niu and Lan families. Nevertheless, combined, they can rival either of those families and even slightly surpass them at times. However, the Che family's habit of meddling everywhere is disliked, leading to suppression by the other 2 families. Although their business ventures are numerous, they can't quite reach the absolute pinnacle and are unable to completely outshine the other 2 families. The 3 families have been tangled like this for countless years, and none can truly overpower the others. Of course, the most powerful entity in Dayang town isn't the 3 families. That's obvious. The most powerful entity is, of course, the government. No matter how formidable you think you are, try going up against the government, they'll swiftly bring you to heel. Therefore, as the precious darling of the Lan family in Dayang town, Bai Yang wouldn't dare to harm her even a bit. Having the kitten is more than enough, plus the kitten's looks are no less stunning than hers. Why take such a risk and dig his own grave? After a 3-hour friendly conversation, during which Bai Yang repeatedly persuaded the other party to drink a bowl of fruit brew, the girl finally got drunk, and Bai Yang was satisfied to learn many things he wanted to know. Nobody touch her, let her sleep for a while. Bai Yang warned the surrounding villagers. Although the girl seemed harmless at the moment, she could not be touched. Tossing a blue-green metal shard retrieved from the deceased youth of the Che family in his hand, Bai Yang walked to the side. The information was overwhelming, and he needed some time to process it. The triangular blue-green metal shard was the currency of this country, the smallest unit of currency, and in terms of purchasing power, it could buy a piece of flatbread. Due to insufficient information, the currency here could not yet be converted into the currency of Earth. As for what kind of flatbread this refers to, Bai Yang also had no idea. The currency units are decimal-based. 10 green metal coin currencies can be exchanged for 1 red one, and 10 red ones can be exchanged for 1 blue one. Of course, people here wouldn't carry piles of metal coin currencies everywhere. They have banks and such, which seem quite advanced. Bai Yang thought he should check it out if he had the chance. So that kid from the Che family only had a mere couple $1,000 on him? What a pauper, claiming to be a martial artist. I, at least, have a net worth of over $1 billion. Bai Yang expressed thorough disdain for the young man from the Che family who had been killed. A rich man's contempt for the poor. It is said that this country is called the Chen dynasty or something like that. In any case, it is very vast, with a lot of people. That young woman, in her confusion, couldn't explain it clearly. Presumably, even when she's fully awake, she may not quite understand it herself. The territorial divisions of the Chen dynasty roughly consist of several levels: state, prefecture, county, town, and village. Of course, these terms are metaphorical expressions translated by Bai Yang. The entire country is divided into 7 states, with each state containing anywhere from 10 to 30 prefectures. Below that are counties, towns, and villages. Heavens, just using Dayang town as an example and tracing the hierarchy level by level, how enormous must this Chen dynasty be? The population must reach at least tens of billions. The problem is, this Chen dynasty is considered one of the smaller countries in this world. When he got the general idea of the situation, Bai Yang was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine how large this world was or how many people it had. The population of a single small country was already double or even several times greater than that of the entire Earth. The whole world, martial arts, cultivating physical strength, martial skills, and willpower. What kind of nonsense is this? You have to practice to develop some sort of vital energy to become a true martial artist, and the rest are just weaklings? How does one even train for this? And then there's something called divine Tao, mysterious and incomprehensible stuff that doesn't even make sense. Bai Yang scratched his head, thought, and still couldn't understand. There is no such thing as technology in this world. There is only a cultivation civilization that has been developed to the extreme, roughly divided into 2 categories.
categories: the martial path and the divine path. To make an analogy, the martial path is similar to manual laborers on Earth. The threshold is low, and anyone can engage in it. Even the villagers of Godot village are considered people of the martial path, classified at the lowest level as martial apprentices without a proper cultivation method. If you want to become a martial artist, well, first train to develop that so-called blood energy before thinking further. From what that young lady surnamed Lan mentioned, martial artists are divided into martial apprentices, martial artists, martial warriors. Who knows exactly what the details are? As for the so-called divine path, Bai Yang likened it to scientists on Earth, mysterious, grand, and sophisticated in every way. Martial arts and Shinto, what exactly are they about? Bai Yang was baffled, and the girl seemed dazed and unable to explain clearly. Anyway, this damned place is definitely a fantasy world. How is one supposed to survive here? I wonder if bringing a couple of nukes could kill those ridiculously powerful beings, though the problem is I wouldn't be able to escape either. Bai Yang scratched his head in distress, yet he was also very curious about this world. He really wanted to capture a few of these so-called strong individuals for research. Can they bring the dead back to life, attain immortality, alter the course of destiny? What Bai Yang couldn't wrap his mind around was, in this high martial fantasy world, how on earth are these countries even governed? Can't figure it out no matter how hard I think. But to sum it up, it's probably just that the country itself possesses enough power to deter everything. The most interesting thing is, this world seems to have something akin to the imperial examination, divided into martial and literary categories. Even more interesting is that intellectuals seem to hold quite a high status in this world, whereas most martial arts experts and the like end up relegated to the role of mere thugs. This is something Bai Yang doesn't understand. What methods do those cultured people use to intimidate those martial arts experts? Amazing, absolutely amazing. All in all, Bai Yang uses this sentence to sum it up. Young master, that Lord Lan has woken up. Poplar, deep in thought, was awakened by the kitten. What? Didn't she just get drunk? Poplar, puzzled, turned to look and indeed saw that the blue-haired girl was rubbing her head as she woke up. Young master, you've been zoning out for a long time. The sun is about to set. The kitten blinked and looked at Bai Yang. Bai Yang didn't react for a moment. He secretly took out his phone to check and thought, wow, organizing the information I got from that girl with the surname Lan took me 7 to 8 hours of zoning out? Where am I? The girl with the surname Lan held her head, looking around blankly. Well, that girl drank herself into oblivion. Brother Lan, you're awake. I really admire your incredible capacity for drinking. A true man, a great gentleman, no question about it. Seeing Lan girl awake, Bai Yang walked over with a thumbs up and complimented her. Poplar swore on his little dignity that he absolutely wasn't lying. That jar of fruit brew, a whole jar, probably weighed 20 or 30 pounds, and she downed it all by herself. Honestly, can you not be impressed? The fruit brew may not have a high alcohol content, but with such a large quantity, the fact that one girl could drink that much is genuinely unmatched. But considering the terrifying drinking capacity of these burly types around here, it's actually somewhat acceptable. However, she's just a girl. Who would dare to marry her like this? I certainly wouldn't. If she gets drunk and goes on a rampage, the whole family would be doomed. Little kittens are better obedient and adorable. I'm not good at handling alcohol. I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Bai. Blue Star's eyes flickered as she shook her head and smiled. Although she tried her best to appear carefree, Bai Yang still noticed the quiet sigh of relief she let out. Women are all the same in unfamiliar places. The first thing they do after waking up drunk is to check if they've been violated. What's puzzling is, if that's the case, why do they insist on drinking in the first place? Poplar felt both disdain and immense admiration. Despite drinking so much, Blue recovered his clarity within seconds after waking up. It was hard to tell whether it was due to exceptional drinking prowess or simply a matter of physical constitution. Why would it be embarrassing? It's a pity I can't drink, otherwise, I would surely share a drink with Brother Blue and enjoy talking. Poplar expressed with a tone of regret. It's getting late. I must take my leave now. I'll return for another visit another day. The blue-haired girl looked up at the sky, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. She hurriedly dropped a sentence, grabbed the short sword on the table, leapt into the air, jumped more than 10 meters high, then lightly tapped her toes on the tree trunk. Even more agile than a monkey, she disappeared into the dense foliage in just a few moves. I haven't even gotten to the main point yet. Bai Yang stared blankly in the direction where the blue-haired girl had left. You were talking about drinking 1 second, and the next second you ran off. What's that supposed to mean? Many things are like this. They absolutely won't develop according to what you want. That's why the future is full of uncertainty. No one knows what will happen in the next second. Bai Yang had figured it out. This blue girl wasn't reliable at all. Her thoughts were all over the place. Using a descriptive word from Earth, you could say she's a crazy lunatic. Leaping more than 10 meters high from flat ground for Earth, even Olympic champions would be utterly defeated by this. Are these the so-called martial artists trained in some kind of blood energy? No one understood the shock in Bai Yang's heart. Although there were too many shocking things here that had numbed him, he still felt a sense of unreality within. Is she doing it on purpose or really
really doesn't remember? I was planning to discuss the business of trading goods with the mountain people of my forest with her. Who knows when you'll visit, just don't make it too late. Bai Yang collapsed powerlessly onto the table inside. Now that she had left, it was too late to say anything. Didn't you say the Lan family wanted to intervene in the trade between the My Forest mountain people and the Che family? At least finish what you have to say before you leave. Do you know how much pressure we face when dealing with the Che family? Young master. The kitten walked up to Bai Yang and softly called out, "What's wrong, kitten?" Bai Yang looked up and asked. The kitten's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, revealing adorable little tiger teeth, and said mischievously and smugly, "Young master, that Mr. Lan just now is actually a young lady." You figured that out? Bai Yang was surprised. How did the kitten figure it out? Yes, indeed. She has such a petite frame, nothing like a man. You can tell at a glance. By the way, young master, that Miss Lan dressed as a man looks so handsome, she must be truly beautiful. And then? Bai Yang blinked, slightly unable to keep up with the kitten's pace. How about young master finding a way to marry her? She's beautiful and comes from a good family. She should be a good match for you. The kitten tilted its head and looked at Bai Yang, an expression like that of a matchmaker. What? Bai Yang was completely dumbfounded. Are girls' thoughts always this whimsical? I've secretly observed. She has great skin. It would definitely feel nice to touch for the young master. Her hips are perky, good for childbearing, and even though her chest is bound with cloth strips, it's quite full. She'll surely have plenty of milk in the future. The kitten blinked its big eyes, looking as if it was very knowledgeable. When did you observe her? Why didn't I know about it? Wait, no, kitten, hold on, I didn't quite get it. You're saying she looks good, so you think I should marry her? Bai Yang scratched his head, completely confused by the kitten's question. That's right, the little cat answered with a matter-of-fact expression. What kind of absurd logic is this? Bai Yang opened his mouth, his eyes spinning like mosquito coils as he said, "What about you?" "Of course, I'll stay by the young master's side as a maid." "Oh, by the way, young master, can little cat ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" At this moment, Bai Yang was almost in a state of soul departure and answered subconsciously, "It's just that, young master, can you not drive little cat away or give her to someone else in the future? And also, please don't sell little cat." When saying this, the kitten looked at Bai Yang with extreme caution. She was truly pleading. Shaking his head, Bai Yang walked up to the kitten, patted her head, and said, "What are you thinking about all day? You're my person, and you will be for your whole life. No one should even dream of taking you away from me. Remember that, okay?" The little kitten tilted its head and smiled happily, squinting its eyes, truly as obedient as a real cat. "I know, young master, but are you going to marry that Miss Lan? What kind of nonsense is this? Stop worrying about my affairs, will you?" Bai Yang tapped the kitten's head and said impatiently, "Oh, young master, are you hungry? I'll go prepare something for you." The kitten smiled, turned around, and ran off, her ponytail swaying behind her head. The group of mountain villagers, seeing that nothing else was happening, gathered together again to mutter and study that so-called martial arts manual, destined to yield no results. Bai Yang scratched his hair, furrowed his brows, and finally let out a helpless laugh. What kind of messy and bizarre things are these? Today's experiences have surely been colorful. A deformed monster cow beyond imagination in the morning, killing an enemy, and then a series of inexplicable events that were simply overwhelming. A commotion came from the village gate. Turning to look, it was the old village chief who had returned. Apart from the group of mountain villagers he took with him, no strangers were accompanying him. Bai Yang's heart sank. Could it be that the matter went awry? "Grandpa village chief, how did it go?" He quickly ran over to ask. The survival of Goto village was at stake, leaving Bai Yang no choice but to take it seriously. Unconsciously, he had already started to see himself as one of the locals here. "Everything is almost taken care of, brother Bai. Today, I visited over 20 villages and discussed with their village chiefs. They expressed that if it's indeed as you say, and they can trade their goods for armor and war knives, even opposing the Che family wouldn't matter. The Che family hasn't been fair in their dealings. Before, all the mountain dwellers had no choice, but now that they can cast off the Che family's constraints and obtain better goods, they were all willing. As for opposing the Che family, people who wrestle with beasts in the mountains fiercely sweat in combat. Who among them would be fearful?" The old village chief stroked his snow-white beard and laughed heartily. "That's good." Poplar let out a sigh of relief. However, they're still uneasy without seeing the items for themselves. In a couple of days, they will come over one after another. If the matter proves true, they will help spread the word in my forest to notify other villages and completely cut off trade with the Che family. The old village head dropped another bombshell. Bai Yang nodded, thinking to himself that this blow would absolutely leave the Che family bewildered. If all the villagers stopped trading with the Che family, it would undoubtedly be fatal for them. Similarly, this completely severed ties with the Che family, and no one could predict what would happen next. "I understand." Poplar said he needed to hurry and prepare his things, to avoid embarrassment if people arrived and nothing was ready. The villagers of Goto village, whose necks were practically made of muscle, worked with terrifying efficiency. In less than a day, a section of the warehouse was already being roofed. Of course, aside Aside from being sturdy and spacious, the warehouse had everything else it needed. Looks like there's plenty to do, Poplar muttered to himself. As night fell, after eating a meal of barbecue made by Little Cat, he found an excuse to slip away, returning in a flash to the other side on Earth. It was midday on Earth with the blazing sun overhead, and the air quality was as terrible as ever. I'm just destined for a busy life. The days of mixing around and waiting to die seemed to be drifting further and further away. Life is just unlivable now. While he mulled over his tangled thoughts, murmuring to himself, he pulled out his phone and reconnected the signal. Before he could dial a number, the phone was once again bombarded with countless missed calls and text messages. Sonny, do you have a grudge against me or something? Why is it always you? Seeing all the missed calls and countless meaningless text messages, Bai Yang was so angry he almost threw his phone away. Finally managing to calm down, that guy, seemingly bored out of his mind, called Bai Yang again. Not wanting to deal with him, Bai Yang hung up. The guy called again, hung up again, and he kept calling. My explosive temper. Bai Yang almost couldn't help but laugh in anger. When the other party called again, he answered with an unrestrained tirade. I say, young Master Song, are you so full and bored that you're itching for trouble? What's your deal? You're either a second generation or maybe a third generation rich kid, right? Shouldn't you be out racing cars, chasing girls, showing off, trampling people, and causing trouble for others? Why are you fixated on me all day long? Did I steal your wife or sleep with your sister? Just how much do you despise me? On the other end, Song Yidao was visibly stunned by Bai Yang's verbal attack, unable to even utter a word in response. The elated Bai Yang didn't give him a chance to speak and abruptly hung up the phone. Taking advantage of Song Yi not responding yet, Bai Yang quickly dialed Xiongde. Any instructions, boss? When the call connected, Xiongde asked frivolously. Stop giving useless instructions. Focus on what I asked you to handle. How's that coming along? What's going on? Since when did the simple-minded bear one start being such a chatterbox? Hee, boss, we've already completed most of the tasks you assigned. Our warehouse here is almost bursting at the seams. That fast? Poplar was a bit skeptical. Boss, you have to trust our expertise. Cut it out. By the way, how much stuff was made with the 50 million worth of titanium alloy? 2,500 sets of armor, 3,200 battle knives and greatswords, and the leftover material was used to make those triangular arrowheads you wanted. There must be at least 100,000 of them. So little? Upon hearing the data revealed by Xiongde, Bai Yang's eyes widened. 50 million, and you give me this little? There are hundreds of thousands of mountain residents living in the Misty River Forest. Even if only 1/10 of them are fierce fighters, that's still tens of thousands. What's the use of this small amount? Oh, boss, it's not a small amount. I even managed to get the titanium alloy at a discounted price, 400 yuan per kilogram. Do the math. 50 million can only buy 250,000 kilograms, right? And a single set of armor requires at the very least, 50 kilograms of titanium alloy. That works out to just 5,000 sets. Plus, you're not only asking for armor, there's battle knives and swords too. Don't they need materials? Then there's wastage and other factors, so getting this much is already pretty good. Boss, I swear, I didn't pocket a single cent of your money. Xiongde exclaimed with righteous grievance. Is that so? Bai Yang scratched his head in confusion while holding his phone. He closed his eyes and calculated for a long time, probably agreeing, then widened his eyes and said, then when you're done, hurry up and deliver it to where I'm staying. Boss, you didn't say. Get moving. Oh, and on your way here, buy me some rope, the more, the better. Bang! After finishing, Bai Yang hung up the phone and stared at the ceiling, feeling distressed. Equipping the mountain folks in Mehelan with weapons was simply unrealistic. It was way too costly. They say armies are the most expensive, and here he's barely started. Forget about paying wages, people weren't even asking him for food. Without pension bonuses or anything like that, he simply couldn't afford it. He had finally seen firsthand how tough it was. Money, money, money. Damn it, I just don't believe it. With my ability to make millions in minutes, how could I be short on cash? At most, 10,000 sets of armor and battle blades. How much could that cost? 4 or 5 billion. Holy crap. If you don't calculate, you won't know. Once you do, it's shocking. Bai Yang was completely dumbfounded. 4 or 5 billion. Although Bai Guobru is incredibly valuable, this kind of thing can't hold its value when available in large quantities. With an oversupply, who wouldn't wisen up? It wouldn't even be worth a damn anymore. Just as Bai Yang was so worried that he lost a few strands of hair, a crisis in another world was approaching. In Deyang town, there stood a grand mansion occupying nearly 100 acres. Within its walls were picturesque rock gardens, ponds, pavilions, and towers, creating a breathtaking scene at every turn. Groups of charming maids dressed in emerald green attire walked around, while servants in blue robes and black clad guards stood in formation. At least 1,000 people lived in this mansion. Here lies the residence of the Che family, one of the dominators of Deyang town. In this small realm, the Che family is the absolute ruler, with a single word capable of determining the life and death of numerous servants. As night falls, 3 moons resembling small galaxies rise into the sky. The tricolored moonlight spills across the
heavens and earth, magical and beautiful. At this moment, deep within the mansion, a courtyard spanning over 100 meters echoes with muffled thumping sounds, so powerful that even hearing it from afar feels as if it could shatter one's heart. On a rack forged from several massive metal columns requiring armfuls to embrace, thick chains tether solid metal spheres the size of wagon wheels. The sphere's surfaces are pitted and worn but polished smooth, with edges rounded off, gleaming and reflective. A middle-aged man nearly 2 meters tall, bare-chested, with streamlined muscles exuding aesthetic appeal, had rivulets of sweat like worms cascading down his body, soaking the ground beneath him.
Someone unaware might absolutely think he was urinating here.
He stood motionless as if rooted to the ground, punching repeatedly at the massive metal sphere.
Each punch produced an ear-splitting roar that muddled the mind. Each punch caused the solid metal sphere to sway incessantly.
Such a scene vividly portrays violence, with the aesthetic of brutality striking the eye. The sound of footsteps echoed as an elderly man in a gray long robe stepped briskly under the moonlight. Each step seemed as if measured with precision. He arrived at the courtyard, stood silently to the side with his head lowered, saying nothing.
"Uncle Sean, what's the matter?"
Amid the dull thuds of flesh striking the metal ball, the loud voice of the shirtless middle-aged man resounded clearly. "Master, the sixth young master has yet to return." The old man slightly raised his head, furrowing his brow as he spoke. The dull sound of clashing in the courtyard came to a halt. The middle-aged man's voice sounded again, saying,
"Then what does Uncle Dan think? Afraid the odds are against us."
Xiao Lu is a warrior who has condensed 3 streams of blood energy. The middle-aged man emphasized his voice and spoke solemnly.
"Master of the house, it's the Misty River Forest."
The gray-robed elder sighed. Suddenly, the courtyard seemed to awaken a prehistoric beast, and an overwhelming ferocity suffused the atmosphere, pressing down so hard it became difficult to breathe. Under the moonlight, the middle-aged man clenched his right fist and struck the solid metal ball with a thunderous blow. The air whimpered, and beneath the skin of his arm, it seemed as though a serpent was slithering. His arm suddenly expanded a full circle, the skin turning red as if it were heated metal. Boom! In the thunderous roar that made one's scalp tingle, the solid metal sphere was smashed to pieces with a single punch. Shattered iron chunks struck the distant wall, piercing it with large holes. "Kill all the stewards and managers on the dock and throw them into Blue Wave River to feed the fish. Next, let Jiang go to Misty River Forest. No matter if Nyener is dead or alive, even if only a single strand of hair remains, bring it back to me.
If Nyener is alive, slaughter everyone in that so-called Goto village and bring back their armor and weapons.
If Nyener is dead, kill 1,000 for Nyener as a funeral offering. If Nyener was murdered, slaughter 10 villages." The middle-aged man spoke in a chilling voice that sent shivers down one's spine.
"I understand, master of the house. Should second young master set out now or at dawn? Tomorrow morning would be best."
Under the scorching sun, Bai Yang squatted at the villa's entrance, bored to death, playing the hang-up game with Song Yadao.
The process involved Song Yadao constantly calling while Bai Yang kept hanging up.
The two, like excited kids, found endless joy in the game.
"Let's see how long you can keep at this with me. Perfect timing, I am bored out of my mind right now."
After hanging up on Song Yadao's latest call, Bai Yang changed his sitting position on the steps and muttered to himself. However, just as he was waiting for Song Yadao to call again so he could hang up, a loud crash suddenly erupted at the villa's front door. As soon as he looked up, he saw an X6 smashing through the villa's gate and heading straight towards him.
"Damn it, Song Yadao, are you crazy? Are you trying to commit murder or what?"
Bai Yang immediately jumped up, pointed at the X6, and cursed loudly before swiftly hopping onto the steps.
"You can't hit me, you can't hit me." That damn Song Yadao switched cars again.
The X6 crashed into the steps with a bang, the airbags burst out, and it nearly climbed the stairs. The bumper and other parts were shattered all over the ground, making Bai Yang feel heartbroken on his behalf. The car door opened, and when Bai Yang saw Song Yadao get out of the car, he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, almost passing out from amusement. Pointing at him, he gasped and said, "Did you get hit by a pig or slammed by a door? Or were you kicked off the bed by a girl and fell?
Oh my, I am in pain just looking at you. Seriously, driving like that, how have you not crashed and died on the road?"
Song Yadao got out of the car with his left arm in a sling, supporting himself on a crutch as he hobbled out.
He immediately pointed at Bai Yang, yelling, "Bai Yang, you scoundrel, why don't you just go to hell? What's the meaning of ignoring all the calls I made to you?"
Bai Yang seriously suspected that Song Yadao had killed his way here from his grandfather's place, otherwise, driving out looking like that, he'd get caught in minutes.
"What's it to you? Are we close or something? Besides, you're not a chick, so why should I bother answering your call?"
Bai Yang rolled his eyes, completely dismissing him.
"Son of a bitch, do you even know how many people would come running just to kiss up with a single call from me? Do you know how many chicks would rush to my bed, strip naked and wait for me just because of one call?
And yet you damn brat, have the nerve to disrespect me, might as well end you." Song Yadao was trembling with anger, hobbling around the yard with his cane, chasing and trying to hit Bai Yang.
"TCH, you're the boss, you're second generation, you're Amazingwits that got to do with me? I won't pay attention to you, so bite me. I deal with tens of millions every minute. Where do I have time to waste on you? Can you afford to waste even a second of my time? Hey, that's enough already. If you keep chasing me, I don't care if you're injured, I'll fight back. Like a spirited troublemaker, Bai Yang was running circles around Song Yidao in the yard. Life was just too boring, so he had to find some fun, bantering aimlessly with Song Yidao. I'm the injured one here, and it's because of your bunch of dim-witted workers that I got beaten up. Let me vent first, or else I'll throw all your employees into custody and make them suffer real humiliation. Song Yidao had no choice and started threatening. TCH, it's not like I'm your father. Go with whoever you like. I'll take down whoever I can. Bai Yang was fearless. Taking advantage of his distraction, he stretched out his foot and tripped Song Yidao, who fell to the ground like a flipped turtle, crying out miserably. Yidao. A tender cry was heard, and a beautiful girl in a qipao ran over from the side, heartbroken as she helped Song Yidao. Oh my, when did this girl appear? Bai Yang blinked in surprise. He truly hadn't noticed earlier that there was a girl in Song Yidao's X6. Her presence was way too low-key. Hey, Song Yidao, you're not being kind. It's only been a few days, and you've got another girl. I'm telling you, sooner or later you'll end up drained and meet your doom in a girl's arms. Plus, one day a girl might just give you one cut and send you straight to the palace. The talkative Bai Yang sprays non-stop. I swear to your uncle, you didn't see her that day? She's been with me for 3 months now. This time I'm serious. Song Yidao wanted to chase and attack Bai Yang again. I don't believe a word you say. Don't trust even one sentence out of a second generation's mouth. Their sweet talk to impress girls is only believed by brainless girls who only see money. Was Song Yidao with this girl that day? Her presence was so low that I didn't notice. Bai Yang scratched his head, completely indifferent to these details. Without giving this super-rich second-generation face, he pointed at the other's nose and said, "First, this villa isn't mine. You damaged it, so hurry up and pay for it. Second, if there's nothing else, get lost. I'm busy." Damn it, seriously? Don't make me call a couple of blue Siang excavators to smash everything for you. Forget it, I'll talk business first. Do you even know that everyone's gone insane right now? Song Yidao instantly lost all temper, feeling that continuing to bicker with Bai Yang made life completely meaningless. Crazy? Who's crazy? A biological crisis? I don't see zombies biting people all over the streets. Bai Yang stretched his neck and looked around, indicating that Song Yidao was lying. Song Yidao immediately stopped being angry. With the girl's support, he sat on the ground limping and pointed at Bai Yang, gloating as he said, "Kid, you're doomed. Do you know that the other day, my buddies and I pooled money to buy a jar of wine from you? After we shared it, those idiots started flaunting it everywhere. For the guys, it boosted their health and enhanced their manhood to the point where they were practically unstoppable, and it didn't even harm their bodies. For the girls, it nourished them, boosted their vitality, and even improved their beauty. So, everyone's gone nuts looking for this stuff. Do you even know how many elite children and rich second-generation kids in the city and province are after you? Oh dear, the province's entire group of big shots is chasing you down. If they catch you, I'm afraid there won't even be bones left of you. I knew it wouldn't be anything good. Whenever this guy shows up, it's definitely related to that kind of alcohol. I can see right through your foolish nature." After hearing Song Yidao's excuses, Bai Yang showed no fear, grinning mischievously as he looked at Song Yidao and said, "I have no idea whether I'm done for, but what I do know is, if I make one call to the scammer old man Lu Qingshan, he'll come over in a flash and beat you to death. Do you believe me? And you ignorant fool, since when do women get called tonic for yin and yang? What do you call that, huh? What kind of nonsense is this? Stop talking rubbish. Damn, you're ruthless. Stop staring at me like that. This guy's already gone all out. Why aren't you helping me get out of here quickly? Oh, and give him a check for 100,000 while you're at it. That'll teach him a lesson. A lousy door and he's scamming me." As soon as Lu Qingshan was mentioned, Song Yidao shrank back immediately. There was nothing he could do. Anyone looking to deal with Bai Yang had to go through Lu Qingshan first. But Lu Qingshan wasn't the main issue. The real issue was Song Yidao's grandfather, Song Guotao. "Hey, wait a moment." After playing enough, Bai Yang called out to Song Yidao, "What do you want this time?" Song Yidao looked down on Bai Yang with disdain. "It was always the same. Was playing hard to get really that fun? Since that wine is so in demand and I happen to need money, do you want to be an agent?" Bai Yang's eyes flickered. He was ready to set up a trap again. "What do you mean?" "I mean I can wholesale that wine to you for 100 million per jar. You help me sell it, but you can't tell others the sources from me. How about that? Why don't you just go die? I can't even afford one jar at wholesale price. You can buy it on credit. This works for me." Song Yidao nodded briskly. "Liar, dream on. If you little punk, end up running off without paying, what can I do? Bite you?" Bai Yang instantly changed his tune. "Fine, how about this? I can handle setting up a distillery, and you provide the raw liquor for that wine. We'll dilute it, package it, and put it on the market. The results will be unbeatable, guaranteed to crush all other alcoholic products worldwide and take the top spot in sales. Then you can just sit back and collect the money. How does that sound?" Song Yidao truly lived up to being the son of a high-ranking official. His sharp thinking was definitely beyond what a stay-at-home guy like Bai Yang could match. "I might as well hold 99% of the shares. White Poplar Poplar Frog opened its mouth, ready to swallow the heavens. Why don't you drop dead? Factories aren't free, are they? Workers' wages aren't free, are they? Equipment isn't free, is it? Packaging isn't free, is it? Advertising isn't free, is it? So after I've been running around, I only get 1%? Song Yi was deeply contemptuous. Hey, take it or leave it. 1% is very little? When this wine hits the market, the whole world will go crazy. Sell a few trillion a year and you'll be overjoyed. Still think it's too little? You've gone money mad, haven't you? Dream on. Even if it really happens, the world will harmonize us in no time. The two were bantering back and forth, having a great time fooling around. Boss, where should I put the stuff? A loud voice from the doorway came from Xiongda, who was bear-like in stature. He carried a wooden crate on his shoulder, followed by a long line of others carrying crates. Take them to the garage for me. If the garage can't hold them, then put them in the house. If the house can't fit them, then throw them in the yard. Got it? Bai Yang pointed with his hand and that was that. After finishing, he pointed to Song Yidao and said, once you put the stuff down, could you help me throw this out? You're ruthless, I won't let this go. Just wait. Song Yidao was completely defeated and boarded the X6 with the girl's support. I'm calling Lu Qingshan right now to deal with you, you punk. Poplar immediately launched counter damage. I swear, take it and buy yourself a coffin. Song Yidao tossed a check out of the car window, started the engine, and quickly made his getaway. Sai, about what you mentioned earlier, I'll come find you in a few days to discuss it properly. Poplar shouted at the departing Song Yidao. I'm going to find a distillery right now. I'll swindle, scam, and intimidate to get one. You don't need to worry about the rest, just sign at the end. Song Yidao understood Poplar's intention and raised a middle finger outside the car window. Damn, how the hell can you drive with one hand and still raise a middle finger? Bai Yang picked up the 100,000 check that Song Yidao had left at the door and couldn't help but think how extraordinary the other person was. Bang! Before Bai Yang could finish speaking, Song Yidao's car crashed into a tree. Fortunately, it wasn't going too fast. In truth, many things are just this dramatic. Don't be fooled by how the two acted like fools, throwing barbs at each other. Neither of them is actually dumb. The decision was made just like that, and the details would be discussed later. Starting a distillery together would benefit both parties immensely. Bai Yang would earn an immeasurable amount of money, while Song Yidao would build a strong network of connections. If things go well, that dimwit might even end up walking the path of two mouths to feed in the future. Of course, this kind of alcohol business easily invites resentment, and it's likely unavoidable to share part of the profits to appease certain individuals with big appetites. 3 hours later, the villa was almost completely filled to capacity. Bai Yang stared in disbelief at the mountain of items piled up. I understand that those boxes contain armor and war knives, but what's all that other stuff? Boss, that's table salt, a total of 13 tons, and there are more than 30 tons in the warehouse. What about that small pile? Boss, those are lighters, a total of 100,000. What about that medium-sized pile over there? Boss, that's Yunnan Baiyao hemostatic spray. Boss, that's... And then the warehouse is filled with countless pots, pans, and dishes. Scratching his head repeatedly, Bai Yang waved his hand and said, get moving, tie up every single thing together for me. Didn't I tell you to buy ropes? In the end, I don't care what method you use be Nightfall. I want all the cameras around this villa to stop working. I'm going to dispatch celestial soldiers to take these things away. Got it? Alright, boss. Have those shady factories speed up the production of other daily necessities, and then I'll give you 50 million to purchase titanium alloy to forge armored weapons? Alright, boss. Can't you just do everything at once? It's exhausting when you act so scatterbrained, coming up with random ideas like a chicken scattering droppings. How can anyone live with such an unreliable, eccentric boss? After Bear Big and his crew finished their tasks and left, Bai Yang returned to the house and headed towards Goto village. By the time he came back, it was already dark here. Arriving at the fully organized warehouse, he drove everyone out, closed the main gate, and then rushed back to Earth. After that, it was just waiting and waiting. As night fell on Earth, Bai Yang received a text message from Bear Big. All the cameras around his villa had been down for 3 hours. God knows how those obviously shady individuals managed it, but Bai Yang only cared about the results, not the process. Hee hee, the daily life of a cross-border porter. In the pitch-dark night, watch me perform my grand transportation technique. Off we go. In the darkness, Bai Yang grabbed a large pile of items tied up with ropes, muttered under his breath, and vanished in a flash, taking the entire pile of items with him as they disappeared into thin air. After several attempts, Xiongde and his group of dozens spent hours carrying items from the villa only for everything to vanish completely, leaving not a single trace behind. Looking at the empty villa, Bai Yang frowned and fell into deep thought. Although his behavior was sometimes unreliable, it didn't mean he was a fool. This kind of thing could only be done once or twice. Doing it too many times would inevitably lead to trouble. So many things disappearing into thin air, where did they go? How did they vanish? It couldn't withstand scrutiny. Once investigated, trouble would follow. If things went south, Bai Yang might not escape the fate of being dissected. Even if it's just this once, it can't withstand people investigating with intent, and the explanations don't hold up. Xiongde and the others probably have their doubts, but luckily they can control their curiosity well. However, if it happens too often, they can't be relied upon. This is exactly a messy account, completely unable to withstand scrutiny. Secondly, that so-called giant bear processing plant is just an empty shell. It hasn't had any business dealings with the outside world previously, and whatever it does, no one would carry, at least for now. The scope is still too small. If I had an ocean-going trading company in my hands, I could drag things out into international waters and do whatever I wanted. No one would know where they went. But even then, getting those things through customs would still be a problem. It's still not feasible. Damn it, after this one deal, I'm not doing large-scale two-world smuggling business anymore. After thinking for a long time without coming up with a good solution, he finally slapped his forehead and stopped trying. He himself understood that his own energy was too limited, and the things he wanted to do were restricted in too many ways. As usual, he called his parents to let them know he was safe. Standing in the villa, Bai Yang thought about the metal processing factory and the mess of everyday items piled up in the warehouse, with even more to come later. So, he made a call to Yang Biao, the guy whose car he'd used twice before. "Oh, boss Bai, what are your instructions?" After the call connected, Yang Biao shamelessly said that there was no alternative. Not long ago, Bai Yang had truly stunned him during a meal at the royal banquet. Wow, a single meal had cost hundreds of thousands. Where could a trucker like him have ever seen such extravagance? Since when did this guy start mimicking the mannerisms of Xiongdi and the others? While complaining inwardly, Bai Yang replied without hesitation, "Brother Biao, I need your help with something." "Don't, boss Bai, don't call me Brother Biao or anything, just call me Biaozi." Boss Bai's matters are not troublesome at all. If there's anything, just say the word. Biaozi? Biaozi? Table? Why is that guy so shameless? Ah, here's the thing, I have a bunch of miscellaneous stuff with nowhere to put it, and I don't use it often. You drive big cargo, you probably know places with cheap rent and remote warehouses, right? Rent one for me, the more remote the better, the cheaper the better. Then help me find someone to move all the stuff from Xiongda's warehouse to the newly rented one. Finally, settle the payment with him, and let him give you a 10,000 yuan fee for your efforts. Got it? After saying all that in one go, Bai Yang was almost out of breath. Money is not an issue. Problems that can be solved with money are not real problems. No problem, no problem, I'll handle it right now. Alright, once you're done with the new warehouse keys, keep them with you for now and help look after things. I'm swamped over here, but I'll contact you once I'm free. You won't be helping for nothing. Yang Biao got to work immediately. As a bottom-tier long-haul trucker, the amount of effort he'd put in this time was enough to outdo the exhaustion of his previous months combined. He ran faster than a lapdog and was more enthusiastic than a die-hard fan. After finishing the call, Bai Yang thought and decided to leave it at that for now. The reason for moving things out of the metal processing plant was to make it easier for him to transport them in the wilderness. By then, who would know where those things had gone? Of course, this was just a temporary measure, and continuing like this in the long term would definitely lead to problems. For now, there was nothing left to deal with here. After wrapping things up, he swiftly returned to Goto village. Although all the busyness didn't seem to amount to much, when had Bai Yang ever been this diligent? Exhausted, he lay on the bed and even forgot to play some intimate little games with the kitten. Before long, the sound of snoring started to echo. The rising sun and the setting moon are eternal laws of nature. As the night receded and daylight emerged, Bai Yang woke up feeling refreshed and lazily got out of bed. At this time, within the vast Maze River forest, dozens of nearby villages closer to Gajuo village each had villagers ranging from a dozen to several dozen treading the morning dew as they made their way to Gajuo village. Meanwhile, outside the grand gate of the powerful Che family mansion in Deyang town, a tall and imposing young man standing 2 meters tall, dressed in black fitted attire with eyes sharp as blades, carried a dark spear strapped to his back as he stepped into the morning light and departed from Deyang town heading towards the Maze River forest. At the same time, a certain young woman dressed in a blue robe stealthily left Deyang town. The morning light shone upon the Bibo River, with the surface gently rippling as if scattered with fragments of gold. From a distance, the Bibo River appeared like a pure white ribbon stretching all the way to the horizon. However, for the dock by the Bibo River in Deyang town, such scenery couldn't bring the slightest sense of joy to anyone. The place was as busy as ever, but today the atmosphere was particularly peculiar. Last night, all the stewards and attendants from the Che family at the dock were killed, dozens of heads rolled to the ground, and the corpses were hacked into fragments and thrown into the Greenwave River to feed the fish. The smell of blood still lingers, and amidst the morning breeze, it seems as if the terrified screams from last night can still be heard. Early in the morning at the dock, dozens of newly selected stewards and attendants stood properly in formation, silent, occasionally glancing toward the direction of Dayang town not far away. When a young man dressed in black tight gear and carrying a large spear on his back arrived with the morning sunlight, the entire dock fell into a heavy atmosphere. People continued their work, but their voices became much softer, and their movements slowed considerably.
considerably. Everything appeared so cautious and fearful. The Che family's influence on this dock truly resembles the blazing sun in the sky. Just one member of the family is enough to overwhelm the bustling dock. In the distance, a certain delinquent girl hidden in the corner muttered while curling her lips. "Second young master, you've arrived. I've prepared a large ship and 100 skilled men for you." Before the young man in black even stepped onto the dock, the newly appointed steward immediately bowed and greeted him cautiously, watching the young man's expression intently. "No need, I can handle it alone." Che Jiang glanced coldly at the steward, sparing no extra words. After speaking, he ignored everything, walked to the side, and kicked out. A 6 to 7 meter long wooden stake nearby whizzed through the air and landed on the Baibo River, carving a water trail as it slid toward the distance. Just as the wooden stake flew out, he quickly dashed forward. When the stake hit the water, he stood steadily on it, advancing toward the Mist River forest on the opposite shore. When the wooden stake in the water had lost its momentum, already dozens of meters away from the shore, the large gun on his back had somehow appeared in his hand. With a single swipe in the water, the stake moved forward rapidly once again. The people on the dock felt as if they had just experienced a trip to the execution ground, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Che Jiang rode the wooden stake forward, his posture graceful, but deep in the water ahead of him, a 2-meter-long fish, enjoying the freshness of the morning air, suddenly rushed out as if trying to assert its presence. After all, there were other fish on the river's surface doing the same thing elsewhere. The result was an exact collision with a wooden stake. The soaked wooden stake tilted, plus the slippery surface. Splash! The people on the dock heard the sound of someone falling into the water coming from the Bibo River in the distance. Immediately, the whole dock became silent in an instant. Everyone froze, staring at the river with their expressions fixed, their mouths twitching as they struggled not to laugh. A guy couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing the previously arrogant second young master now soaking wet, standing back on the wooden stake like a drowned rat. Realizing that disaster was imminent, he hadn't even had time to react when, with a muffled sound, a piece of wood flew through the air and smashed into his mouth, sending him flying 3 or 4 meters away. All his teeth were gone, and blood poured out. The pier fell silent once again, yet everyone's faces twisted into peculiar expressions. Their bodies trembled, caught between fear and the urge to laugh. Holding it in was unbearably difficult. "Ah, Che Jiang, serves you right. You can't even steer a boat properly, yet you're trying to cross the river on a single log." Lan Xing, disguised as a man, saw this scene from the shadows and laughed so hard she could barely stand. It wasn't until Che Jiang stood on the wooden stump near the misty river forest on the opposite bank that Lan Xing, still disguised as a man, walked to the dock. She casually gave some items to a group of mountain villagers, who then paddled a raft to carry her across. It seems the saying "showing off will get you struck by lightning" was perfectly applicable to a certain person, and the streak of misfortune was far from over. After approaching the Maze River forest, Che Jiang saw a group of black-haired long-tailed monkeys in the woods picking fruits to eat. He glanced at them coldly, then lightly tapped the tip of his foot on a wooden stake, soaring more than 10 meters into the air, intending to quickly delve deeper into the thickly forested Maze River forest. As though he carried a bad luck aura, just as he soared into the air, a barrage of fruits from the surrounding woods suddenly rained down on him like a storm. With a disdainful snort, he swung his spear like a raging wind, using the side of the spearhead to strike at every fruit flying toward him. He twirled the spear with incredible speed. Not a single fruit could hit him. However, he forgot that fruits are quite fragile. Splat, splat, splat. Dozens of fruits shattered midair, leaving him pitifully covered in a colorful mess in less than a second. And that wasn't the worst. One drop of tooth-achingly sour juice happened to fly straight into his eye. Damn it! The unlucky kid instinctively rubbed his eyes with his hand, but didn't watch his footing properly. As a result, he stepped awkwardly on a branch and, with a splash, fell into the water again. This was the second time. Damn black-haired monkey! Che Jiang roared angrily, his eyes reddened as if he were about to devour someone, like devouring a monkey. However, the monkey screeched and scattered, disappearing without a trace. Where you fall is where you should get back up. In short, Che Jiang climbed back onto the tree, his figure darting through the dense foliage, swiftly making his way towards the depths of the Mai forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A black-haired monkey in front of him bared its teeth and screeched at him. Monkey! Che Jiang glared, gritted his teeth, and reached out to break off a tree branch, preparing to use it as a projectile to kill the monkey. However, the monkey was one step ahead of him, throwing a fruit his way. A single fruit certainly couldn't hit him, as he easily dodged it. The fruit flew into a patch of dark foliage behind him. Just as Che Jiang was about to throw the branch, his expression froze. A buzzing sound erupted from behind him, and when he turned around to look, his face darkened. He saw a dense swarm of thumb-sized black hornets flying toward him. What bad luck! Running into a swarm of wasps, no matter how skilled you are, it's useless. A head-on clash would mean certain failure, so without a second thought, he dove headfirst toward the nearby river. The wasps flew faster than him. Although this time his third and the only time he voluntarily jumped into the water, he still got stung more than 10 times on his face and body. The venom from these wasps was something fierce. After being stung, the skin would develop small holes, and and the venom entering the bloodstream caused a burning pain that was unbearable, as well as constant bleeding. While he successfully evaded the swarm of wasps by jumping into the water, those 10+ stings were enough to leave his entire body trembling in pain. Whether one's martial arts skills are superior or not makes little difference when it comes to pain unless we're talking about those dreamlike abnormal techniques. He looked up through the clear water and saw a dense swarm of wasps above him. Filled with hatred, he had no choice but to hold his breath and dive underwater. However, he was bleeding. In the rivers of the Lost Forest, there were many large, sharp-toothed blackfish that were most drawn to the scent of blood. So, in no time, the entire river seemed to boil, as countless sharp-toothed blackfish surged toward him. Ah! Che Jiang, frustrated to the point of madness, burst out of the water and let out a furious roar toward the sky. He manipulated his vital energy to flow throughout his body, causing his skin to turn red and giving the impression of small mice scurrying under it. In an instant, his muscles swelled, and his skin became tougher than sun-dried oxhide. Not only did the venom from previous wasp stings expel from his body along with the black blood, but he also relied on his enhanced, durable skin bolstered by vital energy to withstand the wasp stings. Charging forward, he stepped atop the countless blackfish covering the river's surface. He had learned his lesson no longer taking routes through the water or the trees. Now, he chose the ground instead. A shameless young lady perched on a distant tree covered her mouth, laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. After a long while, she muttered to herself, "Your Che family has done so many evil deeds. Do you really think those mountain villagers don't know you've been scamming them for years? They have a remedy that drives away most poisonous insects and beasts, and yet don't tell you about it. Last time, Cheng Yan got caught like this. Now, here's Che Jiang. Are all the Che family members pigs? Out of all the bandits raised in the dense forest, none of them knows about this remedy? The wisdom of survival is everywhere." Compared to that unlucky wretch, Bai Yang's splendid day was just beginning. Waking up naturally, he found himself receiving the meticulous care of the little kitten. It was a life too good to describe in words. Ah, the difference is striking. Early morning, the treehouse. Bai Yang stood by the sink, brushing his teeth as though shivering all over, his mouth full of foam, while the kitten stood by him holding a towel in its hands, waiting. During this period, the kitten had completely adapted to Bai Yang's peculiar habits in daily life and no longer mistook the foam-mouthed image of him brushing his teeth as a sign of poisoning. Gurgle. Tui. After rinsing his mouth, the kitten promptly handed over a towel. This kind of life is truly unmatched. Bai Yang was living a disabled life where meals were served to him without lifting a finger. He had no choice. If he tried to do things himself, the kitten would cry, feeling as though it was about to be abandoned at any given moment. But the food here was far too monotonous. It was either roasted meat or boiled meat. Occasionally, there'd be some fruit to supplement vitamins, with dried fruits as snacks. In any case, Bai Yang had never seen grains or cereals in the village at all. "Young master, the village chief wants you to come over." While Bai Yang was enjoying his heartfelt breakfast, Zhao Shi arrived at the door of Bai Yang's treehouse and spoke. "Got it, I'll head over in a while. Brother Zhao, why not join me for something to eat?" Bai Yang nodded and said. Zhao Shi glanced at the food on the table, which wouldn't be enough for more than a few bites, and decisively shook his head, saying, "No, young master, I'll head over first." After tidying up a bit after the meal, Bai Yang and the kitten arrived at the old village chief's residence. "Grandpa village chief, what did you need me for?" They are already so familiar, and logically speaking, Bai Yang is basically the other party's grandson-in-law, so there's no need to be formal. He casually found a spot and sat down carelessly to ask. "People from other villages are already about to arrive here." The old village chief looked at Bai Yang with meaningful intent and spoke. Just as they were talking, a commotion came from outside. Bai Yang got up and walked to the door to look outside, only to see more than a dozen unfamiliar big men entering the gate of Ghetto Village. Thinking that they arrived so quickly, he looked at the old village chief and said, "Village chief grandpa, don't worry, I've already prepared the items." "That's good." The old village chief breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest fear was calling people over only to find there were no items, which would be awkward. "Then shall we go meet them?" Bai Yang was feeling quite impatient and personally showcased the items to the mountain villagers, letting them know that he had brought these goods, capable of improving their lives and freeing them from the oppression and exploitation of the Che family. Elevating himself while suppressing his enemies, he positioned himself as the good-hearted individual delivering warmth and benefits. How could Bai Yang ever pass up on an opportunity to boost his presence and favorability like this? "Alright, I'll take you to meet them." The old village chief smiled and nodded at Bai Yang, then took Bai Yang and the kitten to meet the guest. Because the mountain villagers in the misty river forest did not arrive together, the old village chief continuously took Bai Yang around to meet the chiefs and warriors of different villages. Every time they encountered a group of strangers, the old village chief would proudly point to the person beside him dressed in titanium alloy armor and wielding a titanium alloy sword, explicitly noting that these items were provided by Bai Yang, the distinguished young master from afar. In short, he conveyed one clear message: if you want good things, you should rely on this young master. As a result, Bai Yang received endless compliments. Actually, the mountain dwellers living in misty river forest are very very simple and honest. If someone genuinely treats them well, they repay with tenfold enthusiasm. The situations of scheming and deception often seen in interpersonal relationships on the other side of Earth are nowhere to be found here. Writes so simple that it's almost unimaginable. As the saying goes, at the root of humanity is goodness. These mountain dwellers may not be literate or understand profound truths, but precisely because of this, they are pure and untainted by the cunning complexities of the educated. If not for realizing this, how would Bai Yang dare to offer those things? Making a swift retreat would be the most sensible course of action. But why on earth do all the big guys here look the same? Turn around, and you've already forgotten who was who just now. Bai Yang's face blindness is absolutely beyond help. In just an hour or two, more than 2,000 hulking men of various sizes had gathered in the clearing of Godot village. Bai Yang had already met everyone he was supposed to meet, making a strong impression. Now it was time for serious business building rapport and reputation. At the old village chief's suggestion, Bai Yang stepped onto a temporarily constructed platform, created a bit of commotion to draw everyone's attention, cleared his throat with a cough, and said, "What everyone came to Godot village for, I won't mention it. Look, these are the things the Che family trades with all of you. What kind of worthless trash is this? Is this supposed to be salt? I spit on it. Dirt is better than this. Is this supposed to be hemostatic medicine? I spit on it again. It's nothing but ash. Are these supposed to be weapons and armor? They're absolute junk. This kind of garbage left on the ground wouldn't even be picked up by anyone. How many years has the Che family been using such rubbish to take advantage of all of you? How much mountain produce, earned through risking your lives, have they taken away using things no one wants? The Che family is utterly heartless. Where is their decency? Aren't they afraid of being struck by lightning?" After hearing about the plight of the mountain folks, I was deeply pained and resolved that I cannot allow the Che family to harm you any longer. Now, take a look at what I've brought for all of you. To test the quality, judge directly from the results. Zhao Shi, bring out the goods and show them to everyone. Bai Yang passionately ranted about the Che family, berating them thoroughly. With every sentence, he took out one of the items the Che family had previously traded to the villagers, furiously tossing it aside. Finally, with a grand gesture, he unveiled the real deal. First, it was salt. Bai Yang had people retrieve several 1-pound bags from the warehouse. After opening them, the contents were poured into several wooden bowls. Villagers walked around among the crowd, letting anyone taste the quality for themselves. The scene made Bai Yang feel nauseated. The mountain folks poked their fingers directly into the wooden bowls filled with snow-white salt, then tasted it in their mouths. That sight, ugh. The snow-white salt seemed to glow under the sunlight, its pure flavor bringing the mountain villagers to tears. It was the best salt they had ever tasted, free from any strange odors or sand. Even though the intense saltiness made their noses and eyes squeeze tightly, they couldn't bring themselves to spit it out. This was reminiscent of the villagers from Godot village back in the day. After the mountain villagers had somewhat recovered from their astonishment over the salt, Bai Yang had someone demonstrate the magical and convenient lighter for them. As soon as the lighter was demonstrated, the mountain villagers almost went into an uproar, buzzing with endless chatter. This miraculous fire-starting gadget delivered quite a shock to their perception. If they had this, wouldn't it mean they could hunt outdoors and cook food anywhere anytime? And wouldn't it eliminate the frustration of trying in vain to strike a spark from firestones on damp rainy days? Next came the demonstration of a certain white medicinal hemostatic spray. With just a small cut on the arm, a quick press and spray, and the bleeding stopped shortly after. Convenient and practical, it left the mountain villagers utterly amazed. Next comes the highlight, the display of weapons, which is also a focus for all the mountain residents living in the jungle. First are the arrows equipped with titanium alloy arrowheads. Using the same great bow but different arrows, the tough leather that mountain residents traditionally use to make armor can be easily pierced through one layer at 50 meters, and even 2 layers as well. Ultimately, at the 50-meter mark, in front of the villager's great bow, arrows with titanium alloy arrowheads can pierce through as many as 10 layers of leather. A group of inexperienced mountain residents nearly lost their minds on the spot. Over 10 of them even tested the authenticity themselves, finally concluding that if their arrows were equipped with such arrowheads, their hunting capabilities would increase several-fold. Why wouldn't it be effective? Titanium alloy 3-sided arrowheads, mechanically cut to precision. If they couldn't pierce through leather in front of your impossibly strong bows, then something truly would seem wrong. However, after realizing this, Bai Yang almost died of shame. He felt like he could throw away the 2 pistols at his waist because the bows and arrows of these mountain villagers had power and accuracy comparable to a sniper rifle in the hands of special forces, leaving him utterly disgraced. Next came the demonstration of battle knives and swords. In the face of the terrifying strength of the hefty mountain villagers, they could cleave through tree trunks as thick as one person's embrace with a single stroke, leaving no rough edges. Even trunks as thick as 2 people's embrace could be dealt with the same way. However, for 3-person wide trunks, the weapons simply weren't long enough, so it was impossible. In short, chopping wood with titanium alloy knives and swords was almost no different from slicing tofu. Then, there was the collision test between the titanium alloy knives and swords swords and the weapons typically used by the mountain villagers, including broadswords, large blades, and wide shields. Everything was sliced through as effortlessly as cutting fruit, a scene that not only sent chills down the spines of the local mountain villagers but nearly made their eyes pop out in shock. Titanium alloy armor is the same. Imagine a mountain dweller clad in titanium alloy armor standing motionless while several strong men take turns chopping at him with the weapons commonly used by the locals. Not only does this do zero harm to the person, but it even ends up damaging their weapons. After demonstrating the effect, Bai Yang stood on the platform, looking down at the mountain dwellers and asked, "You've all seen the item. What do you think?" The crowd below instantly erupted into chaos. Everyone shouted one after another, their expressions filled with excitement. Bai Yang didn't catch a single word of what they were saying. Everything fierce comparison. After seeing the good things Bai Yang showcased, and realizing that mountain goods could be exchanged for these wonderful items, they were full of gratitude towards Bai Yang. Thinking about the actions of the Che family, the mountain villagers absolutely loathed them. Have we been deceived by worthless junk for countless years? This is intolerable. They nearly grabbed knives to seek revenge on the Che family immediately, looking for death. A sudden furious roar filled with murderous intent erupted above Goto village. A furious roar filled with murderous intent shook everyone's eardrums. The entire Goto village, with thousands of people, fell into a brief silence after that roar. The next moment, the crowd erupted in chaos, searching everywhere for the source of the voice. Who the hell is causing trouble at this time? Find them and kill them first. Protect the young master. As Bai Yang's guard captain, Zhao Shi shouted immediately, pulling out a titanium alloy blade to shield Bai Yang. The kitten drew out the broadsword, held it across its chest, pulled Bai Yang behind him cautiously, and watched the surroundings. Meanwhile, the villagers of Goto village near Bai Yang also reacted quickly, surrounding Bai Yang to protect him. Bai Yang broke into a sweat instantly, almost wanting to strangle this group of people. Are you all freaking brainless? You're blatantly telling the enemy that I'm the key figure. Doesn't this obviously make me the first target to be taken out? Encountering such clueless teammates was more than enough for Bai Yang. Sure enough, a muffled whooshing sound was heard as a pitch-black spear tore through the air, emitting a deep, resonant noise, flying from the forest straight toward Bai Yang in the crowd. "Young master, watch out!" The closest person to Bai Yang, Little Cat, screamed and held Bai Yang tightly to protect him. Zhao Shi, 2 meters ahead, quickly reacted, stepped forward, and slashed at the long spear. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, the titanium alloy blade collided with the spear, producing a trail of sparks visible even in broad daylight. The spear was sent flying backward, while Zhao Shi staggered back 4 or 5 steps. It was Tiger who grabbed his back to steady him, leaving behind several distinct footprints on the wooden platform. Stopping, Zhao Shi looked toward the direction where the spear had flown back, his hand gripping the knife trembling slightly, his face filled with shock. The spear bounced back, and a dark figure leapt down from the tree, landing with the tip of their toe on the shaft. The spear stabbed into the ground with a thud, and the person stood steadily on one leg atop the spear's handle. "Almost scared me to death, but what the heck is this humanoid creature?" Among the crowd, Bai Yang was filled with fear and nearly couldn't resist disappearing into thin air. After calming down, he squinted and muttered to himself as he saw that flamboyant guy make his entrance. That person's clothes were so torn and tattered, worse than a beggar, covered in all sorts of strange colors and reeking terribly. His head and body were full of bumps of varying sizes, so pitiful it could make anyone who saw him feel sorrow. In short, he didn't even look human. "He is Che Jiang, the second young master of the Che family." A voice came from behind Bai Yang. "Another member of the Che family? Why does he look like that?" Bai Yang widened his eyes and said. Then he felt something was off. Turning his head, he almost had a heart attack when he saw the real girl, Blue Star, whom he had gotten drunk the day before, standing behind him holding a short sword. She furtively raised a finger and made a gesture for silence. Bai Yang motioned to the people around not to act rashly, then asked, "When did you appear?" "Just now." The other person nodded at Bai Yang and added, "I originally intended to save you, but your guard reacted quickly." "It's not that, I mean, can you people who come and go with such flair make your entrances a bit more normal? You know it can really scare people, right?" Bai Yang patted his chest and said irritably, "Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let Che Jiang find me." The other person gestured to Bai Yang with their mouth. Che Jiang stood on the gun handle, looking at the surrounding villagers who were both shocked and furious, shocked at how so many mountain villagers could gather here, and furious that after enduring the maddening hardships along the way, upon arriving, he immediately heard someone loudly cursing his family. So, without holding back, he rushed out to try and take down the leader on the platform first, but he didn't succeed. Moreover, Bai Yang is now being protected, and the chances are slim. The surrounding villagers spread out to encircle him, but at this moment, Che Jiang took a cloth bag from his waist, opened it to reveal a foul-smelling, tattered head, then scanned the people around and said in a deep voice, "My brother, Che Nianhou killed him? Step forward and face your death." Facing several thousand strong men, Che Jiang wasn't reckless enough to declare he'd wipe out all of them. However, killing a few people seemed to him hardly an issue. As a powerful martial artist, he didn't believe anyone here could stop him, allowing him to come and go as he pleased. One thing at a time.
time. The Che family, Che Jiang, another martial artist. With a flicker of thought, Bai Yang ordered, Zhao Shi, have some of the armored guards recklessly charge and attack the opponent, while another group disperses around. Use the arrows equipped with those special arrowheads to find an opportunity to cripple him for me. Young master, why not just chop him down directly? Zhao Shi didn't understand and asked Bai Yang with a face full of doubt. There's no difference between being dead and crippled. Besides, it's more useful to stay alive. Bai Yang replied speechlessly. Understood. Although he didn't know what Bai Yang intended to do, Zhao Shi still quickly gave instructions covertly according to Bai Yang's wishes. In order to buy time for Zhao Shi and his group, Bai Yang, who never plays by the rules, spoke up in this tense atmosphere. Would you believe me if I said we don't know who killed Shen Yin? For a moment, he was rendered speechless. Take action. Zhao Shi, who was prepared, shouted loudly while Che Jiang was in a daze. Bai Yang felt puzzled. Who the hell gave this brainless guy the confidence to jump out alone and face thousands of tough guys here? You don't understand the terror of martial artists, you're sending them to their deaths, don't you realize? The blue-haired girl frowned beside Bai Yang and said, I only know that he's doomed. Bai Yang curled his lips and said, he simply didn't believe that the titanium armor capable of stopping sniper bullets couldn't withstand the spear in Che Jiang's hands. You think you can overturn the heavens or what? Kill! Dozens of villagers wearing titanium alloy armor rushed out, swinging large blades from all directions toward Che Jiang. Courting death. Che Jiang sneered, spun his arm, and the large spear in his hand swept around like lightning. Amidst the clanging sounds, all the war blades striking toward him were actually blocked. Such speed, such precision, it left Bai Yang staring in astonishment. Now you see, don't you? Besides, he hasn't even taken this seriously yet. The blue-haired girl spoke again. Can you shut your mouth? If anyone's going to interrupt, it should be me, alright? Bai Yang rolled his eyes and ignored the other person. Although Bai Yang was shocked by Che Jiang's skills, he refused to believe it. As the saying on Earth goes, 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands, and even the greatest martial arts master fears a kitchen knife. Anyway, no matter what happens, Bai Yang refuses to believe that Che Jiang can last long in a flurry of knives. Amidst the clanging clashes of metal, sparks flew everywhere as Che Jiang single-handedly fought against dozens of villagers, incredibly maintaining a defense-oriented stance against overwhelming attacks. However, the large gun in his hand either stabbing or smashing against the villagers wearing titanium alloy armor could at most make them retreat but couldn't injure them at all. It was as if he were facing a group of turtles, and the frustration in his heart was indescribable. After battling for a long while with clanging clashes, missteps are inevitable for both humans and horses. Che Jiang accidentally received a slash across his back, a foot long, wound deep enough to expose the bone, blood flowing profusely, causing his face to twitch in pain. A titanium alloy blade combined with the strength of the villagers was certainly no joke. All of you, die. Che Jiang roared angrily, his skin began to turn red, as if he had a few little mice inside him, his muscles swelled, and his whole body grew larger, like a sleeping beast awakening. Your subordinates are in danger. Che Jiang is furious. Some martial artist who has condensed 5 strands of blood energy. Lan Meizi spoke again. The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Just watch, girl. Fall back. Zhao Shi in the crowd shouted loudly. The villagers wielding big knives retreated, leaving the frenzied Che Jiang exposed in the middle. Fire! Another loud roar echoed from an unknown direction. Then, a barrage of arrows whizzed through the air, fiercely shooting straight at Che Jiang. What does being a martial artist amount to? What good is refining so-called blood energy? Even a steel body would likely crumble before titanium alloy arrows. Amid the sound of piercing flesh, Che Jiang's arms, legs, and shoulders were repeatedly penetrated by the arrows. He was taken down before he could unleash his ultimate move. His body trembled and collapsed unsteadily to the ground, and Che Jiang roared unwillingly. Impossible, this is impossible. How could a bunch of lowly peasants possibly hurt me? Impossible, my foot. If I hadn't told them not to kill you, you'd have been turned into a pincushion by now. As he muttered inwardly, Bai Yang couldn't help but admire the villager's archery skills hitting the eyelid. Then Bai Yang turned to look at Lan Meizi, a smug expression on his face. Lan Meizi's expression stiffened as she awkwardly glanced at Bai Yang, then at Che Jiang, who was pierced with arrows all over, and without saying a word, turned her head to one side. When it comes to terrifying creatures like martial artists, especially enemies, one can only feel secure by ensuring they have no ability to resist. Thus, he commanded, come on, chop off his hands and feet for me, then use his spear to pierce his stomach and nail him to the ground. You dare? I am Che Jiang of the Che family. What's the point of talking big at this stage? Zhao Shi went over personally, raised the knife and swung it down, repeatedly chopping off Che Jiang's arms and legs amidst the sound of slicing flesh. Then he picked up a long spear and, with a single thrust, pinned him to the ground. As Che Jiang screamed in agony, Zhao Shi turned to look at Bai Yang. Bai Yang, on the other hand, widened his eyes and stared at Che Jiang, curious about just how resilient this guy's vitality could be. However, after observing for a full 10 minutes, Bai Yang had to admit that a martial artist's vitality was comparable to that of a cockroach. Although Che Jiang's breath was gradually weakening, he simply wouldn't die. die. Of course, he was also not far from death. Bai Yang leaned on the kitten's shoulder, stretched his neck to stare at Che Jiang, who had collapsed in the field, and after confirming with absolute certainty that the other posed no threat, he finally stepped out from behind the kitten. Then, he raised his foot and stomped hard on the wooden platform beneath him, creating a series of loud thumps. After attracting everyone's attention, Bai Yang pointed at Che Jiang lying in the pool of blood and shouted loudly, "Everyone, did you see that? His name is Che Jiang, a top fighter from the Che family in Deyang town, an ultimate expert who has condensed 5 strands of blood energy capable of killing ferocious beasts like the 4-eared green ox. Learning and using it on the spot, huh?" Lan Mei rolled her eyes and muttered silently. Bai Yang, unaware of being disdained, continued speaking, "But did you see that? Even such a powerful person couldn't break through this durable armor I provided. No matter how high their martial skills are, they can't harm someone wearing this armor." This sentence Bai Yang said while pointing to the titanium alloy armor on the villagers. Then he pointed to the titanium alloy sword and said, "This type of sharp and sturdy sword can pierce through a warrior's skin membrane." Next, Bai Yang pointed to the bows and arrows not far away in the villagers' hands and said louder, "And these sharp arrows can penetrate a warrior's body and kill the opponent." Finally, he concluded, "So, wearing this kind of armor, wielding this kind of sword, and equipping yourselves with these arrows, you can fight against warriors, your combat power comparable to the legendary warriors. Do you still need to worry about your safety while battling beasts in the jungle? Do you still need to worry? Do you?" Well, Bai Yang would never miss any chance to promote his own product and elevate his importance. The facts are clear. This is far more effective than his earlier strenuous attempts at promotion. He deliberately ignored the advantage of having more people. I honestly can't understand what Bai Yang is thinking. Isn't dealing with Che Jiang the more important thing right now? Isn't it time to consider what the Che family's next move might be? At this moment, Lan Meizi looked at Bai Yang, feeling quite puzzled. If Blue Girl knew what was on Bai Yang's mind, she would definitely despise him. What do you know? Do you even understand how precious this opportunity is? On Earth, countless journalists risk their lives just for so-called news, yet here I am merely promoting my own products in a safe environment to elevate my standing. This is nothing compared to that. The entire village erupted after a brief silence. The outsiders were so excited as if their firstborn son had just been delivered, itching to immediately equip themselves with those flamboyant items. Wearing that set of gear would practically allow you to dominate in the jungle. The outfit could even become a treasured inheritance for an entire village. Who wouldn't want it? Everyone, stay calm and don't panic. For details on how to trade, go seek out the old village chief. Watching the group of mountain villagers who seemed almost insane, Bai Yang pointed to the grandfather of the little cat not far away and said, "Are you kidding? If you're going to play the good guy, naturally someone has to take the fall for you. Titanium alloy weapons and armor are not something you can just give away for free like you did with the villagers of Gajuo village." Bai Yang believed that the old village chief, who had become clever with age, would definitely maximize the benefits of these things. On this point, Bai Yang had absolutely no doubts. Why was Bai Yang so confident? Was it just because the old village chief had offered his granddaughter as soon as Bai Yang arrived here? Do these two things have any connection? Then the old village chief was surrounded by a group of mountain villagers, laughing heartily. Taking advantage of the excitement, Bai Yang secretly said to Zhao Shi, "Quick, take Che Jiang to a place where no one is around." "Yes, young master." Zhao Shi nodded and asked someone to take the barely alive Che Jiang away. Bai Yang led the little kitten and followed to a treehouse. Just as the door closed, Bai Yang turned around and immediately stepped back, looking at Lan Meizi and asked, "Why did you follow me?" "I just want to see what this strange guy is up to." The blue-haired girl instinctively rolled her eyes flirtatiously and said, then walked to the side, leisurely sat down, and waited to watch the show. Actually, the blue-haired girl had many doubts in her heart. First of all, this Bai Yang's behavior and mannerisms were very strange. She had never seen such a person before. Even Bai Yang's accent was odd often when he spoke. His words lacked coherence or he simply couldn't say anything, clearly not a local. Once a woman's curiosity kicks in, there's no stopping it. This has scientific backing, though which particular science, I have no idea. Watch if you want, I don't care. Poplar shrugged indifferently. After all, he wasn't planning to do anything shady. The truth is, he mainly couldn't beat this girl. Poplar, who valued his own life above everything else, wouldn't risk approaching even if Che Jiang's limbs were cut off. He had witnessed another member of the Che family survive with their chest and abdomen pierced. Who knows what kind of abilities these martial artists possess. He then got Zhao Shi to call for an iron rod and nailed Che Jiang to the floor, only then feeling slightly reassured. Secretly reaching out to grab a handgun, he approached Che Jiang and kicked him, saying, "Kid, are you dead or not? Who exactly are you? Slandering my Che family, stirring up tension with the mountain villagers, and possessing those weapons and armor capable of resisting martial artist attacks. Who on earth are you, and what are you trying to do?" The half-dead Che Jiang somehow still had the strength to glare at Bai Yang in return, his demeanor unmistakably one of arrogance and superiority. "Hey, at a time like this you're still acting high and mighty? Right now, you're the fish and I'm the knife. Do you even have the right to speak? Whatever I ask, you answer." got it? Poplar, feeling irritated, stomped on Che-Jiang's severed arm wound. Unexpectedly, the half-dead Che-Jiang still showed toughness, letting out a cold snort and glaring at Poplar silently through gritted teeth. Smacking his lips, Poplar turned to Lon Maisie, who was watching the drama unfold. Hey, I'm really curious, are all martial artists this resilient in both vitality and willpower? That's for sure. Although you cut off his limbs, didn't you notice how he instantly controlled his muscles to stop the blood loss? With such injuries, he generally wouldn't die as long as he gets treatment. As for willpower, which martial artist who has refined their blood energy doesn't have a will as sharp as a blade? You can only kill him, otherwise, there's no way you'll get anything out of him. Blue Girl pouted and said, I don't believe it. Bai Yang curled his lips, ignored Blue Girl, and upon confirming that Che-Jiang was unlikely to die anytime soon, looked at Che-Jiang and chuckled. Although I'm not a professional, it probably won't be hard to pry something out of you. Just wait for it, kid. After speaking, Bai Yang looked at Zhao Shi and said, Brother Zhao, go find about a dozen of those finger-sized ants. Although he had no idea what Bai Yang was planning, Zhao Shi still complied. What are you trying to do? The blue girl looked at Bai Yang curiously and asked with a playful tone, but for some reason, she felt a slight chill run through her. You'll find out soon enough. Bai Yang raised an eyebrow, then sat to the side, leaning against the little cat as he looked at the blue girl and asked, But I am really curious about what you're doing here. None of your business. The girl named Blue glanced sideways and ignored Bai Yang. TSK, girl, you're pretending to be a man now, but you're not doing a very convincing job. Fortunately, back on Earth, I've seen all kinds of captivating glances, long legs, slender waists all online, so your tricks don't work on me. And for the record, you spilled everything after getting drunk. Haha, but I'm not going to tell you. Feeling smug, Bai Yang also ignored her and waited for Zhao Shi to bring the items. He ignored the girl named Blue, but she found it odd and looked at Bai Yang, saying, You don't know a single martial skill. Aren't you afraid I'll beat you up? Who gave you the courage to speak to a martial artist like this? Hey, you saw it too. If you go against me, likely your fate will be the same as Che-Jiang's. Brother Lon, do you really want to give it a try? Bai Yang chuckled as he looked at Sister Lon and said, The lesson from Che-Jiang was right in front of her eyes. Sister Lon no longer wanted to talk to Bai Yang. Seeing Che-Jiang's fate, she clearly understood that warriors are not necessarily invincible in many situations. Bai Yang wouldn't tell Sister Lon that she was actually less than 3 meters away from him. If she intended to harm him, his pistol would immediately pierce her. At this distance, if he couldn't hit her, he'd go live stream. Che-Jiang's fate told Bai Yang that warriors are not actually invincible. Of course, the biggest reason Bai Yang could remain fearless was his ability to escape at any time. I might not be able to fight you lofty warriors, but I can run away. If you're capable, come to Earth and try to catch me. During the boring wait, Zhao Shi returned with a bamboo tube containing more than 10 ants Bai Yang wanted. Little cat, go get 2 pieces of that kind of candy we have at home. Poplar got the ant and said to the kitten. The kitten quickly left and returned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Poplar dissolved the rock sugar brought by the kitten in water and then applied it to Che-Jiang's wound. Then he released the ant. Then the ant smelled the sugar and crawled onto Che-Jiang's wound, beginning to bite. Kid, let's see how long you can last. Bai Yang watched the other with glee, even hoping they could endure a bit longer. Under the bites of ants the size of a fingertip, Che-Jiang started trembling all over in less than half a minute. Within a minute, he couldn't control the muscles around his severed limbs anymore, and blood began to flow. After 3 minutes, he couldn't help but scream, and by the 5th minute, I'll tell you, whatever you ask, I'll answer. Just please get rid of these damned ants. Che-Jiang instantly broke down. Damn, this was such a tough situation. Losing face over incontinence was a minor issue. Bleeding to death because he couldn't control his muscles was the real catastrophe. Though he was undoubtedly disabled now, he still didn't want to die. What about martial artists? Martial artist willpower is so impressive. Yet, in front of me, don't they still have to kneel? Blue Girl, who had watched the whole process, felt a chill all over her body at the moment. The way she looked at Bai Yang carried a hint of fear. Clearly, this guy looked like someone she could crush with one hand. Poplar smugly glanced at Blue Girl, as if to say, is this the warrior willpower you were talking about? What followed was a 5-hour-long session, during which Miss Blue Star from the Blue family in Deyang Town looked at Poplar as if she were staring at a demon. Poplar's interrogation and extortion methods completely shattered her understanding. All those techniques of coercing confessions were utterly feeble in front of Poplar. In the face of Bai Yang's bizarre and tormenting methods, Che-Jiang's martial artist willpower and pride were weaker than tofu residue. Bai Yang asked anything, and he answered everything, truly explaining his ancestors through 18 generations in full detail. Actually, Bai Yang didn't torture Che-Jiang. Bai Yang dared to swear on his little dignity about this. He simply brought out a small notebook and listed all the questions he wanted to ask in a language incomprehensible to the locals. Dozens of questions that he asked repeatedly, interspersed and tirelessly, switching between questions mid-conversation, sometimes abruptly returning to a previous question. Whenever Che-Jiang gave an unsatisfactory answer to any question or his response was inconsistent with a previous answer, Bai Yang would play games with Che-Jiang
Jiang, like catching a small bug to put in Che Zhong's nostril, poking Che Zhong's ear with a strand of hair, or layering wet cloths on his face one after another. In short, it was similar small games that completely destroyed Che Zhong's will. In the end, he totally broke down, and regarding the Che family and himself, everything he knew or had heard, he confessed thoroughly without holding back. By the end, he even began needs clarification if untranslated, specifically as quickly answering. After there were no more questions to ask, Bai Yang closed his little notebook, then covered his nose while keeping his distance from the mess around Che Jiang. He looked smugly at the girl from Blue Star and said, TSK, see that? Is this what you call the willpower of a martial artist? I told you, I didn't believe there was no way to get some information out of him. As he finished speaking, Bai Yang slapped his forehead and thought to himself, damn, this is such a loss. Considering how calm, assertive, and certain this girl sounded earlier, I should have made a bet with her. Perhaps I might have even won a girl to keep me warm at night or something. You, don't come over. Facing Bai Yang, the girl from Blue Star instinctively retreated, stuttering as she spoke. She was truly frightened by Bai Yang's bizarre and seemingly horrifying methods. TCH, you call yourself a martial artist? This is nothing. Let me tell you, I'm not even a professional. If I were to get someone who truly specializes in this, they could make this guy spill even the stuff buried deep in his subconscious that he has already forgotten, Bai Yang said with a dismissive tone. Then he flipped through his notebook, looked at Blue Star, and said, hey, brother Blue, look, now you know everything about the Che family. What are your thoughts? What thoughts? Blue Star was a bit unresponsive, staring blankly at Bai Yang. So you've been listening this whole time, just watching the drama unfold? You're so clueless. Don't you have even the slightest other thoughts? Poplar saw the other party glaring and gripping their short sword tightly, and decisively changed his tone. What exactly are you trying to say? Foolish woman, I guess aside from being good looking and having decent martial skills, your only use is probably to satisfy lust. Inwardly contemptuous, Poplar spoke righteously. Look, the Che family has so many people, all the illegitimate children of his generation, the illegitimate children of the older generation, the number of martial artists, the number of servants, the network of relationships, the levels of their martial artists, and so on. Everything is clear, and you don't have any other thoughts? And then? Lan Xing still looked bewildered. As a powerful martial artist, as a proud martial artist, she still couldn't figure out what Bai Yan was trying to do. My little cat at home is 100 times smarter than you. Once again disdaining inwardly, Bai Yang said irritably, you, go home right now, tell all this information to the head of your Lan family, then have him contact the head of the Niu family. You don't need to handle anything else. Why? Lan Xing still asked. I can't communicate with you, I refuse to answer. Poplar rolled his eyes and once again spoke to her on his own. Then, take a set of that armor back to your Lan family patriarch. As long as he's not an idiot, he'll surely understand what I mean. You're not allowed to talk about my dad like that. The Lan girl flared up. Alright, I won't say more. In the end, just go back and tell your father's the head of the family, right? Tell him that after the deal is done, all the mountain goods from the villagers in my forest will be traded with your Lan family and the Niu family. But don't use the junk goods that the Che family used to fool the villagers to deceive them. I don't understand what you mean. After hearing Bai Yang's remarks, Lan Xing's eyes were practically spinning like mosquito coils. With your level of intelligence, you probably won't get it, girl. Forget it. Honestly, being a vase isn't too shabby, it's easy on the eyes and also, you know, has that certain something. Our time is really limited. Hurry back now and tell your dad everything I just said and everything you heard about the Che family, quick. In the end, the girl from Blue Star left completely bewildered by Bai Yang's words, leaving him feeling truly exhausted. The girl even took away a set of titanium alloy armor when she left. Do you want the Blue family to join forces with the Niu family to wipe out the Che family and completely take over our business? The lifeless Che Jiang stared at Bai Yang. Bai Yang looked at the shapeless guy and thought to himself, look, even this is smarter than Lan Meizi. Having already learned everything he wanted to know, Bai Yang refused to talk to Che Jiang and turned to Zhao Shi, saying, chop this guy up and toss him into the river to feed the fish. Yes, young master. Zhao Shi instructed others to follow through, but he himself stayed by Bai Yang's side. Finally, unable to resist, he asked Bai Yang, based on your intentions, the subordinate roughly understands it as letting the Lan family know all the information about the Che family, and then the Lan family will use this information to plan to eliminate the Che family. But why does the young master think the Lan family would certainly do this? This is the part the subordinate cannot understand. Don't understand, huh? Then let me explain it to you. It's all about profit. The Lan family wouldn't overlook the huge profit from the mountain goods of hundreds of thousands of mountain villagers in my forest. In the past, they didn't know the details of the Che family and couldn't intervene, so they could only watch helplessly. Now, it's different. Then why does young master still want the Lan family to unite with the Niu family? Two reasons. First, I, the young master, don't want the Lan family to destroy the Che family and then turn around to swallow me up. By uniting the two families and trading with the mountain villagers, they can keep each other in check. This is called balance, and ultimately, all the mountain villagers in Mystery
river forest will benefit. Second, I'm afraid the Lan family alone won't be able to handle it. Adding the Nyo family ensures absolute success. But, young master, why are you so certain that the two families will definitely act this way? What if they refuse no matter what? What the hell? Why do you have so many questions? This is the last time I'm explaining, so keep all your other questions to yourself. The reason why those two families will undoubtedly want to wipe out the Che family is because haven't you noticed the kind of equipment I provided in the end? With this kind of gear, the Che family is absolutely doomed. Talking about this, Bai Yang slapped his forehead and said, right, hurry up and prepare 200 sets of equipment to take to the riverbank and wait. I estimate that before long, people from the Lan family and the Nil family will come to collect the gear. Wearing it, even ordinary people can confront martial artists. With those two families, once they put it on, if they still can't completely destroy the Che family at minimal cost, they might as well run straight into a wall. Then Zhao Shi left looking somewhat puzzled to make the preparations. At this moment, Bai Yang finally felt truly relaxed. Wasn't it hard for me? So many brain cells have died to destroy the Che family, but it's finally coming to the end. Bai Yang had never expected the mountain villagers in the Lost River Forest to be able to confront the Che family. In the end, he still had to align forces and use the influence of Deyang Town to drive the tiger to eat the wolf and eliminate the Che family. In short, the Che family is already in the countdown stage, and Bai Yang is just waiting to see the results. When the time comes, with hundreds of thousands of mountain people from the Mai forest as his foundation, he'll be able to contend with the Lan and Nil families who replace the Che family. Moreover, wiping out the Che family is those two families' business, so the trouble won't fall on him. What does this mean? This means walking in fine clothes under the cover of night, arming hundreds of thousands of mountain people in the Mai forest to confront the Che family and making himself the leader? Don't be ridiculous. Not only would Bai Yang exhaust himself to death trying to do it, but it's completely unrealistic. Arming so many people, what are you trying to do, rebel? If so, wouldn't the Chen dynasty crush him in seconds? That would be no surprise. Bai Yang is smarter than that. Setting wolves against tigers is the best and safest choice. Godo village. The mountain villagers from outside the area had already left. Poplar and the old village chief sat facing each other under a tree. The kitten stood behind him, fanning him, while he and the old village chief were engrossed in an intense chess match. Ah, they were playing Gamoku, a game invented by Poplar. After several moves back and forth, the old village chief placed a piece on the board and said, trade with the mountain villagers' weaponry and armor. I'll only supply 10 sets per village, other items are unrestricted. What do you think, brother Bai? That's the right approach. A bowl of rice breeds gratitude, a bushel of rice breeds resentment. If there's too much, it will be nurturing a tiger that will later become a threat, and you'll lose your means of deterrence. Bai Yang nodded, placed a chess piece, and said. A brief silence followed. The old village chief glanced at Bai Yang, placed a chess piece, and couldn't help but ask. The Che family will not let this go easily. After today, there will be no more Che family in Deyang Town. Bai Yang chuckled lightly and said, will the Lan family and the Nyo family of Deyang Town act as you imagine? Definitely, I can even guess their every move. Bai Yang spoke with absolute confidence.